Welcome to the King's Theater in Brooklyn, New York. This is Major 4, Day 1. Hey, we're going to kick things off with a little European rivalry. We've got the London Royal Ravens going up against the Toronto Ultra.
19 seconds. Zero's going to play time. He's got to go. He sees him. He found him. He's found him. Oh!
And it's down to this man. 1, 2. Oh my God, Afro.
Zero can find something, but it's no good. And Toronto Ultra go top 6.
Florida Mutineers versus the Boston Breach. Let's see how this one goes.
Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening.
Tries to bait him out, goes for the gunfight. It does connect now. Another one.
Mutineers, they close out.
York Subliners versus the Minnesota Røkkr.
He's hungry.
Priestahh is able to pick up a two-piece. Your only hope right now is the flank, or maybe Crim through the front.
Crim! No, the touch is there. Havok strikes. Havok strikes. There's plenty more to be had.
You still have Paul in there.
Oh, miss. Oh, what the hell is going on? New York, your prayer has been answered.
We have Atlanta. We have Los Angeles.
But it's going to be all Thieves players. Well, LA Thieves are not making any mistakes.
Kenny explodes for a few. He takes that one as well. Kylo Ken has arrived.
Thieves, they win the series.
Unbelievable.
Day 2, our first matchup, Atlanta versus Paris.
Johnny Tsunami.
Yeah, Johnny making the plays inside.
It's a little snap.
Yeah, body shot. aBeZy making it look easy.
London Royal Ravens and your Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Trying to do the work. And Hugh shuts down the entire push from London Royal Ravens. Gonna find the first down. Gonna be looking for the second. He finds it as well. They want this down, and it's gonna be slashed. LAT dump the Ravens out of the major.
Seattle Surge facing off against Boston Breach.
He gets taken down in Fred 5 seconds. It's all over.
But Nero comes through with 1, comes through with 2, and Boston will do it.
OpTic Texas and Minnesota Røkkr.
The man is running it. And that is simply iLLeY's Hardpoint. OpTic Texas take the series.
Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Atlanta FaZe.
The snapback from the Tiny Terrors. They're cutting him down, and it does not get a lot more clinical than that.
Brooklyn, it's about that time. We've got OpTic Texas and Boston Breach ready to take the main stage.
Shotzzy, he's dancing around the map. The movement is there. The pistol is out. The way on one for the win. For the W.
We have the Los Angeles Thieves and Toronto Ultra.
Kenny's left alone. Kenny! The Thieves are running it up. LA Thieves are here. They're in numbers. Kenny going for the last one. Why not? LA Thieves are in.
The New York Subliners trying to get past the Florida Mutineers.
Oh, my goodness. No! Oh, it's over. Throw in the towel. Throw it in. It looks so good. New York have done it.
OpTic Texas versus the Toronto Ultra.
On the ring. Oh, there's just didn't expect the spawn there. Watch with the shots, and they are solid. Shotzzy playing his life around the corner as well. There's number 3 on the cards for Shotzzy here. Yes, it is.
Florida versus Atlanta FaZe, and the winner plays against OpTic.
And it's aBeZy quickly on the flank. Nobody even knew he was here.
Wakening, knocking him down.
Phenomenal performance. And that closeout control is 6-5-2 of offense. aBeZy, a great slide on the material. 2 players alive. And now Atlanta got them right where they want them. And this one is done.
day 4. The New York Subliners are going to continue their Cinderella story against the LA Thieves.
The S&Gs, they're still roaming. They're still here. Hydra with 2.
At the theory, 240, 235. Kismet knows where they are. He knows where they are. Thieves, they've got to rush in. They've got to rush in. But it's Kismet again. Again.
We've got OpTic Texas and the Atlanta FaZe.
Nothing crazy, just kind of calm, calling names. Nothing that crazy. aBeZy is 2, but aBeZy might be enough. No, it might be enough. iLLeY goes crazy. That is it. They close them out.
We have the Los Angeles Thieves and the Atlanta FaZe.
Envoy, is he the hero they need? He doesn't need the reinforcements. Envoy by 3. And one return. Simp is gone.
Oh my God.
Is Arcitys.
But here comes the pressure. Envoy and Kenny, the SMGs from Thieves. Electric. It's Cellium.
But LA Thieves are going to the grand final.
It's the Los Angeles Thieves and the hometown team, the New York Subliners. Let's get into the finals.
And Kenny. Oh my God.
Kenny delivers. You gotta Kenny around Kenny.
Kenny is. How bold can you be?
Right now, it is the slang. Nothing but positivity on this side. Octane thinking about Clyde. Hezo is gone.
Oh boy.
Drazah able to pick up 2. Head getting ripped off when you approach. Losing the gunfight.
All the way through the front now, going for the contest immediately. Guns up. Kismet's there. Drazah through the side door. OpTic through the kills. Oh my God, it's it! The LA Thieves have defied every odds. And for the first time since Black Ops 4, 100 Thieves get to put a COD trophy in their cap.
Shout out to the fans. You guys were incredible this event. One of the best we've ever had. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time for more CDL action.
What is going on, everybody? Jeremy Stud here, commentator for the CDL, and we can't wait to get ready for champs.
I hope everybody is ready to have a pretty exciting end of the year and the end of Vanguard.
What's up, everyone? My name is OJ.
Hello everyone, my name is Emma, also known as Cloud9Ems.
It's your girl Sean, aka Sean J Gaming here.
You might know me under the handle Prestige is Key.
Hi, I'm Shane, or Schnard, and I am one of the first-person observers for the Call of Duty League.
My name is Xavier Latorre. I'm the lead observer for the Call of Duty League.
My name is Quentin, also known as Paradox, and I'm one of the CDL observers.
My name is John Prosper. I'm an observer for the Call of Duty League, and with champs right around the corner, we've been asked to answer some questions, and here they are.
Who is my pick for MVP? It's going to have to be Dashy. He has been consistent all season long. I believe his KD is sitting at a 1.21.
I mean, come on. The guy left in Search and Destroy 1v2s, 1v3s, doesn't matter. He's taking the bag.
It's either Dashy or Cellium. Both of them have been absolutely frying.
Without a doubt, has to be Cellium. This is the most consistent player all year long.
The guy is just different. He makes the right play every single time.
1v4s, team consistency, consistent slaying. Come on, man. Gotta go with Cell here.
He's innovative in game. He's incredibly dangerous in 1v1 fights. He makes the right plays at the right time. The boy is disgusting.
He has one of the overall highest KDs, and he is killing it at the moment along with FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe, over the course of the year, has been the strongest team. He's been the strongest player on the team. He truly has been spectacular, and the game is built for him.
The fact that these guys have remained so far up here is quite literally down to their teamwork and down to Cell, who has been so impressive all year long. For me, he's going to be my MVP.
Who is your pick for Rookie of the Year? I think I'm going to give it to Pred.
I gotta go with Pred, the #1 rookie who helped lead Seattle Surge to the Major 3 victory. It was literally insane, his run.
Pred is a huge playmaker, drops crazy numbers on the map, and he has had a consistent KD throughout all game modes this season.
Look at the way he moves around the map, splitting the defense. It's like he's painting a picture with his arrow sometimes. I'm just amazed at what he can do.
I'm loving his aggression out there, the way he's handling that sub. You know, the MP40 has been his tool in destruction of what he's been doing.
It is a heavy slang SMG. It is a man that has gone to the school of aBeZy. He has listened to accuracy. He has grown as a player, and even watching him, it is intelligent gameplay on top of the slang power he brings. He has been incredibly impressive, and as a rookie, he's already got a win.
flies in here from Australia, turns the league upside down, a major win with MVP performance there as well. He has been instrumental in every major victory that Seattle have found in the season. Without a shadow of a doubt, he's been the guy for me to absolutely turn heads when he needs to. The guy's a machine. Incredible in game, great in the interviews. He's got a long and bright and powerful career ahead of him. I cannot wait to see how high he can fly.
Who is your dark horse for the top 3? My dark horse for the top 3 is London Royal Ravens.
I think I am taking the Ravens, the London Royal Ravens. Ever since they picked up Gizmo back on this team, they are looking so much more comfortable on the map.
Royal Ravens, I think, were a strong favorite heading into New York. Didn't perform. I think a lot of people are forgetting about them now. I'd say the London Royal Ravens, but I'd say be careful for the side like the Boston Breach as well.
I'm just going to go ahead and say the Boston Breach because they've been surprising me throughout this entire season.
It's going to have to be the Boston Breach. I definitely think if they can carry some of that momentum over into champs, that maybe they can make something happen.
They are another team who on their day can look unstoppable. So Ravens, mostly Boston Breach is kind of my second my darker horse pick.
For me, it's got to be the Toronto Ultra. They've been so close to beating so many of these top teams. It's been such close matches, and they've just been popping off. I really think they got a shot this next one coming up.
They have the system, they have the talent, and they've been there before. Gotta go with the boys on Toronto Ultra. I think they can really make that push to top 3. Heck, they might even win the thing.
This Toronto Ultra team has so much chemistry and so much composure that if they put it together for the weekend, they can make the run.
Let's go with the New York Subliners. This is a team that really got things going a little bit too late. Late? Yeah. Never say never.
Who is my dream matchup for the final 2? I mean, this one's easy. I'm going to go with OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, look, man, it's got to be OpTic FaZe.
It has to be OpTic against FaZe. That's the game everybody wants to see.
My dream matchup for the final 2 always has to be OpTic and FaZe.
My name's Johanna Ferris. I am the GM of Call of Duty. My dream matchup this year has got to be OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe.
The crowd would probably just burn the place to the ground throughout this series, just with like the sheer energy in the room.
It would be an absolute blast to watch. The community would rally together and there'd be so much trash talking in the background.
I think OpTic FaZe is everybody's dream finals. I think it would pretty much break all records in terms of what we would see viewership wise.
It would be amazing to see 2 of our biggest organizations go head to head on the main stage for Championship Sunday.
And finally, who do I think are going to be the champions? I mean, LA Thieves. If I said anyone else, I don't have faith in my team.
I've got to go with the team with the hot hand, the LA Thieves. They look terrific in New York, bringing home Major 4. They've got all the momentum going into this weekend. And I think we might have a Call of Duty League championship in front of a hometown crowd.
I'm going to go with Seattle Surge. I know it's kind of a wild pick, but I do think that team has probably some of the highest ceiling or the highest potential out of any team I've seen. I think that squad's going to be scary.
I got to pick London Royal Ravens, baby. London all the way. They're going to take it this year. You just wait. I'm calling it right now.
We have had 4 different tournaments and 4 major champions. And if you include Pro-Am, that makes 5. So I think the trend continues. I think we get a new champion, and I think it'll be Atlanta FaZe.
I think we're going back to back, baby. Atlanta FaZe got this one.
I honestly believe the Atlanta FaZe will get it together and win their second title.
I think the 2022 champions will be FaZe. They've been smashing it at the moment, so I'm excited to see what happens.
I think Atlanta FaZe will be the 2022 champions. Why? Because they deserve it. No other team outside of Paris Legion have been that consistent in a game with so many uncontrollable variables. Atlanta FaZe, champions. Just that one.
Who do I think will be the 2022 champions? OpTic Texas, of course. No hesitation on my answer. Y'all see the hoodie. Y'all know how we rocking. Green wall, baby. Let's go!
My prediction is that the 2022 Call of Duty League champions will be none other than OpTic Texas. It's time.
You're not going to get me. I don't have a favorite team that I'm rooting for. Do I look like a biased caster to you?
Thank you all for watching so much. Champs is right around the corner.
Don't forget Champs is in LA this year, August 4th through 7th. Make sure you guys go ahead and get your tickets now.
I'm super excited for Champs. I hope you guys are too. I am rooting for London Royal Ravens because, you know, I got to rep London.
Very excited for Champs. Obviously, I'm going to be cheering for the LA Thieves the loudest. You'll hear me. You're going to hear me online.
Take it easy, everybody, and I hope everybody is ready for an incredibly exciting Champs. I definitely know I can't wait.
Very excited to be there, and hopefully see you guys there too.
does it mean to be the best?
They have just started to cut them down. 6 flat. It's a little stab. Dash, body shot.
To prove that you belong among the elite.
Scump gets it done again. The 1v3 clutch makes it look easy.
Who will rise to the occasion or fall to the pressure?
And Kenny's left alone. Kenny!
These select few will never back down, never rest, never quit.
Oh, it's over! Throw in the towel! But New York have done it!
Bringing pride to their cities and fans around the world.
Seattle, hold on! They line up for the comeback of time!
We summon these few to settle the score.
The center can't quite do it, but it's Cammy on the other side of it! It's King Cammy goes off! The kills come in for London, and they shut them down. And Afro's gonna get one. Does, and tries to get out, looks for the second Afro!
There can only be one true champion.
And it's Methodz once again. It is gonna be City for the winning.
Few more points before this one is done and dusted. Oh my God, it did! They've done it!
Day 1 of the Call of Duty Championship starts now.
Oh, Los Angeles, it is good to be back. Finally, we get to let fly this incredible weekend of Call of Duty. It is now time to get it all underway. It's been a long season, a very turbulent one. All sorts has happened, but we're about to stick the landing here at the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022. The fans are raging here in the Galen Center once again, and we cannot wait to get things underway here. An unbelievable season has been, guys, like, honestly, it has shaved years off of my life, years off of all of ours, but it has been worth every single second. The wildest year of professional Call of Duty we have ever seen and probably ever will see. And what a way to close it all out here at the Galen Center once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the Zenny post-season preview, and we've got a lot to get through, friends. It was one hell of a year. I can't do the job alone. I'm joined by some of the most beautiful in the business. We've got Merc, Alley Cat, we have Nameless, and it is going to be a glorious weekend. Joseph, how are you, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. Yeah, Study, he took my shirt, dude. I don't know. It is a very nice shirt, but yeah, I'm doing fantastic. The fans are pumped up. We get to crown a world champion, and then that's always a good weekend.
It's super exciting. Actually, I saw people like 4 hours lined up outside already. Ooh. That's, I think, before I even got here. So I already know I have high expectations for this crowd.
Listen, I'm amped, but I'm not as amped as the fans. Did you see them running in? It looked like a sporting event. They were running through the tunnel just screaming. These guys are lit. We just walked through the crowd. They can't wait for some COD Champs action. This first match is going to be absolutely insane as well, Miles.
It's going to be insane. Well, before we get into proceedings, let's take a quick look at the bracket for this weekend's play. An unbelievable season. We've trimmed off the bottom 4 teams, and we're only remaining with the 8 finest in the land. FaZe, Subliners, Ravens, Surge, OpTic, Ultra, Thieves, Breach, Joey D. Too much excitement here, mate.
No, it is. I mean, listen, you have Atlanta FaZe versus the NYSL. That's a standout. OpTic Ultra is another one for me. And then the other 2, Ravens, Surge, Thieves, Breach. Trap games, yeah. Maybe some upsets alerts there, but great winners round 1 matchups.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this bracket, you know, there's some heavy-hitting matches, but for some reason, that Ravens and Surge game is just so interesting to me because on one side, you have the London Royal Ravens. They looked incredible online, weren't able to translate that into success on land, but we know what they're capable of. And then for Seattle Surge, like, this is a team that can win an event. We just saw it, and, you know, they're a dark horse for me. Like, they can take it all. You saw some of the observers saying that they're their favorite.
Yeah, favorites indeed. Well, a quick look at the schedule. This is all of today's action here on the Thursday. Seattle versus London up first. And Majesty's outside. The boys better bring it home. LA Thieves versus Breach, OpTic Ultra, map number 3. And that final match of the day, we're going to close it out with Atlanta FaZe, New York Subliners. Now, guys, New York Subliners, let's face it, we cannot get through this season without bringing up one of the, if not the best, runs we've seen in competitive COD. Joe, the mere fact that the Subliners are here in the venue, has anyone done anything like this before?
I mean, honestly, the pressure to have to do it, the last major with the way the bracket was set up, it just felt like everything was going their way. We had such a blast in that theater, but New York, they put on for their city, and they're able to make it here.
My biggest worry right now is that they're going to be a little bit complacent, right? The amount of pressure that was on them to make champs in the first place, they were able to accomplish that heading into that grand final. They went up 2-0, and I think they just ran out of gas. So now having that 2-week break, I'm looking at their search and destroy to really what pushes them through here. They were 18-21 overall this season. Obviously, we know the trials and tribulations that this squad has gone through. They are now 5-5 in their last 10. So I'm looking at their search and destroy to really have a rework to pull them through the rest of this. I mean, you see the stats across the board. They have gotten better through and through, and after stage 4, they have to continue that amount of pressure and continue that run into champs here.
Yeah, if there's anything I know about Crimsix, these guys ain't getting complacent. They're coming here trying to get that championship, and you heard it the whole time throughout their run to make it into COD champs. So, like, that's what we have our eyes on. We want to win that. And for these guys, it really just comes down to consistency. We need to see Paul once again. Like, in their online portion, they were dominant at Hardpoint. They were still decent when it came to LAN. They got it done, but it definitely wasn't exactly the same, and that has to do with Paul. I mean, he's a crazy slayer. If you can get him going, they can beat a lot of these teams.
Paul, one of the players we'll be keeping an eye on, and again, to New York Subliners, congrats on peaking at just the right time. Another team who has been peaking, but not necessarily over the top finish line, Atlanta FaZe. Second place, second place, second place, third place. What the hell is going on with this team, aLLeY?
Well, they've gotten worse. Like, that's something that we were expecting Atlanta FaZe to finally pull it out at some point. Major 4 was where they should have done it, and they weren't able to. So Atlanta FaZe is one of those teams that talk about champs, champs, champs. You know, that is what we're worried about at the end of the year. So this is now a prove it for them. But again, I'm worried because their respawn has not been looking on point. Their search and destroy has been gross, but they lost plenty at Major 4. So heading into champs, I think there's a lot of expectations, more than so at the beginning of the season, on top of Atlanta FaZe's shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, their respawn on LAN was nasty. It was the online portion that was back and forth, so there's some inconsistency there. But for me, it's like they were nasty at search online, and then it didn't happen on LAN. So these guys, man, they're trying to get that first championship this season. You know, this is a team that we've been talking about, like, they have time, right? Trying to figure it out throughout the entire season. And like you said, they get their worst placing at Major 4, so it's really time to turn up, man. At least they're getting more out of abeZy. They got more out of him in the last couple of months, which is big.
Time is running out for Atlanta FaZe to get that coveted win, and if they win the whole thing here at Champs, hey man, the headlines are going to read something special. Team who did manage to pick up a win finally here in the season, the LA Thieves. The last major, they pulled out all the stops, defied all odds, and managed to walk away with a big win. Better late than never, I think. And I mean, this is a squad that so much potential, never quite got there, but there we go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they kept their roster through everything. There were so many critics, so many, you know, analysts there talking about these guys throughout the entire year on the Reddit, but they keep their roster, they make that role swap, and they figure it out. And you know, this team, they have a crazy good map pool. Their respawn has always been solid. They've been better on LAN than they have been online, but you could see the difference in the approach to the game. Right when they picked up Shane, they got so much better at search and destroy. The strategies were there. They're playing together more. They weren't doing those island plays that we were seeing early in the season. It just doesn't work for them in this game. They had to find out their play style, and they did it at this tournament.
Oh, I mean, they looked a step ahead. Honestly, this is like the first team all year, besides maybe OpTic at Major 1, where I was like, you could just tell how much better they are than the rest. They really were. The key here for me is that all 4 players were over a 1.0 KD in every single game mode. They were obviously all on fire. The question is someone's having an off day, an off weekend? Is that consistency still going to be there? But LA Thieves, they are a favorite. They just won a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, we'll see if they can keep that momentum going. One team who has lost their momentum but are slowly getting back in there, who had an incredibly strong start to the season, none other than OpTic Texas. They walk away with Major 1, then they have a bit of a lull. Obviously, iLLeY now back into the roster after, you know, a bit of a medical condition. Joe, what do we think? I mean, the last major for them, it was good practice.
I mean, listen, starting in losers round 1, I thought they put together a pretty solid event. I think that the key here is you got iLLeY back, you had a couple of weeks to get back into sort of your rhythm, especially in control. The one key for me is that they are still being very strong in search and destroy.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen so many Vanguard series go all the way to map 5, and OpTic fans usually, I think that's a very scary sight. But with this roster, they are confident if it goes the distance.
I think their biggest worry right now is that control, Joe, because that was their confidence mode, right? That was the one in the series that they knew they were going to have under their belt. But the SMGs have been struggling, both of them now in the negative. And OpTic, just to put it in perspective, they were 28-13 in control this year. They are now 3-7 in the last 10. So almost half of their losses have been in the last 10 controls they have been in. So I think they need to get their confidence back in at least one game mode, and it has to be control.
I mean, it's since the addition of Berlin Control. Like, these guys, they're not good at that map. Like, like, and they were able to play Tuscan in majority of their series early on in the season. So if they've worked on that and they figured out that map, it'll help them so much throughout this tournament.
Yeah, great matchup with them, of course, going up against Toronto Ultra later on today. We'll see how that one goes down. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are here in the Galen Center, we've got something very cool downstairs. This is the Wall of Champions. Of course, that is the 2022 trophy for the Wall of Champions powered by Scuf. You can go downstairs, check that out, get some photos with some incredible, iconic moments throughout Call of Duty League history, and take a peek at that bad boy of a trophy. That's downstairs in the main concourse right next to the merch stand, and it is a babe.
Yeah, it's got to be a big wall. We've had a lot of champions this year, Miles, so, you know, it's exciting, man. You know, one of the things I miss the most is that big hallway full of champions, you know, just showing honor to the history of Call of Duty, you know, where legends are made, and this is COD Champs. Another legend's going to be made.
Plenty of legends to be made here this weekend, of course. We're going to throw, though, ladies and gentlemen, to a very, very quick commercial break. On the other end of this one, we're talking about All-Stars. You've been voting. We're going to see the results. Don't go too far. More Call of Duty League coming right up.
You want more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, call. Give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I was again in the vicinity.
Just like some more time.
Any questions before we get started?
Is this really gonna sell glasses?
Hopefully, but if not, we know how to blame.
Take one, Mark.
Do you have trouble gripping your controller? Do you wilt when faced with stiff competition? Well then, what you need is a stroke of good luck, because anyone, anywhere can experience performance anxiety. And there's no shame in that. Side effects of blocks by Zenny include reduced eye strain, blue light protection, styles that fit you, accusations of smurfing, trash talking, increased awareness, and a spontaneous fainting of those around you. Zenny, making life harder for your competition.
Wow, it's not as hard as it looks.
There we go, the lovely folks on the LAG team. We sadly won't see them here, but again, what a commercial that was. Hand out the Oscars now, and that was beautiful.
I mean, I think Slasher's got a career after COD. He's just going to that
Thomas, man, he was good.
Yeah,
I loved it.
I liked it a lot indeed. Don't forget Zenny's here in the venue as well. Go grab a pair yourselves. But guys, we've got a lot to talk about. Again, we're going to tease All-Stars for a brief moment now. Again, you've been voting all season long. Crazy, crazy year. Incredible plays, incredible players. Joe, any sort of like high-level thoughts? I know we know who's going to come out, but
any high-level thoughts?
Any high-level.
I mean, how do I? Okay,
be as vague and as general as you can.
They're very good. These four players are very, very talented. I mean, listen, this is obviously just you know, a shout out to them. You know, those All-Stars, they've worked their butts off all year long, and they have performed on the big stages at the biggest moments. So yeah, I'm excited for the announcement.
I think in the most general way, without like giving anything away, is that as a team, if they were actually to compete and go into this year, they would be the grossest team of like all time. Yeah, and
of all time. I'll be honest. Well, I don't know of all time. That all time one was crazy.
Of this game.
Okay, listen. I think the fans did well. I mean, I always get really concerned when it's like the fan voted for the All-Stars, but I think they did a good job this year.
You're right. It's all of OpTic. Congratulations.
That's not true. Our lawyers have told us we can't say that. That is not true.
He said it's fan voted.
It's fan voted, but they got close, but they didn't quite get the full deck. We'll give you those spoilers.
Who got your vote, Joe?
Yeah, Joe.
I didn't vote.
Oh, okay.
Joe. What?
I didn't. No, I did not.
Check your emails, dude.
No, honestly, like morally, I'd never vote for those. I think it should be a player vote, but you know, I mean, everyone else did well.
Well, Joe may not have voted, but you at home did, you in the crowd and us on the desk. We all got our votes in, and it is now time to find out who our very first All-Star team is. Guy Blaze on the stage. Bring him out, my friend.
Thank you so much, Miles. What's up, Los Angeles? Yes! It is Champs Weekend, and it is about to go down. But first, we got to show some love to some of the best players out there in the league. As you guys voted at home, it is time to present your All-Star squad. Give it up for the first player coming to the stage for your All-Star team. Make some noise for Dashy. Give it up for Cellium! Coming out next, make some noise for Shotzzy! And lastly, make some noise for the rookie himself, it's Pretty Boy Pred. Give it up one more time, Los Angeles, for your first team of All-Stars.
That is a good-looking team. There is no getting around it. Them boys been fried.
Could you imagine having to play against this team? Oh my God, you'd be in the absolute blender. I mean, we've basically voted for the best Bocage team we could possibly make. Across the entire league. You know, but to talk about these guys, I mean, Dashy, Cellium, just absolutely incredible players, neck and neck. You know that's been the storyline. Like, who is the MVP? We'll find out soon enough. And then the other two SMGs, I mean, Pred's been lighting up shots as well. Just a dynamic player.
Oh, insane. You know, and we're going to touch upon all the players here on this All-Star roster again. Thank you again, those at home who voted. It was been I don't think it was too hard to call it, but hey, let's go through them one by one. I mean, Dashy, start of the year, unbelievable turnaround. We always expect him to be a high-skilled player, the guys who put up the numbers regardless of the situation. Has there been a lull moment for him all year long? Probably not, Joe.
No, it really hasn't been. I mean, obviously, and it just feels like, I think when Dashy first joined OpTic, he was just sort of, he had to do so much, right? It felt like he was putting that pressure on himself. The last couple of years, Cold War this year, it really feels like he knows his role, what he has to do on the team, the positions he has to go to, and I mean, the guy is just so consistent. You can see it right there in every single game mode. And when it comes to control, that guy was like, I mean, the Tuscan Lord since day one. Yeah. The question will be, though, can he get back into that form for this tournament?
Yeah, that's the big question again. Control being one of those gamers to keep an eye on. Oh, FaZe, and what do you think, though, about Cellium, brother? He is unbelievable.
I mean, if I had to vote for MVP, it's between Dashy and Cell, and I would go Cell. I mean, I just think his impact to the game is, he has the biggest impact in the entire league. Yeah. This guy takes over games, and every single clutch, I feel like he's about to clutch it. Every single time.
Yeah.
He is ridiculous, and when FaZe was looking not great, he was the reason they would claw back and win maps that they should not be winning. I mean, he is unreal.
I think the funniest thing when it comes to Cellium is he does such insane things consistently that I feel like we're all just like mellowed out to it. Like, oh, it's
yeah, we're like used to it, right?
He's 12-0. I'm realizing, yeah, it's just Cellium, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's what he's gonna do. Oh, he's in a 1v4. Oh, he's probably gonna win it. But another player we have to talk about, obviously, Shotzzy, right? Especially at the beginning of the year, I feel like this is a player that took everybody by storm. Like, with his movement, with his understanding of the game very, very early, he was the grossest SMG. He was who we compared all the other sub players in the league to. And although he's had a little bit of a dip now, like, he always bounces back. It is very rare for Cellium, for Shotzzy to always stay under the boat.
And I think he's transformed, him and iLLeY transformed this OpTic team, right? I mean, they went from a team that could win Search and Destroy versus anybody in the league, which is where they had issues these last couple of years. I mean, he leads the league in Search and Destroy KD. The guy is just so fun to watch. When his POV is on screen, you know it's him.
You know it's going to be a good time. Our final All-Star here on our first team, of course, Pred from Seattle Surge. Again, making a tremendous splash into the league kickoff classic. We all saw what he was capable of, and again, a major victory. It all has been going right for the rookie in his opening season.
I mean, and what's the ceiling on this guy? I mean, this is year number one. He's like breaking records. Like, this guy is popping off. He gets the championship. His stats are absolutely insane for the SMG position, and I think Seattle are happy to put the franchise tag on this guy. Like, he comes in, he changes this entire organization. Like, look at that. That's an SMG. This guy's frying.
Boy with the 40 putting in the work again. Pred, wonderful start to his year. A lot of people have been telling him
he's a rookie, dude.
He's a rookie.
He came the whole region on his back.
Right. From a different region. That is so difficult, man. Like, some of these, like the European players that have come in, like, it's taken them a year or two to really get up to speed. Like, Pred, immediately.
And that's inspiring those back home, right? Like that's I mean, there's people who competed against Pred like, I've beaten him probably a couple of times. Like, if he's doing it, I can do it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, right. Wait till you see him in action, ladies and gentlemen. Priestahh, again, our last player there in our first team of All-Stars, but we have one more team to bring out. Mr. Blaze, who's it going to be?
Thank you so much, Miles. As he said, we got another team of all-stars to bring to the stage. The competition was fierce this season. Help me make some noise for the second squad. Coming out first, give it up for Simp! Coming out from Minnesota, make some noise for Tatch! Los Angeles FaZe up, because here comes Simp. And last but not least, give it up for Hydra. One more time for your second team of All-Stars.
And honestly, another pretty disgusting team. Like, man.
Pretty scary, yeah. I'm just happy Attach got a shout, man. Yeah! Show this guy some love, man. This guy literally switched roles and, like, finally ran that main AR and was just going off for Minnesota. A shame he's not competing, but, yeah, it's a nasty team.
Technicality here, Attach has made it to champs. Right, run one way or another. I think it kind of counts, Joe. I don't know. We have to check the rulebook on that one.
I think he would rather be competing today. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, sometimes it's just you have these to deal with, right? These issues, and he's going to get over that hump. We saw what he was able to do this year.
Yeah, can't wait to see what he does in MW2. aLLeY, again, another brilliant team. Not a weakness there if you had to bring him up. I mean, really, Sib, Attach, Simp, and Hydra. Not fun to commentate over. It's difficult when Sib and Simp are in the same game, let me tell you that one.
They're probably all doing something nasty, so it doesn't really matter. Honestly, if you get him twisted and topped over. But, I mean, I will have to talk about, like, Sib has been a player that I'm like, he reminds me so much of Cellium and, like, the play style and the role that he fits in. I think this team as well. I would love to see these two go head-to-head. I know you guys across the desk were like, nah, and usually it doesn't go very well, but, like, every player's in their respective role. I think these would be pretty close teams, hey, going head-to-head.
It could be a lot of fun. Well, that is it for our All-Star teams. We thank everyone for voting. We thank those legends on stage again. Tomorrow, we're going to give out 2 more awards. We have our regular season MVP, and we have our Rookie of the Year. We know who it is, so we ain't going to be spoiling nothing, but no surprises, ladies and gentlemen. It's unbelievable accolades to hand out tomorrow. More of that later. Plenty of good times, though, throughout the entire weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw to another commercial break, and on the other end of this bad boy, even more CDL action before we get today's matches started. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
As a wise man once said, nice. Yes, I'm not tripping. Oh, we won't be flipping.
Oh, Shakespeare, man. Welcome to your CDL comp show. Yo, can you hit me? Yes, sir. Can you hit me? Yes, sir. No! Yes.
This right here is the final, yo. This is where we have some fun.
Yeah.
Nah, we're about to run down one of the aisles.
We're about to be crowd surfing, bro.
Wait, I want a water. You say you want a water?
Yeah. I don't have water. I just realized that.
Yeah, I don't have either.
Yeah, hand warmer. Only hand warmer. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to.
Anybody else need anything?
Can I get tape? Tape?
I'm trying to hear some crowd quiets, bro.
He's so at me.
Yeah, I also need water.
I have another request. You're gonna have to open that.
Look at this crowd, boys. Yo, take this in. Look at this crowd, bro.
Listen, some girl just said, look at her, Trey, I love you.
Yeah?
I will find her after we win.
Who brought their mom to boo us, man? Like, I look in the front row and there's someone's mom booing me.
Tough.
Hey, you! Said that! Get him out! That guy! Get him out! Get him out!
That's like keying over the turn. That's where you go back a punch up there.
Trust in it, actually does.
Yeah, and then look, there's holes in the ceiling where the crawlers come down.
You know, imagine that just turning into a zombies map mid game.
Alright. Oh, that's sick. That's sick. That's sick.
Who turned off the lights?
Oh no, man.
Play like this. If we play like this, I'd actually be unkillable.
Oh god.
I'd be unkillable with this. Is this for me?
Snake the kind of beat here.
Oh, 100%.
I'll be slithering.
Like, when you snake, just go.
Have you got your monitor on? Is it green like that? How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good and I'm feeling cold.
blood farmer.
Crim7 has a Boston jersey on.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Well, Crim7?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No way your friends are Crimsix. We literally gave it to him.
Oh yeah.
So there's no pressure, but like it's only on you.
It's all you.
Zero pressure, of course.
They call me the Super Soaker.
Last. Weak.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now say goodbye to the Zenny post-season preview. We're now looking forward. It is now all about the match ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, and that's right. The first of the day is going to be a good one. Actually, all the matches today are banging.
No, bro, that helmet is sick.
Mr. OpTic, look at him go.
You guys should make the camo.
We got to salute that guy when we walk past him, by the way. But we're going to get into our first match of the day. It is the London Royal Ravens going up against Seattle Surge. We've got scuffs on the desk for the very occasion. This is going to be a spicy one, guys. And, I mean, high-level thoughts.
I mean, high-level thoughts. I mean, looking at this matchup, I have Seattle winning it, but Seattle, they have to fix some things. I mean, we've been talking about their hard point and how it's fallen off a little bit. Well, Seattle, I mean, the breakoffs have been terrible. They're 11th in the league when it comes to the breakoffs. Yeah. But at times, you look at this team, and it's like their hard point doesn't look that bad. The rotations are on point. Why are they not winning it? Well, it's been like a 15, 20-point margin in every single one of these hard points. So if they put it together, could come out here and get the dub.
Oh, we will see, though, ladies and gentlemen. Still plenty of time before that one gets ready. We do have maps and modes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going through that now to start the series off. Tuscan Hardpoint, Desert Siege, and then a triple dose of Berlin if we have to go the distance, aLLeY.
Honestly, I think the biggest standout for me is going to be that Berlin control. London is 2-6 in it right now, where Seattle is 6-4. All the other maps, they're all fairly close. Seattle obviously having the edge, but that Game 5 Berlin, Seattle is 3-9 in Search and Destroy. So, I mean, I have no worries that they're going to probably try and close out early in those first three. But for London, I mean, their biggest struggle right now is going to be shutting down Pred. These are going to be the close quarter maps. This is going to be the Tuscan and the Berlin, where you're going to lose sight of Pred somewhere, and you have to keep your eyes on him. And I think for me, that's going to be on top of Afro. Afro, we talk about him being such a good SMG this year, but he just hasn't hit that level yet. And I think if any time, it's going to be this time.
Yeah, Ravens again coming into this one. Gizmo, Afro, Zero, and Nasty. And Joe, Afro's been, actually since Cold War, he's been disgusting. Yeah. Disgusting.
Yeah.
No, he has. It's such an interesting matchup, though, looking at this, because for both of these teams, they're trying to bounce back, right? Like, you know, this is a third-seed Seattle team who got bopped out of Major 4. I mean, what a drop-off that was. But for London, I mean, it's just a big question mark. What changed from the qualifiers to the Major? I mean, you're looking at a very young squad, and for Zero, we're looking at him to step up.
And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, like I said, we need to see a little bit more out of Afro, a 0.9 at Major 4, and Gizmo as well, a 0.85. This was a player that was plugged back into the roster, and they just started winning Respawn once again, but unfortunately at Major 4, they just could not get anything going in Control. I mean, 1-6 during Stage 4, which is funny because they won their one Control during Stage 4, but they still lost that series, so need a huge bounce back from the London Royal Ravens.
See if that control mode can finally find some success there. It's been pretty funny being on social media. Not funny if you're an actual Ravens fan. Control has been frightening, though. On the other side of the board, when it comes to Seattle Surge, I mean, guys, they have been, at times, unbelievable. The victory, of course, in Toronto was a truly disgusting one. Kickoff classic, real nice. But, and it's peaks and troughs, man. Like, a lot of up and down for this team.
Yeah, you know, I still have a lot of faith in the squad. I mean, I was just talking about it. Like, the narrow margins and the hard points that they've been losing. I mean, Pred has continuously been frying. Like, the guy's been unreal. I think a lot of the moments, especially in the one Major 3, came down to some really big clutches, you know, especially in the hard points. Mack was going crazy, and I think you lost those. You weren't getting those out of Mack. He really needs to bounce back here. He did not have the best performance for the game fuel keys to victory. Work for the First Bloods to find S&D success. They're last in First Blood percentage at 37% and round win percentage, so clearly that influences their round win. And then Mack has to bring more slaying. 0.91 during Stage 4, 42nd. Yeah, that's not too great. And then breakoffs have to be a focus to get back into hardpoint success. 11th in first hill plus minus during Stage 4, second in non-opening hills. So, I mean, the rest of the game, they're fine. The beginning could be the reason they're losing these matches.
We'll see. Keep an eye on this. Hard points up in the air for both teams. Search and destroy. Eyes on Seattle for that control mode. Keep an eye out for London. Right, guys, picks. You know the deal. It's the first match of the tournament. It's going to be a good one. Where are we going? And we'll start with you.
You're going London, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Miles goes London. We know that. I'm going to go with Seattle Surge. These guys are major champions. Pred hasn't lost a step. I think the rest of these guys pick it up in this series. Seattle wins it 3-1.
Oof, aLLeY. 3-1? What do you think?
I'm going to go with the Seattle Surge. Mack actually has a 1.36 from Stage 4 heading into Search and Destroy, so I think it's just a matter of time before he picks it up and respawns. So I think Seattle Surge is going to take it.
Joey D.
I know the Queen was here, but I'm sorry. I'm going to go with Seattle Surge as well. I mean, it's just the fact is this London team has not performed on LAN all year long. And maybe that's a good thing for them. Now there's no pressure. Maybe I think winning that first map could be huge for London. We'll see how it plays out, though, but I got Surge.
I think it's going to be a tough series, however way you dress it. I do think London are going to walk away with the win, but hey, that's just because I am furiously biased. Can't even hide it, guys. Her Majesty's outside. I'm pretty sure she revokes my citizenship if I don't say that on camera. But we're almost ready to get into the first one, guys. Of course, we've done the maps, done the keys, almost ready to rock and roll. First match of champs. Is it a nervous one, Ann, as a player?
I think so. I think as a player, that first match, you always have those jitters, especially if you're starting off a tournament. Like, there's been a couple times I've been in that position. It's like, okay, I just want to pop off, get this out of the way, and, you know, this just feels weird. Champs is starting, man. Like, finally, I'm so excited for this to begin.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to now rock and roll. Guy Blaze is on the stage. Let's get this show started.
Thank you so much, Miles. LA, are y'all ready to get champs underway? Let's go. Coming to the stage first, looking to cause a storm. It's your Major 3 champions, and the tides are rising.
The wood is yours. It's never over.
The Banana picks up the kills. Another for Brad. Accuracy for the team. Trying to. Oh, come on. Only run. That's what you want to do. Oh my God, Mack. Come around the corner in time, and you bet. You can get him off. That's one thing. If they kill him, it is done. Oh my God, no. Here we go. It's a couple more kills, and they get it. Seattle, hold on. They line up for him.
Los Angeles, give it up for the Seattle Surge. Make some noise for Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred, your Seattle Surge.
Seattle, man, this is a team that can win a championship. We just saw it at Major 3. Everybody was frying. Pred has been going off since then with a 1.23. The man has been taking over, but I'm also looking at Accuracy. This is COD Champs. The guy has made it to a final before. I'm expecting him to show up big time for this squad. But there's another team. Blaze, bring him out.
Yeah, it's time to bring these bad boys out. Coming from the east. Let's see what they all about. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your London Royal Ravens. Let's go! Give it up for Zero, Nasty, Gizmo, and Afro, your London Royal Ravens.
A team with a lot to prove. They kind of teased us at the beginning of the year, and now what a time to do it than for it to be at Champs. I know what Nasty is capable at LAN, so now it's time to look at the rest of the members of this squad. Personally, I'm looking at Zero, the leader of this team, who has done nothing but improve the London Royal Ravens. They have to get through the Major 3 champions first place. Let's get this match started.
Let's get it started. Los Angeles, make some noise for your casters. It's Bryson Tunn.
All right, thank you very much. It is time. Somebody has a little faith in us. We're opening up Champs here with a great game, a benchmark game for these two teams. The London Royal Ravens versus Seattle Surge. Both have fallen on hard times recently. but none of that matters if they do the business at champs.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen some teams maybe not necessarily do the business for the majority of the season and then just go on to win an event? So it is really any team here at champs that could go on to win this week, and you could not count either one of these two teams out, especially Seattle Surge. People will look in the fact that they have already won an event this year. But for London, the question has always been translating what you're doing online towards LAN. They're going to have to do it here. They have one final chance to do so.
They certainly do, and that's the most important thing for these teams. Obviously, we spoke about London. Their run-up to Major 4 was great, but Major 4 was not. A lot of people asking if they could find their form finally just 2 weeks later. For Seattle Surge, maybe a little bit of the opposite story. Riding high at Major 3, they went into qualifiers and Major 4 a little bit lower than we expected. We pitched them as an elite level team and they did not show it to us. And this is why this match is so great. We get to find out who has brought their A game to champs, who could potentially make a very deep run here and have an incredible ending to the season.
I think a lot of people would argue that the ceiling is higher for the side of Seattle Surge, though, because we have seen it on LAN, haven't we? It's not just a case of that it's been, well, yeah, it's been inconsistent, but we have seen them, of course, go on to win that event, obviously, in Toronto. London Royal Ravens, we have not seen that yet. So I think that's a lot of the reason why a lot of people are leaning towards the side of Seattle Surge. But honestly, when we've been looking at this map set, Brycey, I kind of do like it for Ravens. As it gets a little bit later in the series, that might be my bias coming into it there, let's be honest. But if it gets later into the series, that's when things maybe just get a little bit scarier.
Well, we're going to find out. It all starts on the hard point. The most important thing to remember about the Call of Duty Championship is it doesn't matter how the book has been written up until this point. It's in your own hands. You get to write the final chapter. If glory awaits, then nothing else is going to matter. 4 rings, the championship will be the cherry on top of a season. But first, the very first steps, the very first map here at Champs, and these teams are looking to build a legacy.
Tuscans kick things off, Bryce, and I mean, looking at it, as I said, when it does come down to this map set, Tuscan does suit the side of the London Royal Ravens. A good record over the stage 4, 6-1. Seattle Surge notoriously had been struggling in their hard points as well. So it's an interesting one. It's a really tough game to really break down, and we're just going to have to see how it goes. Seattle Surge and London Royal Ravens, also that break percentage very, very high. And that's going to be important. We know the rotations when it comes down to Tuscan are very much paramount. Who's going to be there first? Who's going to find the breaks? We're kicking off champs, though. It's London Royal Ravens against the Seattle Surge. Elliot, you are in for a treat over this next 4 days.
Here we go, straight into the blender. We're going into P1 almost instantaneously, and you can see the first nades coming through onto it as well, as both teams vie for position.
Let's see what's going to go down. It's going to be Pred in and amongst it once again. And he's had such an announcement onto this stage as Pred. 2 streak for him to kick things off. And finding the kills here as well. London Royal Ravens have to find a break on through. Seattle Surge on the better side for this rotation over towards P2.
Well, they're trying to just hold this one down for that first little bit of time here. Like I said before, Seattle Surge want to redeem the Major 4 that didn't go well for them. It's going to be Pred who's gunning on a 4 already. What a way to open up champs.
Yeah, fantastic start by the side of Seattle Surge. Just don't want to get too excited, or do we? Pred 6 in a row now. 1 more for the glide bomb to continue things on. My goodness me. If this is how Pred's going to be playing over this game, Ravens are in trouble. You need somebody like Afro to be able to counter it. He doesn't have a kill.
It doesn't, and now comes the rotation. London will be looking to redeem themselves here. They have control first of all. You see already the glide bomb from Pred, which comes off a P1. He's going to use it to try and break this one open. That player in the hill is going down. It's nasty gone already, but the kill at the moment still going London's way.
Just about. They are going to find this rotation to be locking in. 45 seconds now remaining on this hill. Rotation over towards P3 is going to be coming through shortly. These next couple of kills are important. This Gizmo, 3 in a row, 4 in a row for him. Starting to heat up just a little bit. London Royal Ravens maybe came in a little cold. Heating up now.
Well, you can see at the moment she's going back and forth between the two teams. Nasty in a great position, not able to get it though, but Zero will get the trade. London have done a great job holding here on P2 and brought this game all the way back. Zero refusing to go down. He's on a 5 streak himself. And now we go over to P3. Keep an eye on Gizmo.
Yeah, Gizmo all the way towards the back is going to be big. He finds a kill onto Sib. This rotation is going to belong to the side of the Royal Ravens, as does the lead. You're going to have to try and lock this one in as best as they can, though. Zero will find a kill over towards mid, but it's going to be on Gizmo towards the back. Accuracy finds him, and it's only momentarily Nasty who's in and amongst it. The rest of the Ravens on the way over.
Well, they're trying to get into it, and Seattle Surge already have had this break, and it's spread again. 10 and 2. He's looking for the player up top, of course. He gets it. Nasty goes down. There are more players coming towards him, but it's not going to be enough as Afro eventually finds that kill. And now the London Royal Ravens will try and stack again. A lot of time left here, but Mack already deflect the pressure coming towards Fire. More players from London trying to get in towards Field, but they've got to be careful. They know the setup is here.
It's difficult to break this as well with a player like Simp towards the back. Accuracy there as well, but Pret around the outside will find two. Third will not fall his way. Good job from the side of Surge, though, considering Ravens were the first ones there. There wasn't just the reinforcements, though, for the side of Ravens. Gizmo towards the back was the only man to speak of. Fantastic work, though, by the side of Seattle Surge. Managed to find the break on through, but Pred, 13, now 14 and 4. The man is absolutely frying to kick off champs.
And this is what Seattle want. They want a hot start against London. Zero's going to be trying to hold this one down towards the back, but he needs reinforcement from his teammates to get in here and make a difference. Zero staying alive. He knows he has Gizmo and Afro with him. They are going to break into this 1 ton. They have found a little bit of daylight.
Zero needs to hold these kills towards the back if he can. Does have Nasty in tow. Accuracy around the side. Afro's going to go challenge that one, because of course he is. Locking down the hill now. This is good time for the side of Ravens. They do need to get hold of a decent amount here, though. A couple of these breaks have really not went their way. Currently still holding over towards Church, so 30 seconds to go. These next couple of kills are so influential. Accuracy's not going to hide the shots. Pred is, and the break is going to be there for the side of Seattle Surge.
Like, trying to jump into this one. They want a little bit of scrap time, Seattle. They are trying to make sure that this one stays where they need it. And there's all fights coming through. Simp finds a third. And with that scrap time going to Seattle, the rotation is going to matter for London. You see they are set up. They're already here. Mack will be the one to contest. Did he see him? Did he see him? He did! First bullets for Dre! Looking for it! And eventually Mack will get it down. Reinforcements now coming in from Seattle.
This needs to be a good hold by the side of Ravens. Seattle starting to walk away with it just that little bit more. As said, it's Pred. He's just taking over consistently. Ravens need some of the SMGs to start getting on this level, because now if Sib starts to heat up as well, it's a difficult position. That's fine now. 6 in a row for Sib. The Ravens starting to crumble just a little bit, make it 7. And if it isn't one of the players on Surge, it's another who can just go off at a moment's notice. Ravens haven't really had that since P2.
They haven't. They're going to try and break into this one. You can already see Pred's ready though for Gizmo. They're trying to get the second one. Pred just knocks them down as they keep standing against them. London desperately trying to find a way in here, but the man of the moment, Pred, is eventually going to fall. I thought he was in a good position. London break in.
My goodness. Afro giving Accuracy a little bit of a dance there, and they're not going Accuracy's way. Mack and Pred though combining, and my goodness me, what Afro can do, Pred can do too. This rotation over towards P1 though is there for the side of Ravens.
This relies on Zero. We've seen him do this. We've seen him be the anchor that London need. And they need that more than ever. They know the pressure is coming in from Seattle. Already the glide bomb. This will be the first blow in an opening trade, and there's a huge trade coming in from Seattle. It's only going to be Gizmo left. He gets taken down by Accuracy. That is a perfect break for Seattle.
Yeah, they're the best team on the game. They're breaking that hill 57% of the time. They managed to find that break. That rotation for Ravens mattered not. A Sib will find 2. Pred is there as well. The tag team doing the work on the side of the Royal Ravens. Seattle Surge. If you've got men like this on your team, it just makes things so much easier. Sib and Pred are just having their way with the Ravens right now.
Well, one of the things we said is that Pred actually got better from stage 3 to 4, and it seems like he's improved again, 178 to 82 here in the opening game at Champs, Seattle and London. And it is getting more and more towards Seattle as time goes on.
Yeah, that break percentage really in their favor, as we have seen so far in this game. If you're the side of Ravens now, you need to settle it down. You need to find some points here. A good hold over towards P2 puts you right back into the game. But look at that lead. It's not insurmountable, but it's getting a little bit difficult for the side of the Ravens.
He's going to try and make a little bit of a hero play. He's not able to get it, though. Afro gets his trade as well. Nasty coming through for these reinforcements. It is a long road back for London. Is there an opportunity for them to make this comeback?
It's just the kills are coming through at the wrong time for them, though. All the way towards the back, it's all the kills, the rotation, and the spawn positions that you want if you're the side of Ravens. You're losing every single gunfight. We thought this would honestly be a map for the side of Ravens. We talked about the hardpoint being an issue for the side of the Seattle Surge over the season, over in stage 4. It's hard to be an issue when you're 27-9 and Mack is finding kills like that. Zero's the only one who can answer back, but if you are London, you need every single point. This is a blowout so far.
It is, and London are just fighting for every second of scrap time they can get. 14 seconds for them. The rotation is going to matter. And it has been said many times before, positioning is great, but if you can't win the gunfights, it's not going to matter in the long run. At the moment, Seattle Surge have the position, they have the slaying, they have the points, the lead, and everything they need to try and close this out.
London are going to have to call on that break percentage that they have had over the season. Remember the beginning of Vanguard, how good they were at finding these breaks. They're going to have to be pretty much perfect over this one. Accuracy is tagged up towards the back. Afro is flying, the nades are coordinated. And is this the time to break through the side of Ravens? Mack is there with a shot, as is Simp. Afro is there with himself, though, and finds two. There's the break for the Ravens that they need, but they are still 120 behind.
They do. They need to make some sort of incredible comeback. They're looking for this one. London had to dig their heels in. They need every single point. Zero's going to be on it for them, and he's looking for Sim. He finds the first. Mack's going to take him down with the trade. Points not for London right now. Seattle Surge still applying this pressure. They know all they have to do is keep trading efficiently.
There you go. Good job done. Sid next on the chopping block, and good play from the side of Ravens. They absolutely needed that. But the problem for them is they need every single second to scrap, and they need perfect rotations. Seattle Surge 23 points away. They've got control of Church. London trying to disrupt that.
Here comes Zero. Try and make this play towards the back. He's going to be seen, and he is going to go down. More players with him as well. Afro finds one. Gizmo finds a second. And they know they don't have an opportunity to stack now. They have to get into this point. Already flying into it as well. Gizmo finds the first and the second. London are in, but Pred will come firing back on all cylinders. Finds two himself. Does find a teammate, but it's still in London's control.
The break is there from the side of London, but every single time that Seattle Surge are even just getting a flurry of points, just a couple, it is such a detriment towards the side of Ravens. They pretty much need to be perfect from now. Accuracy and Mack combining well. Spawn's still there for the side of Seattle Surge, but still, for a moment, Ravens were in 10 seconds away for Surge.
Well, this is it for London. The first map of champs. They have to go. They have to try and break this one. The first player going to go in actually gets one. The second one's going to go down as well. London are not here in numbers, and that'll be the game. Seattle Surge open up the Call of Duty Championship with a dominant performance on Tuscan Hardpoint.
That was very, very one-sided, but it was very much the Pred show throughout the beginning of the game. As soon as that lead was found, it just grew and grew and grew. And from then on, Seattle Surge did not let their foot off the gas pedal whatsoever. It's a 34-15 scoreline from the side of Pred that will just influence the game in the favor of Seattle Surge. And that was a map we looked towards for the side of Ravens. That wasn't necessarily a must-win, but it was a very possible one. Look at that scoreboard. 24 on traded kills. The damage was there as well. That was an elite level performance from Pred.
Yeah, it's not even close, realistically. You know, Simp had a good game, 27 and 20. But what do you even say about Pred? A 34 and 15 to open up their road to glory here at the Garland Center. And this is the highlights. 4 streaks to kick it off, and he never really slowed down.
No, he didn't. Honestly, I think it was 4, 5, 6, 7 in the end. Got to hold that glide bomb, called it in instantly, and then that's when Surge were just snowballing at that stage, weren't they? You want to get that lead up as long as you can. Ravens kind of made a decent enough comeback towards the end, but the problem is the damage is already done at that stage. You're already so far behind that you cannot let anything slip towards the side of Surge. Even on this last hill, which we'll get towards in just a second, it was coming down to where Surge, even picking up 5, 10 points here and there, works out in their favor. When you have that much of a lead, it's so hard to come back from. But Pred, we talked about it all throughout that game. I felt like I just had his name in my mouth consistently. I mean, look at that scoreline. He actually slowed down. That was the thing. 18 and 5 at this stage, still managed to put up 30. Incredible, incredible game from him. And what do you do for the Ravens on that one? You look towards your star players to maybe try and match that. Didn't really see it from Afro, didn't really see it from anyone in particular for the side of Ravens there, but breaks, holds, everything was there for the side of Seattle.
Yeah, it certainly was an incredible dominant performance. And now we've got to talk about how that makes the rest of the series look, because there is a little bit of a skeleton in the closet here for London. Their control has not been good. Well, not good is an understatement.
It's been really bad, to be frank. But when it comes down to it, though, it has to be said, Desert Siege does look good for them. It may well be Desert Siege with the way that they play that map #1. But if I'm honest, it's a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You look at that for your Ravens, that's got to be a bit of a gut punch, hasn't it? I mean, you go into a Tuscan, a map that you were pretty good on throughout the whole of the stage 4, and then lose it like that in map #1, it's a disappointment.
It certainly is. However, if I remember looking at the stats for London going into Desert Siege, they are first in many categories. They have a really good opportunity to take this down for them. The biggest question about London has to be, What have they done in the last 2 weeks to improve control? Because we know it's a focus for them. We know it's something they have had to concentrate on because you cannot just drop a map every series.
They won the last time they played it, bro.
This is true, but they've lost for the 6 before it. That is the issue.
Yeah, that is the issue. But let's have a look at the Desert Siege ranks for the whole season, not just over the stage, but the side of the Royal Ravens. The record, first defensive win percentage, first defensive win percentage, first KD, first 4v3 win percentage. They are winning 90% of the time. If they can find that first blood, which they're usually pretty successful at doing so, they are converting 9 out of 10 times. So if they can do that, they should be pretty comfortable on the side of Desert Siege. It hasn't necessarily been a map for the side of Seattle Surge. You look at the... I mean, the Queen is here! How can you turn up like that if you're the Royal Ravens when the Queen's here? It really doesn't look like it that much, I'll be honest.
A lot of our American colleagues have been saying, you know, do it for the Queen, as if that's some sort of English saying going through, but
it's not.
London need everything to go their way here this weekend. They need this Desert Siege. They need the statistics to be on their side and actually come through. I know we've said it a lot this season. Sometimes statistics don't mean everything, but this is one occasion where they need it, and they need it in abundance. London have to lock in.
They absolutely do. They can find this map, it puts them back into the series, but immediately on the back foot is not something you wanted to see if you were a London Royal Ravens fan. You needed to see a lead heading into it, knowing that the control has been difficult, knowing that your search and destroy has been relatively good as well, though. But map number 5 is a curious one for me as well. If we do get there, we did not see the London Royal Ravens play that map towards stage 4. However, when it does come to Berlin Search and Destroy, and I know I'm going way down the line here, they always said they felt confident on that map, but they always kept losing it. It felt like just situationals, they weren't playing the best way. So, well, we may well see it, but if it's based on that performance in map number 1, Seattle Surge suddenly become a contender, because that was very, very convincing.
Yeah, and it was, and you can kind of tell it on the faces of Seattle Surge already. They were expecting a game coming into that hard point. What they weren't probably expecting is that level of dominance. It never really looked like it was going against them. Maybe a slow start for London. Only the rest of this time will tell. There is a potential always to come back, and it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it on Vanguard.
Absolutely not. I mean, honestly, when it does come down to statistics, how often do we talk about it? We talk about all these stats and all the information that we have, and sometimes we can just throw them out the window because we really, it's difficult to predict how things are going to go when it does come down to that LAN situation. But for the side of Ravens, that LAN situation has not been a good one for them throughout the season. But at the same time, look, we can talk about teams who have not necessarily been good online and then suddenly turned up. I think Subliners are a perfect example of that. We've seen good online play from them, and well, you're going to need somebody like Afro to have to step up a 1.24 KD on Desert Siege Search and Destroy. You're going to have to see it. And back to my point, New York hadn't looked great on LAN whatsoever, turned up when they needed to. It's very much time to turn up if you are the side of the London Royal Ravens. Take that map 1, put it in the back of your mind. You are onto a strong map for yourselves heading into map number 2. Maybe try and find some confidence from it.
Yeah, they are locked in. You can see the intensity on London's faces. The other side of it, the smiles have stopped for Surge. They know going to the next one, there is no taking it easy. There is no letting off that gas pedal. You do not allow the other team a chance to breathe and regain. A win here on the search for Surge may put this series to bed. It depends on how London have improved their control. It depends on whether or not they can regain.
And Surge will be relaxed heading into this one as well, though. Knowing how bad the control from London has been, they will be heading into that mode with so much confidence. For the Search and Destroy is what's important. That's what's going to be coming up next. The 7-3 record of Stage 4. And the record on the Search and Destroy for Surge, not that good. First blood percentage, not there for either two teams. Somebody's going to have to get it, but the first blood conversion is the important thing. The retakes are important as well. London Royal Ravens need to do something with what we're seeing on the screen right now, because that was not a good performance in map number 1.
It wasn't, but S&D is a different game mode. It is a different opportunity, and that's what we're looking for here. London are going to be banking on this, and statistics, and a lot of people will have them taking it. I'm of a similar mind. I think this is going to go 1-1. We'll have to see how the rest of it progresses. Obviously, we've talked about the control. I think if London can get past it, if they can take this to a map 4, they still have a great opportunity. We've seen them on Berlin before. We know they can mix it with the best.
Yeah, absolutely. The series still could go their way, but I think, you know, again, we talked about it so many times. When it comes down to those statistics, it was looking good for them in map number 1. It does not go their way because Pred turned up on a different kind of level, but here we go. Fist bumps all around for the teams. And nearly ready to get into map number 2. It is very much feels like do or die for the side of the London Royal Ravens. They've got to get this W in map number 2. Crowd already showing up on a Thursday. You absolutely love to see it. Things are going to get a little bit wild towards the end of this week. We are only just starting as we head into Desert Siege. As said, must win for London. You cannot see an L if you are a Ravens fan here.
Well, already the intensity has ramped up to 11. We did not expect that out of Surge coming out of the gate. London might be a bit shell-shocked themselves. If all redemption is available, take the Desert Siege and move on with this series. Let's find out if they can do it, Ton.
Well, here we go then. As said, when it comes down to those conversions of the first blood, they're so important for the side of Ravens. Let's see if they can find those first bloods, start to convert. They're the best team on the game, attacking, defending, and in general on Desert Siege. Can they show that here in map number 2? First blood goes over towards 0, that 90% conversion. Gonna have to come in here for the side of Ravens.
They're looking for a Gizmo, a little bit of a dangerous position. He's gonna try and get out of it if he can. They know he's there, the nade will come down, but Afro gets another one. Actually finds 2 with a grenade! Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Afro finds accuracy though. And now it's all gonna be the Ravens. That first blood conversion has worked out for them in the first round.
Yeah, really well played. The grenades start coming in and you just flow from there if you're the side of Ravens. Zero just locking down this outside. He loves to play around this area. You'll see him so often on the defense over towards that side as well. Sniper and Hyde. Get a first-hand view of that one coming up in round number 2. But that's just the kind of start you want. After a map 1 blowout like that, if you are the Royal Ravens, you come into map number 2, a really nice start to the round. A nice start to the search and destroy. Take the lead. It's exactly what they need.
It is hard, almost skipped a beat when accuracy managed to find 2 with the grenade, but London held it down. They managed to get the trades in that they needed to. And now it's their turn to attack. Already on board with Mack. He's going to try to make a bit of an entry here. We can already see Pred being very, very sneaky towards mid-map.
Mack behind the bomb already, so that one will maybe get moving. But look at this aggression now. Going to have to start coming through for the side of Ravens. Bomb going down, 4v4.
He's coming through. Afro's going to try and make a move, but he gets picked off before he can do it. Nasty desperately trying to trade. Not able to get it, and he takes a few bullets himself. London are being picked apart, but Gizmo finds him, keeps him alive. Trey gets another one. And now they have the numbers. Simp and Mack against Nasty and Gizmo. Gizmo finds one more. It's a Mack and a 1 versus 2. Hasn't found it. Hasn't found it. They're trying to trade, and they do. London lock it down.
That was a huge kill from Gizmo towards the back. I believe it was pretty much Nasty dead to rights from Pred getting aggressive. He finds him on the flank, and I think if that kill comes in, it's a completely different round, and Surge tied up. Massive kill towards the backside, and it will be the Ravens to hold on to the defense. It's a bit of a cushion already, 2-0. Nasty with the final kill coming after. It was actually Gizmo Nasty killing his teammate, but nonetheless the round goes over towards the Ravens. Good start from them. As I said, just steady the ship here. First couple of rounds in the search and destroy were going to be crucial. And that will give them confidence throughout the rest of this series. Now that puts them in a steadier spot. Gizmo, influential there himself, so 3-1, 3 streak for him.
And the smiles back on the faces of London. It's a great start on Desert Siege. Statistics were with them. Can they now continue this run? Zero gets another first blood.
They're all flowing towards the side of Ravens, and when they do attack over towards that A side, 75% of the time, they are finding round wins. Seattle Surge all at sea at the moment, though. Simp will find the kill on Nasty, makes it a 3v3.
Trying to find this one as well. Gizmo finds Simp though. Actually looking for him and absolutely obliterates him down to a 2 versus 2. And it's a little bit of a reset for these teams. Try and figure this one out. Where does the pressure apply?
Zero playing on an island, taking a couple of bullets. Whilst he's there though, 72 HP will just about survive the shots that are coming on through. Ravens not with a lot of information here, but I don't think Surge are either. Starting to push up, finding a little bit more as they push over towards that A side. They will start to deduct exactly what's going on. Bomb going down over towards B. Surge have to retake 2v2.
This is where it's important, and accuracy's going to return to him, and the timing might have been glorious for accuracy. Finds him, that's the first blood going down. Afro though brings it. He has found the trade. Technically a 1 versus 2 for Afro, but accuracy is hunting. Accuracy is looking for him, trying to figure this one out. Where on earth is this going to go? The time is ticking away. Afro! He rotates with the tiniest of time to spare. And this could have gone the other way. And he goes round the houses, instantly snaps on. And it was nerves everywhere here in the arena.
Nervous that they didn't want to give it away. Good job, Crab, good job. But either way, I think, you know, the timing goes accuracy's way over towards the back when Zero just about turns around. It does not go his way with the bomb defusal, though. Afro did his round the houses, as you said, eventually gets eyes on. The shots had to be accurate. Accuracy was not far away. Those first bloods have very much been on the side of the Royal Ravens, though. Can they find another here? Surge on the attack.
So good at converting those first bloods. Looking for it again this time. Seattle swinging into action. Can they hold this down?
Zero takes a bit of a damage there over towards the back. Has to now rotate around, survive those grenades that came over, and then allow Surge to get the bomb down. Who's the man in position to do anything here? It's not going to be nasty. Simp rips his head off 4v3.
Kismet though brings it back, he knows he was weak, gets that nade into position, and Afro wins another big one on the flank. This is going to cause problems for them, but down to a 2 versus 2 again. These teams really going back and forth on this Search and Destroy. Time is against London. They have to find the players, but Gizmo finds one. And now Predator 1 versus 2. He's looking for this one. He has to be in the right position for it, and he's been found. And Zero gets him. The London Royal Ravens, we said they have to take Desert Siege. And they aren't missing a beat.
That was absolutely superb from the side of Ravens, especially from Gizmo. The snap onto accuracy towards the back. Can do very little about that, and then from there, Pred is always in a disadvantageous position. Zero sets himself up in a wonderful spot and finds the kill. 4-0, the Royal Ravens really looking a different outfit here on the Search and Destroy. We knew that this would be a good map for them. They did not show up in map number 1. They have very much shown up here, though.
This is everything they wanted. Instead, a full regame. This is more than a full regame. This is like a completely different game for them. At the moment, it'll be London on the attack again. They're going to be looking for some bit of pressure around Paulehx. Seattle Surge actually got a bit aggressive with their defense, but they haven't found anything yet, Ton.
Have to be careful, though. Pred is lurking. Trying to find some kills as best as he can, but a little bit of a stunted push here from the side of Ravens. Set themselves up, maybe wait for Surge to make the misstep. Nobody quite stepping out of line just so far, though. Still 4v4, minute to go.
And this is all slowed down in Desert Siege. Both teams holding their nerve, looking for the first blood. Sib absolutely destroys Nasty, finds him, puts London on the back foot. They've done a lot of time for this one. The pressure is not going to be with them. I don't know if Sib got saw there as well. I think he knows that bomb has moved away from him. And they're still looking for this one. The rotation is going to come in. Mack will be the player to try and defend it. He's going to find nothing. London Royal Ravens bring this back down. They have the numbers again. The player comes through.
Oh! Oh my God!
The movement he has just hit him with. And accuracy's alone. He's outnumbered. Is he outgunned? He is. Zero takes him as well.
I mean, look, Pred had a great map number 1, but that is kind of inexcusable. Afro absolutely dances around him. Replay up on the screen. Here's Pred. Oh, surely Afro's dead. See you later, son. Dead. Oh, I'd be screaming after that one.
Hit him with the movement. Unreal. Whew. London have caught fire in the most devastating way. 5-0 now for the Ravens. Seattle Surge just not getting anything going their way. Already pressure coming through there. They're looking for this straight away. Afro has found so many first bloods. He's been so influential for this team. And it may rely on him again.
Someone's been on Reddit. Afro now lingering around the outside. It kind of felt like do or die there for the side of Surge with the attack and the way that was setting up. Aggression coming on through. Afro sees him through the crack, just about surviving. Needs a little bit of support.
Got to be careful. See the pressure coming through as well. He knows he can't really afford to put a foot wrong. Seattle trying to dig him out of this position. They know where he is. They're looking for the fight again. Nobody is dying. It's still a 4 versus 4.
Number 5 on your minimap. Keep an eye on that. Zero may well just tightening the grip, but eventually Pred says, fine, I'll do it myself. Finds 2. There's the break. It comes on through for the side of Surge, and is this their first look at a round? So far, it has not been good. They need to find 6 in a row.
Oh, London going to try and retake here as well. They get 1. It's now a 1 versus 3. For Zero, he finds a second.
This becomes doable.
He's on a 5 streak. Is there the opportunity here for Zero?
He's got time. He has time. Needs to find another pick here, though. Mack will surely not show. He does. Zero sees him. 1v1.
1v1. This is all about Zero right now. They are so far ahead in this game, but he has the opportunity. He knows where that player's going to be, but the time is against him.
It's not going to work out. Pred just going to play this time down. A valiant effort from the side of Zero. Doesn't have time. Won't find the kill. Seattle Surge get around back. But that got a little bit scary, and if that isn't just a perfect example of how the Search and Destroy is being good for the side of Surge, I don't know what is. Wonderful, wonderful effort from Zero, but not going to happen in the end. It was those first 2 kills that come through from Surge, make it just that little bit easier, but it is still very much match point for the side of Ravens here. 5-1, things aren't quite getting scary yet. A couple more rounds it might do. But still, you look at that kind of position that they were in, you look at the scenario, You would have absolutely thought that Ravens had no chance in that one. 0-10-3, having an absolute ball. But Surge, you need to find 4 more rounds here to even just tie it up. 3v2 in their favor.
And now advantage again to Seattle. They want to keep converting this one, and I'm not even going to mention the dreaded thing that could happen at the moment. Kismet looking for a pick, and it's a long-range shot, but it's not going to be converted.
Can't find anything. Nasty hasn't been able to find anything over these first 6 rounds himself. 0-5. It's coming in, accuracy. 24 HP, and will get himself out. What's the play here now for the side of Ravens? Seattle Surge just holding on tight, and look at this pressure now that's now going to come in through. Gizmo should absolutely be dead to rights on the outside, somehow surviving. Brent just trying to skirt around himself on a force spree here as well. He will go down. Big kill, 2v2, 2v1.
Oh, Gizmo! There is no way he should have stayed alive, let alone make 2 kills as well. And now Seattle Surge has to clutch to stay in this S&D. How has it gone so wrong? And now Mack looking for these players. He had teammates, he now has none, but does he have a chance? Time against them. London with a bomb, London with the opportunity. It's map point for them. And here he goes.
Making his way around. Needs to find one, and then maybe make something of it. Nasty eventually finds his first kill of the map towards the end. And that will be dominant from the side of the London Royal Ravens. That is the kind of map they needed to get back into this series here on day number 1 of Champs. A fantastic performance.
It really was. I got to highlight that last play by Gizmo as well. He was almost dead to right. He took the first bullets. You saw the nades being prepped for him. A second player from Seattle managed to get bullets on as well. Gizmo not only stayed alive and got the trench, he found 2 kills at the same time. He swung the clutch back in their favor, and they locked it down in the end. Big plays also coming out from 0, 11 and 4 for him. Gizmo, Afro, dominant performance on Desert Siege, and that's when the statistics matter.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a dominant performance, but so many times Seattle Surge were in advantageous positions, it has to be said. It got very scary in round number 6 for a potential, what was a technical 1v4 from 0. These situations are going to scare Surge though, because it doesn't just come down to Desert Siege. If that goes to a map number 5 and you play like that, Ravens will walk away as victors here. They cannot be that bad in Search and Destroy against Surge. But on the same foot, on the other foot I should say, for the side of Surge, they were brilliant at Hardpoint. They'll want to continue that through. It's already sweaty in the venue, sorry, I'm dressing down already. Ravens need to be better in Hardpoint, Surge need to be better in Search and Destroy. It's as simple as that.
It certainly is. Well, the first 2 maps have been written into the Call of Duty Championship books. We have not found a clear leader yet. Nobody has found the opportunity to move forward in dominant fashion. The hard point was for Seattle. The S&D was all the London Royal Ravens. Control is coming up next, and we've got a few more maps to go. We'll have to find out who wins right after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is Championship Weekend. We have 8 of the best teams that have battled their way through the entire year, and it comes down to this. 4 rings and a championship on the line. Our first game is the London Royal Ravens versus Seattle Surge, and it's still all tied up 1-1.
It's a very good game so far. Both teams dominant in their victories. But will things tighten up in control? Based on what we've seen from the Ravens, maybe not. But honestly, like, looking at this map in particular, yes, okay, the round percentage is there for the side of Surge, but they are 1-1 themselves. Not necessarily a good record from London, as you would very much expect, but control has been their bugbear. And for me, it has to be something they've worked on meticulously over the 2 weeks that we've had.
Yeah, and before we go further into the control, there's lots to break down. We have to take a little bit of a step back. Let's look at our scuff play of the game. It's coming in, and of course, Afro, the man, the myth, the legend, and you're going to watch this, hits them with the movement. Unbelievable, gets that first kill, gets onto the bomb. And then somebody must have made the call because he jumps off and destroys Pred and goes back and casually plants.
And we talked about Afro in map number 1. We just didn't see anything from him, and it was dominant throughout from Pred. Can that be the kind of moment that Afro then gets to spur him on throughout the rest of this series? And will it deter Pred after what was an enigmatic map number 1? Afro, though, can he bring that kind of level here on control? We need to see a step up from everybody on this roster, in this mode in particular. Are we going to see it here? Because it's a difficult one, has to be said. The rest of the series, for me as well, I don't know, Bryce. It's hard to predict. It's very hard to predict.
All right, so here's essentially, I've got to be honest with the people at home, right?
Oh.
When we go and talk about this, the biggest story has to be about London. We are going to be hammering this point home. It has been the main talking about this roster all the way through stage 4. Control is a weakness. They won the last one they played technically, but a 1-6 record is not good ton. No. And we are asking the question, we are begging, we are not in the camp, we are not in the scrims, we have not had the opportunity to know what they've done the last 2 weeks, or at least nothing that we can say, but it's obviously a focus for them. Taking the control here will completely change how we look at London.
Yeah, of course, because I mean, look at over the stage 4 that we were watching them online, and of course we talk about that translation from online to LAN for the side of Ravens being such an important thing. But their Search and Destroy and Hardpoint was absolutely flawless. Maybe not on map number 1 of this series, but other than that, the Search and Destroy looked really, really good. If they can bring control to the table in a series, it then doesn't become so scary. How many times did we see them go maybe 2-0 up, lose the control, lose the series? It happens to them quite a lot. We see it happen in general quite a lot. Reverse sweeps have not been uncommon here in Vanguard. But looking at control, there's the statistics for you. 4-2 for the side of Seattle Surge, which is pretty solid, has to be said. 1-6 for the side of Ravens. The only time they last won a control was their last time out, of course, in New York. But that was the last time that they were played, as they got knocked out in last place as well.
It is. It does not tell a good story for London. Seattle Surge obviously will not be taking anything for granted. They just took a bit of a thumping on that last Desert Siege, and moving forward into this next one, it's a regain from them this time around. For us, I am very looking forward, and this is what I was talking about. If London come out and win this control, it kind of changes, for me at least, and maybe for some of the fans at home, how I perceive them in this tournament. Please remember the hype for London coming out of Qualifier 4 into the Major. The Major not so well for them. They were first seed coming out of those qualifiers into Major 4. You're quite correct. But then it didn't appear. Does it appear now? Does it come to fruition at Champs?
One thing I want to talk about there, as you've seen on the stats screen, was that London's round win percentage was last, but in terms of ticks gained is 5th. So the rounds they're not winning, but they're coming close on occasion. They are finding ticks. It's just that these moments towards the end of rounds are not going their way. They are close, but not close enough at this stage, it has to be said. You need to make sure those clutch moments are going in your favor. They haven't been. They did towards the end, though. It has to be said, if I remember rightly, that control, there was a couple of moments here and there. They found huge kills. I think it was Afro inside the point, finding those moments. But over this game so far, that KD leaning towards Seattle Surge, I think there's a big reason for that, Brycey. Pred was unstoppable in map number 1.
It certainly was. Obviously, these are the match metrics so far, but the Hardpoint has thrown it a little bit askew, obviously, considering you can't get as many kills on the Desert Siege. But these two teams, and for full clarity here, I'll be transparent, we are just making sure there is a PC issue on the main stage. We are getting that sorted as soon as possible, making sure that competitive integrity is maintained at all times. That is 100% what we always aim for here. Everybody must be comfortable when they play, because let's face it, the championship is on the line.
Yeah, everything on the line here for these final 8 remaining teams on Vanguard. The venue is looking quite wonderful as well, and this thing is just going to keep filling up as the days go on. But you guys inside the venue so far have been fantastic. Let's keep this energy up all week.
I'll tell you something, look at that crowd. I've seen a lot of different jerseys there. So Ultra, Subliners, FaZe, OpTic. I saw some London fans in the arena. I don't know if they're from good old Blighty, but they might be. But yeah, there's an awful lot from the crowd here at the Garland Center. The LA crowd is not disappointing for champs. There's Thieves. Basically everybody is represented here. And they are ready and waiting for this one. I'm fairly certain that's Crim7 at the front. Fan favorite.
I wonder if he's going to be getting loud for this New York team, though. Of course, we did see such a fantastic performance, and how many times we can underline that is not enough. The fact that they are here is humongous, but back to these two teams, an influential game for both of them. You don't want to drop in that loser's bracket instantly. That loser's bracket will be dangerous. There is not a single team here that you want to face up against realistically, but looking at that, if he can continue this form, it is a truly terrifying prospect for the rest of the teams here.
Yeah, obviously that's dipped a little bit because of the search and destroy, because it was something crazy like a 2.1 coming out of the hardpoint. But yeah, that's exactly what a lot of people are expecting from him. He's been one of the hottest players this year in terms of how they're talking about him, how his career might progress, and what we expect for him. But definitely the factor on Seattle Surge, he has improved from stage 3 to stage 4. Are we going to see some sort of even better performance going into champs?
And just one thing that I want to touch on as well, that's maybe just outside of his actual performances, that he is representing a full region. As the only Australian player in the league, this man is very much representing that part of the world way down under, and he is doing a sensational job at that so far. Fantastic stuff from Fred, and as I said, he really does have an illustrious career in front of him. It's very plain to see that this man has talent. He's shown it in this series, he's shown it all year long. The consistent number from the Seattle Surge has been with Fred.
It has, you can see they're locked in. And this is what we said before as well, by the way. I know we're going to start the game in just a second, but truth being told, the intensity and the emotions at champs are unlike any other tournament. I know there has been a lot of discussion from the fans about what this means. You have to experience it to understand. I have been to many of these, and I have seen teams filled with the glory that comes from winning, but I have seen the other side. I have seen the breakdowns, I have seen the literal tears from players knowing that this was their last shot for the year and knowing that their entire season has come to nothing. There is no event in Call of Duty esports that brings out the emotion like this one.
And this could be one of the last 2 games that both these two teams play in Vanguard. Like, that is crazy that it gets to this stage, and there is just so little of this whole season left to go. You very much need to turn up. You want to be playing as many games as Vanguard as possible all weekend long if you want to, of course, get your hands on that trophy. Will we see a different winner once again? Every single event this year, we have had a different winner, which just really... it's been crazy, but it makes it such a good event to come into, because, I mean, absolutely nobody has to tell you who's going to go on to win it. A lot of people are saying FaZe. I said FaZe as well. A lot of people in the crowd will probably say otherwise, but honestly, it is just so difficult to predict, and that's why we've absolutely loved this year.
It certainly is, and if you're watching at home, this is just a reminder to link your account to get your rewards for this one. You can watch and earn all of these wonderful goodies this weekend, from the emblems to the skins to the calling cards. All of these are up for grabs, so make sure you link that account and go forward on the Call of Duty League Championship weekend to find out more.
And that's not all we have, of course, on Sunday. Oh, you want to keep an eye on this one. August the 7th, we'll be talking about next year. And of course, the year after that, 2 years of Modern Warfare 2. A wonderful, wonderful time. But hopefully, we are going to be loading into Berlin Control in just a second. We've got all of that to wait for, or look forward to, and a lot more this weekend, Bryce.
You certainly do, and I know what you're thinking. You're seeing us again. Where is the game? What's going on? I can confirm we are starting the lobby. The time is just upon us. We are about to get into this control. We are ready to find out who takes the lead. Seattle versus London into Berlin.
Well, as said, I mean, we talk about stats usually when we are loading into maps, and well, the one everyone needs to know. The control for London, I won't even say stats, it's just sucked. 2 and 6 on Berlin in general. 1-6 over their last 7 in control. Seattle Surge, of course, have had a very, very solid side of things. They're going to need the side of Gizmo to turn up if you're a Ravens fan here. 30 and 30 out of him overall at 1 KD, perfectly. Non-trader kills have been there. If he can bring a good level here in map number 3, Ravens have a chance. Let's bear in mind, last time out, they did win control, and it was on Berlin. Can they do it again here and take a lead in this series? Let's find out. Map number 3 we go.
Right, straight into the blender. Already you can see the push coming in from London. They want this straight away. Very typical thing for them. And it is going to go down to a 3 versus 3 straight away. Afro going to try and make a move as well. Gizmo finds one more. Could be an early start for London, but they don't have the bodies done.
Big stack over towards it. Notoriously hasn't been a bad spot for the side of Ravens. They have managed to find 6. They have managed to find some success over there. It's not going to happen this time though. Seattle Surge will start to find the kills, Mack. The kill on the Gizmo as well. And the initial attack from the side of the London Royal Ravens is rebutted, and they're going to have to make their way over towards B, but there is somebody waiting. The man from down under, Pred. It's going to get taken down. This rotation over towards B. Going to work out for the side of Ravens.
Yeah, they've already cleared this one out. Seattle are actually setting up for this next one. I don't know if they put a little bit of pressure on, but London are going to know. Nobody has really come to challenge them yet through P5. Red tries to find that first one, actually ends up taking it as well. It looks like they're just trying to bottle London back a bit before they make a move.
Just keep an eye on accuracy as well. Playing that position we do often see over towards the train side. Ravens down 3 lives here as well. They want to try and slow that bleeding down, but those ticks are coming on through. B now going to be some progression towards it. Pred will find 1, Pred will find 2. And that will just slow London down momentarily, but B looking to still go their way.
All right, slowly but surely, the tick is coming through for London, but it's never about B, it's always about A. Actually on a streak of 1.44, they're going to try and look to break out of this one. Nasty's not going to find it as Pred comes bouncing back. And now they have to try and get these kills down. London's job is to try and get some pressure in towards Ticket or go through the flanking of fire and start picking them off on the respawn.
Well played from Afro there. Sometimes you can maybe be a little bit illustrious and just push forward, but make sure to get rid of Pred. Nobody on their flank, and now they can start orchestrating some sort of attack. Pred will go down once again without being able to answer back. The spawn is there though for Simp.
Oh, they hold it.
Yep, they've held it.
Actually with a huge kill as well, as he looks to play towards the back. It's going to be nasty and actually takes him down. And that deflects all of the pressure that London just put on. And they're now going to try and hammer this one home. You saw the push out coming in from Seattle Surge. They tried to make sure London couldn't breathe and whittle down those kills. At the moment, London has to stop. They have to look for the trace.
Berlin control has very much been one of those control maps that has not necessarily been defensively favored, but for this side of Seattle Surge, they are the best defensive team on the game. When it does come down to Berlin control, we're seeing why here so far. The AR is locking in. The SMG is getting in amongst it. Keep an eye on Afro. This could be the catalyst for the side of London. Next couple of kills are huge.
Afro trying to just make sure they get the reinforcements in. London are going to get bodies into this one as well, but Pred actually find them. London do not have the bodies they wanted anymore. Afro finds Pred towards the back. Afro trying to stay alive. He's looking for this next player as well as Afro gets another, but his teammates are not here.
Needs some support. 30 seconds to go. The lives very, very close. Afro now, can he keep it going? Yes, he can. Pred will fall. Here come London.
They're looking for it again. Afro has found another one, and London are in. They have found only 1 player remaining. Can they get it taken down as accuracy finds Gizmo? London on the cusp of pulling this away from Seattle Surge. Nasty finds accuracy. They're trying to get through this one. The second tick is now in for London. The dying seconds of this round. They find the break off the back of Afro, and it is ticking. It is good. It is done. Simp! How?
3v3, still time here for the side of Ravens. Gizmo in and amongst it, but Simp will find 3 to break it. Has he been the hero? 10 seconds. If you're London, you gotta go.
Here they come. It all comes down to this. One last opportunity.
3 seconds.
Gizmo's gonna have to go in. He's looking for the players. He goes down. Afro finds one as well, though. Afro's still alive with 2. It's 1 versus 2. Where is Simp? Afro finds his own 3. And they pull out victory from the jaws of defeat. And what a start to the control. I was not expecting that ending.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what was that? If every round of control can just be like that, I'll be happy throughout the rest of the weekend. Simp, that was unbelievable to find a way back through, but it was Afro who found the break. The #1 defensive team, when it does come down to Berlin control, just leaked around.
And this is where London now want to hold. They've done the impossible. They've made the magic happen. They've now got to deflect. And the blood is up. The blood is singing for London. If they can hold this down and go up 2-0, they will be feeling confident about their control.
Simp will find 2 big kills down the outside though. A little bit of air purchase was maybe on the cards. Nasty will find 1, 2. His accuracy will take down 0. The push over towards B seems imminent for the side of CDL Surge. My voice is gone after that first round, my goodness.
Well, this is where it does slow down a little bit. At the moment, CDL Surge, they're looking for a little bit of a push. Mack actually going aggressive here. He is alone, though. He's going to go down as well. They do not have ticket control. And Fred will try and make a play, but there's no one really with him here at the moment. It's going to take London to reorientate to deal with him, and that's what Fred is looking for.
It does come down this map though. Yes, okay, it's all very well that London have found their attack around. They did brilliantly to do so. But when it comes down to defense, they're only winning 17% of those defensive rounds on building control. They need to make sure they lock one in here though. Pred lingering in and around here will get dealt with, but looking like B is going to go over towards the side of Surge.
Yeah, Pred trying to do everything he could to give his teammates an opportunity to get into that point. CDL Surge now looking to lock down B. It is a long journey back for them from this point. You can see it has settled down a bit. Berlin will slow this point, but London's still looking to put the pressure on Tom.
They might here as well, because with 26 seconds remaining, London can smell the blood in the water here. If they can find these couple of kills inside, Pred defends well. Nasty will find 1. Can they get them off it? They cannot. And now for the side of Ravens, you took the gamble to push over towards B. You may well have lost a bit of map presence over towards A because of it.
And the key thing that they've done here, London, is bring that time right down. 20 seconds remaining, that'll go to 120.
They don't know
where they get it. And Accuracy's going to divide their fire. They're going to have to look for him as well. Fred is going to go down to 0! And Mack gets one back. Pressure's now going to be on for them, but Gizmo makes sure that London do not fall at the first hurdle.
Yeah, Accuracy slipped in there. That was the problem. He got through as Ravens pushed past him to get map control. He finds that kill, makes things a little bit scary, but London battens down the hatches. They've dug the trenches and they're ready for the side of Surge to now make the push on through. Nasty has been spotted, maybe getting that overextension. And 0 will find a kill. He's the only one to do so. Pred and Simp answer back.
This is a big fight for Pred. If he can find this last player or call him out, they can have an opportunity. They're looking to push forward as well. Accuracy is going to try and cut them off the respawn. Kismet finds that first blood though. Gets one back. This is tense now for London. They have to try and find the trade. They're looking for it. It's only going to be Afro left alive. He's going to try and make the magic happen. Finds the first. Oh my goodness, Afro, what are you shooting today?
Absolute sun's coming out of this man's MP40 at the moment. He's just about helping London hold on. It's a 9v7, that's still a good opportunity here for the side of Surge.
They're stacked. Seattle looking to get their way into this one. Nasty just firing everything he can from the MP40. Simp finds one more. Afro with another. The pressure coming through for them. Accuracy finds one more. Seattle Surge stop the clock. They are looking to hold this one down. It's a 6 versus 5. They don't have the reinforcements.
5 versus 5, 25 seconds remaining. Is one single push here for the side of Surge. These next couple of kills are absolutely massive.
There goes Mack, looking for the play towards the back, but 0 gets the first one. Pred gets it back towards as well. Kismet with another trade coming through. A 3 versus 3, but the time is against them. Seattle Surge have to put on rocket skates to get here.
Look at number 2. Look at number 2. Oh, they're ready for accuracy. 3 seconds left to go. Afro ready and waiting. Is there anybody inside the point? The answer is no. They should all be dead, but it's only Mack.
1 versus 2 for Mack though. It's technically possible, but no. The wall bang comes in, and the Ravens hold their defense. They are up 2-0 in the control. And we spoke about this at length. What have they done? How are they going to be better in control coming into champs? And at the moment, they are in an incredible position.
And it's something I talked about at the top of this map. The round percentage is not there for anyone. It's the last in-round percentage win when it has come down to control. But those ticks, they're kind of middle of the pack because rounds like this have just not been going their way. They start to go their way, the game and the tide starts to turn. 2-0 now to the side of Ravens. They're going to push over towards this B side now. Just nice and steady away. Don't get too excited. For the side of London, you've just clutched up twice. It has not been dominant by any stretch of the imagination. What can you do here at round number 3?
All right, big overextend for London. They are going to try and make a difference. 0 gets that first blood. Look at this, they have gone aggressive. They are trying to make a big difference for them. They are going to be away. And Seattle Surge like, how have they got through? That first tick might go very quickly, Tun.
These kills are big. These kills are absolutely massive. Simp's going to get dealt with. And momentarily, it's only Mack here who can potentially do anything here. But the side of Surge is taking bullets from left, right, and center. Accuracy gets to Leo. What is that?
I understand. Afro has hit God mode. It's not enough to get more than the second tick, but it does put the fear into Seattle Surge. And London have taken that first one. So much time remaining. 2 minutes 15.
Can they hold? Oh, we sent him map number 1. We didn't see anything from Afro, but we've seen everything from Pred. This time around, it's very much the opposite way. Afro, oh my goodness. Anyone got the loadout? I mean, what's going on here?
That's a big round. He's got that MB40 because they are just shredding people. And here comes the play again. They know he's coming this time around and actually will stop him. Can Zero make the difference? He needs to find the trade to get his teammates through. For that player, he's locked in, but he doesn't find it. Turns and burns on accuracy, though. Gizmo finds another. London have opened the door. They just have to walk through it.
Pred ready and waiting on the stairs, though. It's such a power position. You can turn left or right to try and hold it down. Zero inside the point. That's a kill you gotta find. As Pred will take him down. And is that maybe the presence that Ravens had gone, but still so much time.
Pred on a 5 streak as well. Turning up when they need him. Around the back again, Afro. He wants this open. He wants the kills. Allow his teammates to get there. Gonna find the first. He's an issue. He's constantly an issue. Zero finds one more. It's pressure now for Seattle.
That's a big kill. There you go. Simp gets taken down, and all of a sudden, the only man anywhere to be able to do something is Pred. 5-3 surviving. Everybody else from Siege dropping. The Ravens are in. That ticket's going quick.
It is that second one. Pred desperately trying to make a move here. He gets taken down. Seattle Surge have to get through. They have to go for this one. There's going to be Ravens everywhere. Kismet 5-2, and that's it. London have taken another control. Statistics be damned. It's a 3-0 on Berlin, and the magic is alive at Champs.
Soundman wasn't ready for that, neither were we. 3-0 control win for the side of the Royal Ravens. That was not on my bingo list at all. How on earth is that happen? They've clutched up so many times in those first 2 rounds in a dominant performance in round number 3. We said if control starts to click the side of Ravens, things get interesting. And boy, did it click there. 3-0.
Now, very easy to speak about Afro. Unbelievable 2 pieces slipping the net, getting those cuts, pushing platform, doing the work they needed to. It was great and it was smart. He kept opening that opportunity. Seattle Surge were constantly on the back foot from pressure. They didn't have an opportunity to lock it down like they would like. They kept letting people slip through. When you go to a VOD review of that one, they are going to see the gaps in their defense. It's not going to matter now, though, of course, as London have taken that round.
Seattle have always kind of played that risky kind of move where you've got players pushing. That 3-piece was absurd. If they win the round off that, that is maybe one of the plays of the year from Simp. Of course, we didn't get to see it from his POV because it was unprecedented. I don't think anybody expected it coming through. But in the end, Ravens did clutch up himself. What was Afro shooting during this game?
Just unbelievable. Like I said, that is the difference. It forced Seattle to react to them. They were not proactive, they were reactive. And it caused issues. They couldn't get full ticket control. There were players slipping through. London did a great job of being aggressive. And that may be the takeaway we have to have. We spoke that maybe their control was a little bit too defensive, a little bit too passive when they went on to control. They weren't playing it very, very aggressively. That was aggressive. And when you've got Afro making very, very important kills, Surge can do anything.
That was a crazy, crazy game. And let's bear in mind, look, okay, I would still say, look, fantastic performance from the side of the Ravens there, but they massively had to clutch up in those first 2 rounds. I want to say it was a poor performance from Surge, if I'm honest with you. As you said, those moments where things just slip through time and time again, you cannot let that happen so often. It was a sloppy control overall, but doesn't matter, it was entertaining as hell. Those first 2 rounds, absolutely crazy. Round number 3, much more confident boosting, I want to say, for the side of Ravens. If they continue on in this tournament, they will now have a lot more confidence in their control.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've got to take away from it. It's why I'm highlighting the positives of London. Have to speak about it, against them. Everybody thought the control might be an issue for them. And I don't wonder, you said it's maybe not a great game from Surge. I can agree in some ways that they let players slip through, but you've got to remember those rounds came down to very clutch moments, very, very small. We could have been talking about how Simp saved the game, how they already got their first one through. Truth is, when it comes down to the pressure, the intensity, they are just better for it. But we now go on to a hard point.
Yeah, and that stat underlined there, that is one of the most important stats in this game. Kills mean nothing if they're not important. He's the man that finds the most important kills on the map. When you're talking about rotational kills, you're thinking about rotating over towards that next hill. He is the guy that is always there from Surge, and he's the guy that's finding the most kills on those rotations across the whole CDL, across the whole season. And that's what makes them such a dangerous hardpoint team. But they're going to have to be a very good hardpoint team here now, because they are somehow behind in this series. I think if anybody looked at this, heading into map number 4, would you have expected a Ravens Search and Destroy and Control win to put them in that position? Search and Destroy, yes. Control, nope. Not at all.
Well, pressure is now on. What was a slow start for London has turned into a 2-1 lead. Let's have a look at our hardpoint stats for these teams then, because this could dictate how it moves forward for them. In stage 4, you can see the London Royal Ravens 10-7. An awful lot of games we played. Not great from Seattle Surge. The KD was better for the Ravens. The hold percentage is better for the Ravens. Surge have a better break percentage. They, of course, are first, and the Ravens are second. But even with those statistics, like, keep going back to the map 1, it was Pred who made the difference for them.
He was, but I want to say on those break statistics that we see in a lot of breaks coming in from the side of Surge, especially in that first rotation of kills. They were absolutely phenomenal. They put the game out of reach at that stage where Ravens just couldn't do anything. A 2-1 lead for the side of Ravens, though. Berlin Search and Destroy map number 5 if we need it. It's triple Berlin over the last 3 maps of the 5 that we will, of course, play. If we do need to play 5. But Ravens need to be so much better in this map. I feel like things are maybe a little bit more warmed up now. They came in very, very cold. And when you go behind in a hardpoint like that, you know yourself, you're playing ranked play at home, you're down 100, it's kind of like, well, this is choked. Because you then need to be perfect all the way through. It's not very often we see comebacks that are like 120 point difference, and that was the lead that Surge had. If you're Ravens, you stop Surge heating up here as best as you possibly can.
You certainly do. Well, these two teams on the line here. Seattle Surge felt great after map number 1. Probably not feeling so good now, though. Got to ask yourself, who wants it more? Who wants to be the team to move forward first in this tournament? Who wants to be the team that goes down into lower bracket straight out of the gate?
And there is no easy games at Champs, none at all. You drop down the losers bracket, there is your one chance to lose a game gone. You need to come all the way through that losers bracket if you want to win the final event of the year. But having a look at the series so far, a 1.43 from Pred. That has dropped though from what it was in map number 2. A phenomenal performance all the least, but a 0.61 from Mack as well. That's something you have to touch on.
That's not good from Pred, man. Stealing Mack's kills. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Yeah, obviously we said Pred keeps getting better, but can he take it to another level? Because the truth being told, they need him firing on even better than the outrageous performance he is already putting on.
To be fair, he wasn't bad in map number 3, in fairness. Like, you know, he was putting up even. Yeah. I think he was one of the only players on the Seattle Surge squad to actually be able to do that. He was going on a 6 spree towards the end of that 3rd round, which they did ultimately go on to lose. But for the side of Ravens, what we say in Afro, of course, a 1.14. And bearing in mind how poor his map number 1 was as well, it's impressive that he's found himself above a 1, to be frank.
Yeah, no, that is facts, to be fair. But going forward, yeah, we know Afro's been good on the S&Ds. Obviously, a great performance coming into that Berlin here. It's not just the kills he made, it's where he made them and how important they were for his team. And that's one of the things that always disrupts me a little bit about KD ratios, right? Like, people like to use it's the easiest stat to bring up. It is. But always look at where those kills are made. Getting somebody off a rotation and getting 2 kills may delay them for a couple of seconds, but when Afro makes a 2-piece and it's back towards the back of Plat and he's pulling Seattle Surge out of position, they have to turn away, they have to worry about their respawn, it delays them coming through platform next time. It causes so many more issues than just a kill would say. But enough talking about what has been. It is time to go into another map. Is a map 5 on the cards, or does this end here? Berlin Hardpoint will tell us. London Royal Ravens up 2, Seattle Surge on 1.
And those break statistics continue into this Berlin Hardpoint. Except they're flipped. Usually it is Seattle with that first break percentage. But when it comes down to this map specifically, it is very much on the side of Ravens, but it is Seattle in second. So both these two teams, the break percentage has been there. It goes in the favor of London here, though. In the rotational battle, London, the #1 hold rate team on the game. Here in Berlin, Seattle are going to have to bring this one back if they want to force them out number 5. But into Berlin we go. Can London close it out in 4?
Preferred side for Seattle. They'll be looking to get as many points of this T1 as possible. Pred opens up onto Nasty. See, they're trying to get through here. It's a huge stack coming in from Seattle. They are not letting this one go. And Pred already hitting that flank, looking for any London player that dare shows their face.
Yeah, and that is an important statistic to come up with, actually, when it comes down to starting on the good side. 7-1 at Major 4. The good side is what Seattle are on, and they are just about holding as well. 25 points to their name. I said that you do not want to let Seattle get up and running here for the Ravens. There's 20 seconds remaining now. 30 points already on the board for them. It's a perfect start for the side of Surge.
Yeah, and this is why this side is so much preferred. It is difficult to break in. You have to commit a lot to it as well. They do not want to give them every single second. They will clear it out. A little bit of scrap time for London, but the damage has been done as we head towards P2.
P2 typically has been there for the side of the Seattle Surge. Number one in hold rate when it does come down this hill. They're not going to get a chance to do so, though. It is going to be Ravens' first one here. 53 seconds remaining. They'll be looking to soak up as much of that time as they possibly can. Keep an eye on accuracy around the outside. This will be a big kill. Gizmo gives them the ice skates, though, and it's a big kill coming in for Ravens. It's good time.
Ravens looking to get back every single point they lost on that P1, already holding it down. Gizmo on a 4 streak himself, just putting pressure on the Seattle to get away from it. Eventually a few kills coming through for Seattle. They managed to find another one. Point still going over to London, though.
Good time for London here, especially, as I said, the statistics. Looks good for the side of Surge when it does come down to this hill specifically, but this has been perfect so far from the Ravens. Somewhat unexpectedly taking the lead here in the second hill so far, but the rotation is going to be there for the side of Surge. These next couple of kills are important. That rotation in 10 seconds all belongs to Surge.
It's funny, it's the number 1 and 2 team in terms of break percentage, but nobody has done it yet. The London Royal Ravens are now in the lead. But they have to now do the difficult job, get all the way to P3, get all the way down street, break fire, go through plat. They have to make it work for them. At the moment, they are being pinned in. The only member from London who can do anything may be Afro, who's found himself in a fire, but they are taking it in the teeth from all directions.
That's a lot of kills coming up through. The spawn's there as well for the side of Ravens. It comes in at the perfect time. All of a sudden, it's Mack left all on his own. The break comes through. Surge to get ready and win, though, and accuracy will answer back with a kill. Zero will find one in accuracy. Pred finds a second. It's back and forth, but that's not the kind of congestion that you want if you're Surge.
It certainly isn't. The pressure is now on them as they have to retake. So let's go into listening to Seattle Surge.
Okay. I'm gonna get into clutch, okay? Okay. I'm gonna help you on the energy.
Oh, one more triple window, one ult. Okay, 2 ult. That's real.
Yeah, I'm getting clutch right now.
That's real.
I'm getting top boxes, okay?
Okay. Get my friend on.
One street. I think he saw me.
You guys, do I need to watch your cross?
Yeah, look at the cross.
Okay, I'm looking.
One street, there's on me clutch. They're not on clutch. I have you.
I'm looking at your cross. I'm looking at your cross.
Okay. He's in P2 then.
Okay, I have your cross. I don't have the side windows.
I have side windows, kind of.
Okay. I have your cross, did you?
I don't see them hitting side windows.
They double naded me front.
One G5, ankle break in front of me. Pocket.
They're in gas spot.
I spawned out fire, stay alive. I'm gonna pinch some P1.
I spawned here.
I'm in P2 right now. They're spawning gas spot, for sure.
Yeah, there's a nade in gas spot.
Hey. Why is there any shit? Pocket, dead. Flash.
Nated gas spot.
One more in time. He's front
Hit him,
Hit him, gas spot.
Gas two. He's in between the trains. Nice. Let's go.
Time. One shot, front, Afro, right. Nice. Last guy, first guy 0. First guy 0.
Yeah, the back. I'm on shot.
Easy gas spot. Back right, one shot. And one front gas spot. From Methodz, gas spot.
He's snaking me.
He's in the trench.
One shot trench.
And one deep right.
One shot trench. Get one shot.
Front Afro.
Tom one shot as well.
Okay.
I'm getting in the post.
I'm going A1.
Nice.
Well, Seattle trying to hold desperately on the train, but it is broken by London, and that is going to be the difference. London have found a few more breaks for them. They hold on to this lead as we go into P5. But how are London feeling on the cusp of winning this first game? There's only one way to find out. It's a listening, the London Royal Ravens.
Simp dead top 10. Nice, stay alive, Joe, stay alive.
Be close to me on top.
No, right, he's coming. I think he's coming.
Stop hill, Mack. Drop down to bomb P2. The bomb P2.
No, he's gone.
Let's go time if we can.
Push me out, dead.
Okay, shit, train.
Time dead. Close.
One
more P1.
I got time. Save
That's
time.
fine, that's fine. Get time.
Watch over me.
Stay down. How you push?
I spawned there. Let's spawn out 10 maybe. Trying to get it right.
Turn around.
You find tank red weak.
I'm trying to get you street.
Bring it back with me if you can.
Tank dead.
Go street, yeah?
Street, dead.
Okay, shit.
Go back now.
Got
Got me. Push right out, Marcus.
When you spawning?
Nice, good shit. I'll let you know. I spawned back 10, there's one P1.
You went no.
Oh, tip. Stay down. He's on the right side of the time. Stay up, Joe, you're huge.
One shot hour. One shot door. Get this guy off Paulehx.
Yeah, I'm taking the
I'm watching the P1 shot. I'm watching the P1. One more P1 steps, guys.
I'm going to be right.
Flash top. Right side of time. Let's run bank.
Back P1 steps, one shot. Absolutely.
Could have gone bank, Marcus.
Could have been 5 minutes.
Well, London trying to break the puzzle that was Surge, and unfortunately they did have that rotation originally timed for P1 and have P5 control. They have lost it to Seattle, who already have got the majority of their points on one hill alone.
Yeah, they did brilliantly to flip that initially, and then they lost out. They got maybe a little bit too overzealous, pushing over towards street side. Once now starting to come in over towards fire for the side of Ravens, can they find a break from it? Gizmo alive and kicking, just playing his life so well. Needs the rest of the team to back him up though.
Unfortunately, they're not making any kills going through. Seattle Surge find even more for them. And it's a similar situation for London. They are trying to break back into P1. As Zero threats the needle and finds it. Afro will eventually get in. Scrap time towards London will give them back their lead.
Seattle Surge will happily just sort of lick their wounds, if you like, heading over towards P2. Very solid on this map when it does come down to the second hill, but you need to win some gunfights on the way there. Afro, can you lock it down? The answer is no. Surge will find themselves over towards one of their preferred hills on the game. Can they do what London did last time around, which was lock down every single second? Let's see if we can hold it down.
Oh, we'll see at the moment. Mack is alone in there. You've got players watching towards P5 come through, but the pressure now for London. They're trying to get this one. 92% hold rate for Seattle Surge, and they want it now. They're going to try and get it through, but Afro finds one. Simp gets him with a nade to the face, but more players from London are trying to get here.
Just staying alive here. If you're nasty, he's going to get taken down. Good hold so far from the side of Surge. And to be honest with you, Bryce, as we take maybe a step back from what's been going on here, when we got over towards P3, that's when the game broke wide open. It looked like Surge had the rotation, and they may well have it here as well. Look at Mack all the way from behind. Have London Royal Ravens let this one slip with 25 seconds left to go?
Well, they're going to know. They're going to know with the spawns that are coming in currently, and while they will take that 20 seconds, last time around, the London Royal Ravens did break this. They did have the opportunity to knock it down, but Surge are here in numbers. 12 seconds left to go before that new hill pop.
Didn't work out for them last time, but both these two teams, the top two teams, when it does come down to hold rate on P3. London is slightly better with 85%, Seattle with 80. They didn't manage to hold it down last time, and that's what turned the lead. But can they do it here and put themselves back into that lead?
Well, let's keep an eye though. Mack, by the way, is going to try and hit a flank here. He's already going to find one. They're going to have to deal with him from every single position, and Dasy's going to try and make a way through here. Afro's going to trade at the same time, but players coming in from plat. It's just Afro alone. He finds the second one, surely not the third. And it has been saved. Mack wins the gunfight. No disaster coming in. London are still going to have to break this hard.
It's about a 10-point lead here for the side of Surge. They may well go into that lead just a little bit more. For the side of them, if they can break and hold on here, but not going to happen. Royal Ravens cannot find a way on through. Sorry, that lead was for the Ravens. It's now over towards Surge. 25 points remaining here as we head over towards P3. London still having a look.
Been a great job from Seattle Surge. They got into P3. They have held it down. They have put London back on the back foot, trying to stay alive. Nasty, even with the free fire, it's not going to work for them as we go over towards Train. Seattle Surge will be in the lead, and they will break that 200-point mark.
I think they're just going to be about a sniff away from it, but either way, very, very close, looking good from them.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I've seen the tick. Either way, Ravens here, over towards P4. It was a bit mixy last time. Who can be the difference maker here? Simp is having a hell of a game at 24 and 17. We haven't quite seen the levels from Afro, and of course from Pred that we have needed to for both these two teams. Accuracy, Mack will find the kills, and it is flawless from the side of Seattle Surge. They want to force them out number 5 here. They may well do so with this P4.
Well, they're going to try and do it as well. Actually, just loading down and trying to soak every single second they can coming through this one. And London get back in. It's not going to end here. It will not end at Train. P5 is coming up next. Obviously, not a lot of games end there either. It's easier to contest. That P1 flip might be the opportunity for them. Seattle have got it twice, and Afro refusing to go down on a 6th streak. Live bomb just a few seconds away. Obviously not always the biggest thing on Berlin, but every little helps.
These are big kills as well. You can see Nasty was maybe tempted to make a push through to try and get a control of fire side. But these kills have all been over towards the side of London. Afro with 6 in a row. Is he going to find the 7th to find the glide bomb? It may well help them over towards the end of this game. Glide bomb in the pocket. Ravens, 230. They are 20 points away.
Afro is shooting laser beams for this one, holding it down for his team. They continue to soak. Seattle Surge have to put the pressure on. They need to get near this point. Afro still going an 8th streak. Tries to find his 9th. He's not going to get it. Taken down. Gizmo still alive, fighting for this one. Zero gets one more. Seattle Surge have to keep putting on the pressure.
They have to keep the pressure in. They have to keep holding these spawns as best as they can, and that's what Afro's going to be looking for with the glide bomb coming in. Simp will see you later. Get off the hill, and now it's about these kills. They're going to come on through. It's a big one from Pred because if that push comes through from Nasty, it may well be a flip. 20 points remaining here on P5. Ravens nowhere to be seen when it comes down to P1 either. Seattle Surge, if anything, are slightly in control of map number 4 here.
Oh, they keep jamming on the point here. They are just putting the Ravens back as well, though. Gizmo has found one. They have to dig him out. They know they're looking for him. Zero's going to get one more. Can Gizmo find this kill? He puts one bullet towards him. Afro comes around the outside. He's going to go down. And Seattle Surge in P1 again. They found the majority of their points, and they have the hold. London are not close.
They are not close. They will have to find a way through. Seattle Surge, that time is just ticking on up. They hit the 230 mark. They are 20 points away. And how good have they been here? Over towards P1. 15 seconds. They're about to break 240. And where the hell are London? They're all dead is the answer to that question. They've got to go quick.
Zero gets one. Seattle coming to reinforce. And Mack finds one, though. Nuts is going to drop him down.
Gotta go.
a championship, but it was not to be. It does not end that way. We're going to a map 5.
I swear to God, they just keep giving us these hardpoint maps and they don't tell us.
I had no idea what was going on.
Let's run it back. Let's run it back. We'll figure it out. Look, this hold from Surge is so well. They set it up brilliantly. Ravens didn't get a snip until the final few moments, and it must have been the closest point to try and find a tick.
This is ridiculous. Every single step of the way. London obviously got that spawn towards Plat here, and I thought that was going to be it. Only one player left remaining. And Pred has it. Afro wins that gunfight. They dive into it. And somehow, some way, Seattle Surge find the kills. By the way, Sib kept incredibly calm under pressure there. He stayed alive, he didn't get it, he got 2 in the end, and then Ped comes through with a 2-piece and an absolute beamer on the 0. And that is about as close as you can ride a hard point. And I'm going to give credit there to Sib. If you watched what he did towards the steps, he made the first kill and he did not chow instantly for the second. He did not get overzealous, even with 4 seconds remaining. It takes an awful lot of patience because that game slows to a crawl in your mind. You feel like you have to go. He took the second, reorientated, made that second kill, opened it up for Pred to make his own 2, which was incredible as well.
It's the second one, isn't it? The one that wins them the game in the end. And you know what? He had a very quiet map number 4. But it does not matter when it comes down to it. If you are not finding the kills, you find the last 2 to force a map number 5. It matters not. Berlin Search and Destroy will be map number 5. What a series this has been. It's gone in so many different directions that we wouldn't have expected. The control being the biggest direction that we wouldn't have expected. A 3-0 for Ravens put us in a map number 4 that Seattle Surge had to win. They win it by 3. We now see a map number 5 on the same map in Search and Destroy. Can we just keep the games going this way all the way through? And we see a lot of map number 5s in New York. We've seen one here for the first game of Champs.
Well, what a way to kick off the Call of Duty League Championship. These 2 teams have taken it the distance. They have remained unbroken and unbowed. They have not allowed this game to slip away, but it does come down to one final roll. The S&D is up next to game 5. One team will walk forward to top 6, the other will go into lower bracket. Only time will tell us who wants it more and who's the better on the day. Be it the London Royal Ravens or Seattle Surge, we'll find out right after this.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Championship weekend. The crowd are hyped with good reason. We are going to a Map 5. London and Seattle have put on a show for us. But that show must end and it must be written into the history books. But who takes it as we go into this one? Ton statistics for this do not paint a pretty picture for London.
No, they do not. Over the stage 4, they did actually play a building control, and for good reason. 3-9 over the season. They will be looking at this one not feeling too good. But one thing I just want to kind of point out, it's kind of covering those stats just a little bit. London at the beginning of the season picked this map so much because they feel like in practice it's going well for them, but the clutch moments have not been. Can they start to go their way here in the Search and Destroy in map number 5? They were simply outstanding in map number 2. And it wasn't just Desert Siege. Their overall play in Search and Destroy was sensational. Surge could not hold on in momentary bits where they needed to. But the map records speak for itself. Still a -1 for Surge, but the side of Royal Ravens 3-9.
Well, map 5 is always a little bit magical. It's always a bit different and never more than the biggest weekend in Call of Duty esports. It comes down to this, who holds their nerve and who is better on the day. At the moment, we start off on the attack with Seattle Surge.
Well, Brycey, I feel a little bit sick, but here we go. Map number 5, first game of the weekend. They push over towards the B side. Both these two teams do kind of favor over towards A, but it's B hits to kick things off. First blood was important for the side of Ravens over in the previous map. Can they find it here?
Well, they've already got a little bit of information. They know where Nasty is going to be. Simp's taking one to the face as well. That's going to cut down that viewpoint for them. I'm going to want into this. Mack is just making sure. There's a little bit of a fight coming through. Mack has to dip out of it eventually. Pressure coming forward. London looking to execute.
There's a big gunfight going to go over towards the A side here as well, potentially, but Mack, not more important than him to survive for the side of Seattle Surge. Still alive, and kicking accuracy will find Afro on the flank, but Gizmo takes that Mack. 3v3, Nasty with another 3v2.
And now Seattle Surge have got to react to this. They have to get into a position to find something for it. They do not currently have any sidelines on it at the same time. It actually tries to just fire it down, make sure nobody's defusing. Pred coming in, it's Pred! It's Pred! He's not managed to get anything got out alive as well. He's now alone, turns and burns on a Nasty. But the time is on his side. They have to find him.
You've got to go if you're Ravens with 13 seconds to go. You've got to sound him out! And there it is. Ravens did the hard work by taking down accuracy over towards the dock side, and that makes Pred's job just that a little bit more difficult. But the retake was slow from London, but efficient in the end. They find the kills, they have the numbers, they take round number 1.
I think London were a little bit worried there towards the end. I've got to say this. Obviously, Pred barged in the door, didn't find anything, somehow stayed alive. He caused issues for them. Big gunfight from Zero, had to make it for the round, and he did. London take the first blood here in map number 5, but it was anything but clean.
They will be happy with that. They won't care which way they get these rounds whatsoever. But it has to be said, in map number 2, the first Search and Destroy we've seen. So many moments where Surge were in prime position, they weren't able to lock things down. Small example of that there, Ravens now. Their favorite side to push is over towards A, winning the majority of their fast A pushes, and I'd like to say it's probably down to this man. Afro finds the first blood, 4v3 for London.
Now the man of this team, Pred, has to be magical, he has to be great, and oh my goodness, he's got the patience of a saint. Looking for this slowly but surely, finds the first blood for them. Brings this back down to a 3 versus 3. Pred still turning, still gunning, still winning it. A 2 versus 3 now for them as well. Mack finds it, it's down to Nasty all by himself. Finds the first, but can he find any more?
Trying to survive, the fact that he now survives after that gunfight is massive. Finds another 1v1.
Nasty with 1 versus 3, it's not going to pay out. Simp gets the trade, he's effective, and it's good enough for Seattle. They bring this down to a 1-1. And surely, at this stage, it's too early to call around 11, but...
wishful thinking. But honestly, that's just down to Pred. Finds those 2 kills and completely splits the lines of London Royal Ravens they're then searching from. The rest of Surge diverge on the point, and then all of a sudden it's a very easy retake, if not just a little bit scary towards the end. But again, those situations, think about that round number 6 that we've seen in map number 2. Zero nearly with the 1 versus 4. Surge in the advantageous position still seem just a little bit shaky.
Yeah, gotta give credit to Pred again. Like, he knows he could have taken the shot and tried to make something happen. Instead, he gets himself into an even better position.
He's so small. So small. Got the gunny, but got the brains as well. But here we go. The side of Surge, just push over towards B. I said A has been the preferred, but B this time around, they'll find the first blood. Nasty falls, it's a 4v3 for Surge.
Oh,
Joey.
no.
Joey.
Kismet off the map. A 2 versus 4 for London. Can London recover from this one? Afro going to try and make something happen. Already through the window, looks for the first.
It'll be a massive regain. There you go, 2 versus 2. These clutch situations, Surge are just offering so much. 30 seconds to go. This is doable for Ravens.
Here we go. Zero's going to know where he is. We're still already got the first bullet on. He's not gone down, though. Afro's going to try and find something. Zero's going to be weak at the same time. Time is against them, and actually finds it. This is horrible for Zero. He has an incredible shot, but they are not going to give him an inch to move, and Simp just takes him down in the end. And he was hoping to win that gunfight, but every single advantage was to Seattle Surge there in the end. And they play it calm, they hold it down, they go ahead 2-1.
What's happened here then? Did he take some bullets on the way down?
No, nope. Just jumped a little bit too high.
Yeah, that's one of those moments that you just shake your head, chalk it up.
Flew a little bit too close to the sun there, buddy.
There's a Ravens flying joke in here somewhere. I'm racking my brain.
Miles would have it. We're not good enough to do that, so let's just move on and commentate the rest of the S&D. At the moment, it's going to be a big push coming in from the London Royal Ravens. They are looking to get for it, but it will be Simp who will try and deflect the pressure coming through.
Did they get any information on him, though? This push is going to start coming on through. Nasty does not have any backup yet. First gunfight going to come on through. It's so important. Simp will find it 4v3.
Now they have to dig him out. They don't have bomb. Afro will find it onto Pred, though. Numbers going back even for these two teams.
Zero. Has he been spotted here? He's playing that anchor role, if you like, for the side of the Ravens. So he's in such a good position. Oh, he sees accuracy, just drops out.
Oh, he's going to find it as well. Does find accuracy in the end. Advantage to London, but they still have to dig Simp out of this bunker that he is in. Afro's going to look for it. Battle of the gunny. They go in, and it's going to be Simp. He finds the first one. Kismet eventually gets the trade towards it as well, and it will be London who lock it down in the end. They take Simp out of there, who did so much work, but it was not enough in the end.
Simp did the work, and it was Pred who was on his way over here to help him out. Kind of midway through the round. He gets taken down by Afro, and all of a sudden it's a very different situation. You're from an advantageous situation if you're Simp to a difficult one. You've got to do it all yourself. Good pick from Zero towards accuracy towards the back as well. That was important throughout the rest of the round. 2-2. Very, very difficult to split these two so far.
Let's see how Seattle Surge will choose to play this one. What's left in the playbook here at Champs? At the moment, a bit of a push coming in from Mack, and they are split up for this one. He may slow roll it. I don't think we're seeing anything too aggressive from him, unless you can find a first blood, but you've got to be careful.
First time we've seen Surge head over towards this side. Can they find anything for it? Simp will find the push, no information for either team, but back through the front door. Afro will find one, can't find the second as Simp will answer back. 3 versus 3.
It's been chased, and Gizmo comes flying out of it. This time his legs don't break, stays alive and finds the kill.
Is Nasty going to be running for anything that's going on over here, though? Surge just remaining patient. Another big one, like this is 2 versus 2, but the bomb is in no man's land here for them. Such a difficult spot, 40 seconds to go. Oh, that's big.
Taken down, last player alive. Oh. Accuracy goes as well. Nasty finds it, London goes back into the lead. And the intensity of this S&D cannot be overstated.
I'm shaking man at this stage, but Nasty finding 2 here on the outside. Afro finding that first but was so big for them. Finds the shots, and A has not really worked out for either team so far. It is their favored push for both squads. It's around 70% of the time, very similar statistics for both these two teams on what their preference is. We haven't seen too much of it be successful, though. These Ravens now find themselves in the lead. Let's see that A push once again.
More aggressive for them as well. Pred has not found anything there from the player. They're going to know he's here as well. And it's Afro in this position. He's been here a million times. Did he see him? I think he did. He's going to challenge as well. Of course, he has been taken down by Pred. A little bit over-eager. Doesn't work out. And London are on the back foot.
Oh, and Pred's going to make this push around and find another. I think you're completely right. Afro gets very over-eager to push over towards accuracy. You know he probably had him dead to rights, but now still London not in the worst position possible here. They still do have some purchase over towards A, but they need to find a couple of gunfights.
Yes, the kills are going to be the problem. Going to moment, Seattle Surge will dance around it as long as they deny that A site. It is always going to be difficult for London. Did he see him? I don't think he did. I don't think he did. And Pred will take him down. It's now 0 in a 1 versus 4, but with no bomb and no positioning, it may be a step too far for the veteran.
30 seconds to go. Finds another pick, maybe makes it interesting. Ships in the night through the middle of the map. 23 seconds to go. Oh, can't find the shots on the Simp. He'll surely be collapsed on. It's another round for Surge.
3-3. It really is difficult to separate these two teams.
First bloods have been massive. It feels like Surge are finding more of them, but when Ravens find them, it just feels like a much easier round for them, whereas Surge are not able to use those numbers to their advantage as much, I want to say. It definitely feels like when Ravens can take that initiative, they're in a much better spot.
And here's the funny thing. It doesn't really matter for me which team wins this now, because they both look so good. Obviously only one can, though. The first 3 rounds from this point will take it. Here comes the pressure. Seattle Surge looking for another push.
Afro's going to have to do it again. This push over towards A. Mack already inside. Is there any information here for the side of Surge? They may well find some with that. Yeah, Afro's already stunned up. He's already dead. Pushing over towards A. Comes in for the side of Seattle Surge. But are they going to maybe switch this up? 4v3 in their favor.
They want this one. They're trying to hit the long-range gunfights. Kismet goes very, very weak for it. The nades are going to come in from London. They are going to have to try and retake this site as that bomb has gone down. It's actually going to be the sniper for Zero, but he cannot find a pick. He hasn't found anything yet. And London, this is a hard retake for them.
That's a big stun over towards the outside. A little bit of information. This next kill, though, is so crucial. Zero Gizmo making a push, but Pred is there to answer back once again. It's Zero left all alone once again. Hold on a second.
No way, no way. Oh! Zero! There's no way this works out. Surely not. Zero, the magic, the man, the taken down. The Cinderella story will not be written for Zero in that round. And Seattle Surge hold it down just. 4-3.
Surge need to tighten up right now. There has been so many situations. It's come down to 1v1s when you are firmly in that driving seat. Yes, they are clustering up themselves, but things are getting very, very scary on occasion. The nerves are showing, but nonetheless, Seattle Surge have themselves a lead.
Oh, it is nerves everywhere here in the arena. Big aggressive defense coming in from Seattle, trying to change the tempo of this one a little bit, maybe touch London off guard. Obviously, we can see something a little bit different developing on the minimap.
Crucial round here for the side of Ravens. It's good shots from Pred. Gizmo goes for the challenge and he gets punished for it. But is that the information that maybe Ravens needed? 4v3 though in Surge's favor. Those first bloods have been so far in their favor.
And London have a choice to make now. They'll be looking to bring this back to a 3 versus 3, but it will always be difficult for them. Seattle Surge will throw a shoulder, they will dip out. They will not give them any little sliver of daylight to get back into it if they can.
Ravens are playing so tentatively here. Nervy moments as Nasty goes for the challenge. He'll get taken down. This is looking like a 5-3 lead for the side of Surge. It's a 2 versus 4 from London that they'll have to clutch up on. We've seen potentials, we've seen close ones. We're not going to see one this time. Afro will make the 1 versus 3, but with 25 seconds remaining. It's just going to be so difficult.
Yeah, you can already see Seattle Surge swinging into it. He knows he's coming through as well. They've all taken bullets. They'll show him the shoulder. They'll show him a little bit of a tease, but nothing coming through as well as Afro has to challenge. And Seattle Surge go towards map and gain points. One more round and they march forward to top 6.
And the first bloods are 6-2 in the favor of Seattle Surge. That is massive from them. Those first bloods have been influential. As said, Ravens have done well to battle back, but you cannot give them up so often and expect to win rounds. They need to find 3 in a row here to stay in the winners bracket of champs.
Wow. This is what we're talking about. Intensity, emotion, and pressure. Seattle Surge have the opportunity to put London down here, and the losers as Zero tries to find that first snipe, but nades ricocheting all around him. Nasty has to get out of here as well. Oh, not gonna hit. So much pressure. Zero finds the first blood this time. The sniper working out for it. Oh, Nasty almost wipes Mack off the map.
16 HP in a dream from Mack, just about surviving. So just thinking about the plan, it will come on through that first blood from London. Are they going to be able to convert this here? Bomb now down. Pressure in. Accuracy will find Afro sleeping in the middle of the map. It's a 3 versus 3.
And they're looking for this London. They want this first attack. Seattle Surge just trying to hold it down.
It's so tentative. It's so slow.
30 seconds away from moving forward in this tournament and trying to regain glory of past. Zero looking for it. He has to execute as well. They are running out of time here, London. They have to go. Mack already finds the first one. They're looking for it. Brett finds the second. And Gizmo is last alive in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first. But the time is going to kill him as it always does. The clock is against him. And he's outnumbered, outgunned. And London are done. Drown them out. Seattle Surge move forward. And the Call of Duty League Championship.
The first bloods make such a difference all the way through that game. They don't find it in the final round where they put the dagger in. Berlin Search and Destroy is not being going the way of Ravens. It will continue to not go their way. And Seattle Surge clutch up when they need to. 6-3, 3-2. It's a nervy performance that has to be said. It's a one that went in different directions we would not have expected. But ultimately for Surge, they will care very little about that. A 3-2 win is all that matters here. And they move on to tomorrow into the winners bracket.
Yeah, you are completely correct. The famous philosopher once said, Mr. Dominic Toretto, it's not about how you win. When you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. And Seattle Surge hold it down. London did the job. They improved their control, but they lost the hard points. They lost the final search. And that is not good enough to move forward.
And the first bloods make a huge difference there. I think it was like 6-3 in the end for the side of Surge. And if you want to maybe count that in terms of the rounds, etc., then well, maybe you can. But honestly, just a great performance from them. Found their picks. And I want to say that London played that very, very slowly, and Surge were just eating it up. Consistently, they find those first bloods, and if you're going to play slow, you've got the advantage. It makes all of the difference. A couple of rounds that were nearly clutchable from the side of Ravens that absolutely shouldn't have been. I think Surge, some of the coaching staff will be looking at that and trying to tighten it up. Let's be honest, it was a good performance in map number 5, and it's the one that they absolutely needed there. That was a game that a lot of people had them down to win, but a tight one. They won't care how they do it, as you said, but nonetheless, there is some tightening up to do from both sides.
There certainly is. First bloods for Seattle, gave the opportunity so many times on that map. London had to retake, they had to do the hard job every single time, and that is what ended up being the problem for them. It was 3-3 halfway through, it could have gone either way. Seattle stopped zero clutching, but it's that B plant, it's the A plant for Seattle. They get the first blood, they get the bomb down, they're in a better position. And that is the tale of the tape. London have looked good here this weekend, but not good enough. Seattle, top 6.
Yeah, it's a curious one, isn't it? We talked about it when we talked about this game. What did we see it as? It was a benchmark for the weekend. Both these two teams are such an unknown. But for me, both of them sort of showed signs of good form. So it's a very difficult one to attain of which way this actually puts. Is that a really good performance from Surge? There were some sloppy moments, it has to be said. Well, London, great. Who knows? It's still really hard to decipher how we see that performance, but Surge will matter not about that. They will not care. They're through to tomorrow in a good position.
Yeah, they certainly are. And let's find out from the man himself. On the stage is Blaze with Simp.
Thank you so much, Bryce Anton. Los Angeles, give it up one more time for the Seattle Surge as I got Simp here on the main stage. The most cool, calm, and collected player in the CDL. And so let's talk about this series because map number 1, you guys blew them out the water. But then it came down to the S&D. It didn't look good for you guys. The control, it was a 3-0. And then you found your backs up against the wall there in that last hard point, just a few single digits away from losing out. But you guys fought back in this series. What was the turning point right there?
I really just told my team we cannot lose. So just play our game. In the S&D, we weren't really being proactive enough. So I was like, okay, let's work together. Let's calm it down, and let's talk more. And that map 5, I was calling the shots. I called every single play. And we're not losing no matter what. It came out with the dub.
There you go. So tell me about how the boys are feeling, because you guys have had such a roller coaster ride throughout the season, okay? You got second place at the kickoff. You come back, you win Major 3, had a little bit of a lull, but coming here into Champs, what's going to be different about you guys to hoist that trophy?
I mean, really, we've been putting a lot of work. Me personally, I'm never satisfied. Even going Game 5, that's embarrassing. We need to play better than that. We're champions, and we need to act like it. So from here on out, we just got to make sure we're playing our game.
Yes, sir. All right. Yo, any shout-outs you want to give to the fans out there who've been supporting y'all?
Thank you for everyone coming out and supporting. It means everything.
All right, yo, give it up one more time for Simp and the Seattle Surge. Miles, take this one away.
Thank you very much, mate. Wow, guys, what an exciting start to the tournament already. I mean, woo, we did not expect the Game 5 to go the distance, and we certainly did, though. But yeah, that was that. Congratulations again to Surge. Top 6 for them. They will continue advancing. But welcome back, friends, to the Game Break, presented by Prime Gaming. We're going to break that one down. And fellas and aLLeY, woo, my word, what a series.
An incredible series. Definitely more of a series than some of us were expecting on the side of London Royal Ravens. A 3-0 control. I mean,
oh, yeah.
I have to tip my hat to them. A lot can happen in 2 weeks, and that's been something I've been itching about. Like, from Major 4 until now, we have no idea what these teams have worked on and what they're going to come out and show us. And I feel like London has solidified being a bit of a dark horse. Yes, they lose the series to Seattle, but they did so in a fighting manner, especially Afro for me. He started the series off so slow in that first hardpoint, 17 and 23. I believe he was like -10, -12 at one point. And then he became the man on a mission. He became the player making those clutch plays. So I feel like first game jitters are out. We're going to see a lot more from him.
I mean, the story for London all year has been close losses, right? And it felt like games 2, especially game 3, that story was starting to change. But then map number 4 happened. It felt like it all collapsed right there. It came back to haunt them. You get to the map 5 where, I mean, that was like a champs game 5. Like everybody, that was such a slow Berlin. The first 45 seconds were just off the clock, and then someone had to make the move. I mean, listen, props to, you know, London putting up a good fight. Surge, I think Sib nailed it. They got to be better.
Got to be better. Got to be playing with the confidence they certainly had when it came to that big old major win in Toronto. And any point words from you about that series before we get going?
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the Game 5 a little bit, we saw Sib in the interview. He was like, we just need to be proactive, and that's exactly what they did. Like, they were going out there and getting those bloods. And, you know, on the side of London Royal Ravens, we saw a couple setups where they had, like, 2 players on offense pushed up A side, 1 player mid, 1 B side. Like, when you're doing that type of setup, you're trying to get information and then make a play off of it. You cannot get blooded there. If you see pressure coming at you, you back up, you group together, and then you make the play. It's the same story for the defense that they had. Like, you either get that information, you call it out, and you guys challenge together as a team before they get that bomb down, or you rat back to your team and then fight. So I just think the nerves got to them there in that Game 5 on the side of London Royal Ravens. It was a little bit too slow for my liking, but yeah, it didn't work out. Seattle, they pounced on it.
And I have to echo what Sib said, you know, that they need to do better. Sib throughout this entire series was that guy. Like, he was the one trying to make those clutch plays. Even in control, even though they got 3-0'd, it was Sib going on a 5-spree last steps, trying to give them the opportunity to retake. And I have to say, I'm wanting more from Mack. Like, we've seen what Mack was capable of doing in the beginning of the season. He is probably one of the most exciting players I've had my eye on in the past, like, 2 months. I feel like we've been hungry, been waiting for him to take over games like we've seen previously, and hopefully he finds that footing here in champs, because again, last tournament, this is where you need to do it, and a 0.75 in that series, I mean, it's almost unacceptable.
Yeah, it's a tough start for Mack, and Joe, early match jitters.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, listen, look at the reaction from Surge after that.
Yeah.
Like, the accuracy Sib hug is like, thank God we won that. Honestly, like, they expected to win that, but I mean, London made it extremely close. They played at a very high level, and I was worried, because after map number 1, Pred literally almost knocked them off the stage. Like, no, he really did. He was taking over, and I was like, this is done. But they bounced back in a big way in the Search and Destroy. London's still alive in this tournament. They can learn a lot from this, but they got one more chance, one more life.
One life remains for the London Royal Ravens here in this matchup, and they can walk away with the win. You, though, at home can be walking away with the win. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Champs Pack is upon us as well. Don't forget, we said we'd do the same thing, every single year. We put some sweet calling cards out, and there's some sweet emblems, icon stickers, and a couple of nasty blueprints, and of course, a championship caliber skin. Lovely stuff there. That is all available right now in the COD store. Don't forget to use COD Miles. What was that? I have no idea what that was. Anyone hear that? That was kind of weird.
COD partner.
Anyway, we're going to roll to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're playing more Call of Duty here at Champs. It's going to be a fantastic time. Oh, spoiler alert. Thieves are up next.
Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022. My God, time's flying. So is the day. We've got Tan now joining us on the desk right off of a hot cast. Mate, what a series that one was.
Hot cast is do not undermine how warm it is in this venue. My goodness, mate, but the series itself was an absolute banger. Just the absolute perfect way to start the Champions Sunday.
No, I completely agree with you. That ending of the hard point, all of us were just like London, the fact that they even got in is what literally blew my mind, because they didn't hit the front. They all routed through the backside. I'm like, what are you doing? They might not know you spawned there. Sib was looking at it, but like if you overpressured him and somebody pre-fired it off spawn, like most of the team was in the back end in trains, but 3 of them went P5, and I was like, this is chaos. Somebody breaks in, then Pred pops a 2-piece for the win.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Pure chaos. Here on the desk as well, we're going to start talking about our next series. Sorry, guys, I'm new here. We're going to be diving into Boston Breach versus the LA Thieves as well. Also, guys, a very close matchup. And, I mean, this is two teams that have had quite a fun rivalry. I mean, what? We set the world record for the fastest series of all time. Boston lost it in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like
you
in
know,
game, I think there was only like 20 minutes.
Yeah, in history, this has not been a good matchup for the Boston Breach. I mean, LA Thieves are 9-1 map count against this team. They've absolutely fried them every single time, but a lot of those were online. So Boston Breach online here in Camps, they're trying to turn up against LA Thieves. I mean, this really is kind of like a trap game when you look at it, because Boston Breach, they've been getting better. Like, they didn't look terrible in their last outing. I think it was really just like the online performance and control didn't translate to a LAN performance there. So in this series, I believe it's going to be Berlin control, which is kind of crazy going against Thieves, but you can't play them on Gavutu, so they're forced to play it. So that'll be the interesting map in this series for me.
Well, Ant gave us a little bit of a spoiler there, but yeah, we're going to be taking a look at the maps and modes now and see what this series awaits us, ladies and gents. Tuscan Hardpoint, Desert Siege once again. A double Berlin this time, and a throwdown on Tuscan for Game 5, aBeZy.
There's no Gavutu. There's no Gavutu, ladies and gentlemen. So already looking a little bit better, but you have to be worried about the 2 Berlins, right? LA Thieves, their map pool has gone so deep, and we've seen what Kenny and Envoy do on Berlin Hardpoint and Berlin Control. But for me, like Ant said, being a trap game, it's been 2 weeks since Major 4, right? And my biggest thing is that LA Thieves has the edge in that search and destroy. They are 7-3 in their last 10. Boston Breach 3-7. A lot, again, can happen in 2 weeks, and hopefully on the Boston Breach side, they heavily dived in and focused on reworking their search and destroy, because LA Thieves, after the Major 4-1, are going to be coming out swinging.
And that's the thing, right? They won the Major ton. They come straight into this, like 2 weeks of online practice, if that, and straight into LAN once again. Think that's a good thing for the Thieves?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we haven't had this necessarily this quick turnover throughout the rest of the season. You go back to online, you start to figure things out, but we haven't had just the back-to-back events very, very quickly after. A lot of people will be saying they are the favorites for this weekend, and rightfully so. Let's see if they can bring the kind of form that they've seen in New York, though, because they looked ridiculously good.
Merck said it briefly on the desk before we got into this one that they looked like the best team by far, and when they were winning by quite a considerable margin. And do you think a team can keep up that kind of pace? I mean, Call of Duty's always been a momentum-based game.
I mean, it's tough. We haven't seen it this year, right?
Yeah.
But
no.
You know, to that point, like, we haven't went back to an online portion, so they're riding off of that confidence that they got at Major 4. And, you know, with LA Thieves, they have a deep map pool. Like, they're great at Berlin across all the modes, great at Gavutu, and then Tuscan throughout the season as well. They've been relatively consistent there. So this is a team that is really on point, and what we saw there was like Kenny was frying the entire time. It wasn't a one-off series, and we were waiting for him to get there, for them to find that consistency. The search and destroy, they were hitting some good plays, man. It was working out more often than not, especially in their game 2s. They were taking it, avoiding going all the way to that game 5. So LA Thieves, if they can bring that same gameplay, like, they're making that run. This is a good match to start off for them. Realistically, they have dominated the Boston Breach, so they have that added confidence in this matchup as well.
I think the only thing we have to worry about is, of course, just the way this season has gone, the way Vanguard has been. I'm going to say it, ladies and
and gentlemen. The first of maybe a few times, but yeah, Vanguardium Leviosa. When a team wins an event, typically they have a tremendous drop-off. Will that be the case, though, aLLeY? I mean, this is it. If you're going to break the cycle, break the wheel, just break the curse, do it now for the LA Thieves.
Obviously now, right? You want to go back-to-back in that second back-to-back being, you know, champs, being the best team in the game. But I will say the difference for me when it comes to the majors that we've had this year, at Major 1, you know, OpTic Texas, they looked incredible. They made an incredible run. LEG, the absolute most insane losers run we've ever seen. Major 3, see how Surge came out on top. Major 4, when LA Thieves won, it was so comfortable. It looked like they had figured out the game. Like, at no point was I, like, shocked that LA Thieves were winning these series. So I think that's kind of the edge that they have coming into champs.
I think we flip the script now. We start talking about Boston Breach, and again, a team that's going to be really, really hungry for a win here. I mean, everyone's pretty hungry, let's face it, it's champs. But I think for a team like this, I mean, there's got to be some nerves, and there's no doubt about it, man. 100%. I mean, you've coming into this event maybe not as hot as you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, you got a guy like Nero, it's first champs, trying to make the run. The guy's a rookie. This is a Boston Breach team. They've had an up-and-down season, but the move they made, bringing in Vivid, I mean, it worked tremendously. My thing with Boston, though, is like, we know we're getting out of sub-players. Like Vivid and Nero, they've been the most consistent players on this team. I'm looking at Methodz and TJ, like, and especially TJ. At the last major, he just had some horrible maps for this team. And, you know, the AR players, you have to be the rock. Like, they have to be consistent here, especially in a tournament like champs. You're going to need those guys in order to, you know, be the veterans on the squad and get Nero going. So those are the guys I'm looking at on Boston.
Yeah, honestly, I think, you know, a lot of it is kind of riding on Nero at times. And we've talked about his inconsistency. When he's good, he is crazy good. He's going to have to be against how the way that Kenny is being played recently. It is super crucial. We don't need this average Nero that we sometimes see. We need the absolute highest level here when it comes down to champs. He needs to be good here for the side of Boston Breach.
Like I said, I 100% think it's just coming down to search and destroy. I just, from both teams, like LA Thieves, that's been their game mode they've been struggling in all year, and now they come into Major 4, they were disgusting. Now heading into champs, they're going against a team that not only they have a comfortable win percentage against, but looking good at search and destroy. Boston Breach, they were good at search in the beginning of the season. They lost Capsule, of course, who was their best S&D player, and they haven't looked the same since. So I think that's just all it's going to come down to the series for me, is maps 2 and 5.
Maps 2 and 5. And do you agree with that?
I don't know. I think map 1, like that Tuscan, like you're going to have to rely on your sub players in this series to get a respawn. And Tuscan's really the only one where I think Boston can do some work there. And you need Nero to just start off immediately, which is a tall task, man. Like first map at champs, so you're a rookie. So we'll see what he's made of, for sure.
We will see what they're all made of as that matchup is on its way. Now, guys, we're going to do picks, I believe. I think we're going to get into that now. We've got a... Oh, no. You know what? We're not going to go to picks. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'm going to go powder my nose and hit the gents, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're still talking our way through LA Thieves versus Boston Breach after this break.
What's going on, everyone? Nameless here. I'm just getting back from Major 4, and it was a crazy event. A lot of fun. The loudest crowd we've had all year long. Shout out to the New York Subliners for hosting such an incredible event. But it's all about the LA Thieves. They took home the championship, and that marks 4 different tournaments with 4 different champions. Vanguard has been absolutely insane. But today, it is time to give you guys the new power rankings. Bryce had a good list after the last major, but my list is going to be better, I'm telling you. So let's get right into it. We're only going to have 8 power rankings today because there are 4 teams that did not qualify for champs. So we're just going to do the top 8 that will be going to champs and competing for that trophy. Coming in at number 8, we have the London Royal Ravens. They get double first rounded at the last tournament, and they've only been able to really play well online. Afro couldn't translate that much success into LAN, so for me, they come in at number 8. Coming in at number 7, we have the Boston Breach. Making a roster change, subbing out Capsule for Vivid, they found online success. They went into LAN and they won a match, and then they lost to 2 of the top 4 teams. I see the potential, but still, they're number 7 on my list. Coming in at number 6, we have the Toronto Ultra. Now, they had a good Major 3, a tough online portion of Stage 4, and then they go into Major 4 where they hold a couple tough losses. This Toronto team has still been struggling to get those big wins, so for me, I just had to place them at number 6. All right, so to me, these next 5 teams are the teams that are the real threats for the championship. They have all the tools that they need to get that W. And coming in at number 5 is the Seattle Surge. This is a fantastic roster that is coming off a championship at Major 3. They have Rookie of the Year candidates like Pred and Sib, who recently fried at Major 3 where they took home their championship. I still think Seattle has the potential to win COD Champs. They showed it a month ago, but still, they're working on some things, so they get bumped all the way down to number 5. Coming in at number 4, we have the New York Subliners. These guys don't have a championship at an official major, but they do have one of the most impressive feats we've seen all season long. It was almost impossible for them to make it into champs. They had to get top 2, and they accomplished that goal. This team is firing on all cylinders, and I do think they have what it takes to win a championship. To kick off the top 3, we have none other than OpTic Texas. They started in round 1 of losers bracket and made a run all the way to top 4 only weeks after iLLeY returned to the roster. This team has so much talent, they can easily win the Call of Duty League championship. And in their usual spot, number 2 is Atlanta FaZe. They've been used to placing second this year. Something is going wrong in the Atlanta FaZe camp. Still, you can't deny the talent and the tenure that these guys have in Call of Duty. They have potential MVP candidate Cellium. He might take it all home. This guy has been frying all year long, and you know he wants to top it off with a ring. Keep in mind, these guys won the World Championship last year, so maybe they've just been waiting all season long to take home the big one. And the final team coming in at number 1 is the LA Thieves. They beat FaZe not once, but twice. They beat New York Subliners playing against Destiny in their home state. This team has been better on LAN than online all season long, with players like Kenny who are taking over, players like Drazah who are finally getting their first championship, and obviously players like Envoy and Octane who have been going off for years. They can take home this championship. LA Thieves are my favorite to win it all. So there it is. That is the definitive list for the power rankings of the 2022 season headed into champs. You can disagree, you can say what you want, you can put it in the comments below. I will read them, but just so you know, like, my list is the correct list, but I can't wait to see what you guys whip up. Make sure you guys tune into champs August 4th to 7th. It's coming up right around the corner, and if you can, make sure you attend because it's going to be an absolute blast. And lastly, don't forget, subscribe to the channel for more CDL content. We're gonna be pumping it full of things in the months to come. I hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next video.
I think the thing I love most about teaming with Clay was his energy at events. I feel like he would be able to, for the most part, put behind anything that was happening, you know, a week before, and, you know, come into the next week or the new event with really good energy and passion towards it.
I mean, I feel like I weigh like or not online, but like league matches in general heavily because of Clay. Just because when I joined the team, a lot of our motivation for the league matches for the year was like the champ seeding at the end of the year. These like are important.
So he'll just say something that will like, he probably doesn't realize what he's saying, but like it'll just get you locked like without even realizing.
Chris, you guys, second place, second place, second place.
Yeah.
What's going on?
A lot of second places going on. That's what's going on. I mean, are you gonna get that?
My broccoli backflipped. Hello, I'm joined by the one and only Kenny Williams. Hello, sir. Welcome to the show. How the hell are we doing?
Doing great. Just got done with practice, so kind of in that dip state, but also, yeah, just vibing.
Kenny, lots of teams this year have made roster changes, and surprising everyone, you guys haven't. What makes this team so tight and better than any previous form?
We knew going into the season that there could be possibly a role change between me and Drazah, which is one of the things we were going to definitely try before even like bringing up the idea of a roster change. But I think that the glimpses we've seen in our practice of like playing really well, knowing we could beat the best teams was kind of like that green light we needed to know that we didn't need to make a roster change. So I think that kind of can counteract the ideas of a roster change.
Kenny, you collectively all decided to move you to the S&G role as a team. Since making that change, you've been on an absolute tear. Do you think it was the right move, and will you be keeping it?
I think it was a good move. I think it was one of the moves. Like, it was something I needed for my career. Personally, been feeling more comfortable in the AR, but having that Major 4 MVP performance kind of just brought me back to 2017 or 2018 World War II, and it felt amazing. It felt good to get my confidence back, and I think the role swap was something with the idea of the fact that I thought that Drazah was going to be better in my role with the AR, switching on and off. I think overall, I'm just glad we kind of kept it and got all our reps in and just got me comfortable on the map with a sub and Drazah comfortable on the map, because I think it showed at Major 4 how good we can be when we're all comfortable on the map.
Kenny, something that has stood out about your team this whole year has been how much fun you seem to be having in-game. How much of a factor have vibes been in you finding success this year?
I think vibes are like one of the main keys, or main like things we have to have high of when we're playing well, because we all feed really well off each other energy-wise. So I think when one's down, everybody's down, and having, you know, funny moments even on stage, because sometimes nerves can get the best of you. And I think if you can laugh them off, you kind of can just stay in a flow state of just, you know, comfortability.
They almost get 1v4'd and they giggle. That is how much fun Thieves are having right now.
Kenny, let's set the clock back to May 11th. You put out a tweet saying how you'd hit leg day so hard it basically removed your ability to walk. We definitely have a video of this. Yeah. Serious question though, how much do you think that your sort of time spent in the gym and your gym routine is helping you in game?
I feel like my overall like self-confidence kind of came from just doing the gym, just feeling good. Not about like looking good. I'm going to the gym just because it makes me feel good. I think it kind of went hand in hand with me in game, because once again, when you're confident in a game, it kind of feels like nothing can go wrong. But the day I fell was kind of one of the days I was about to stop doing leg day. I never wanted my leg to feel like that ever again. But yeah, like overall, I've gotten this question a lot. I just want to say that it just made me more confidence in myself, just in and out of game.
Thank you so much, Kenny. You've been a great sport. We wish you the best of luck at Champs. Before we go though, any words to the fans?
I just want to shout out my team and anybody that supports us. Team for always believing in ourselves and just believing in each other. Shout out to Shane and our coaches and all our staff. And I'm looking to show out at Champs and maybe go back to back for the first team ever to do it this year.
And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh no! The pressure is now on the subliners. They are flying forward. You still have got Major in the back line, just in case. Sky! 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 What a three!
Vivid started to push up the wide flank. Look at that number one on the minimap. Vivid might have the angle behind both players, and he does. There's Vivid with the opening! Now Vivid, give him all three! I'm ready. A minute 20 doesn't look like a ton, but we've only lost 12 seconds off of this, as they have just started to cut them down. 6 lives left. It's a little stab. Body shots, aBeZy, making it look easy.
That step back, focus on the fundamentals.
Well, how much harder is it this year, considering the title as well? Johnny, all right. Let's pause that point
Johnny
for a moment.
Tsunami.
Yes, Johnny. Felix finds a second, and Kenny's left alone. Kenny, what are you doing?
Going up at the right moments here for the side of Thieves. They're 10 points away. Both teams can win it. Inside trying to flank behind. He's been taken down as well. The Thieves are running it up. All 4 members of Octane go down.
Did Kismet get anything done? He's going to go big. And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! That is it. There is not a whole lot you can do.
Now 1 versus 3 for Banty's alone. The green wall surrounds him. He finds the first. And Shotzzy, not going to get it.
1v3 for Banty's on the cards. 46 HP, just about surviving. Dashy is chasing him down. Which way is it going to go? As Bantz just played this absolutely perfectly.
Oh! Benjamin Bantz with a 1 versus 3.
To the back line. Nice bit of work from Hydra. On to the point we finally go, and it's attached. The lone man finding the kills is attached. Somehow stays alive. Gets another. Great bit of work out of Røkkr. That's the break.
And with all this pressure, all this setup, Crimsix. Simp from third. Shots through the window. pistol out, but Neptune, he'll get his first kill in this map too. 2 versus 3, not a lot of time.
You still have aBeZy to deal with. I mean, the shots are going to come in. aBeZy does you take it down.
Yeah, look at where the other 2 are though.
We've seen it happen before. It takes quite a miracle, but who knows? Still 15 seconds left. It's just if Neptune can get into a spot, you need Slasher to stay alive.
He's going.
They're able to find one. It's all on Neptune. It's all on Neptune. And he got it. I think he got it.
Oh, are you kidding?
Still players inside the point, but the flank is in, and the flank for 3. That would have been the Glide Bomb, couldn't connect. And fun enough, after all of that, you still have Paul in the
Paul! He's hunting for it. He's hungry. The man seemingly doesn't miss. Oh, what the hell is going on?
Hello Call of Duty League fans, welcome back. We are suffering currently from a Call of Duty based outage, so that is affecting the main stage obviously. We're hoping to get the games back up and running as soon as possible, as all hands on deck are trying to get this one fixed. In the meantime though, we hope you're comfortable. If you're here in the Galen Center, go walk around for a bit, enjoy the festivities and all the other good activations we've got going on here. If you're at home, get cozy, maybe bring up your favorite Call of Duty montage, and we'll see you as soon as humanly possible. Thank you again for your patience.
We're looking for that first break.
Thieves very good over towards P1. We spoke about it before. We've seen the example of that, of them against Toronto. They've won in out. Typically, we've seen FaZe have their moments here and there on P1, especially towards the end of the game, and LA Thieves will need a good start. They're going to get it. Lots of kills falling their way. Drazah in there for the cuts. The advancement is...
It's all going to be on Simp.
Oh, big charge coming through. There's going to be 3 players. Deals with 1, deals with 2. And that's a good battle from the side of FaZe. They will...
Over towards Church. Keep an eye, though. Arcitys is trying to get all the way around, but he's instantly gunned. And Thieves are ready for this one, and Kenny's going to catch aBeZy as well. It's
back. He spawns towards the back. The fight towards the back is important. 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 1v1. Arcitys wins it. And here come Thieves. They're inside the point. Octane now getting themselves through and finds 2 of his own. Really good hold in the end from Thieves. A good game. It was important for him to do so, but FaZe have found a way through.
They have, and they're just going to try and keep them on the back foot now, but they've already found 2. It's Kenny! Kenny inside.
Tiny Terrace through the front door for 20 seconds here. Over towards P5. Can aBeZy do anything about it?
Oh, boy, with a big 2. And the pre-fire is not going to work out. Octane will take it. Arcitys trying to get this scrap time for himself. Finds the first. Guns a second. It's Arcitys towards the back. Arcitys staying alive. He finds the first one. Can he find the second? Arcitys locking it down. He's going to see Envoy as well. He is screaming for his teammates to get there. He's already made 2. It's going to be Thieves with the flank. They're going to find him. Top Church, there is a push coming in from Thieves from various directions. They have the back, they have field. They want to execute on this and get to P5, but they are not winning the trades.
Oh my goodness. aBeZy is frying.
Move as the kills keep going towards FaZe. Envoy, is he the hero they need? He finds the second. He has to jump in. He doesn't need the reinforcements. Envoy finds 3. And they have stopped it for just a second. They are winning the trades.
The pressure is still there from the side of FaZe, and you've got to think about the rotation as well. But FaZe want to end it here. You can see them setting up quite passively over towards Brook, and this needs to be big from Drazah. Can't find the kills. FaZe through the front door. It's 2 for them. Kenny just trying to survive. Octane. Octane's on his own. He falls. So do Thieves. And under FaZe, 1 to the good.
Thieves, they are burning time every way, and they are not getting the kills. Drazah trying to do something. You can see Envoy sneaking up towards him, but down they go. 1 player left alive. He finds the first, but the time is against him. Finds a second, and it's glorious, but consolation kill.
Sneaky little corner from aBeZy. He's only got to be in 1 place, and now if you're Envoy, you're waiting on the rest of your team getting on through. aBeZy will find 1 shot. He doesn't find a second. All on his own. He locks it down.
Sure, that bomb's going to be in there. He's already seen the players. They're chasing him down. The Thieves are looking.
They're so tense. Goes for the challenge. Oh, he doesn't manage to survive it. Cellium's got to go quick before the setup can really come on through for the side of Thieves. Envoy tries to get out. It kind of lines up. Octane will fall 3v3.
Oh my goodness, Cellium. He's found 2 already. He's trying to find the 3rd as well. The tap comes through, but he gets away. And somehow now it's just Drazah left alone in a 1 versus 2. Cellium is trying to figure out where this player is coming from. And he's going to find him at the same time. Drazah, super weak, 2 health.
He got off it. Arcitys had to jump off it. Drazah, did he see him? Yes, he did! Oh! Can't line it up on a Cellium. The retake will be wonderful. It's Cellium with 3.
Octane managed to get the trade. It comes down to the point, and the hell aBeZy finds nothing! And now it's a 1 versus 2. Arcitys has to be the hero for them.
Has to be the hero. It's good Octane to be possibly lining up. There's 1.
Arcitys!
Nades coming through. They know somebody's probably going to be in here. Kenny takes one. Are they going to challenge? He is. The beat's going to go through. Takes him with a slide counter with Drazah on the flank. He's found it. He's managed to get back out of it. Drazah gets a second one as well. And OpTic has found it. Cellium now in a 1 versus 3, a 1 versus 2, but he's in no man's land, and time is running against him.
It's running against him, but there is more than enough time for a player of Cellium's ilk to try and find this one. Drazah in the corner is going to be lined up. Is it a 1 versus 3 for the round?
Oh! Octane holds it steady. Drazah as well. The trade coming through. Obviously, no players are going to be coming through top radio. Trying to break this now. It's a big gunfight. They can win it. He goes in for the trade and he gets it. Simp still alive. 6-0, 7-0. Priestahh coming through. Knows where Kenny's down. He gets traded out at the same time. Reinforcements down ramp. It's Kenny who comes through. Oh! Simp as well.
To find a push out, aBeZy. Typically on this map, a 1.25 during stage 4. He's on a 0 right now.
He is, and Kenny is gunning. 6 now for Kenny. So far, but aBeZy opens up this one. Eventually goes down to Kenny. People in the Reddit were calling him Bandana Kenny the other day of the return. And what a return it has been. Kenny trying to get away from this one. Oh, aBeZy's going to get gunned down as well. 14-3 now for Kenny. Second Arcitys is already there for the trade. Pressure now coming on to Kenny. He finds one. Nose players coming forward. Oh! Kenny! Unbelievable gunfight. Should not have won it. Keeps this push alive. Going towards the back as well. Who's next under the gun? It's aBeZy, but it's going to be Octane and OpTic! What? What?
The LA Thieves stealing it away from themselves at this moment in time. A momentary respite for the side of FaZe, but they under the cosh once again. Cellium's the only one who can find it, but of course Kenny is there. 18-5. 17-9 is the kill difference, though. This is the Thieves round to lose.
He's going for it. Kenny's looking for it. He finds it. Octane's fine for it. It's just Simp. He's all alone. He's outnumbered. He's outgunned. And that second tick is running up. You can see FaZe are sprinting. They're desperate for it. Octane gets one. OpTic on the flank. Arcitys last alive. Simp coming for reinforcement. The third tick is ticking. Kenny gets one with a grenade. And Octane is here. It's alive. It's Thieves. They go up with another point on the control.
Drazah surviving on the flank, though, will now come back to help his team out. We'll deal with Simp as well. A couple of kills now coming through from FaZe. There's some decent pressure from them.
Oh, and aBeZy just gets taken down by the rat. 5 the pressure. Drazah still holding the iron. Cellium's found one, and the patience from Drazah. He's just not moving. He has to turn eventually. Oh! And what a turn! Simp is gone.
Oh my God!
Is Arcitys. And Drazah still alive, still running. Glide bomb in the pocket. It all goes quiet, it all goes tense, but a move has to be made. Somebody has to blink. And Cellium towards the back is taken down by Kenny. It's first blood to Thieves. They're looking to execute. They jump into the point. It's a shot for Kenny, and it's done. The Thieves are dominant, on control, and my voice is breaking in the major. To back, and aBeZy can't even finish his dinner. He just cannot find anything so far.
A frustrating performance so far from FaZe, but just to touch on the stats that I talked about, the team that starts well on the side, that Thieves, Kenny, envoy both falling. Really nice break from the side of the Atlanta FaZe. And then must find some good time here to be honest as well, but envoy's there to pick up the pieces. If you're FaZe now, you have to fight out from the backside. It's a tough road over towards the fire side, but aBeZy thought he was maybe going to make a play for spawns here, but 13 seconds remaining on P5. Thieves soaking time. Thieves with the rotation. aBeZy will find a way through. Down Arcitys with another presence from the side of FaZe. 35 seconds remaining on this hill. Here comes the break. Envoy will fall. Octane on his own.
Doesn't matter. They're going to rebuff him. Drazah now jumps in. He tries to have a go. Finds the first. Almost finds the second, but 2 health. It's a difficult dive. It's a gunning.
Right, from right, Rest. Play together, get. Let's go. Good job, go. Make a jump, good job. Yep. Get to the Let's go. Good job. Fire dead. Yeah.
Around 44 points away. FaZe still 100 themselves, but they're picking up some decent time here. Thieves are allowing that to not be comfortable. Simp trying to survive at 12-23. We expect more of the young god himself. Good kills coming on through, and there's 2 to his name. FaZe may lock in the spawn here, but Thieves and... It will be FaZe with the numbers, but Envoy is there once again. Thieves are 14 away.
That's 14 from the end of their tournament. Envoy jumps in, he stays alive for it as well. He will be taken down by aBeZy for the second kill. He does manage to stay alive, but Octane will gun him down as well. FaZe are sprinting.
Simp needs to lock this down. He must do it. Octane 6 in a row, will not find the 7th. Simp will find the kill, but here comes the pressure. Envoy and Kenny, the SMGs of Thieves. Electric! The Cellium will fall!
LA Thieves have done it! Atlanta FaZe are sprinting, they're running, but it's a step too far! And they get in with 1 point, but LA Thieves are going to the grand final!
FaZe 5-3 start off spawn. Here comes OpTic.
And not that aBeZy has been back to form where he is the #1 sub in the game without question when you talk about the entry capability, but he has been better in moments this weekend, right?
Yeah, 100%. And when you look at the head-to-head, 0-5 versus OpTic. I mean, last year.
Exactly tied, right? 48-48 as we get ready for this P4, and iLLeY snap-a-doodle-doo. I thought it might be 3, but runs out of ammo, hit down to 4 HP. Able to stay up hands, but that's will take down another. They continue to line up his cell with the protection of the fence. Just able to get away. Bide his time for a moment. Shotzzy's winning them on the other side of it. iLLeY and Shotzzy. It takes 2 to tango, and tango they are. And Shotzzy finally finishes it. Flurry of multi-kills from Cell and Shotzzy, the superstars of these teams. Now aBeZy's turn, up to bat, not able to... Oh, yeah, he caught him with the slide 100%. Contested in the hill for now, but look at the kill feed. It's a flurry through for Atlanta FaZe. iLLeY going to be the lone man left, and he will get dropped. Now take a look at the white arrows as they spawn out. They're starting to collapse around the point, but up on the balcony, it will be Cellium. Right back to his reign of terror.
It's Arcitys and Simp trying to work the back tanks. aBeZy's going to spawn on his teammate. So it's a bit of a pinch here with Cellium through the front door. That's what's going to happen. Shotzzy, he's got to react. He does.
I'm trying to get in. Yo, no, back door. Back window. He's in the house. That's 3.
Not listening. The small talk there from Shotzzy, just making sure we need those spawns. They have to come in. The problem, though, there was only one more player. Shotzzy, that's big scrap time. Going to get them off.
Just tucked away in the corner for now, relying on the teammates to find the kills around the point. They're doing just that, but pushing through. It'll be Scump. It's able to clear them out for a moment, but somebody to reinforce that objective again. You want every second here. 10 seconds
already. They need so much time.
Massive time. It's a 5-3 for Arcitys before he drops as he's going big in the closing moments. They've got it locked down. It's a spawn out for Texas and FaZe. They'll hit first.
He might get caught as well. He might get caught off guard. He does.
Shotzzy, the Reaper, just set up, hunting for more. Shark playing with his food. There's a 3rd. Ace. Can he find Simp now for the ace as he dominates and takes over this round? 1v3 for Simp. Maybe an ace for him if he can somehow pull this off, but 30 seconds now to go. Slipping and sliding around, looking for the opening. Shotzzy not the one in the position to find the kill as of now. Or is he? There's the ace in round 1. Scump like, howdy doody. Oh, fortunately being held. Cellium's got the angle. Dashy's got the gunfight, though, on the other side of it. See if he can pull off the 1 versus 4, but kind of the position we saw Simp in. Not a lot to work with, and oh my, a nade greets him. It's about a 13 health, but we'll get back to full, and we'll look to re-engage. That's not a fun gunfight, I think, for either player, so he'll reevaluate the situation, run into Arcitys. FaZe will get the round. Here comes the push now for Simp and Cell.
It's just a gamble, right? When are they going to hop that bomb? That's always going to be the question. No, crowd, we're going to be quiet. Shh. Thank you. Here we go. He's on it. Simp going to get that defuse. And it's just it's a tough situation. It's a
4 if you can. They're able to recoup bomb, but look at the pressure on the bottom side of it. Starting to come forward, and aBeZy just able to rip him. Gets the spot. He actually snaps onto the second. Gets some help from Simp as well. On the other end of it, can't take it. It's iLLeY that's in the one-on-one. I find it timing in behind enemy lines. He gets checked for a moment. He's holding it, but not going to matter. Dashy is there. He was worried maybe they split, but they continue to hold. In control is Shotzzy with the beams. Now on Arcitys, 1 versus 3. Texas a player away from a 1-1 scoreline.
And again, look at this. Very slow from OpTic. Very slow. Where are we going to go? Let's group up. Do not allow anything to happen. Arcitys, what can he find? Finds the first. Now on 1 versus 2. They're going to double down.
1v1! He hits a bullet, but it's not enough. Texas!
They read that quickly. Simp was able to stay alive flat. And now it's just two players going to stay alive. And for OpTic, when we catch them on this map, it's their ability to stay alive when working towards B, playing around the slaying.
Exactly, with like 4 players in this type of position. It's been so difficult to find, and it is Simp that is lining them up, and aBeZy that's following it up. We have 6 seconds left to go, and it was a great hold from FaZe. Now, Texas, you need to answer in kind.
For OpTic, as everyone for FaZe is sort of rotating over, but Dashy is
Texas, you need to answer in kind.
For OpTic, as everyone for FaZe is sort of rotating over, but Dashy is there. The rest of OpTic is there, and well, that doesn't work.
I'm with you, Tyler. I'll see him.
Nothing crazy, you just gotta come, call a name. Nothing that crazy. aBeZy gets 2, but aBeZy.
That might be enough, though. It might be enough.
iLLeY goes crazy. aBeZy now 4 in a row, just trying to pre-fire at the edge. Can the reinforcements get there in time? aBeZy and Arcitys, they're getting it done around the point. Second bit of progress going to be so close.
With another one. 10 seconds, it could be on Cell.
He just feels like he's got to wait, but the problem is he just can't wait. There's no time. The defense has held. They shut it down. It's 5 in a row for Scump. It's Dashy that's pushed through on the other side of P5, and he's able to catch one of the cross. He snaps back with a pistol as well. Oh, Lord in heaven, what is in? That man's pistol, God! Maybe the hero that they need. There's some tags in, tries to cut the reinforcements, and that is a big play from the vet. And then on to another time is gone to round 5. Simp is pushing. I don't know, but that smoked him.
In FaZe, they get aggressive. They do not allow them to group up. It's aBeZy and Simp who take it to him. Shotzzy, though, just lurking in the shadows, as he always is. 8 versus 8. Here we go, the game. The swing game. Who's going to go up 2-1 in this series? OpTic have to win this offensive round.
Where aBeZy has struggled, he has been great. 37 and 27 in the map.
Got to get on the point. Here's the push.
Here we go. 2 dead. 2 dead for either side now. A scramble around the point. Cellium and Simp going big from the back in FaZe. They hold on defense. It is just defense all over the place.
To hit Simp though. Him and aBeZy are going to fly out fine too. You know, we've seen it a couple of times from OpTic. You want to push through ruins, you want to push through the middle of the map, but aBeZy, he had such a huge game number 3. He's bringing it.
And honestly, that one nade from Arcitys to kill the person out of the hard point.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, right?
Yeah, I mean, OpTic doesn't want to leave like they're...
Yeah, no, I get it.
But it's just, yeah, those nades, so important, but they're going to find the scrap time.
Popping right now. The fact they hold that long, and in these sequences where they are down in numbers, somebody is going up clutch to P1 somehow. I don't care what FaZe are up. It just will. It's Shotzzy. A lovely bit of work there. Almost every single time. You can't let aBeZy come in and fry you. And unfortunately, he's been able to find multi-kills. And just like that, you're onto the point, you've got them out of the hard point.
They do have the close spawn, though. Shotzzy's able to find one. Dashy stayed alive. A bit of a retake here. You talked about aBeZy. All of OpTic gonna fight for scrap.
Listen. Listen.
They all line up for aBeZy.
It might not be traditional Call of Duty, but
down allows FaZe to get back in. The Cell just holding it down. He's on 5 in a row. A glide bomb might just secure them.
Hitting inside, second by second. The dreams of OpTic and their fans just falling apart. Simp lining them up. Nobody gonna get close. That is it. They close them out. There are no late game heroics. FaZe for the first time this year. Shut them down. Take out OpTic.
Collecting this time. This is a sizable lead. We're only 2 hills in.
Hydra last man in the point. And look how aggressive he is. Flying forward, finding the kills, pushing forward, creating space for his teammates. They've got to get themselves across the map now towards P3. That's the right-hand side of the mini map. That's going to be bottom ground point for the LA Thieves, trying to get themselves back into the cage.
I mean, it's funny how it works out, right? You get some unreadable spawns, and either way, just due to the mixiness, well, Thieves able to get inside, and now collecting a decent chunk of time 20 seconds left on this one. Kismet causing problems, and, well, Octane now that next man in line. Well, I'd say at least for LA Thieves, right? Yeah, getting that pressure. Maybe some of these kills starting to go their way, and they still got those left side spawns. It was a 50-point gap, but now Thieves trying to make that climb back in the mix.
They're getting pretty frantic towards the end there, Chance, but you still have the lead now. Thieves maintaining control of P2.
Well, Kismet is not going to be the band to make it. He's on both sides. Now you got, again, Kismet in his home collecting the time. Nowhere to go because Paul is roaming. And even Kenny now forced to, do I want to rotate? Do I want to fight for time? Hey, he's a fighter, but he will fall. Maybe the final bit of time goes to LA Thieves, but that is a nice sequence of events. Subliners, they bumped that lead right back up.
It was a good hard point as Crim keeps the solid 15 seconds to be had here. LaRue, smooth moves, finds himself another one.
Hello.
Hello. Excuse me, madam. I'm trying to win a gunfight. And there it is. Octane sliding in the battle. Find a victory lap as they've got mid-map control. The kills are there. You've got to go. LA Thieves make the run forward. Anyone there to get the contest? Yes, but no. It's Kismet from up high as the shots are good. Envoy brings him down. Spawns are close. And in a New York minute, they take map number 1.
Take him down, the flank gets dealt with. 2v3.
One problem dealt with now, looking towards the middle of the map. There's going to be red dots all around the place. Kenny, head down, makes a run for it. Octane levels it up, and now it is a 1v3 Hydra. What do you have in store with less than 30 seconds on the clock?
I mean, hey, they got first blooded in just every single adjustment for LA Thieves on point, and nothing you can do. Hydra, he's going to go for maybe the old college try.
Oh, wait a minute.
See if he can get flashy, but you're just looking for the kills. No hope of clutching this round.
I mean, look, if he picked that bad boy up and managed to rip LaRue off that one, I'd have been screaming. But now the round is done. Crim trying to provide the covering fire. Drazah is going to be right back there just to pin him down. Kismet from up top. Waiting for any kind of cue from the teammates. Envoy wins a big one there. So Hydra now drops out. Back over to Crim. And the shots are in. But once again, he and Drazah can't get it done. Paul now on the back line as Kenny is stuck on through. It's a 2v2 with 15 seconds on the clock. And Kenny finds it. That's 4 in a row now. Could Kismet get anything done? He's going to go big. And he's pulling out all the spots. Oh, no! That is it. There is not a whole lot you could do.
Are you not entertained? He's been on point with the first bloods, and for this 3 versus 4 retake, they're praying for a pick. He knows he's there, but the angle, you think Drazah plays S&D 8, he knows he's safe.
Yeah, he knows he's well safe. That can't be banged, that he takes care of Crim as well. That's huge. Paul, though, is going in. Catches the ankle. No more kills to be had now. Is this a 1v3? Kismet, what have you got in the tank? Nothing. Thieves win. 2 now, LA Thieves with the lead. Looking now to stretch the lead even further as Hydra over towards the A-bomb site, and Envoy is heavily tagged. Paul the first blood. Kismet now getting in the fight. Good trades coming through. 3v2 advantage Subliners.
Get the kill and get out, but still that 2 versus 3. And you see an automaton on quite a few of these New York players, and you're checking the angles. You know where he is, and you're able to drop him. Crim gets his second. And Envoy left by his lonesome, and he is in a triangle.
He's so surrounded. And there it is. No idea how much trouble you're in.
And Kenny gets to move into position. Octane's got him pinned down. Kenny gets to move. The freedom on the map is there. And now a 1 versus 2 from Hydra. Bomb down, but this is so much time. How good is your timing?
Kenny, now you have to cover Octane as the move comes in. There's the hip fire. Oh my God. Timing is good, but it's still a 1v1. Kenny making the moves, and he's so close. But Hydra! 2 Crims on the other side. Will he watch this? Oh my God! Octane makes it that bit more interesting. It's now Kismet from behind. It's now a 1v1. This is it to stay alive! That's an additional minute added to the clock. A single zone remains. Kenny's now gone.
I mean, one thing for Kenny, by the way, who has obviously been fantastic through this tournament, I think I've heard him say something effective like, hey, man, I've been thinking too much. I just need to come out and fry. So he has been, oh my God, he has been lights out. Hey, another 3-piece. Fights to win. Crim gets the first, but the trades are there. Now you don't have to worry about the flank. Now you get the clearance on the point. And for LA Thieves, there you go.
Drazah going to hold this line down. Second segment gone there. Stacked in 3-man. It is done. The round is over. Throw in the towel. Now he's still alive. You must deal with him. And Kenny! You've got to deal with both of them. They made their way forward, and that advantage is now gone for the Subliners.
And the teammates get a help in the gun. He delivers.
How bold can you be? It's a 5 spree now. A sensational run. Kismet gets another point, and all of a sudden Hydra's there to back him up. We were getting all excited over Kenny. We missed the mid-map, and oh my good God, the clock has stopped. The life count is even, and Kenny may be on a 5, but they're capturing A.
Oh, he's waiting so patient, though. He knows they were looking for him, and he has just dragged their attention away. Kismet kept hopping off the time just to look for him, so now the reinforcements are in. Easier said than done, though, and Octane just shuts him down.
Hydra trying to stay alive. Pressure's on, kills are good. Somehow, but no, it's a 1v8 as Crim. If you manage to keep Hydra alive there, maybe the round goes a different way, but now it is Operation Find Crim and take care of him. Surely now the round will come to a close. Great work, LA Thieves.
Reading this, well, you have battles all over the map.
I mean, he's doing the best he possibly can with a 40 at that range. Hydra now manages to hit the flank, picks up the automaton, rips the pair.
Maybe make it 3 men, but Paul into but so does Octane. That's number 2. You don't have the time to play. You jump through the window, you get put in the wall. Now the glide bomb coming through. They have just shut this down.
Oh my
Perfect on Berlin.
God.
6-0 round count on the day. LA Thieves, how do you do?
I mean, that was the most perfect capture of A you could have asked for, man.
Tournament, it is nearly perfect for the team that gets that early advantage, and well, you can see why it's an advantage. Already Subliners in the hill, collecting on the time. How good is Gorebreak? Kenny looking for 3rd. He might get shut down, but hey.
That's a big one. Kenny's going to get it. Trays are through, but the boys are now in. Paul's going to be the first man on the point. Wins the fight against Octane, locks it down. That's all 4 dead. That is massive for the Subliners.
Hey, someone just spawned. Seconds completely and utterly uncontested. Now they're making the moves to the point. Paul needs to get them out of time, but the trades are in.
LA Thieves started the season off as one of the best hardpoint teams in the game, and now they are pulling that form right back. This is where the Subliners have been shining.
I got one. Yeah, it's on hold. Nice, good win. Another one. 2. One more. I'm one shot. Once we did straight. Low fire. Low fire, super weak. Good job. They're gonna spawn here.
In first, they're gonna have to hold it.
I mean, they're gonna call it a glide bomb. Hey, at least off respawn, because Crim maybe getting a little bit hot, but this will be it.
This is it. This is how the break begins. Kenny finds one. Octane with the glide bomb finds it. Now forward into the point you go. It's all coming down to Crim, waiting for the reinforcements to show up. And that is that. What a hard point. LA Thieves. Absolutely decimating.
Now Kiz knows where one player is. You expect Octane to be towards the back tank, but a 1v2. He's gotten one today. See if he can make some magic happen.
He's had the Thieves number in the 1v2 situations. Will continue. The answer is a resounding no. Now the Thieves. Plenty of time. Pick up that defuse. Let Dead Silence build up. First round.
Teammate got big, but hey, there for the trades. You keep that man advantage, and might have seen that window was open. He knows someone's going to be looking for him.
He's got eyes on. Here comes Drazah around the corner. Paul's going to wait for it. Looking to turn the 2 into a 3, but now we're towards gate bomb side we go. Hydra gets himself going. Tags into Drazah, and that is the teamwork the Subliners have had. Oh my, Envoy, bomb down. Here we go.
He's pushing that pace, man. Paulehx, dude, look, Paulehx is trying to trap him in. See if he can catch him on the cross.
He might be able to do it. From Hay now, over to Hut, towards the backside of River. Envoy might not check this bad boy. The gun is up! 55 seconds now left on the clock as we go. This is going to get real awkward.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute! Hydra, first blood. Bomb being planted at A. Not that fast, actually. Oh, my word. Oh, Envoy dives in! He tries to get in the fight. Can't get it going. 4v2 now.
Maze tag, though. Drazah's got it back down. Run for his life. That bomb being planted to B. They have to know Drazah's in the tunnel. Number 2 is going to check it. Number 2 guns him down. Octane last alive in the 1 versus 4. We wanted the adjustments. You were delivered. And they shut him down.
He's just going to now try to find at least something from upstairs. That's a slow and easy read. What timing. Crim from downstairs as well. Another 4v2. Advantage certainly going the way of the Subliners. Kenny, though, now leveling up, somewhat pinned, trapped, taken care of, signed, sealed, delivered. For Octane on the round already. Crim's going to put him to bed. Here we go, though. 2v2. Kenny, the barrel has been spotted. Oh, baby. Subliners once again. As we are crouch walking, no ninja at play here. Paul! The fight. Oh, what? No. Oh no, what is going on? Something just happened to Envoy. I have no idea what just happened, but you're gonna give it to the Subliners. Run forward.
And he's got to slow him down. He has to at least draw their attention and, hey, done his job to at least take one. And just make sure that guys like Crim are focused and, hey, you get two, even better. Drazah making plays. His teammates' lives are nice and easy. It is Drazah versus the world. He's gotten spawn killed 3 times, but now they made their move to try to get it. Octane and Envoy, though, they deliver. He picks up 2 in that massive investment to flip the spawns. Not really flip, but it just gets you nothing. Clean on defense, no extra ticks, no extra progress.
Jesus.
Electric gunfights, but that is exactly what LA Thieves needed to do. Opening. Can he make the play? He wins the gunfight over towards B, so he's in progress that direction. The Subliners have him scorned, but Envoy at least trying to open up the Siege, but you are getting nothing.
It's going to be Kismet once again into the point. The clock is now running. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. A big one from Envoy trying to get into the point and stop the time. No one's going to be there. That should be the round. As New York seconds away from it. Getting that point, try to keep the play alive.
Oh, Kenny wants that map control, though. He's gonna sprint in, and he is gonna take it. There goes Ring. The trade should come through. Drazah delivers.
Scream thus far. Okay. Big tags. Gentle now as he disembarks. Oh, my word. Oh, no! No one able to get the kills. Pulls down for the trade. A second. That's
towards A. Paulehx looking to make his move. Not fun gunfights, and, well, he gets dropped. LA are taking their sweet time with this one.
Yeah, Hydra.
A minute and a half for LA to work with. Rim right now. Beam's on point.
Absolute beaming. Minute 20. 17 lives left for the LA Thieves to throw at this point. I'm going to try to just watch every possible angle. Aggression. Looking at that mini-map, red dots are up. Here we go. Into the back. Kenny once again finds a huge kill. No lives left. 15 seconds.
No
That's
respawn.
it. That's a huge kill. There are only 2 members of the Subliners left as Kenny's 3 spree. What a play this has been. Crim comes around a corner. Does find the kill. If you can get this player off the point, that's amazing. But the shots from Drazah stays alive. Contest is there. This is not over just yet.
I mean, it basically is. You only got 2 more remaining. Drazah hits by you all the time, and he buys you the Gavutu victory for a map that has been phenomenal. Paulehx, what do you do in this 1v3 with bomb down over on this side?
On that side of the map, you're going to wait for players. Paul's going to find one. Takes her. Kenny. Spree's done. 15 seconds remaining now. Paul trying to clean him up. No more. 2v3. Times are ticking, though. You got to get going. Can Crim find the kill in the mid as well? Paul's got the bomb. And that is it. Surely the round is done. Now Crim can't kill 2 players in 5 seconds, but it's Vanguard, and ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. No. LA Thieves. They run the clock down. And dude, you slow?
Feet under the tank. Praying for a pixel.
Whoop. Crim, not a feet guy, goes for something else, and he gets blown up. Now Paul is the last man left alive. It's another 1v3. The timeout has been requested. There's the plant over towards B.
And it's Kenny. Kenny on the cross. And, hey, Paul with the read, but down to 8 HP. And there you go. I think
straight onto it. Kismet doesn't get out with his life. Already got a lot of space to work with on the bomb site. It's a 2v3. Thieves with the advantage.
And keep in mind, Drazah's on a 5, and they got the full flank coming through as well. So he's looking for picks. And, hey, there he goes.
Wins it.
Octane will just know that he's trapped. And with 30 seconds, Paul has to fight everybody. And completely surrounded. Gunned down LA Thieves.
First on the round, damage dealt. No, Kenny somehow gets a kill and gets out. Less than 15 to play with, 2v2.
Where's Drazah? This might be the glide, and there it is. Waiting for it the whole round, but with 8 seconds. Don't let the bomb get planted. You know what he might be forced to do, or maybe he's too far away. It's a battle for the kill. The only way for Kenny to win the round, and Kismet doing the smart thing.
Crim in the 1v4 to stay alive on Berlin. It's a big win, but he's going to need a whole lot more than that.
It's impossible. There's nothing you could do. You got to beam all these players, but hey.
Wait a minute.
There's one.
Wait a minute. Crim's still going. Sliding out, making a lot of noise. Nah, that's the round. That's the map. I believe for a second. I can't lie to you, friends.
Great chunk of time, so the York Subliners, they're going to fight for it. They're going to be hitting through green, and they know where a couple of these players are, but someone's floating. It's Octane. Spawn is going to be locked down by Octane. You try to work through the back. Welcome to the head glitch. Kenny is here. A Fountain Hill, if the nades aren't coming through, you collect all of this time. And these right now, they are feeling sweet.
And Kenny running it again. That's a 3-spree now, looking for the fourth pull.
Couple kills go their way. Envoy, though, he's looking for more. Hey, good reads for New York. They take their time. They get the break. And they need more moments like that. Because, hey, Kismet popping pieces. But the rotation again.
Kenny and Envoy now in the feed once again. Over to the point we have it. LA Thieves doing a great job of literally running up the scoreline right now, looking to close out the major. Kismet looking for the entry, finds one. Not to be deterred by the hit, as now the trade. Oh, Paul. Looking for pieces, a little bit of patience would have gone a long way, but now Octane. With the team kills! There have been so many team kills in this tournament. I can't wait to see the stat line at the end of it. How many we've seen on this map alone. As that might have been a friendly nade. Who knows at this point?
Well, it's a late flank right now for New York that is being read. You try to push to the front, you get cut down.
Envoy can't get any more out of the kills. Big tags as Drazah still retains the hard point. So can up, finding 3 now in a row.
Life as they are getting bullied, and Envoy again on rotation causing problems. Paul trying to gift a little bit of life.
Here we go, the contest is on. The first fights are through, the trades are abound. Last man in is going to be Octane. The kills are there, and no one. Oh my God! They line up! The Thieves are in! The counterattack is on, there's 2 seconds to go. This hardpoint's not done yet!
And surviving for the moment, but is it enough? You get inside, but they hold on. LA needs.
One more hit. One more hit. Crim tries to hold it. Envoy through the front now, going for the contest immediately. Guns up. Kismet's there. Drazah through the side door. Octane through the kills. Oh my God, it's in! Finally done! In front of a New York crowd, the LA Thieves have defied.
You guys actually have a really fun history of playing each other.
I definitely love playing against them. It just brings something out of me.
Well, you want to be the best. You got to be the best.
I don't know if I ordered anything.
Kyler, no, you didn't? No cake? Do you want to share this?
You know, since you offered, I mean, I do.
Exactly. Because, dude, it's a weird thing we do. It's a weird job. We don't always get to sit and talk to each other. We don't really know each other, but because of the game.
Yeah, I haven't had too many talks with him, but like, I don't know, I play against him on the map almost every day. Yeah. It's like, I don't actually know him, but it feels like I do just because I play against him every day.
You guys are trying to solve this puzzle that keeps shifting daily. Your teammates, the opponents, the game itself.
Communication.
It's key for relationships, man. You guys are in a complicated 4-way relationships.
Complicated is an understatement. And take your time. On your schedule.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Champs Player to Watch. I am Jeremy Study Estasio, joined by none other than Afro, my man Marcus. How's it going, brother?
Not too bad, bro.
Before we even get into this interview, though, I gotta ask you right off the rip, are you a beans on toast kind of guy?
Hell no.
That's what I was thinking, because Bryce and Ton, at least when I talk to them, they really enjoy it, and they said it's a UK thing. Obviously, you're from UK, and I would expect the same thing, but you don't like it? I like that for you, brother, you know what I'm saying?
They need some taste buds, you know what I mean? They need some taste buds.
Okay, so you came in the middle of last year for the CDL. What was that whole year like for you when you jump in mid-season?
Honestly, it was just more of a experience kind of thing. I kind of already knew that couldn't really make champs. We're going to do that much, but obviously still have to give you it all. But yeah, mainly just an experience thing.
So now that you have been in the CDL for almost 2 years, what's the difference between your mid-season last year when you're joining and then now playing a full season with the Ravens?
This time it's like everybody's kind of on the same page. Everyone wants to do the same thing. Everybody wants to win. Obviously, not saying last year people didn't want to win, but this year it feels like everybody is so much more motivated. This year it's more like a team, like an actual team. So really enjoying myself.
I can see that. I can see that. You guys have been frying in the beginning. You guys had a couple roster changes, got your original roster back, and you guys been looking in prime form. So now let's get away from that, though. Let's get away from all the competitive stuff. I want to know more about Afro. I want to know where you came from and how you got into this entire thing.
Well, I came from a little town called Worcester.
Okay.
Just right next to Birmingham, like 30 minutes away. And how I got into this whole thing, I'll probably say my dad. From a young age, like, bought me the original Xbox, I think.
360?
No, the original one. OG Xbox. Actually, before I had the Dreamcast, if you know what the Dreamcast is.
Yeah, I know what the Dreamcast is.
Started on the Dreamcast, I was like 2, 3 years old. And then Call of Duty, I think I got it when I was like 6, 7. So I've been playing for quite a long time. So I started Call of Duty, World at War. And then I got into competitive when I was like 13, so Call of Duty Ghosts. So seeing you on Envy, I remember that, And ever since then, I just wanted to play. It's just one of those things.
What was the reason if you like get to the competitive scene? Because you know everybody gets the console and they all just want to play the game casually. But what makes you want to get to that next level? Was this somebody that you were watching out there? Like, what was that turning point to realize that, yo, I can start to play this and make some money off of it?
Honestly, this is a really weird answer, to be honest. I don't think many people would say this, but like, there was this S&D player who I used to just play against all the time. I think his name was Jeff Kid.
Okay.
And I saw him, I think it was AW, Advanced Warfare, and I saw him play like, he was just in champs. And I thought, well, if he can do it, I can do it. And then ever since then, kind of just wanted to do my thing. But then honestly, where it started for me was Black Ops 4. Like, that's where it first started, where I started to kind of get my name out there. I went to a little local called Malta.
Okay.
Got top 3 there, played Joey Gizmo in the winners final. Choked against him, should have beat him, but it's fine. We don't talk about that. 100-point comeback me, which wasn't great. Then MW, which is 2 years ago, Modern Warfare. That's where, like, won Challenger finals. But that was mainly thanks to Steve Paulehx, who is in Challengers right now, who's, like, putting on a show, in my opinion. And he brought me through 100%. Like, without him, I really wouldn't be here.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, yeah, because I was about to ask you, what was your break into the scene?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Steve,
like,
100%.
So you started originally watching like competitive Call of Duty and Ghosts, and you didn't like pursue it until like AW or Black Ops 4?
Here's the thing, so I saw Jeff Kidd like do what he did in AW, just, you know what I mean? I took a break from Ghost till like Black Ops 4 just because like I had school, so I had to kind of to do that.
Yeah, it's tough.
But then when Black Ops 4 came out, I was like, kind of want to pursue this a little bit, so I took my time on it. But then MW is when I could have went to university, but I didn't go to university, so I thought I asked my mum, I begged my mum and dad, like, can I have a gap year to see what I can do with it?
Yeah.
And that year, it just took off for me. So, yeah, I thank you to my mum and dad, 100%.
Yeah.
Without them, 100% I wouldn't be here, but also without Steve, giving me the chance as well. It's like kind of one of them ones. But.
Yeah, so that's like my story too, man. Because without my parents, I was not going to be able
100%.
to, be a competitive player. They wanted me to go to college. I said, nah, give me 3 months, and it all worked out by then. But that's crazy. That's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. Now let's get back to your whole London situation. How did you get put on their radar for you to join the London Royal Ravens?
Well, this is the story I've been told by Dominic, the coach. I think it was just the finals of the Modern Warfare Challengers, like the actual champs of Challengers. He just said, like, we need to pick this kid up. And obviously at the time I didn't really know, but now I think actually mid-final, Trey actually tweeted me mid-final. I was like, okay, cool. But you shouldn't be doing that mid-final. I got a little bit nervous. I was looking at it, what was he tweeting me for?
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think I kind of knew a little bit that there was a chance of me getting picked up. Honestly, the chance I was joining Paris as well. But no offense, but thank God I didn't. No offense.
Yeah, Paris are kind of in a tough booger right now.
Tough one right now. But.
Yeah, you're looking good on London. You're looking good. Okay, so you started off this year hot, right? London Royal Ravens, brand new team. Obviously, the last 2 years in CDL haven't really been the best for the organization, but you guys come out swinging. You guys get third at the first major, and then it's an up and down since then. Can you tell me like that whole little story of like what's been going on with the Ravens since the beginning of the season?
Yeah, I can be honest with you. So even for Major 1, honestly, like, we probably could have done better than we did. Like, Joey was really ill. Obviously, people think coming top 3 is really good.
Yeah.
But, like, for us, we knew we could have done better. And after Major 1, Joey had to go home for 2 weeks, obviously get checked out, because, he wanted to see his family as well, obviously family problems. And then, obviously, he came back to the US, Obviously, we played with Paul for 2 weeks. But having 2 weeks off, and then having 3 days to go into a Major 1 with hardly any practice. Major 2, with no practice, it's hard. Going into Major 2, we were already underprepared. And even then, we still had problems, just like family problems, like people still being ill and stuff like that. So that just took a turn. And so Major 2, we got top 8, right? Top 8. In my opinion, still we could have done better than that, even with all the stuff that happened. Major 3 as well, Jesus Christ. Like, honestly, these Major 2 and Major 3, for us, is kind of void. At least that's how we like to look at it.
But it's all good. It's all good. You guys are looking in prime form ever since you got Gizmo back on the team. All right, so Zero, which at least in my mind, I think is the leader of your team. I got a chance to compete against that guy for a long time in my career. Every time I look at him on your roster, I look at the veteran presence. What does he bring to your team with him sitting, knowing that he's your backbone for your roster?
He brings experience. You know, he's obviously been in these situations for a lot longer than us. He just calms us down. Obviously, even in game, like you can hear in the comms, he tells us like just to relax a little bit. Sometimes I don't like it, does it? Because if we're feeding off energy, like our team wants to feed off energy a lot. Yeah. So like if he does tell us to calm down, it can. Sometimes it doesn't work for the best of us, but it can obviously help. But yeah, he just brings that, like I said, that backbone. He's the backbone to the team, you know. So yeah, just calms us down. He makes that we're coming right. Make sure that we're playing the game right. Just everything like that. Yeah.
One player that really caught my eye has been Nasty. He's been so consistent ever since Gizmo's joined back on the team. How is that able to improve all your other guys' gameplay?
I think Byron's obviously more comfortable now, more confident as well with the team, which probably helps. So yeah, I mean, Byron's a player unreal. Like this is the player that everybody thought he can be, and is. Like he's unreal. He's honestly, he's my favorite sub-Joe.
Oh yeah, you guys play a tremendous pace. Like you don't stop with the ego child. I love the confidence out of your team.
I'll keep doing it.
I love the confidence out of your team.
Byron needs to stop moaning. He keeps moaning. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
When you were talking about the hype with your team at the London Royal Ravens, you guys love to play off energy. When Gizmo joined, you could just see it in the player cams you guys are playing. Like, he is the energy bunny for this team. Does that, like, do wonders for your guys' squad? You get a two-piece, he's in your ear just gassing you the entire time?
I mean, Joey can get the easiest clear in the world and they will still shout at the other team for that reason, so... I mean, yeah, when you hear that, at least when he's gassed at them, he's on gassed, vice versa. And when that happens, especially when you hear Trey, if Trey getting gassed, then, bro, it's chalked.
What are your expectations now going into playoffs and champs? Now with your full roster looking in prime form, what are you guys really looking forward to at playoffs and champs?
Honestly, it's the most obvious answer, but just looking forward to play on the stage, 100%. Like, it's like just that adrenaline you get when you play on the stage. It's so good. Like I said, we're also confident that we're going to win. If we're confident that we can win, I feel like we can do it, you know? 100%.
You didn't get a chance to play at champs last year, right?
Nah,
right?
Unfortunately.
So this is going to be your first champs. Do you have any feeling of what this is going to be like? Because I've played there. I've gotten second. It's like the best tournament you could possibly do at. But like going into your first champs, what are your expectations for it?
The way I see it is that it's just going to be a little bit more intense than a major. So as long as we do the same things we do at a major, the same things we do online, like we should be fine. It's hard to say what I'm going to feel like when I get there, but hopefully just a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You got some back pocket strats, like wall bangs that you're not even giving out yet? You know, a couple of things that you
We'll save that for champs. I've got a few.
Okay. Basically, all of last year, a majority of the matches that you guys played were all online. Now, going into this season, we've had a lot of majors, a lot of traveling that you have to go into. You're going into teams' home stage where you're playing against the crowd and playing against them as well. What is it going to be like for you guys at champs with all that you have to take into consideration?
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. One thing as well, obviously, for like traveling a lot, which at least what I enjoy is just meeting all the fans.
Yeah.
I think Toronto was the first time I really like actually took it all in. Like obviously we have to go through the front doors of Toronto, right?
Yeah.
So like you see all the fans and bro, it's crazy. Like you walk around, you literally feel like a celebrity, which it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't like feeling like that, but it's so surreal. How are we gonna deal with that pressure? Honestly, we're just gonna play our game. Just gonna feed off the energy, gas each other up on stage. Like I said, we're a team. So.
Well, thank you so much, my man.
Appreciate it, man.
We had a great interview, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy I got to learn a little bit more about you. Congratulations on being our Champs player to watch. Make sure you guys tune into Champs August 4th to the 7th.
Hi everyone, this is Miles from the Call of Duty League, and I'm joined by the one and only Simp. Chris, how you doing, mate? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good.
It's been an interesting season for sure. How has this season been going from your perspective?
In one way, you can compare it to last year, to where, you know, we were kind of like winning everything. And, you know, this year we're only getting seconds, but, you know, compared to first, that's pretty bad. But if you look at it overall, like, you know, we're still doing better than 10 other teams. And I feel like as long as we keep that mindset and just keep on practicing and, you know, making sure we're getting better throughout the year, you know, we'll get our first at some point.
When you know, in game, we've seen you play time and time again, you get pretty hyped, but how do you actually remain cool, calm, and genuinely focused in hot moments?
Staying confident in those heated moments, those mixing moments in game is really just, you know, staying confident in your practice, staying confident in your team, and, you know, not second guessing the plays you're making, because, you know, those split second decisions are what really make like good plays great plays. And, you know, it's kind of just those kind of things that will make it stand out.
So your teammates, I mean, you guys have been together now for many seasons. No one has ever once brought up the notion of a team change. How do you guys sort of do it? What is the secret to your success as a squad, and what do you see the future hold for the four of you?
I mean, I don't really know if there's a secret to really staying together as a team, but overall, you kind of just have to be open to each other about things. You know, you can't really let things dwell in your mind. You can't not tell each other how you're feeling, because that's kind of how the negativity kind of, you know, festers. And, you know, if you're holding a grudge against someone for this thing on this day, and you keep doing that, all those things kind of build up. So it's really good to just kind of have team talks, make sure you get all that bad energy out into the air, and, you know, just making sure you're just staying cool, because, you know, we're all best friends and we all love each other. So,
dude, there's some good life advice in there, man. Thank you very much for that. So, I mean, you brought up a few challenges there. You know, what are some of the larger challenges that you face on a daily basis as a Call of Duty pro?
The wear on your hands is for sure something, you know, I haven't felt it yet because I'm still pretty young, but I'm sure a lot of the older COD pros will say, you know, their hands aren't what they used to, just because of how much you really have to, you know, once you become a pro, you kind of have, like, I don't know, you have like a face to represent yourself, I guess. You know, people follow you, people look up to you, and, you know, you kind of have to be a role model once you're a pro, because, you know, there's people out there who are trying to be you.
Simp's the man to get the drop down to 32 and 19. Big kills and a Sim in the point he goes.
What does the future hold for you, Sim? How long do you think you got, you know, left in the Call of Duty tank?
I mean, I hope I have a long time. You know, depending on whether the situation is in my control or not, I hope I'm playing till I'm like 80. But, you know, realistically, I'm hoping I don't get dropped till I'm like 30. You know, hopefully I'm not a burger till then. You know, let me enjoy a couple years. Once I retire from Call of Duty, I definitely want to either be a coach or like a content creator within the COD scene. Just because, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have a really good sense of like game knowledge of Call of Duty. Yeah, definitely want to be a coach afterwards.
Any shout outs for the viewers at home?
Shout out to anyone who supports the CDL, who supports Atlanta FaZe. Shout out to anyone who supports me, and you guys are just amazing.
Chris, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm joined by the one and only Methodz of the Boston Breach. Mate, welcome to the space. How you doing?
Same old, man, same old.
You are one of the sort of more seasoned veterans in the league, it has to be said. You've been around the block a few times.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got TJ in the team, but let's talk about the squad as a whole. Obviously, you know, Nero and Capsule, not super new to the scene. Nero's been around a little bit, but Cap's still pretty fresh. How is it being kind of dad on the team?
It's a lot of frustration, right? We have two young guys, Tej, me and him are vets, but like I feel like everybody sort of wrote us off. Like everybody was like, Tej and Zen, decent, but like nothing special. And I think recently we've turned some heads. Just trying to be as good as we possibly can as quick as possible, right? Like I said, we have two young guys and they've been playing incredibly well. They've definitely come into their own as quick as possible, a lot faster than I would anticipate. So just trying to iron it out, and it is a lot of frustration, right? Like I expect the best out of all of them, and they know it all comes from wanting to win, right?
Right, we're playing Call of Duty professionally. It's the dream job for a lot of people. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
What are some of the more real challenges and pressures of being a pro COD player?
Essentially, it feels like every single time you're out there, you're sort of like playing for your spot. Like there's only 48 starting players in the league, and there are so many young up-and-coming players that pretty much want to take your spot. So the pressures of just competing at that high level, because it's all recency bias, right? You're only as good as your last game. So it's just like keeping that standard of high play as high as it can be, set the bar high, and just keep performing. Because obviously, last year I felt what it was like being removed from it. Obviously it was unexpected, and now being back into it, it's just, I have a different level of gratefulness and like love for what we do.
How hard was it to be outside of the league and sort of be looking in for what must have felt like a really long time?
Yeah, it was tough because the stream's been going well, luckily, and that didn't really start until that happened. So it was a lot of overthinking and a lot of negative thoughts, like, am I gonna be a pro again? How am I gonna make money? What's gonna happen? And then luckily, the stream sort of took off, and I was just streaming everything I was doing competitively and different games and whatever it may be, and they pretty much have my back every step of the way.
Yeah.
And now being back is just like, I wanted to compete. I could have stepped away and did content, and some people were sort of hoping I did that. Thank God Boston came in and gave me the shot, because it was looking grim for a little bit.
Do you think that really helped, you know, the way the stream was going and how public you were about your sort of journey in that space, and obviously, you know, the rest of the team alongside with you?
I say it a lot. I've been competing for almost a decade, and now it feels like I have more support than I ever have, which is weird because usually, like, it would seem like when you were younger and like up and coming, everybody would support you more, and now it's like, we call it the Zen City. They have my back, and I knew no matter what happened, I'd be good.
His teammates are getting taken care of. 20 seconds here, the Mutineers could have it. Here comes Boston though, still alive in the fight. Methodz gets another! Let's talk about the team though. Not everyone knows everything about Capsule and Nero. TJ's been around the block a few times. He was with OpTic for a while, so he's got a lot of support there. But what is the best and worst thing about teaming with Nero?
Yeah, I mean, Nero's just a playmaker, right? Like, he has crazy pop-up potential. I would say right there with any top player you can think of at any time. We've seen some of his sprees. He can go on an 8 spree and get streaks in 10 seconds. So it's just like, he has that pop-off ability. Bad thing, sometimes he bites back, but I like it. Now they're starting. When we first started, things were there was a lot of me talking, and obviously with 2 young guys, very apprehensive to get in a conversation. And now they're starting to bite back if they disagree. So I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. I would say it's a good thing.
Same questions for Capsule. The best and worst thing about teaming with Capsule?
Well, Cap is the worst scrim player I've ever played with my entire life. But when it comes to matches, he starts popping off. In the scrims, he likes to go rogue and run around and try to get kills, and sometimes he gets put down. But when it comes to matches, he's been star-studded all year.
Let's go back to Tej though.
Yeah.
You've been with Tej for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's my boy, dude. He's a little troll. I mean, it's good to play with him. Me and him, I feel like I've always worked well together on the map. World War II, obviously, me and him had a lot of success on Rise Nation before he dropped me. Then I got him on OpTic, and then he dropped me again. But luckily, we find ourselves in a different shade of green here, and so far, so good. I feel like with him, similar to me, a lot of people, very underrated for a majority of his career. And then now, I'm grateful that me and him can sort of prove to the world how talented and good we are.
That's very cool, man. Again, you guys have actually got one of the few true comeback stories in the league. Not many people get dropped from the league or leave the league or even the professional scene and manage to find their way back in. So I think it's incredible you've both done that. It's really amazing. Zinni, thank you very much for the chat, mate. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Also, follow me on all socials. That's Methodz, M-E-T-H-O-D-Z. A lot of food content on Instagram. Avid tweeter, streamer, up-and-coming personality, songwriter, artist, the whole 9. So, thank you.
Hi guys, what's going on? This is Miles from the Call of Duty League commentator, now being joined by 3 members of Seattle Surge. We've got Mack, Pred, and Simp joining us. The Iceman is not here today, but gents, welcome. How you doing? I mean, it's been an amazing run in the league so far. You've turned heads, you've won fans all over the place. Tell me one thing about each of your teammates that you love about them, whether it's in or out of the game.
Mack, I mean, he's been one of my duos for years. I think we've been playing together since about 15 or so. So ever since then, we always dreamed of like, yo, like imagine we're on the same pro team together. That'd be crazy. And then now I'm 20 years old. What, 5 years later, we're on a team together. It's just kind of, it's amazing to think about.
The relationships in the team, it's not like a forced thing. It's very genuine. It makes it very easy to show up and give your 100% because you know that the person on your left and right are both giving their 100% to not only improve as an individual, but also as a team.
Pred, a big question for you. This has been the most massive transformation, huge transition for you in your life, coming all the way from Australia and now full-time Call of Duty League Pro. What has that whole thing been like?
You know, coming from Australia to come do your dream job and be a pro, that's something you love doing. It definitely has its perks, you know, you get to do what you've always dreamt about doing as a living, everyone's dream. If your ambitions are to be the best at Call of Duty is to come into the league, and you know, leaving my family behind and all my friends and all my just livelihood in Australia is obviously a big thing. You know, it's a bit frightening at first, but luckily for me, I've had good support within my team, with Seattle.
Guys, thank you very much. You sound like you've all got your heads on your shoulders and you've got a very exciting year ahead of you. I wish you the best of luck, and thanks again for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Smart, coming to you from the Pro Am Classic. Let's talk. Being back in the Pro League honestly just was everything I was working for the past 2 years, so it just feels really good to like finally be here again. The emotions that I felt after winning was honestly just like mind blown, kinda, I guess. I don't think that's an emotion, but it really didn't hit me that we won until like a week after I got home, honestly. Like I was sitting on the balcony and I was like, wow, like that actually happened. Being declared the MVP was honestly just the best thing, I guess. I think that was probably the one feeling I did feel during it, because like everybody was just chanting. And it was just like, just a surreal feeling. I honestly was just really surprised to win it, but also like really happy. The future for my team, I personally believe that we're like a top 4 team in the game, so honestly I feel like every single tournament we just have to come and play our game and then just go from there. My advice to amateurs is just stay confident and just stay on the grind and just don't ever give up, because I had a really bad first year and I just kept on grinding and then I got back in, so yeah, just stay confident and just keep on the grind. I would not change a single thing in my career, honestly, just because I think everything happens for a reason, so just gotta keep moving. This is Spark from the LA Guerrillas. Keep grinding.
I have the one and only Hook of the LA Guerrillas here. Mate, welcome to the space. How you doing?
I'm doing good, feeling good.
You're still a young player, but I feel like you've got such a long and experienced career when it comes to multiple different esports. You know, you've been at the top in different games. Like, how do you do it?
I just do, in a sense. I mean, this is what I love to do, so it comes really natural to me.
That's pretty much it, right? That's as honest as
work hard, you know, and enjoy it.
But who's the frontline man? 8-2, trying to run it up. The nuke!
For you, what are some of the biggest sort of pressures in your career?
I don't think the pressures are really external. It's more myself, the pressure I put on myself, expectations on myself. But yeah, you definitely feel the pressure just in general with being a COD player. Not many people probably speak about it, but you could feel it just in general in the community. It's not as easy as it seems from the surface level.
Everyone looks like they're having a good time, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah,
there's definitely lots of pressures internally within the community, for sure.
What is one of your favorite things about teaming with aSimp?
His ability to essentially just be selfless and really listen and want to grow under any circumstances.
What about Slasher? What is it like teaming with Austin? Because he seems like a real leader up front.
Yeah, Slasher, he's got a great mind for Call of Duty. He brings in really good insight all the time, and you could always learn something from him, especially with the way he analyzes the game.
What about Gunless? What's it like teaming with Gunless?
Gunless is just Gunless. In the sense, he's always reliable in terms of gameplay and stuff like that. He's just a beast.
What about Spark? Again, it's a little different. He's obviously the substitute. He's coming in last minute, but like, what's one of your favorite things about teaming with Spark?
So far, I really love his communication and his passion. Because, I mean, yeah, he's coming in with something to prove, essentially. So I'm excited to play with him.
When I think of your playstyle, you're aggressive, you're ruthless in game, you know, you're fast, but you're not at all like that in person. How do you manifest that into game where you're such a cutthroat player, you're so dangerous, but in person you're so chill and so zen?
I would say it comes from the fun I have when I play. In the sense of, yeah, I mean, maybe on the surface level I'm super calm and stuff like that. But when it comes to gaming and really, especially like in those moments where you're on stage or playing a match, that's whenever, you know, the beast comes out sometimes.
Well, thank you very much for talking, man. Appreciate it.
For sure.
You're truly one of a kind and we love you. Good luck.
Love you too, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Let's go. Right. Cut it. Let's roll right down the line. Who have you got, Ton? We're going to get into this game as fast as possible. Picks, go.
I think in Thieves it has to be. Fantastic performance in New York. They continue.
Ali.
Close your eyes. I'm picking the LA Thieves.
Oh my God, nameless.
I'm going LA Thieves.
He's going LA Thieves as well. All right, here we go. Let's get the solo. You know what the deal is, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we do things over here. I'm going to now pick my winner using these glorious Zenny frames, and it's no surprise, given the history the teams have got, I'm going with the Thieves. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they're going to walk away with this one, even though I tweeted out some mega bad juju for the squad. But we'll see how it goes. That's time now to get this game underway. Guy Blaze on the stage. Let's do this. Thank you so much, Miles. LA, are y'all ready to get cheers back underway? Yeah! Coming to the stage, this squad took Major 4 by storm. But can they run up another W? It's time to find out.
Los Angeles, make some noise for the hometown team, your LA Thieves. Give it up for Octane, Drazah, Kenny, and Envoy, your Major 4 champions.
Coming in hot over the Major 4 win. We'll see if the LA Thieves can continue the strong momentum coming in the champs, going back to back, seemingly an impossible task on Vanguard. But these boys, they take it. They will get the job done here. Let's find out how they fare. Guy, next team's up.
Yeah, let's find out how they fare, because the next team coming to the stage got so much grit. Let's see what Boston is all about.
Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero. Let's meet them. Boston Breach.
Take a look at the stats. Yeah, Methodz is doing well and the stats are pretty, but what does that mean if you can't beat the best?
How did you feel coming into this? Well, I felt pretty, I think Nameless hit the nail on the head. I was feeling Boston, just with Vivid on the team now.
Vivid's got some serious fire under it.
I introduce to you the Boston Breach.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Boston Breach. Give it up for Vivid, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero, your Boston Breach.
The youngest team addition in the CDL, still with a lot to prove. A lot of eyes on Nero, the only rookie on the stage right now. They've shocked a lot of us this year, but the job is not done yet. And what better to start it than getting a revenge against the LA Thieves, who have had their number all year, Blaze. I'm ready to get this match started.
I'm ready to get it started as well. Can Boston get it done? Well, we're about to find out, and I can't think of two better casters to break down all the action. Lando Study, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and I tell you what, Galen Center, I'm ready. Finally. Jay, I don't remember who's playing anymore. Thank God we just did the introductions for the teams. I forgot who was playing.
I know. It threw me off when I walked in this morning and Joe DeLuca was wearing the same exact shirt as me. But other than that, like a 45, 50-minute wait. Finally, the game is going to get started, man.
I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. Well, we got LA Thieves, Boston Breach, two teams who are, I guess you're kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum right now.
100%. LA Thieves obviously at Major 4. They were playing perfect Call of Duty. They started off by 3-1ing Atlanta FaZe, then 3-0ing Toronto Ultra. They lose that series to New York, but then they bounce back all the way in the grand finals to walk away the champion. So they're definitely the best team currently at this event. On the opposite side for Boston Breach, it's been kind of difficult for them because throughout stage 4 they were dominant. They go 4-1 ever since adding them to this tournament, but then when they went to that Major 4, they only get a top 8 placing. Wasn't expecting that from a strong Boston Breach team, especially with the SMG presence that they have now. But this is basically a David versus Goliath kind of matchup. The history between both of these two teams has not been favored at all in Boston. They only won one map, and it was Tuscan Hardpoint, and unfortunately for them, that's not in the series.
Yeah, it is not going to be in this series, and I guess kind of in topic with the map conversation as well. Jay, I know it's been a long time since we have seen the maps, but this is the one that we're going to kick this bad boy off with. Tuscan Hardpoint. Talk to me, buddy. Why is this map specifically so important for this series, specifically for the side of the Breach?
This map is so important for the Breach because obviously with this new roster, they have been struggling in Search and Destroy. LA Thieves at Major 4, they were slow and steady wins the race, turned up to a whole different level in that mode. But when you're talking about the respawns in this one, LA Thieves have their best 2 hardpoints and their best control. So if you are Boston Breach, this usually was an auto veto for this squad. You have to come out and you have to make a statement, especially with young talent on their team. This is Nero's very first champ, so the jitters are going to be there. But if you can answer early, get some momentum going into this map number 2, this is where I think Boston Breach need a strike.
I think too, it doesn't really help. I guess if you're Boston, considering you got some younger players on the team, 3 out of these 4 players were not at champs last year, and now you have the decent gap before we headed into their very first brawl here on the Tuscan. P1 we go, and it's Breach starting things off well.
That's good stuff from Breach, starting off on the better side. At least are initially able to get some good time. 30 seconds and counting. You see Thieves are trying to set up for this pinch, trying to play a couple trades, but as long as Boston Breach are winning those engagements, they should be okay. 25 seconds remaining on P1, but if you're the Thieves, you do not want to be too aggressive and potentially flip those spawns, not be fully set up for the next one.
You gotta be careful for it. However, they decide to send their forces forward. More specifically, Kylo Ken, ready as ever. The S&G, he wants to put it to good use. Had an incredible run at Major 4, and Jay, it feels like if he's playing well, sky is the limit for this Thieves team as they hold on to spawns.
Yeah, if he's playing well, especially with that SMG in his hand, you know what your ARs are going to give you in Drazah and Octane. But when Kenny with that SMG, if he turns up to a whole different level, that's what showed LA Thieves being the best team in the game. But early on in towards this P2, the pressure's going to be here from Nero. This is a guy who I really wanted to focus on. In your rookie year, making your very first chance, you have to come out and make a statement.
You got to make a statement. We saw Pred do it earlier. Nero trying to do the same. Eventually does get taken down. Vivid next line of defense, trying to cut down a few players. Envoy enters in toward the line of sight for his sack. However, Boston still knocking on the door, but keep in mind, Thieves have really yet to get a foot in this.
Yeah, they're not really getting a lot of time. Right there, Methodz with that nade, and then eventually finds a second with the gun. Allows LA Thieves to not get any time, but Envoy shuts the pressure down from bottom church. Finds himself on the 4th street. Now the final 15 seconds is going to go in favor of the Thieves, but now it's all about this rotation. More bodies right now, at least in favor of the Thieves, with trades going back and forth. It's going to be the early rotation for Methodz.
We know that Thieves, considering the play style that this roster has, it's not always the best when it comes down to breaking, considering the ARs that they've got at their back. But Drazah puts the AR away, puts the SMG to use, and the teamwork is perfect. Boston, being a little bit late on the rotation, had somebody stationed back there. He gets cut away, and watch the Thieves start to thrive. So good at locking down these hard points. They've got the communication in mind as well. TJ, a solid effort, but ultimately dropped as well.
Yeah, right there was just Boston Breach not having enough bodies off that rotation. Methodz was the only player that sneaks through all the way to the back. Unfortunately, he gets sniffed out, and the LA Thieves just had more presence on that side of the map to get this initial time. But 30-point game, Boston are able to execute the break. Spawns do not flip. Thieves still spawning over towards that roof side, but this is much needed time for Boston.
This is great. Maybe an opportunity for Nero to start to grab a little bit of confidence, having himself a solid game up to this point. Before he hits the deck, sits at 10 and 7. Meanwhile, Thieves, great gunfight victory on the Kenny, will grab the scraps, and now it is about the rotation. Nero, once more our player to talk about, he gets taken down from the back. Same thing said for Methodz as well. Thieves win the gunfights they have to and set up shop at church.
So now they're initially here for the setup, but they have to win their gunfights early too, going in favor of Boston. Pressure is going to be in towards the back. Octane does not get timing right there, so Vivid picks up that kill. Even though the spawns are in for LA Thieves, still in control of the hard point is going to be Boston. TJ, great shots, finds himself on a 6th spree. He can pick up this glide bomb, it can be so massive.
And this is the thing that we were talking about, Jay. Boston, why are you not playing Tuscan? Yeah. We can see the skill already with this roster. You've got some very fast-paced and aggressive players who just got yourself a glide bomb as well. TJ coming out of the gate hot. And with that, Boston will have the streak and are looking good as the lead changes in.
They're looking great. Final 15 is going to be here for P4. So if you are LA Thieves, you have to cut your losses, set up properly for that P5. Great nade from Kenny to take down Vivid. To not give all this remaining junk time to Boston, but again, it's going to be the Thieves early off the rotation. They just need to get a good hold right now. Every single time Boston Breach are getting a couple kills to execute the break, and it's working out perfectly.
See if Boston can make the break. As we said, they've got that streak in their back pocket. Probably not going to invest it for P5. Already weathered. Somewhat taken down into the Thieves, battered and bruised, but they stay alive. Octane, after a slower start to this game, starting to pick up the pace. Now sits on the 4th spree, taking players down through walls. Nero there to greet him, but again, it is the Thieves getting some much-needed seconds, holding off this Boston front.
Yeah, this is a beautiful setup. They're continuously pushing out towards church side. You have one player in Kenny who's the cutoff man, just not allowing anyone to sneak through the bottom of that hard point or even overextend to top fire. This has been a great hold from LA Thieves, so basically a flawless hold for the final 20 coming about. 3 kills do go in favor of Boston, so they're going to be able to get this remaining time, but
Once again, LA Thieves fully set up off the rotation for P1, and that's usually their money hill when they're not starting off on the bad side. 90% hold rate going into this P1.
Yeah, and that's a scary sight. Normally, you know, Call of Duty fans, when we expect Hardpoint, P1, not normally, we're going to see a lot of time be gained on Tuscan. That is not at all the case. And you see the investment coming in from TJ. Glide bomb storms on through, and that could be the opening that Boston are looking for.
That could be the opening, but Nero at least finds one. The spawns do flip. LA Thieves not getting the better side, but Octane at least finds to release some kind of pressure. And as long as you're Boston Breach, just keep them off at this time as much as you can. 2 kills go in favor of their side. TJ with the beams, able to find 3 in a row before he gets naded by Octane. But so far, this is great work from Boston Breach to not allow LA Thieves to run away with this game.
Yeah, it's a great break and a very timely one at that. Methodz trying to stay down, waits for the challenge, and it's Octane who comes away with 2. Envoy will find a 3rd in a much-needed break. Coming in from the LA Thieves, Octane, who started off 6 and 12, has picked up his level of play. As these two Titans continue to battle back and forth, it is a team nade that comes through from Boston. Regardless of that, they will hold the spawns as we head in toward Column, but they've got to be aware of Drazah.
They have to be aware of Drazah. He's going to probably cause them some problems. Picks up the SMG, and that's going to be all 4 dead. Now all of Boston Breach continuously spawning towards the back. You just have to win a couple of these gunfights. It's LA Thieves. They're able to take the lead right on back. Envoy going to be the player on towards point, but as long as these kills keep getting traded, Boston Breach need to open up with this nade.
Here comes Utility. Tactical's tossed. Somewhat battered right now as Envoy, lived on 20 HP. Got a few teammates around him as this lead continues to build. 3 down, make it 4 down in the feed for Breach. And right now, Jay, it just feels like the pace of the game has started to slow down and favor the boys in red. Drazah started things off well. Envoy instantly hopped inside of the hardpoint. And now it is going to be a last-second battle for these final few seconds. And Breach, thankfully, a timely break.
Yeah, and that's not good, though, if you're LA Thieves, because now you're late off the rotations. The spawns do flip, so
take a look at
towards the back. And Vivid, he's going to be the early player here from Boston Breach. Not able to finish that kill onto Envoy. Now you have to get out with your life, because there's 4 Thieves players trying to attack this from mid.
You really wanted to have that gunfight victory. Thankfully, a few of those squad spawns come on in. Vivid, come on! There you go! That's all you needed! Puts that MP40 to good use and eventually gets evaporated by the nade. Breach, granted off of, you know, a few streaky shots from Vivid, he stays alive, and ultimately, Jay, that's the reason why Breach are about to reclaim the lead themselves.
Yeah, they just controlled the spawns the entire time, even with Vivid not getting the kill at the right time. But Boston Breach, such a back and forth game, are able to take the lead once again. A whole lot of pressure from LA Thieves coming in from field. Kenny and Octane combined for 2. A huge one-on-one from Nero. He's going to be able to secure this remaining time, at least give his team the spawn, so they can close out on this final 20 seconds and potentially give themselves a little bit more of a cushion as we get closer towards the end of this game. But you see LA Thieves with those spawns are early going to be set up for this P4. If not allow Boston Breach to break you through roofs again.
I gotta say, Jay, I mean, just taking a quick, you know, moment away from the game as we rotate for Church now. I mean, given the score, given the level of play, and honestly how dominant Thieves have been versus Breach, I feel like this is a very solid statement out of Boston saying that they have been working on those Tuscan Hardpoint.
It definitely is, because when you come out versus a team like Thieves, who throughout Major 4, I'm pretty sure they go 4 and 5 on this map, but usually they do tremendous at that P1. That was the biggest thing that I took away, is that Boston Breach do not allow them to get a lot of time off that P1. They execute the break on towards P4. Right now, the Thieves just simply can't get a hold. Someone hold the pre-aim and win a gunfight.
Yeah, you look across the board. TJ having a great performance right now. 26 and 21 as Nero falls basically just above even. Breach continued to hold, and the Thieves start to waver a tad bit. Some unfortunate timing there for Vivid rather, but it turns and burns, cuts down Octane, and they've reached that double century mark. They are moving and grooving.
Boston are playing phenomenal Call of Duty right now. The S&Gs are playing at a tremendous pace. They find themselves very close to closing out this map number 1, but now we're going into the P5 where Thieves, at least in the first go-around, they were able to set up beautifully to get themselves right back into this game. You have Envoy, the cutoff man, gets a TP towards the middle of the map. All you have to do is hold your pre-aims with TJ and Methodz combined for 2. Huge one-on-one to try to take Envoy at the point, but Boston have more bodies here.
They have more bodies indeed, and Envoy trying to save a little bit of time for his teammates, but how about the triple? The triple kill from Vivid, and the cleanup there for Nero will be the 4 down, and Boston are feeling themselves less than 20 away from walking away with this game one.
And they're so far pushed out towards roofs. They can still win it here. Thieves need to execute the break. Methodz was going to be the cutoff man, but as long as his teammates stay alive, Vivid and Nero, the SMG duo, can do it right now.
Oh, and Vivid cuts another one down. 1v1 victory. It'll go to him, and Boston with a statement in this opener.
That's how you come out the gates if you're Boston Breach. The underdog in this series by a hefty margin. They come out and get break after break on multiple hard points to secure themselves this map number 1. The SMGs went above and beyond. Nero and Vivid really set the tone with how aggressive that they were going to play. Great work from Vivid to at least open up with that 3-piece nade on towards P5.
That was helpful.
That was definitely helpful because usually the Thieves, they hold that one down, but when you get 3-piece naded and then eventually go 4 dead clean, you allow Boston Breach to take a little bit more map control, and that's what they were able to do this entire side, this entire map. Every time the Thieves were early off the rotation, they were set up properly, they just couldn't win their gunfights at that point. You allowed Boston to break in towards your P1, which is usually your money hill. Even towards the P4, 2 times they had those back spawns, and they just allowed Boston Breach to break through the front, break through field. You cannot allow that to happen if you're the Thieves, who normally are one of the more dominant teams in Hardpoint that do not make mistakes like that.
Yeah, and that was the thing that we started to talk about, right? Was the balance across all of these game modes. The Thieves looked amazing at Major 4. The S&D improved. The control was lights out. Hardpoint did take a little bit of a back seat, but again, it was the consistency across the board for this team. And I don't want to say it gets scary, but at the same time for Boston, they looked great in that opening hardpoint, Jay. This is a team that I know historically has been great at search destroy. I know that'll be the topic of conversation, I feel like, moving into this game too, is can Boston not just be lethal at times in the hardpoints, maybe now with this Tuscan, but can they return back to form, the early season form they saw in Surge?
That's the thing about it. It's just like, they do not have Capsule on this roster, who was like their best S&D player with like a 1.29. They pick up Vivid, who was struggling with Florida Mutineers in that mode. And ever since this roster has been playing a lot of Search and Destroy, the record's not the best. They usually are winning series by closing out S&Ds or losing series by not winning Search and Destroys. But now in this series, you find yourself with early momentum going up 1-0 versus our Major 4 champions. This is not the game mode for LA Thieves that has been strong all year. Recently, they have been getting better at this, and it's simply because they slowed the game down. If you're Boston Breach, at least from what we saw at Major 4, when they struggled in Search and Destroy, it was all in their SMGs. Just going out there, getting multiple First Blooded. Vivid and Nero just simply could not slow down their game. And going up against a team like Thieves, who are playing for that information, playing for their neutral setup, you have to let the plays come to you.
Yeah, you absolutely have to do that. Again, when we talk about the LA Thieves, our Major 4 champions, it's you know, it's kind of rattled the confidence a little bit, but we know this team, Jay. Like, we listen to the team comms, and we just watch the content pieces that come in from the Los Angeles Thieves, like YouTube channel and stuff. These guys are always feeling good. They got the crowd behind them. I would say if a few of these rounds start to get away from them, though, in the S&D, that may be where panic mode is reached, but again, you're looking across the stage at this Boston team, a roster who we said very well could be a little bit nervous coming into this matchup. Nero did not look that way at all. Definitely makes us, I think we're in for a good series.
We're definitely in for a good series because, like you said, Nero in his rookie year, no jitters from him in that map number 1. Puts up like 32 kills, just really sets the tone of how aggressive Boston Breach are going to play. And even to touch on more of his teammates, Methodz and TJ, they were not at champs last year. You had TJ, who was with the Thieves roster. Unfortunately, he got dropped right before the event. And then you had Methodz, who was on Toronto Ultra, and unfortunately, he got dropped in the beginning of the year and couldn't play at this one as well. So it's a lot of fight for this Boston Breach team, and hopefully, at least off that map number 1, they're playing with a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah, and you know, again, when we talk about this Boston Breach team, again, I mean, when we talk about the group of players that they have, a lot of interesting stories across the board. 2 vets, 2 younger players. I know Vivid's been around for a little bit now, but at the same notion, franchise's first ever Call of Duty championships. They want to have a solid performance, and it is this interesting storyline, this interesting clash that we have. LA Thieves, a roster that expects excellence, who has been in the Call of Duty scene for a very long time. On the other side for Boston, a totally different story, you know, a very fresh face when we talk about the COD scene, looking to make a statement, and boy, was that game 1 a statement indeed. And I know we talked about it too. DJ, you know, dropped from the LA Thieves last year. Maybe there's a little bit of something going on. Maybe some spice, considering he's looking at a few boys across the stage, making me think, hey, I wasn't able to make it to the champs last year because of you guys.
Yeah, TJ's definitely playing with some extra fire. When you're going up against one of your old rosters, I'm telling you, at least from experience, there's nothing better than that. I did it every single time Nameless dropped me on my neck. I beat him in a clean 3-0, 3-1. Did not matter. It's just a different kind of fire when you're playing against your old team. But if you are Boston Breach on this map, they struggle with their attacking rounds. The best thing for them is when they're going towards B, which they have a 43% win rate. It's not really the best. And then for the Thieves, they're great on their defense, but they dominate on their A attacks. It's 63% win rate with a 63% first blood. So if you're Boston Breach, allow the plays to develop. Do not get early picked.
Really just try to keep this momentum flowing as well. If you're Boston, man, it'll look to do the exact opposite of that. Give his team maybe an early pick would be Octane. We know the stats with him when it comes down to having that sniper in his hands. In Desert Siege, quite literally could be the playground. Maybe a pixel spotted across the desert. Maybe it was a mirage. Who exactly knows? David tosses out the nade regardless and manages to escape with his life. But the Kobe lands.
Kobe is in for that first blood, and Nero unfortunately cannot put them in a man advantage. The trade does come in from Envoy, but Vivid there for the trade. Already too early kills for Vivid, but Drazah answers with 2 of his own. Now it's all left up to Methodz. Bomb gonna be down towards those B steps, but still a lot of time to work with.
Oh, but he doesn't cut down Drazah. At least has the stun for information, tosses up the nade, says a prayer. Unfortunately for him, Vivid's luck will not be granted for Zinni. Bomb attained, 25 seconds to go. Just gonna spot the clip from the sniper, tags up Octane, putting in constant bullets to the opposition, but LA Thieves will secure our first round off of a highlight and a half out of Drazah.
Yeah, right there, Boston Breach. They open up with that first blood, but then it's immediately traded. Vivid finds a second, turn it into a 3v2, but that allows, when you're putting a lot of aggression towards that B side, you eventually allow Drazah to be aggressive through trains. He finds that opening 2, gets out with his life, and plays the 2v1 perfectly for LA Thieves to take round number 1.
It was a hat trick as well for Drazah. Not only did he find those 2, but he also cuts down Methodz at the end. A solid start there for Hazard. Deep cut there, Jay. I'll let people know that.
It's the name backwards.
It is. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like that. Oh, okay. Thought that one was about to land. Felt that one in my chest.
Unfortunately, he's not able to hit the shot. The Thieves, they've gained a lot of information of how Boston Breach are going to potentially be setting up around this site. The bomb is slowly going to creep up towards that B-bomb. You have Boston full control of top palace. What kind of information can Octane get as the bomb is going down?
Bomb's planted! How about the flick from Octane? And he could have another one lined up. Only 2 more members to go. Very well could be a shooting gallery. Oh, Kenny wanted that last one a bit of a heat check as TJHaly position known. 30 seconds left. A bomb still to try and defuse. You can chalk this one up. Thieves are going to grab our second one.
Just too easy right there for the Thieves. Slow and steady wins the race. They get the information, but one player pushed out towards lower trenches. They back that player down. Eventually, they work the site.
Woo-wee!
When you're hitting shots like this, shout out my guy Chance. He don't miss with that sniper in his hand. I'm pretty sure 1.9 in search and destroy when he's running that sniper at hand. It shows it right there in that round number 2.
Yeah, we just saw exactly why that is the case. LaRue put that bad boy to use, and the Thieves quickly turn the momentum now into their corner. Up 2-0. Boston in major need of an answer. Will come into this 3rd round back on the attack, and Octane will strike once more.
He's just lining them up. Another first blood going in favor of the Thieves. That's 2 so far out of 3 rounds. But I don't know if he was able to spot that player towards lower trenches. Side bomb is going to be down. Right now, if you're Boston Breach, just trying to get some information of how these players are going to be playing it. These work a pick. TJ's able to spot Drazah, not able to get the kill, but it sets up Methodz to find that one and make it a 3v3.
Yeah, great work out of the Mets to coordinate. The second blood, if you will, in this round now brings things to a 3v3. Envoy reveals his position and fades off into the distance. With 40 seconds left, still time to work with, but Vivid making his way up through the desert. May find himself a great and timely pick. Unfortunately, it is going to cost one of his teammates. Now 2v2. And that bomb is still down on B. Nobody gets a grab.
Bomb's still down on B, but look how aggressive Methodz is getting through that A side. Just walks right by Octane, but Octane with the pistol.
No.
Not able to pick up the kill. But if you're Boston Breach, someone's got to commit towards the plant. Someone has to grab that bomb and plant it towards B, and this is where Envoy can strike.
Envoy looks to strike. Bomb gets planted. Oh, he loses the fight. He loses the fight. And now it is all on to Octane, a 1v2. It has been highlights throughout our first 2 rounds where we can see one again. Not for the Thieves, but a staggering kill there from Boston puts them up on the board.
And that's a tough one because you got to keep in mind, if Octane picks up that kill with the pistol onto Methodz, it's 2v1 in their favor. But even if Vivid isn't planning towards the outside of that bomb, Envoy probably gets that kill, but great heads-up play from him to win that huge one-on-one. And in the force to play, they come to that Boston breach, get one on the board.
And what's so weird, we saw like Afro do that on this very map, in this same situation to Pred earlier. Know what it is about that B bomb site here on Siege. Nades tossed out again, and the sniper will look to rain out once more for Octane. And he will strike onto Tej. Oh, and Vivid nearly escapes with his life. Gets tagged up, but ultimately not drop. Thieves still with man count advantage, looking to body stack, and who knows, maybe make a play over toward that A site. Vivid runs up toward top market, eventually found out. He's gonna put him on skates, not gonna happen. Another pick, and a timely one at that for Thieves as the forces continue to get cut down. That was a comfortable one.
Just another first blood from Octane with that snipe. You're putting that pressure on towards B, you're forcing the players who are playing that A bomb to rotate back. LA Thieves, they group up towards Train's side. They were aggressive, trying to work that bomb plant, but they were able to take down Vivid on the flank and then slowly pick them apart. So that was 4 up, 4 down. Very clean round right there from the Thieves to go up 3-1.
This is a Boston team who has struggled with this new roster on Desert Siege specifically. And so often we talk about the SMGs. Right now for Nero, 0-4. Vivid having a much better performance at 5-3, but TJ at least able to find the pick. Bomb goes down as well. Back-to-back headshots while Drazah looks to make a play in the flank. This round basically comes down to him, Jay.
Yeah, Octane also has a sniper in hand, so you're waiting for Drazah to make a play, but he does get sniffed out. So now multiple players from Boston are gonna put their focus on him. He's the last one up. He's one shot, and that was a very clean round right there from Boston. This time TJ gets the better in the first blood column. Opens up with that one. Eventually they find the second, you get the bomb down. You know Octane has a sniper in hand, you solo him out and then put all your focus on the player on the flank. Very clean round right there from Boston.
Yeah, much needed one at that. As we said, this team has seen a lot of struggles in Search and Destroy as of late with this new roster change. 4-8 in all of Major 4. I mean, at different times, we've called this team one of the best S&D teams in the entire game. They've changed their game plan around, but when it comes down to champs, sometimes you toss the stats out the window and just hope that you can be as consistent as possible. As we enter in toward this round, all eyes onto Octane once more. Vivid still looking to continue on his reign of terror. As he'll lay down some nice shots, but nobody yet to drop.
No one yet to drop. Hold on. Vivid is putting down a couple shots. I thought Octane was going to be able to take that shot there. To actually execute another first blood, but spot CJ not able to hit the shot. Vivid with the first blood. So now Boston breach into 4v3. Time is starting to tick. 50-second to work with if you are the Thieves. But you have to at least play for this B side. Look at the positioning right now from Drazah.
Drazah's gonna make the play, but Nero spots him. Nero will spot him. Thieves now down 2 members. Still with the bomb in hand, 35 seconds left. There's really not a ton of information to work off of. Envoy, a timely pick. Will bring these numbers ever closer, but Nero, with information, will now leave Octane all by his lonesome, a 1v3 that will most likely put us at 3-3 territory. Breach come roaring back and bring us to a level score.
It's just good not getting first blooded. You're forcing Octane to mainly focus towards that B site. Great work right there from TJ to not give that one up. Allows Vivid to get that first blood, and then when players try to attack towards that site, this is where you have multiple players on Boston Breach just ready for that bomb plant at any given moment. Even when Envoy finds that kill, player slides down B steps, force it into a 3v1, and right now they're just not really focusing on Octane. They're leaving this guy alone. They're focused on everyone else, just trying to leave him the last alive, and it's been working out.
It has these last few. Got some passionate fans out here. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Octane, oh my goodness, he and Nero strike at the exact same time. No first blood, no problem. Envoy comes away with a nice pick himself. 2v2, bomb down, breach. 40 seconds left to defend.
They know the positioning of Nero. Unfortunately, Kenny runs out of bullets. He's able to find that kill, but TJ finds another one. So now in a 1v1, you know the positioning of Kenny. 30 seconds to work with. The shots are gonna come in, and TJ, the original Iceman, so far having himself one hell of a series. At Major 4, he puts up a .85. So far, he's clutching up in search and destroy for the team Boston Breach. Now up 4-3.
TJ the DJ.
Okay.
Changing the tone in a very, very interesting round. And maybe in that headset, he's bumping, feeling like TJ at this moment. He's felt right in that gunfight. And as we said, somewhat of a rivalry game for good old TJHaly, facing off against his old teammate, maybe somebody with a hand. And him not being with the roster last year at Champs. Sits at 4-5. His player number 7, Vivin, looks to strike again. These teams continue to battle early and bring numbers to a level count. Current 3v3, Drazah still a bomb in hand.
And this is the first round right here where Thieves decided to attack in towards bottom castle. They find that. They don't find the first blood, but they at least even it up and make it a 3v3. Here, Boston, look at the positioning right now of TJ. He's covering so much ground. He knows that they're committing towards this A-bomb. They're not going to be able to read him in this position.
He's got 3 players. His hands are full.
Spots him.
Position known. Boston now with numbers and with the awareness that Siege could be striking at any moment. They try to make a bomb site rotation. In the meantime, Nero gets cut down in the crossfire. Bomb still has yet to go down to Siege. Not able to finalize the gunfight onto Drazah. 25 seconds left. And it's Octane there for the teammate support. It's all on to Siege, the man who made the flight to start off the round. It comes down to him. Maybe saves the duel for another opportunity. Pistol out, it's somehow alive. What is this round?
I don't know.
What is happening?
I have no idea. There's a lot of bullets all over the place.
That was like a 35-minute 1v2.
There's like 120 bullets and only 1 kill happened. Insane stuff right there. I thought TJ, he finds himself in a great position, at least makes it a 3v2. But once they're not committing towards that bomb plan, the rest of the Boston Breach, all you have to do is stay alive. Someone stay alive on the opposite side of your map, hold bottom palace. They have to work towards the bomb plan.
I mean, there's 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's a 3 versus 2. You know all the players are at that A site. One of those rounds that if you're Boston, you're going to look back at and think, hey, was that what decided game number 2? Is that what maybe allowed for the Thieves to get back in this series as another timely first blood comes in from Octane. Drazah, continuing to fry as well, has entered in to double digits. Tacticals out, and Boston, despite being in a 2 versus 3, in desperate need of a pick now, Jay.
The only thing is that bomb is down towards that A site. And Drazah and Octane, both for the ARs for LA Thieves. Perfectly set up, waiting for that push, but it's going to be Vivid. Once again, just trying to sneak his way through. Envoy's going to be the information. Now he tells his teammate in Octane that one player's committed towards the flank. He's ready for the gunfight. Now it's all left up to Methodz. He does find one. Makes it a little bit manageable in a 1v2.
Oh, it looked solid. I mean, given you're in a 1v3, just very well played out of the LA Thieves. Obviously in that 1v2, and then you called it up perfectly. Shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge as well for kind of issuing out the communication that Envoy has. Spots the player in the back, and Octane is there to finalize one of the more important rounds in this Game 2 Desert Siege. Now 5 rounds to 4. The fans eager to see Thieves get back on the board.
It's the home team. LA is representing so far. They find themselves at game point. Octane on a 4 spree. Decides to put down that sniper. Shot the AR, trying to get some early shots in towards top palace. Not able to get that first blood, but Drazah, he answers the first blood onto TJ. Octane with great shots onto Vivid, already a 4v2.
Open hero Methodz that come away with a few. Octane, I believe, does sit on the spree. Does not earn that glide bomb as of yet. Nero will drop from the back. And LA Thieves, relying once more on that search and destroy, will pay off as they answer back in game number 2. And we have got ourselves a series now.
Right there, Boston Breach. They just kind of let that one get away from them. In that 3v2 situation, when TJ finds that initial kill, if they just stay alive, force them to get that bomb plant, it probably is going to go in their favor. But TJ was just putting out shots after shots. No one can execute that one bullet to close out any of those kills. And Thieves do what they do best, especially in Search and Destroy. Slow and steady wins the race. They play for the information. They play for the first blood. Pretty sure it was 6-4 in favor of Thieves on first blood on this map. Yeah. But just that swing round where TJ finds himself in the flank. I thought he definitely could have got a little bit more once he found that first kill.
Yeah, it's like a round that you want to take a deeper dive at and wonder, how did we lose that? I mean, you have a flank inbound. TJ's in a great position. We're talking constantly about, okay, hey, TJ's going to have his hands full. He's got an excellent opportunity to make a play, and somehow, some way, the Thieves escape with that round, and now they find themselves back in this series, a 1-1 scoreline, buddy. I don't know. We talked about how important it was for Boston to walk away with that game, and given how strong the Thieves looked in that Search Destroy, I think there's a reason why.
Oh, 100%. And then now going into the second half of this series, this is Thieves' bread and butter. They have Berlin's where this is where they were able to fight back into the grand finals versus NYSL, tied the series at 2-2. This is usually where they dominate. Boston Breach, coming out and playing Berlin Control, they gotta show me something. This 2 weeks of practice has to have shown improvement in that mode.
Yeah, we hope the Tuscan Hardpoint has improved. We hope the S&D, the Control, everything has improved for this Boston team. Anything and everything is on the line right now. When we come back after the break, we enter in toward our third map, Berlin Control, after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Day number 1 of the CDL Championship Weekend 2022 as we're live from the Galen Center in the midst of a phenomenal series going down between the LA Thieves and the Boston Breach. Jay, we get ready to enter in toward our 3rd game mode of this set, and boy, do we have an interesting one, Berlin Control.
Yeah, this one's going to be difficult if you're Boston Breach, because with this new roster, I'm pretty sure they have not touched this map. They're overall 1-3, but that's when Capsule was on this team. Okay. All throughout Stage 4, even at the Major, they did not touch Berlin Control, and if you are LA Thieves, this is their bread and butter. Yeah. They were 4-0 throughout that Major, dominant on this map. We saw it multiple times versus NYSL. The fastest attacking rounds, the fastest defensive rounds. Boston Breach need to show me something that the practice they've been putting in this last 2 weeks is going to allow them to play this map versus a team like LA Thieves.
And Jay, the last 3 times that LA Thieves have played Berlin Control,
3-0.
It's been 3-0. Yeah, it's not been great. If you've been the opposition, if you've been staring down the barrel at a Berlin Control versus the Thieves, it has not gone well for you. But I don't know. I mean, stylistically, on paper, I feel like this could be a team in Boston who could see quite a bit of success at this map, and for reasons exactly like that one. Nero, hot and heavy on the flank, looks to make his presence felt. Thieves go for the early A attack, but they have been dealt an interesting hand. Some great work out of Breach to cut down 3.
Yeah, this is great work from Boston to not allow them to be super aggressive in towards A, but 2 kills do go in favor of the Thieves. Just gonna have roaming Slayers in Kenny. Running around towards this A site. But his teammates are already setting up the flank towards fire. LA Thieves are up by 2 lives, but the pitch is gonna be here. Boston have to hold strong.
And so far, job done quite nicely. Drazah looking to make a play toward the flank. Presence felt inside of fire, and he will get handled. In the meantime, that time will stop for the moment. Paused at 42 seconds because the Thieves are currently capturing that B zone. Presence felt across the entirety of the library. Nero eager to strike. Does eventually get found out. Octane as well does get dealt an interesting hand, and a great play comes in from Boston. They make the rotation, and now the Thieves, with 35 seconds left, have 1 tick to their name.
Yeah, that was a clean 4 dead. Boston Breach right now have a lot of map control, only 30 seconds to work with if you're the Thieves, so you have to commit towards this B point, but still, no one picking up any kills. Methodz and aBeZy are able to find 2. Nero with the 3rd. Last player here is going to be Octane. His teammates are going to spawn close towards that water side, able to stop that clock. But Boston Breach, they're coming out swinging. Every single kill is in their favor. Final 15.
And a current 10-team streak right now for the Boston Breach as well. Everybody hiding. LAT cannot find out where these players are located here inside of the library. A very narrow space, but TJ and Nero do get found out. Vivid, one of the last lines of defense, tries to hold on, and the Thieves, thankfully, will break in just before the buzzer beater. Get another minute on the clock, but they had to work for everything, Jay.
Yeah, they had to work for every little inch. This Boston Breach was not going to give up anything, but that initial 2-piece is going to allow LA Thieves to get super aggressive on the map. Kenny's going to be the player, at least trying to catch a couple of these players all spawn. Methodz is going to be 1 shot, but he does get out with his life. He's trying to set up the pitch for his team. Octane does take down 1. They're eventually able to get in this point. Great collapse right there from LA Thieves.
And despite Kenny falling victim to the YYing, his teammates at least seem to be winning a majority of these fights. Oh, a great double comes in from Octane. Turret-like stuff here inside of the office. A few of the S&Gs sit flying forward. Envoy left to try to hold things down while the ARs do the damage from across the map. Vivid able to find 2, but it's not enough of a dent, and the Thieves, despite some shakiness off the start of this round, gain some composure, win their fights. And just like that, Jay, we see why this team has been so good in control as of late.
Especially on Berlin. On their attacking rounds, they have a 60% win rate. And it showed right there. But on the opposite side for Boston Breach, I'm pretty sure it's a little bit better on their attacking side. It's probably because they haven't played the map as much as the Thieves. 75% win rate on their attacking rounds. Just the way that the Thieves are able to execute that break on towards A. They already find themselves up by a lot of segments. Just have to hold strong on defense. And Envoy with that initial 2. Trades going back and forth. Huge 1-on-1 between Envoy and Vivid.
Oh, but Octane eager to flank. How about the plays? Coming in from the main AR, just 1 away from the glide bomb. Doors open. And the window of opportunity will be granted once more for the Thieves. Octane drops off the streak, but you leave that gunfight, you leave the start of this round very happy, Jay, for the Thieves.
Definitely do, because now you have a glide bomb to work with. You're still maintaining map control. Drazah is causing problems over towards that B point. And Nero eventually takes him down. They're going to be able to stop this clock. About 50 seconds, trying to extend this time, but look at Octane's positioning. He's not going to try to give this one up easy towards water side. He finds that initial kill onto Nero. Now it's all about just staying alive, maintaining the side of the map.
And Nero was just looking for a good book to read inside the library, and Octane, quite literally, the thorn in the side. One tick granted for breach, but Octane continues to knock on the door from the outside. He's going to spot Vivid. Thank you very much. Nobody is taking this guy out.
Someone's got to focus him. They got to focus Octane. He's just causing them so many problems. When trying to commit towards completing this B point. There's only 30 seconds left. They cannot close out this B capture, but that two-piece should be able to do it for Boston Breaks. Time is going to be extended by a minute. So now a minute and 36 seconds to work with, down by 2 lives. You have to try to rotate back and get some control of trains.
Threat momentarily avoided for Boston. Really, we're sitting for the gallows, if you will, to start off this round number 2, but they fire back quite nicely and are starting to get a few down in stride. One player, though, currently lingers on the flank. He gets dropped as well, and this is looking exactly like what we saw in round number 1. The Thieves were able to claim the attack, and Boston do the same.
Boston do the same, but they have to read this player on the pinch. Drazah and Kenny combined for 2, but Kenny unfortunately does take down his teammate, so that's going to be 3 dead. Drazah the player on the flank. Elise does take down 1, but the second tick is going to be in. Vivid trying to be aggressive towards top flat. He gets taken down, so great work from LA Thieves to stop that initial pressure, but TJ, he finds 2. Boston Breach is still here.
They are still here. They've still got numbers. TJ, the farthest pushed up player, the only member past that 50-yard line. Methodz, Vivid, everybody from the rest of the team looks to join him hand in hand. Envoy sacrifices his body, puts it on the line. And with 58 seconds left as the dust begins to settle and bodies come off of the respawn. It is 2 ticks granted for breach. You're happy about it, but considering how that first offensive win went for the Thieves, you gotta grab this last one. Methodz starts things off with a pick as Nero looks to get aggressive.
And the lives remaining, look at it for Thieves. There's only 5 lives, and so they have no more respawns. Octane does at least find that kill onto Methodz. Pressure is going to be here from Boston, but no more respawns now for Thieves. 3 players remaining. The pinch is going to be here for Boston Breach. That multiple players trying to attack this from front side train, but as long as you're LA Thieves, keep the trades in your favor. Final 30 seconds, they hold strong.
20 seconds left and only 3 members of LAT to deal with, but now Kenny brings it to a 3v3. Vivid, the perfect pick, but now it's a 1v2. It is all on to Drazah to save the round and put Thieves in a commanding advantage. Waits for Boston to reveal their position, to reveal their location. While Boston don't get the 3rd tick, they get the round. And my goodness, what a dicey one it was.
Okay, Boston. That's what I'm talking about right there. They get some initial map control right off the rip. They win a couple gunfights over towards that trade side, which opens up that B point for them to extend this time, but they were just super aggressive on the map, winning a majority of their gunfights. Came back to bite Thieves. They had no more lives remaining, but if you're Drazah, at least you do not allow that segment to be complete. Thieves are still up by 1, just in case it does go round number 5.
And LAT back on the attack. Going to do the exact same thing they did in round 1. Let's get a ton of early success at this A zone. We'll see if the script is somewhat flipped. Envoy with a great pick. TJ, only member who ends up finding a kill off the start. Eventually taken down his Methodz, and the kills continue to come in spurts. A great little situation brewing right now for LAT. Hot and heavy on this A zone as Envoy looks to get going.
Envoy's just shutting it down. Toys top flat, the cutoff man. Eventually he gets taken down by Vivid, but 2 ticks already completed at this A point. They can potentially close this out. Boston has to put a step on it, but Kenny does find 2. At least they do not allow that A point to get away from them, as now LA Thieves gonna put sole focus on towards this B point. Octane at least trying to cause them some problems over here towards A, but the attack is gonna come in towards B. You're gonna try to extend this time.
Yeah, really, I mean, Octane, if he wins these gunfights, great, but at the same time, He is just limiting every single Breach player. They have to address Octane. They have to wipe him off the map. Well, his teammates are getting everything that they need done at that B zone. Octane does fall, but at the same time, as we said, it is an overall positive for LAT as the trades are inbound. That objective has yet to be captured, and it's 2 at A and B both. Boston come in and try to cancel, ruin the party, spoil it indeed, as Vivid has got that glide bomb.
Yeah, that's huge because you got to keep in mind Octane has the glide bomb for the LAD side, so glide bombs on both squads. As Vivid so far, he is dominating this game, 25 and 13. Really taking over, setting the tone for Boston Breach. They're going to pressure on towards B, but not able to stop them just in time. 1 minute and 45 to work with if you are the Thieves, up by 3 lives. You see the push they're trying to execute, push through backfire, potentially set up for some spawn kills, and just most likely break Boston's setup.
What has been a very offensive-heavy start to this Berlin control. Will we finally see something different? As Drazah peels Vivid off of that head glitch. Nero, the only player in ear's distance. As kills continue to rain in, that's going to be 3. Everybody wiped away off of the point, and you can kiss this round goodbye.
They just make it look so easy. Make it look so easy on their attacking rounds. When you slowly start to work up the middle of the map, you're playing your kills. When your teammate wins the gunfight, when he's flanking towards backfire, that's the opening that you're looking for, because everyone that's now pushed up towards trains has to turn around and pick up their flank, and that eventually allows the opening, the pinch, to come in for the Thieves. Yeah. To execute another great push towards that A point. They're so damn good at this map.
They are, man. You can see it. I mean, we're 3 for 3, and overall, offenses just kick off this Berlin control, but 2 of them obviously coming in from the Thieves. They find themselves in the driver's seat. We're talking a lot about glide bombs, a few for either side. Well, Drazah could earn his. Falls off the 5 spree. Well, that hope of having a streak eventually does get ended. Maybe it's Envoy's turn to do some damage once more here in the train yard. Eager as ever pulls out the automaton and looks to go to work. The Thieves trying to plant themselves firmly in the backside of the spawn of Boston.
And right there, Envoy hits the same exact route that he did on their initial defensive side, and finds 3 kills once again to keep the map control in favor of the Thieves, force all of Boston to commit towards this beat point, but this time the Thieves are not going to give up that live advantage. They're going to force them to try to break in. Currently up by 2 lives, but it's going to be 2 minutes to work with. It's all about maintaining this map control. When does Vivid decide to call in this glide bomb to at least gain some of that back?
Oh, and you did that gunfight victory. Thankfully for Breach, it comes exactly when it has to. Thieves were knocking on the door, and they come through with a great few kills. Envoy now at 5, Octane on a 3. Breach position is going to be known, and they continue to get dominated, 25 to 18 in lives. Minute 30 on the clock, thankfully to deal with. But again, you've just got so many players stationed. I think we have a glide bomb coming in as well. That one from Vivid gets information, but no kills.
Yeah, you have to call that in to try to at least get out of your spawn, because the way that LADs are fully set up, every kill still going in their favor. Last player up, Octane is calling the streak. He at least knows the last player is going to be pushed in towards fire, cannot find the kill onto Methodz. Now if you're Boston Breach, you just have to try to get across to your teammate. But it's not going to be easy when the Thieves are just cutting you down left and right.
Yeah, man. It's like every time the Thieves are pushed up, if one player is stationed up forward, he at least gets 1, if not 2 kills. Making Boston's lives, once they get past that 50-yard line, that much more difficult as the kills continue to run on in. Envoy on 7 in a row. That's another glide bomb that the Thieves are going to have in their back pocket for what could be the final 40 seconds of this game. Boston in need of an answer, and it very well could come in from Vivid. Envoy still hunting inside of the spawns. He is yet to get dealt with. He has been here the entire round, Jay.
He's been dominating just map control right now. Here comes the glide bomb. Give your teammates the information of where they're going to attack this from. 2 players pushing in towards train. Envoy at least takes down 1. He's the cutoff man. Potentially he's going to put himself on a 10 spree to close out this map. Early shots, he runs out of bullets. That's how you know the guy is frying.
Hold on.
Boston able to get on the point. They're able to stop that clock.
Oh, and Envoy gets cut down as well. Are you serious? Boston, they've got everybody here. They've got everybody here.
Gotta go.
Take a look at that progress bar. It continues to roll. Breach, get their moment. They get their window of opportunity. They seize it.
not expect that to happen, especially when you're calling in the glide bomb in the final 25 seconds. You get that initial kill, but no one else on Envoy's squad was able to pick up a kill. Boston Breach able to secure the attacking round, force all the way to a round number 5. All attacks so far in this Berlin Control. Unbelievable.
What in God's name is Berlin Control? Vivid! How about the 3? We're talking a lot about glide bombs. He can have a streak as well.
First 6 in.
Breach come in aggressive as ever into this round number 5. And they are hungry for blood. They see the red on the other side. Vivid at 8. Methodz is there. The glide bomb is called in, for God's sake, in the middle of this round happening.
What?
And they did not capture A. They did not capture A.
That's a mistake right there. If you're Vivid, your gun is hot. You need to keep your gun up right there to at least help your teammate in those gunfights. Because you don't know how close they are. But unfortunately, they were not able to complete this A point. Tonight gives a little bit of hope for the Thieves, knowing that they still have to defend A, but that one tick of aggression is still going to be in the back of the mind. Kenny on the pitch, him and Envoy combined for 2, and if you're Boston Breach, you cannot allow those mistakes to happen.
And this is huge, right? This is huge. Methodz is the only player inside of the objective. If LAT are able to find a few of these, that could potentially start up a spawn trap, but Boston come away with 2 big kills. 48 seconds on the clock. As we said, the presence felt firmly at that A zone. Drazah, great kills from the flank, able to find one on the TJ, and with those kills lining up the way that they do, Boston stack, and they will capture that B objective. LAT, thinking about lives, will hand that one on over. And Breach, 1 minute and 45 on the clock and 1 tick to go.
They have 3 lives more than the LA Thieves currently. So what the Thieves are able to do last time. When they have this much back control, it's going to be difficult for you to try to get out. Methodz is that initial kill onto Envoy. A lot of pressure, at least through the middle of the map. This is going to force all of LA to start to turn around, but Vivid not going to slow down. He finds that initial. Cannot find the second onto Octane. So as long as you're LA Thieves, you just got to keep the trades in your favor. That was a jam.
We were bumping for a moment. I like that. I like that a lot, Jack. Minute on the clock. LAT still holding strong. These seconds continue to get away from them, almost playing like search and destroy rounds, given these neutral setups. But Breach in need of an answer. They were gifted that 4th round. And can they make the Thieves pay once more? Another crucial setup as Boston get all players set up and ready to go. A perfect and timely double comes in from Nero, and Vivid starting to flank. Somewhat of the pinch as Octane, he will get damaged as well. He gets brought down. City's here, runs out of ammo, and LAT clear the board.
That's just a big 2-piece from Octane. So these keep the trades in somewhat of their favor, but TJ with the beams, able to find a 2-piece. This might be the push that they were looking for. Final 30 seconds. Look at how close the Thieves are spawning them.
And take a look at Vivid. Take a look at Vivid, the man in the back. Oh, Kitty! He's there to cut him down. 20 seconds left, but LAT, no respawns left. Every kill is permanent from this point forward. If you're Breach, it is chaos. It is chaos as Nero comes away with 2. 1 more player, and Boston fight back in one of the craziest controls we have seen all season long. We were ready for the game to be over in round number 4. Boston given a gift and a chance. They will run with it. And just like that, Breach claimed round 5 and claimed the advantage up 2-1.
Boston Breach have not played a Berlin Control with this new roster.
Ever.
They were number 1 on their attacking rounds, at least with Capsule. 75% win rate. And I was thinking, like, they're going to be against the Thieves roster all throughout Stage 4. They dominated this map. They were definitely the number 1 team going into this Berlin Control, but Vivid just takes over. 32 non-traded kills. Almost got a little scary when he caused in that glide bomb, but at least they were able to close it out. And that final push towards A. And if you are the Thieves, this is a difficult series now. You lose that very first respawn, which you're usually very good at.
Yeah.
You're losing your best control versus a team who hasn't played this map with this roster. 5 attacking rounds in a row is what we just saw.
Jay, we're talking about the map set in general. Tuscan Hardpoint, the auto veto for Breach. They never wanted to play it. They take it. As you said, Berlin Control, a map that they have never played with this team, and they just beat the best roster on it. As we said coming into this, but the last 3 times the LAT had won it, it was sweeps. It was 3-0.
Clean 3-0. If you just think about the way that they did it versus NYSL, those are like 5-minute maps. Every single time that they were playing that, they just could not find an answer on their defensive side. That's what usually causes them a struggle on this one, but just when you allow the S&Gs to be super aggressive on the map, 2-piece after 2-piece from Vivid, and then at the final moments when Nero needed to initially start with that 2-piece of his own with that AR in his hand, they do just that. And Boston Breach, the underdogs in this series, are making a statement.
You see what it means?
That's
Nero. Nero's getting loud. Vivid drops 41 kills. And the fans, despite being on the side of LAT, cannot believe what they just witnessed. As we said, man, one of the crazier Berlin controls that we have seen this year. And the major 4 champions now look at a deficit. They now look at a 1-2 score. And granted, as we talked about, Berlin Hardpoint, I mean, Berlin in general is just great for the Thieves. But Boston love themselves some Berlin HP too, man.
Boston definitely loved this map. Their overall record is sitting like 8-6. So if you are LA Thieves, you were not expecting to be in this position in this series. Down 2-1 by losing both of the respawns. You clutch up in the search and destroy. But if you saw what they were able to do at Major Floor, they were playing flawless Hardpoint, followed up by flawless Control, which eventually led them to a championship. They were lacking in that map number 1 with their holds. You need to make sure if you're early off the rotation, you're set up properly. And on a map like Berlin, when you have those 3 ARs in hand, this is where they usually find a lot of success.
And to me, if you're Thieves, you also got to look out for Vivid. I feel like
that
Vivid
guy's a man on a mission.
On one in this series, especially in their game mode victories. We're going to take a look at Hardpoint for both of our teams throughout Stage 4. And granted, man, I mean, LA Thieves, obviously with the better record, you see the point differential, the KDs, the holds, etc. But that is a very solid, round. That is a very solid scoreline on the opposite side as well for Boston.
100%, because Stage 4 is when they make this roster change. They bring Vivid into this roster so they can get better at respawns, and it definitely showed in their Hardpoint and in their Control. They slacked off in that search and destroy, but at least off that game number 2, they kept it pretty close. A couple rounds just got away from them, but this is the Boston Breach that we saw in the beginning of Stage 4, coming out dominating with their SMGs, find themselves 1 map away from taking down the Major 4 champions.
Crazy, crazy scenes as the Breach and their first ever COD champs are looking to come away with the upset. We said it's been David versus Goliath all season, and it just feels like this game 4, they are coming in with some extra oomph. They're coming in with a little bit of something to prove to the entire CDL world. As here we go, buddy. What could be the final map in this series? Upset alert is on radar. To P1 we go.
With LA Thieves starting on the better side. Starting off the better side on this map, pretty sure it's almost a 70% win rate. So they're gonna be here off the initial time. A lot of pressure though from Boston off the pinch. The trade just coming from Vivid, at least trying to take down 1, cannot find the kill. So LA Thieves so far, they're holding strong. They're forcing all of Boston Breach to try to break this from the front. It's not allowed them to get all these kills, and that's exactly what happens. Beautiful break, 2 from TJ, 2 from Nero to finally get some time off P1.
In the Breach will elect to send a few of their members forward as well. Vivid, eager, and hungry to strike, cuts down 2, and thank you, potentially, for the 3rd. He and his teammate, TJ, there to claim another. Boston grabbing the scrap seconds. The spawns will flip, and the Thieves will come in now toward P2. Still with a few stragglers to try and deal with. Nero gets dropped, and thankfully for the Thieves, they can allow for themselves to set up shop, but only for a moment.
Yeah, this is where Boston have to execute a break. I'm pretty sure the number 1 team at breaking this hill on towards P2, and they do it just like that. Vivid would do. They read the player on the flank, cannot find the kill, but they're still gaining time. Thieves not getting the better side of the spawns. Have to win their gunfights here, at least get themselves a good chunk of time here, because you have to try to flip those spawns going into P3, but Boston is not going to give that one up easy.
Yeah, a great answer there for Thieves. You see Kenny YYing as crazy as ever. Doesn't matter if it's the AR or the SMG in his hands. This is where this guy can start to go on a run. You'll see that MP40, the Automaton, switching back and forth throughout our hardpoints, throughout our different situations. Boston still holding on to these spawns, but Drazah looking to make a sizable dent. Will stay alive just on a few bits of health. Methodz falls, and now Drazah, the sole man, he and Kenny gonna have to do a lot of damage. And hopefully that is not gonna happen.
So now off the rotation, Boston Breach. Initially here for the time. Methodz is gonna be the player pushed out all the way deep towards water. Not gonna allow any players to try to flip these spawns on the side of Thieves. That initial kill, they find onto TJ, they get somewhat fire control. Pressure's gonna be here from fire and from the front. What can Vivid do? He can't do much as the spawns flip LAD to take control.
That's a huge break coming in from Thieves. We came into this with a lot of different stacks, and P3 has not treated the Thieves kindly, at least as of late. A massive opening as Boston look to fire back on through. They still have those close spawns as Methodz starting to go on a roll. Drops in a crucial gunfight. Thankfully, his teammate is there for the trade. No glide bomb for Boston, but they at least will have the scraps.
Yeah, the final 15 is going to be theirs. And TJ is actually going to sneak his way into the back right house, but at the same time, Octane just cut down 2 of his teammates, all 3 players down. So everyone's still spawning across the map. Don't know if they know the positioning of TJHaly. But his job right now is to simply just stay alive, wait for his teammates to get a little bit closer before he decides to engage.
Begins to strike. Great moment there for TJ, but eventually found out, eventually sniffed out. There for Breach, and I'm just gonna say, take a look at the bottom left of your screen. How those arrows, where they spawn up at. Boston did have a few players toward the top warehouse side. However, those spawns not gonna be as kind as you'd like if you are a Breach fan. But they're gonna rely on that brute force to try to get their way through the trains, get their way through the train station. Octane able to find a soaring Zinni throughout these Berlin skies. A nice little spree granted for Octane, as now he's on a 6.
And this is usually the way LAD start to run away with this map. As Octane picks up that kill for the glide bomb. Great hold so far on this P4. I'm pretty sure they're the best P4 team in the game on Berlin Hardpoint, but already up by 42 points. It's going to come down to this P5. They initially do a great job of just not allowing the opposite team to get a good chunk of time. LA Thieves, they average about 24 seconds off this P5. But their main focus has to be flipping those spawns so they can at least get control of P1.
Yeah, that's the thing if you're Thieves heading into this P5. As you said, you want to get time, but you also want to think about those spawns. A very big moment in the game right now for LAD. Let's step aside and see how the mindset sounds and the communication sounds with the boys of Thieves.
I hear A-long late.
I'll see A-long. I'm on fire tank. I'm on fire tank.
I got time.
I'm on fire tank right now.
Hold A-long, bros. I got it.
It could be a bumpy fire.
Out on me, Zinni. Have some bear on me. Just hold your... I'm
trying to put two A-long on you. They're going to try you.
Yeah, Charlie. I got one. Nice, one more. Charlie time, second.
One's in fire on me. One's in fire above me.
Zinni's a big guy, bro.
One's in fire above me. One's in fire on me still.
I got through. Nice, good shit.
I'm top 3 fire.
Nice, good.
Dead.
Nice.
Top 3 fire. Just right now. They spawned. They spawned. Close on here.
Well, the Thieves weren't able to flip the spawns. They at least got a lot of time over at P5, firmly in the driver's seat. But now for the Boston Breach, down by 60, but a hardpoint that can get them there is this very one that they sit in right now. Let's go to the other side of the stage and listen with the Breach.
One shot envoy. Envoy's one shot down. Alley door office. Alley door office. Envoy's one shot down.
Office.
Nate office, guys. Nate office, yeah.
Absolutely.
Office one shot down. Envoy's on like a 4 or 5. Yeah, did it right window here?
Take a look.
How did that Envoy's on a 5. Envoy's on a 5.
How much you want to do?
This is a good time. I don't see him at all, guys.
I'm already going down.
Right pillar in office. I'll see you. Hey, statue 1P5. Statue 1 shot. 1P5, yeah.
5 draws.
That's one straight, guys.
That's one.
Top P5 on you. I just want to train room. I just want to train hand sheet. Pin down point. I'm going to use a streak. Dogs me, yeah, dogs. And Johnson's if you're not. I spawn warehouse, guys. Dogs me. Kenny's on, or Aki's on, the long guys like street.
Well, Jay, those comms sound pretty dead.
Yeah, definitely dead when you're allowing the LA Thieves to get break after break, especially on a money hill like P1. They were able to grow this lead wide open. But at least the biggest thing that I took away from Boston Breach is that no one is getting overhyped. Usually when you're playing your first match at Champs, you're going to give it everything that you got. Right there, you heard Nero just calm, cool, and collected, giving the comms that he needs to try to allow Boston to fight back into this one.
Yeah, trying to remain calm, trying to remain composed after what was a dominant run. Those last few HPs out of the Thieves. Boston still trying to fight. As we said, they find themselves with just one map left to take down the defending champions, and maybe Nero leading by example. Started off this hard point a little slow, but little by little, they started to even out that score line a bit. And these final 10 seconds are great. I mean, they're able to break into this hard point. They've also got spawns for next as well. Octane is going to have that glide bomb in the back pocket. You fully expect him to potentially use it in this upcoming HP. A map-defining hardpoint covered up next.
Yeah, this hardpoint is everything right here for the Thieves, so the glide bomb is going to get invested. Should be able to take TJ down towards this lower dock side, so the pressure is going to be from the Thieves. They're trying to flip these spawns, but one player does spawn right behind Kenny. He's able to get that pinch, shut that one down, and even though the spawns do flip, Boston Priestahh, they're doing a great job of just holding this hard point, only down by 25 points now.
Oh, this is going to be a brawl. This is going to be an absolute brawl. 3 answered for Thieves. The sole man alive is the captain, and he will get found out as well. The streak comes forward, and the Thieves come rifling in toward fire. They did it on the first set of rotations, and they're doing it again. A much-needed answer here out of LAT, and they will strike, knocking on the door of 200 seconds as we head in toward P4 now.
Going in towards P4 is going to be Boston, at least initially set up for this one. Methodz is a huge 2-piece off that rotation. Going to relieve some of that pressure from Thieves. Trying to attack this towards water side and potentially flip these spawns, but now it's time for the second glide bomb. Time to invest this, get these guys off this time. They're going to put pressure on through trains. Envoy finds that kill onto Vivid, and Octane with the great AR shots to take down Nero. That's going to be 3, make it all 4 dead. A perfect break right there from the Thieves.
Absolutely sensational work out of the Thieves to utilize those streaks that they have had, and it has netted them all kinds of success. And now Octane, he finds himself on 5 in a row, having a phenomenal game, by the way, at 30-15. Double positive as 20 very valuable seconds lay in wait. And for the Breach, they are starving for some points, but the Thieves eager to watch them hit the deck again. 30 points away from sending us to a game 5. LAT inching closer and closer. Boston are going to have to pull off some heroics to make this one even close now, Jim.
Yeah, Boston needs to fight for a lot of this P5 time and maintain the spawns going into that P1. That's what this map usually does come down to, that chain. But right now, LA Thieves, they're just soaking as much as they possibly can, getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. That's going to be 3 down, and they're coming to a very close line to closing it out on this P5.
It looks like it's going to be here, the final stand for Thieves. A few more seconds left before this one sends us to a game 5. Just how you wanted to see them respond after a very shaky Berlin control loss. Is a quick turnaround, multiple players on streaks. Everything you wanted and more is what you saw in that Berlin hardpoint. If you're an LAT fan, Jay, when it comes down to playing streaks, to dominant slaying, and overall hardpoint breaks.
It was all about that ending of the first rotation of hardpoints. When they broke that P3, they got about 20 to 25 seconds there, and then initially set up for that P4, which is usually their money hill. They were able to pull this game right away from Boston Breach. Then you get to the P5, they were getting a lot of time. If you're Boston Breach, I know you're trying to maintain the spawns to try to get towards that P1, but you could not give up that much time on P5, because that's when LA Thieves are going to be able to walk away with it. They get the break on towards P1. Boston simply could not execute a hold, even though they tried to fight back through that P3 and that P2. Just when you have that many streaks on the side of LA Thieves, it's not going to be easy. Those are the things that are going to break their setup every single time, and even if they have the early rotation, just wasn't enough with the guns, even in a 3v4 situation, to hold that one down. So LA Thieves do exactly what they usually do on Berlin Hardpoint, which is dominate. Now they force a game 5.
It only took us to get to map 4 before it felt like we finally saw the LA Thieves in their major 4 forms. Some excellent work out of those boys to get us now to a game 5. A spicy one indeed. A top 6 guaranteed placement is on the cards as well. When we come back after this break, it is time for some good old Tuscan Search and Destroy. Make sure and stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Game 5 time. LA Thieves versus the Boston Breach to find out who gets top 6 guaranteed and who is headed down to a very treacherous elimination bracket. What a series it has been up to this point. Lando and Standy, we've been guiding you guys throughout the action. Jay, we had an hour-long break, and now we're being gifted a good old Game 5. Thank you very much.
I feel like this is going to be like Major 4, man. We have the best teams. Game 5 after Game 5. Another one. Word to TJHaly. This is going to be a banger.
This is going to be a banger between both of these teams because obviously, when you're talking about the LA Thieves on this map, all throughout Stage 4, they go undefeated. They go 3-0 compared to Boston, who go 2-2. But if you're Boston Breach, you just have to think about that map number 2.
Yeah.
Think about how that game got away from you. It's because you were being a little bit over-aggressive in certain situations. Octane so far, 1.25. The guy really took off in that map number 4. Dominates in that Berlin, but for both of these squads, I think the biggest thing that I took away from Thieves watching them throughout Stage 4 was the neutral setups. They have an overall win percentage of 66% with a 66% first blood rate. So to get that first blood, slow the game down, that's how they find success.
For one team, you look to slow the game down, and arguably for Boston, they want to try to instantly push that pace. Nero, the guy we'll be talking about a lot throughout this Game 5, oftentimes involved in those first bloods. Wanting to be in that first engagement with Thieves. Living up to their name, Jay. They know what they see success on, which is playing the slow game. Nobody get to drop in round 1.
Yeah, right now Boston, they take full control of A. Not make it easy as they try to attack this through field. They find the first kill onto Nero, but this allows Vivid to strike. Vivid evens up the numbers, makes it 3v3. Oh, eventually Kenny takes him down. Bomb is going to get planted 3v2 in favor of the Thieves.
And now for Boston, it's up to the vets early. Methodz tagged up, but not dropped. Meanwhile, it's TJ lingering out through the fields. Great stun toss, rather a great stun toss as Arcitys able to escape with his life for a moment. TJ gets dealt with, and now it is all on to Chef Tony. The Thieves, calm, cool, collected. Round 1 belongs to them.
Just take their time, get the first blood, and then play the trades at that point. Exactly what they do to find success on their attacking rounds. The Thieves now put themselves up 1-0. For Boston Breach, you are a little bit better on your attacking rounds, 54% overall compared to defense, where you are 50%. Usually their go-to has to be going towards that B site. 70% win rate when they're taking that bomb towards B.
See if they look to pull that strategy out. See if LAT has done their homework. Well, that's done. We'll at least give them all the information that they need. Kenny backs on up, aware of the push. That could come in just a moment's notice.
Just gonna take his time. Boston, not trying to give up everything. We love you too.
Love you lots.
There's only a minute left on the clock. Bomb looked like it initially was going to go towards that B bomb, but start to reposition themselves, work towards bottom fountain, trying to play for mid-map control.
Oh, it's just a matter of time before they open the door. P5, they just did it. Oh, and Kenny's here, but Octane is as well. How about the LA Thieves? The duo say we are back again. A statement. Round number 2. And my goodness, what a round it was.
And that's all communication right there. We thought once Kenny drops down from the railing, he's going to get bad timing, not really get the information of how many players are going to attack this through that P5 area. But it sets up Octane. He said, I'm going to drop Octane. Now you cover that line of sight. I will take control of towards green.
And Jay, from a fellow sniper, watching that first player cross.
It's just clean, man.
Yeah, I mean, to hold down. The irons in that moment, right? To hold down the scope, to not just go with the first player that you see, but to lock it down. Such impressive stuff out of Octane. Meanwhile, Kenny, strong to start off our first 2 rounds with Methodz. We'll be able to answer for our first blood. And LAT, well, they go back and grab the bomb.
Down to 3v4. You don't have Octane. He's usually the island player taking his time towards that field side. have to at least wait for some kind of information. You know, he's gonna have the boom stick right in his hand. He finds the kill onto TJ as well. LA Thieves with snipers in hand are great, but Methodz and Vivid, they find 2, 3v1, all left up to Quavo Kenny.
Up to Quavo, Kylo, Mr. YY, all the nicknames in the world, but can he come away? Now is the clutch master. A 1v3, 30 seconds to go. Bomb still yet to be grabbed, and here comes the first engagement. Able to find it, keeping in mind he's on a 5 spree, so definitely wants to go for the round victory, but could suffice for a streak extension as 2 players are about to enter in. Maybe a second different, Jay, and that could be a totally different round.
Yeah, that was getting a little scary right there if you're Boston Breach, but they had the information that the bomb is going to be down. Let's play the buddy system, play for the trade. Nero and Vivid eventually link up. A beat down comes in from Vivid, and Nero with the final couple of shots, able to take the round for Boston. First blood finally going in their favor, secures them the round.
Thankfully, they also deny the streak. Again, we're talking about for Kenny. You at least want to walk away with the round. Maybe the streak extension does not get either of those things in Boston. Going back to that B site, last time around, it was the Octane and Kenny show. And will it be that same thing? Because they are both the closest players toward this B site. Boston still have a few stragglers hanging out toward middle, lining up the nades, praying for a first blood, but nothing granted yet.
Right now, at least Vivid from top P5. Trying to hold that hecklage just in case the guy decides to peek towards that A site, but Drazah with that first blood. Already, another first blood, but Methodz great shots. Or at least even up the numbers. Methodz with the trade. Also onto Envoy, so now in the 2v2, 40 seconds to work with. Bomb is going to be down towards the middle of the map.
Yes, fully in the very center of the map. Somewhat of a no man's land is Vivid. Nice and careful. Okay, second time. Eventually gets it, realizes, hey, maybe this is a little more open than I thought. Looks to get aggressive, and that is where the Thieves will punish you. All on the Methodz. Okay. Now to 1v2. Brings it now versus Kenny. Looks to get that objective down as well. Kenny is going to be here nice and fast. Jumps from the top. Hot on his heels. The engagement is here. Methodz able to stay alive though, Jay.
He's able to stay alive. Kenny does not commit towards the defuse as well. So Methodz with the repositioning, able to put down a couple shots. What you want to do is just play your life as long as you can. 25 seconds and counting. Kenny knows the positioning of where he is. Just does he get the great timing on when the challenge is going to come in? He actually thinks he rotates this all the way towards fire.
Oh, hop on it. He'll hop on it, and Methodz coming away with the 1v2. Took quite a few bullets in that round. He's known as Chef Tony, but looked like Iron Man. Tony Stark, the master of machine and cuisine, will give the Boston Breach a much-needed round. The clutch coming away from the vet.
The captain stepping up in this Game 5. He's been in multiple of these moments in his career. Keeping the young guns in this one. Huge 1v2. To find himself on a 3 spree. Usually the player shuts down this middle map. Last time he did get that first one onto Octane, but Octane's not going to give this one up easy. But this is the go-to strat right here for the spread the map, take control of bottom fountain, try to catch any players trying to be aggressive through the map. But Boston Breach, no one's going to be out there. They're all focused on that field side.
And this is very well a hot spot for our first bloods. A great toss comes in from Kenny. Vivid will live to see another day, live to see another round. The Breach on the defensive end will now have to work off the man disadvantage. Methodz versus Octane. Takes the head clean off, and Drazah will take down the teammate. Now a 3v2. Oh, but Kenny with another crucial kill. 30 seconds left. And they've got a lot of room to work with.
And I think TJ actually has the sniper in hand. He was able to get a hit marker. So unfortunately, it only took one shot for Drazah to get that team.
Here we go.
Here's the battle.
Here we go. Kenny is behind both of them. It's going to be awarded for one, but now it's a 1v1. Oh, Kenny! The cleanest of shots. Found himself with great timing on the Breach. and we'll get to see this one again. Stays alive, 45 HP, and slides in with confidence. LAT up 3 rounds to 2.
LA Thieves, right there, Drazah specifically just puts down a lot of shots to have that player one shot. So Kenny can go for the challenge, but this time around TJ, with the sniper in hand, is able to get his first kill of the map. First blood going to go in favor of Boston, but now for Boston, just slowly try to work this one up. Do not allow a playmaker to make plays, and that's exactly what Envoy's going to try to do. But TJ with the pistol makes it a 4v2.
Rat-tat-tat-tat, great work coming in from Tej. Granted, Kenny at least is able to find Vivid, so a 2v4 turned to a 2v3. And still a job to do if you're Boston. Octane and Methodz, they've seen each other in both of these locations, Top Fire and Top Church, so many times. And with that continuous
Kenny
talk that we've been discussing, the conversation between both of these players, Kenny's gonna have information, but he can't clean up the kill.
Can't pick up the kill, so now they know he's the player committing towards the flank, and Boston are gonna not commit towards the A bomb, gonna try to push it all the way to B. So now this should fall in the hands of Octane. Player closest towards this site, cannot allow this bomb to go down. Gonna slide right behind the player committing towards the climb up the ladder. Now the bomb is gonna get planted for Boston. TJ finds that first 1v3, all left up to Kenny.
He's been having a game though. I mean, this is the one player, I guess, if you're Thieves, that you want to have alive at a 1v3, but timing will work out for the breach. A 3 versus 2, and they say, you know what? We are facing off against some very experienced players on the other side of the stage. 2 guys who have brought banners to this Thieves organization. They avoid them, they get down the bomb. Just like that, Boston once more even the scoreline, Jay. We were just going back and forth.
Back and forth this entire game 5 so far. Right there was all on TJ though. Not really having the best game 5 to start, but pulls out the sniper, gets that initial first blood, and then shuts down Envoy. He was trying to make a play, also finds another kill to get 3 on the round. So 3-3, all out pressure from LA Thieves to top B5. It's gonna be on Nero. At least try to take down one or get out with his life, but Methodz here for a little bit of team fires. Not able to get that initial kill.
Oh, and how about the nade? Another team kill comes in from the Thieves. Nero strikes early, and I think maybe the bomb that was being cooked from Kenny at the time falls and also eliminates Envoy. A 2-for-1 special for Boston. Another man disadvantage in the Thieves. A frustrating start to this round number 7. Are going to have to find a pick. And all of that starts with maybe getting the bomb down early.
2v4 now. 35 seconds and counting. The bomb is going to get planted towards A. Boston is just going to give this one up. Play for the 4v2 retake. They have the man advantage. Just do not want to lose the trades. Do not give one-on-one gunfights. To make this a manageable round for the Thieves. Time is still ticking, but Methodz with great shots onto Octane. All left up to Drazah in the 1v4.
They're just going to hop on the defuse. They're going to hop on the defuse. Drazah needs him to strike for the first. 20 seconds left. Someone's going to have to go and challenge him. Someone's going to have to try to take him down. Finds another one on a Tej.
No way.
There is 15 seconds left.
No way.
And the breach have got to get on this defuse. And they will barely, despite having a 4v1. I mean, a few more bullets, maybe 1 or 2 at that, Jay. And we are talking about a 1v4. Sweat off the brow if you're Boston.
100%, wow. Because right there, no one was committing towards the flank, towards top fire. Everyone was playing towards that site. Was trying to body stack, not give any easy kills to Drazah. He was just picking them apart one by one. Right there, it all just comes down to Nero, his reposition to jump on that male fire tank. Puts himself in a greater spot to find that kill. As Boston now find themselves up 4-3. Back on the attack, early pressure over towards that field side, but TJ trying to get another first blood with this snipe in hand. Unfortunately, needs multiple nades on the side of the Thieves. Kenny with the first blood.
Yeah, thankfully for Thieves, you at least didn't, you know, kill your own teammates. That's a great start. You got the first blood, and you didn't do what I guess you didn't really want to do. Love you too, by the way. Boston breach. Sniper in hand for Vivid. Also bomb in hand as well. He's got his hands quite full. All that could start to spill here in a moment. Aggressive and hungry as Vivid goes flying, brings it now to a 2v4. Methodz and Nero, last players alive.
2v4 now. Octane is at least able to spot Nero, trying to be aggressive towards bottom church. Plays the repositioning that works out perfectly. Now it's Methodz left into 1v4. Bomb is going to be down. He knows the positioning of Envoy, but not able to pick up the kill. LA Thieves. Very, very clean round right there on the defensive end. No one drops. They tied up 4.
Looking at that scoreline, man, it just makes me smile. Like, what a series this has been.
Yeah.
Now at 4-4. And this is where, I mean, really, you give yourself a chance to close out this entire series. Whoever's able to go up 5-4, what a massive advantage that you put yourselves in. The Thieves will come into this 9th round on the attack. And maybe with a B site push in mind. The only player that's going to be an ear's distance of that right now sits the rookie in Nero. Hanging out firmly toward that B site. Methodz leaving himself flexible. He's got the ability to go to either site that he would like. Thieves starting to stampede through middle now.
Taking their time. Trying to take control of the middle of the map, and I'm pretty sure Methodz, every time he switches up his positioning, he's just getting bad timing, but at least evens up the numbers, makes it a 3v3. Bomb gonna be down towards that A site. So now if you're Boston Breach, let's just regroup. Try to execute this as a team. Do not give one-on-one gunfights with Kenny. He might be in.
Oh, he's wide-wadding as he comes into P5. Not the weapon of choice, and Nero there to silence him. All on to Breach now in this retake. Octane called upon early.
What a read.
Now brings the numbers to even. Methodz and TJ versus Octane and Drazah. LaRue hits the deck. And now it is all on the Alaskan Assassin. 1v2, 20 seconds to go.
20 seconds. All you have to do is get this player off bomb. No one's going to be on it. So right now, Boston Breach is wasting a lot of time just trying to check everywhere that he could potentially be. All you need is one kill if you're Drazah. Get one and get out. He does exactly that. And there's not going to be any time to stick the defuse. Drazah with the plays. So now put LAT up 5-4 at game point after a crazy 1v2 clutch.
Flex on him for me, Drazah. I mean, what? He had a near 1v4 earlier. Feeling all kinds of comfortable. When the game and the series sits in balance, a massive clutch coming in from this guy. As now the Thieves up 5 rounds to 4. One more is all it takes, and they invest a lot over toward the well side. Nade's utility tossed early, but it's Vivid who's able to strike for the first.
Right there,
first blood granted, but Kenny falls.
Kenny falls, so now to 4v2. Envoy tries to attack. He gets taken down. Now it's all left up to Octane. He does find that first kill with the snipe, but the bomb is going to go down towards that A point. 1v4. If he can close this one out with the sniper pistol in hand, he's going to be able to pick up that 40. Just look at how much map control right now Boston have. One player committing towards the flank. It's going to be Methodz, and Boston Breach take the round after a great initial push, doing their homework on the Thieves, knowing that they like to be aggressive in towards bottom fountain. They get that first blood with the nade. They win the trade engagements, and they come out on top to now force round 11.
Game 5, round 11. Boston Breach, LA Thieves, Galen Center. Get on your feet.
Oh yeah.
Now. Who is moving forward in winners and who is headed to the elimination bracket? Both teams with stories, and they look to try and continue here at Champs, and an early exit would toss a lot of negativity into those plans. Boston Breach coming to this overtime on the attack, and they are playing this one very, very slow, Jay.
They're just taking their time. They do not want to give up another first blood because currently it's 7-3 in favor of the Thieves. These are the rounds. You could not afford to make any mistakes. The nade is coming. It's going to be able to back down Octane.
But 45 seconds, the crowd is into it. I don't even know if Boston Breach can think right now with how loud the venue is.
And that makes you wonder as well, in these overtime type of situations, who's going to have the ice to start off this round? Drazah does reveal the position. A bit of the AR shots expressed early, and here come Boston firing through middle. It's aBeZy who's able to strike for the first to Breach. They begin to collapse. They begin to collapse as that will be 3. Vivid now in a 1v4. It all comes down to him. Bomb planted, and he will be handled. LA Thieves had Boston given their best shot, but have got the ice here in the round 11. Guaranteed top 6. And the Major 4 champions, the defending champions, escape what could have been peril.
What a round 11 it was for both of these teams. They wasted a minute on the clock before anyone initially tried to do anything on the map. But right there, LA Thieves is too strong on their defensive holds. You have one player who's committing towards that field side. One player in TJ who is watching towards the middle of the map. Octane eventually gives up middle just so he can simply focus on that B push. When you allow your teammates to start off with the initial gunfight, pretty sure it was 8-3 in overall first bloods on this game number 5. It's LA Thieves.
You're right, man.
Are able to clutch up in this search and destroy. And if you would have asked me before this series, obviously we know the history between both of these squads. Hasn't been favored at all on Boston Breach side. A lot of their series probably 20-25 minutes whenever they're playing against the Thieves. But they come out here, win 2 respawns versus one of the better teams in respawn at their better maps. Boston Breach are not a team to mess around with. Just a couple things that they have to fix in search and destroy. When you're having such slow rounds like that, you cannot afford to get first blooded, and that eventually is what costs them both search and destroys.
Yeah, that is it's a heartbreaking way to go out, man. It's a heartbreaking way to go out of the winner's bracket. Obviously, Boston still alive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're still going to be alive in that elimination bracket, but it just felt like the momentum was there, right? They get gifted that control. They're able to send us to a game 4. They really don't answer when it comes down to that Berlin, and we come into this game 5. And this Thieves team, who, as we said, has really started to try to make themselves as complete as possible coming into the later stages of this season. A team once laughed at in search and destroy, rely on 2 to get away with this series.
And I know if you're JCap and the entire coaching staff, you're going back immediately and watching that series, because there was a lot of mistakes LA Thieves were making throughout that entire series from map to map that costed them a bunch of them, especially in that map number 1. If they get some holds on some hard points, this probably doesn't go all the way to the distance. So they have a couple of things that they want to fix to make sure they're at the tippity top of their game, continuing going forward.
Yeah, close, but not close enough if you're Boston LAT. Sweat off the brow as they will move forward, guaranteed top 6. But hey, that's going to do it for us. It was a long break, but it was a great series that we got in return. As now we send it over toward the stage, our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. It is Blaze, joined alongside by Drazah.
Thank you so much for a fantastic cast. Lando and Standy. Los Angeles, give it up for your LA Thieves, continuing that win streak. As I'm on the stage with the Alaskan assassin himself, Drazah. In this series, it wasn't looking good for y'all in the respawns to start it off. Talk to me a little bit about those first 4 maps and how y'all kind of got into that map 5 after losing the control the way that y'all did.
Yeah, obviously we got to. Sometimes we start off slow in map 1s, and I think the S&D really brought us back into the series, and we had that Berlin control pretty free, and I think we lost like an 8 to like 19 life lead, and it was like 20 or maybe even 10 seconds left, so we just got to make sure that we hard play our kills after we've done so much in the round, and then just do the easy shit.
Let the objective play itself there towards the end.
Exactly.
And now you come over towards map 5, where it's search and destroy, another objective game mode, but you guys played it so well, tied up 4-4 at the end. You come out with a beautiful double kill to help get that round 5. Tell me about how the team was kind of playing there in those last few rounds to kind of clutch up.
Yeah, that was a huge match. Obviously, going to losers is a very tough run. So I think we all just like stayed composed. We knew we choked them, control, which brought us into the map 5. But I think we just stayed communicating to each other and just played together, and that's really what made us win.
Yeah, and I know that's doing a lot for the confidence of this squad coming off that Major 4 victory. Any words you want to give to this LA crowd?
You guys are insane. That 5-5, you guys were going crazy. I can hear you guys. You guys are insane. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely insane. That's going to do it for me and Drazah on the stage. Des, take it away.
Woo! Thank you very much, Guy. Well, welcome back to the Game Break presented by Prime Gaming. That was, I don't know, where do we start, guys? That was a banger. It was a banger.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
No, that was a super tense series. I think, especially what was said from the casters, from Jay and Lando, there was a lot of mistakes, though. Yeah. It has to be said. Thieves will be very happy to get through that.
Wins a win.
But it was very much a game that they got through, not that they won, so to speak.
You wanted to be a bit more comfortable in the finish. But hey, man, a win's a win. We'll take it for now. And oh man, that was sweating. I can't imagine. I saw it, and there's a lot of fans out there. Tons of LA Thieves fans showing up. Amazing turnout. That was a nail biter for sure. And I mean, aLLeY, you were losing it up here. This was a stressful series for everyone.
I will say, I'm going to echo Drazah in the fact that the crowd in that 5-5 was insane. There was not a lot of Boston fans in this building, but in that last 5-5, it went from let's go Thieves, let's go Boston, let's go Thieves. It just kept going back and forth. That was probably the coolest crowd chant I've heard so far, but it's good to see LA Thieves is still riding momentum from Major 4, right? They still made a lot of mistakes in the series, but it's the search and destroys that continue to pull them through. I said that's what's going to be decisive in this series, and although Boston looked better in their search and destroy, LA Thieves, your Major 4 champions, are still running on the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to now dive over towards our scuff play of the game. All of this was going to be given to Drazah, and the man went off. I think it was a 2v1, unreal stuff.
Yeah, dude, the guy 1v2s, and he just plays you're not going to expect him to be in this corner because of the way he plants the bomb. I mean, they went all the way around through spawn, right? They checked top Røkkr, and they thought he'd probably be in church somewhere, so they don't have enough time to really search for him, and he just comes from behind, pops the 2-piece. But I just want to talk about LA Thieves and their search and destroy game throughout this. There was a moment on that game 2 Desert Siege, I thought they were going to lose it. They were giving up mid-map control, castle, and you saw Boston was bleeding them out. Pivot was picking up the first bloods, and LA Thieves, they adjust their gameplay. They started to take mid, and they win that map, and then going into that game 5. That was a tough round 11. These guys had to get the Drazah 1v2 in the round 11. They throw all their util early in the round, and then you see Boston had their nades. They threw all their nades over at him on the statue side, and they back him down, but they don't commit to it. And Thieves just put them in the gauntlet chokehold and win that round 11, man. Just a beautiful adjustment out of the LA Thieves.
They had to tap out in the end, man. They had to. That was, of course, our scuff play of the game. Now we take a look at our game fuel tactical play. This is going to be another crazy 3-piece from that insane series. Vivid. The man put up the work. This was, of course, coming from the Desert Siege Search and Destroy.
Yeah, unfortunately they weren't able to pull it back, but LA Thieves got a big lead when it came to this map, and Boston Breach called their way back in it, and it was off the back of Vivid.
Yeah, and also we were talking about the 3 pieces from Vivid as well. A huge moment in the control on top of things as well. He had a good series. I mean, there's so many times, though, that we've seen him make plays like this in this search and destroy, but we were talking about it in that map number 5. He was having a bad time in map 5.
He was just making some rogue plays, and we saw him push statue by himself they get a kill, and he tried to make a hero play pushing through. I mean, it's because his gun was hot, right? Those are the things you'll learn at a tournament like Champs. People are going to they know where you're going to be coming from, right? They know Vivid's trying to make plays, trying to be that hero, and these are veterans. They shut him down there in that game 5, so tough one for him.
Also, what is it about that B-bomb site on Desert Siege right now? We've seen 2 players get absolutely world started in very similar situations. How many more before the week is out? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, what an unbelievable series. We will march onwards. We've got another one. I'm sure if you heard, of course, we have OpTic Texas versus the Toronto Ultra coming up just after this. Guys, can't wait. Any sort of high-level vibes there? aLLeY, we'll start with you.
I mean, this is going to be kind of a prove-it series for me when it comes to OpTic. Again, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting, but while you watch, Miles, you can earn. What can they earn?
Oh my goodness, look at that plethora of goodies on screen. We've got watches, we've got donut charms, shout out Sam LaRue, we've got chips, we've got all sorts of goodies, and look at all of those calling cards. Make sure you've linked your YouTube account and your Activision accounts while watching. I saw a guy in the crowd on his phone watching on Wi-Fi right now because he wants to get these rewards as well. That's passion. 200 IQ to you, sir or madam, couldn't tell a distance. But don't forget, friends, not only do we have all kinds of goodies, an MW2 reveal teaser is on its way. Be sure to tune in on Championship Sunday, a special segment on Modern Warfare 2. Get an inside look at what is next for the Call of Duty franchise with a special guest interview. It isn't Kanye West. I know what you're thinking, but it
might be.
Hey, it might be. While we decide on who's going to be the special guest upcoming there for tomorrow, we're going to throw it a quick break. On the other side, we've got a good one. OpTic Texas, Toronto Ultra, a storied rivalry between two teams who just love going to Game 5 with one another. We'll find out what happens after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month.
and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Hello and welcome back to the 2022 CDL Championship. Maven here, joined by the beautiful and the glamorous Stud, aLLeY, and Ant. Stud, first off, before we get into this crazy one, you just came off a barn burner, bro.
That was a game 5 between both of these teams. I wasn't really expecting that, too, because Boston Breach, at least at Major 4, they get a top 8 place. They won them against the Major 4 champions. Like, they came out and put an absolute showing. The only thing is, still, their search and destroy is just not there, and that's what cost them the series.
It was unbelievable. I mean, if that one goes the other way, everyone's bracket, I think for the most part, it's already
destroyed.
Flipped on its head. But let's go ahead and shift focus immediately to our next match. It is a matchup that has been, I think, since the inception of the CDL, these guys could not avoid each other. Just matchup after matchup. It's going to be OpTic, it's going to be Ultra, and Ant. We're going to go through the maps and modes, and let's kind of talk through this. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, eerily similar to the last time these guys matched up, but there is a difference in this one.
Okay.
Like, OpTic go ahead, and they get rid of that Berlin control that's been tough for them as of late. They're playing Kabuto again. I've been waiting for OpTic to go back to this map. Like, you remember in the beginning of the season, like, they mastered it. They were so good 6-2 on this map, and in stage 4, they only played it one time, and they lost it. But, you know, looking at the hard points in this one, it's the same exact 2 hard points that they played against Toronto last time. They won both of them. That bow cage search and destroy that OpTic was able to take. Granted, it went all the way to the very end, but OpTic's looking good at that map as well as late.
No, 100%. aLLeY, we're going to start talking about Texas a bit. It's just like, does it feel like a lot of teams here, it's like if they can just clean up like one mode, like if OpTic can get the control rolling, they got a chance to make a run, right?
Well, what's funny is control was their best mode, right? And then in Major 4, it was actually the S&Ds that were carrying them through, and you have to look at Shotzzy and iLLeY for that. They were literally putting them on their back when it came to that game mode, and I feel like as long as OpTic can get one respawn they're comfortable in, they could make an easy run here. The thing is, that's interesting about this matchup, though, is both these teams, the SMG duo is struggling heavily. Both these teams, their SMGs have a negative KD coming off of Major 4. On the likes of OpTic Texas, it's going to be Scump and Shotzzy, which is mind-blowing because Shotzzy has been disgusting all year. He's unfortunately hit a bit of a dip, but what a place to hit a regame than it be during the champs run.
Well, we're going to take a look at the keys to victory now. And kind of take me through, what are the big points here?
Yeah, you have to get back to early season control form. We just talked about the control. Like, that's the key to victory. There's such a good search and destroy team. They can lock down that mode. They'll be unbelievable. 2-7 record during stage 4. 24-4 in stage 1 to 3. And then you need to find success on one of the bow cage or Berlin hard points this event. 3-6 on Bacage, and then 1-2 on Berlin during stage 4. I mean, we look at bow cage. This is a map these guys should be frying on. And I think, you know, to aLLeY's point, like, it's the SMGs. We need to see them popping off once again.
Now, Study, I know we've sort of joked. This is probably the most like wide open a champs has ever been. It's unbelievable. Anybody can win, but like, you got to think, this OpTic squad, they've got a chance to make this run 100%.
100%. I completely agree with you, because if you think about this OpTic Texas roster from the beginning of the year, they'd come out and dominate Major 1, take their own home series in clean fashion. But then they face a lot of adversity. Sub players in, sub players out. So right now, at least in my opinion, OpTic are like the heroes, because they have a whole storyline. You start off great, you face through the adversity. Now it's time with iLLeY back on the team. You do put up a great performance, at least at Major 4. But now this is time where if you get your respawns back on point, OpTic can be the hero and potentially win away.
Maybe like the North American heroes. But on the other side of it, it's like, can Ultra be the European heroes? Because, this team had so much success, basically since Insight came in on this team. But is it as simple as just the hard point? Like, can we win hard point?
I mean, that's the question. Like, can they win hard point? It's been so bad. Like, at Major 3, the hard point was looking decent. And they started to, you know, play better. I mean, it was really like after Scrappy came in and just lit a fire under them, but they haven't been able to all put it together at the same time. You know, in the matchup that they had versus OpTic Texas, like, the map 1 was super close. Like, a couple points and they take that one. And then also, even in the game 5, when you look at that series, if Cammy wins that gunfight on Shotzzy, they win that round, they probably win that series. And yeah, I mean, they're just a couple moments away from making it further in these tournaments, but I feel like I've lost faith in this team when it comes to the hard point. All season long, it just hasn't been there.
And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, like Ant said, I mean, it's S&D success. 5-8 S&D record during stage 4. OpTic is 9-4, and their first blood battle will be critical on bow cage search and destroy. That's going to be our second map in this series. I mean, this is a Toronto Ultra squad. They have Insight, one of the most clutchable, best S&D players I think we've seen across multiple years. But for Toronto Ultra right now, for me, me is that they have had such heartbreaking losses. When they lose Hardpoint, it's within a margin of like 10 or 15 points. Like sometimes it's just an unfortunate spawn, sometimes it's a team nade. Like it's not always that they are making the hiccups. So I think right now it's going to be all about the mental fortitude on the likes of Toronto Ultra, because they do better based off momentum, and when the crowd gets behind them, it's not going to be behind them in the series.
Probably not. Probably not. But no, you guys all had great points to add to this, but it's time to get it rocking and rolling as the CDL Championship continues on. Let's get down to the stage with Blaze.
All right, thank you so much, Maven. Los Angeles, y'all ready to get this one going? Yeah! Coming to the stage is a squad coming from the north that you do not want to mess with. Now, let's see, make some noise and let's see what they're all about here at our Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is right now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary.
Los Angeles, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me till the pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros.
Give it up for Kimmy, Bands, Insight, and Kleenex, your Toronto Ultra.
It has been a rocky season for this squad, but there have been some decent moments. We know how dangerous this team is in Search and Destroy, and what has Champs told us in the history? A round one matchup versus OpTic is a ticket to make it all the way to the final, so they're hoping to get that win here. Blaze, let's bring out the fan favorites.
The fan favorites, Los Angeles, let's make some noise for the bad boys, because here come the green wall.
When we go, Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done after
a Los Angeles, make some noise. Here comes OpTic Texas. Give it up for Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump. OpTic Texas.
This team just looking to recapture that glory from the beginning of the year. It has been rocky, but they know they can do it. OpTic Texas are ready. Ultra are ready. A showdown that we have seen so many times since the beginning of the CDL, and it's time to get it going. Blaze, let's get it rocking.
The stage is set. Los Angeles, are you ready? Make some noise for your casters. It's Chance and Miles.
Thank you very much, Guy. Wow, we have a good one on our hands here, man. It's quickly become a classic here in the CDL. OpTic going up against Toronto Ultra. They've got a lovely history against one another, and it's all been fun. Game 5s abound, and hey, the way today's going, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, dude, every single time they square up, like, there's so many storylines that run deep between these players as well. Last year, at Champs, Toronto knocked out all 4 players for 2 different teams. They beat OpTic with Scump and Dashy. They beat the Dallas Empire, and well, now that those 2 teams emerged, Toronto looking to do it in one fatal swoop.
Well, well, well. Looks like Hitch managed to get his drop on a plane to LA. As the green wall can be found quite literally in every single corner of the country. Looking to stop. this tournament off the way they began the season. Back in Major 1, a massive victory for OpTic Texas. And what a place to do it here in the Galen Center.
And let me tell you, what a map where you need the energy, right? We are going to the cage right from map 1. And funnily enough, these guys have squared off twice in stage 4, once in the qualifiers, once at the major. We have 4 out of 5 same maps from both of those series. It is the exact same 2 hardpoints, the exact same 2 search and destroys. We know what to expect. It was a 5-point game on Bocage last time. And I gotta say, Miles, these guys have traded off on the P1s. They have traded off on the P2s, where admittedly Ultra have had the slight edge. Traded off on the P3s, but the game really starts on the 4th and 5th hardpoint. OpTic have dominated P4 against Ultra, and while the P5s, it has been money hills for both teams. I think that is where Toronto needs to make sure they lock it down, because on this map, well, OpTic 2-0 against them.
Let's see if we try to make sense of the madness. Bocage, map number 1 here. The first match for these 2 teams here at Champs 2022. Here we go, kicking us off with Ultra. And already, the rapturous applause here in the Galen Center for the kills. As Scump and Dashy would like the feed up. The time as well.
And I'm almost giddy with excitement to watch Scump at Champs. This is the man that he lives for this event. And hey, he gets dropped now, but you already know that Jinja Ninja is looking to come out with some fire to start the day.
And Dashy as well. We're talking about his KD all year long. Very impressive work indeed. We're talking about trading on T1. This is exactly what we expect with the script so far. Low numbers in the kills to button, low numbers in the time. Looking towards top left-hand side of the map, OpTic in control.
And these are 2 teams that they play this exact same way. They love to just force the left side of the map. They care so much more about the left side spawns than the actual P1 time. And CleanX, maybe he's going to care about a streak. This might be a very early glide.
Watch out, really. He spawns close and he gets 1 in before being done. 4 down. OpTic full control.
And look, Toronto, this is P2. They have been the best P2 team in the game, so OpTic already making those adjustments. Put all of that emphasis on the left side, and now you got Scump responding. Already that 7-2 start.
Look at this setup already. No one in backside of King. You're looking to hold this one from inside barn, keeping that front line forward. Ultra trying to find an angle, trying to find an opening. Anywhere you can find is going to be a big win. As Vance has managed to slip one through, taken care of. iLLeY's getting the kills as well. As new looks from OpTic Texas here at Champs, the setup flies.
It's perfect. You had such a tight setup at the start, ready for the flanks, but now you get the free roamingness for Shotzzy. 3 kills over on the left side of the map, and he can just push the pace. This has been a beautiful P2. I know he gets shut down, but even for these final 15 seconds, OpTic will be fighting to collect, but this is already a very solid lead.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining here on P2. You can see that one closed out, bottom side of Grannies. For now, Ultra territory. 2 seconds on the clock for them. But they have been slowed down indeed. CleanX, look for him to go toe-to-toe with Shotzzy all map long. Those submachine guns are going to be ringing. 8-4 overall. See how it goes, though. Hard points up.
I mean, Ultra need the response, though, right? They finally win the rotation down by a decent chunk, and hey, maybe CleanX would be the guy to try to run the show. A 3-spear again from him. You know the top side of the map has been open, but OpTic, honestly, they've been more or less stuck on the spawn side of the map. Here's a free 2, maybe just make it 1 for CleanX, but in the meantime, OpTic already got the break.
Yeah, break's good. Spawn's still close, though. Looking towards Scump now. He's got pinned in spawn. iLLeY's going to find a kill or 2 as inside, trying to make his way forward. You open it up. Got over to Shotzzy now. The next man in. Smooth moves. No more kills. Good hold. As OpTic, they managed to stay in the point this whole time. They may not have the kills, but they got the score.
And look at the setup, though. Look at the setup. OpTic already swinging out towards the bottom side of the map. Number 7, Shotzzy, trying to keep these players trapped. This has been the hill where OpTic have utterly dominated Toronto, but now the spawn's going to make it weird. Toronto don't exactly get there first, but if you're down by 40, this is your opportunity to make amends.
The OpTic looking to run this one. Bottom side of Granny's done. Over to barn now we go. A minute on this hard point clock. County looking for a corner. Can't find a single thing. Scump's in. Dashy in the feed as well. Insight towards the backside. And again, we're slowing things down right now for Ultra. We are in uncharted terrain as OpTic are playing them like fiddles.
I mean, hey, no one's getting this hill time, though. All this emphasis for the spawns, but how much of this time can you actually collect? Ultra finally step foot inside. This has been one of the slower Bokaches you were going to see. These teams trying to be controlled. The nades through the windows on point. And Insight gonna get taken down. OpTic, the break's not quite in. CleanX, the last man standing, trying to stay alive and doing a decent job. Look at how he's milking it, trying to keep his team in the game.
Breaks on for OpTic once again. They managed to get into the hard point. Eyes on Ultra now, trying to make their way forward. Contest is on for a second there, but OpTic are still running the show. 14-10 for Scumpy. iLLeY to the point, a big win from Insight. A couple of seconds now going your way for Ultra. Sorely needed.
And I would say, if you're the game plan for Ultra is to fix that barn hill on P4, you've done that job. But now the rotation to the true money hill of the map. OpTic get here first, but Bance, he's trying to be the man that breaks it down.
Down low, that's where we're going to be seeing the hold from. OpTic Texas now in full control. Here comes the attack from Ultra. Breaks on the first hit, that'd be ideal. Cammy opens it up. Cleanix with a second. Any more kills to be had? No. Scumpy's come from top side, and Cleanix is now doing everything he can to bring him down. Bance, eyes on spawn. This is good for now, but is it good enough? Ultra remain in control. Here comes Shotzzy, straight to the point. Finds one or two, as that is another break. OpTic in control.
Still players trying to be annoying, and the nades coming through Ultra. I mean, again, you saw the 94%, but they're being annoying. They are keeping them pinned back. At least OpTic has not been collecting this time. I'd say Ultra have done the hard work, and again, throwing their bodies at the point. You don't quite get the clearance, and it looks like OpTic still collects, but that is two hills back to back, where Ultra do at least a halfway decent job. At the same time, it's Bocage. You're down by 50, and we reset back to P1. OpTic have just been too clean.
Still remain in the lead. Over the 100-point mark we've gone. Back over to the center of the map now, and it's going to be the members of OpTic mostly in control, trying to find a space to dive into that wide open point. Scump's going to be the man with the plan. Dives on in, gets a bit of time. A couple of kills to his name as well. 50 remaining here on P1, and OpTic, they have got the game plan, and they are executing well.
And it's back to the start again. Both these teams love roaming the left side of the map, trying to maintain those spawns. That's why Scump has returned, but hey, his teammates spawn right on top of him. In the meantime, Ultra hasn't been collecting on P1. All this emphasis on the left, and that sort of opens up the middle of the map. Finally, Ultra trying to take advantage and maybe beat a couple players down along the way.
Scump finds kill number 21 there on our inside. Soaking up time now in mid-map. That's what the name of the game is for now. Ooh, watch out for that one, Cleanix. That's unfortunate. Over to now P2. It all comes down to Bance. Got to win this 1v2 situation. iLLeY's going to check them corners. Checks it a little aggressively. aBeZy kills.
And 2 for 2, man. OpTic in their game plan. They are going to have the rotation over towards P2 again. Still got to win the gunfight. You got Insight playing up close and personal. And you also have number 4 on the flank. And Cleanix might have timed it perfectly. The shots are there. And it looks like number 6, actually, the one player that spawns in the back. So you have that one guy spawn in the back, causes the problems, wipes out the hill, and no one collecting this time.
Insight, no. Shotzzy goes to work to stay alive. Gets himself a second as he's starting to roam around, and this is where Shotzzy starts to heat things up. Cleanix staying alive. Here comes Scump to pick up where he left off as the contest is still on. OpTic remain in control. Kills coming through. Over to iLLeY. Last man alive in the point. He does have himself a Shotzzy to back him up. Contest is on. Ultra there. Clean set of kills. OpTic remain in control.
I'm telling you, man, it is the game plan going into it. P2 is where OpTic has struggled, and they have stood so much pressure on this side of the map. 2 for 2 on P2. OpTic are holding strong, and that is the biggest reason why they have built themselves quite a massive lead.
Yeah, still. Bomb grenades we go once again. Shotzzy's in. Cleanix finds his second. He's having a great game so far at 24 and 16. The other side of the board is 26 and 17 for Scump. The foot race between those two as they try to find that 30 bomb. But over towards the new hard point we go. Ultra in control. Here comes the break from OpTic.
I mean, hey, they're just getting picked apart again. It's sort of the same situation for Toronto. Deja vu all over again. You're trying to break through the middle of the map. You get chopped down along the way. Now, eventually, OpTic did get through last time. And finally, they're making moves in through kitchen. They're starting to pick up some of those kills. And maybe Cammy, the last man inside, trying to fight off 3. There's number 1, looking for the second. And the 3-man feed in. AR showing up for Toronto.
This is big for Ultra now, pulling the lead back. Bance starting to heat up indeed. What a 3 for him. Kill feed's all good. Looking towards next hard point as well. 20 seconds remaining on bottom grannies. It's not done yet. Dashy now through the front. Shotzzy backing him up. Looking to get that last player on the point. That's it done. Now to Bance. The spawns are up now for Ultra across map. Looking towards new.
Scump got through though. How quickly can Toronto keep track of players? Because Scump is behind enemy lines. He might want to wait for the final few seconds before he makes his move. His job is to stay alive. He is the lone man for the squad.
Stays alive long enough, the boys will start spawning on him. That's how squad spawns work. Time ticking. Scump's got to stay alive. Here comes the hit squad. Takes care of 1.
That's 3.
And that's it. Last man alive. Spawns have flipped now. Ultra on the right-hand side of the map, trying to make the attack. And Scumpy, it's 29 and 20, a 3 spree for him.
Heads up play, 200 IQ in a massive lead already built. He's making the slow plays to make Bocage look easy. A massive lead, and hey, Toronto trying to fight right back inside, but Scump is roaming. He is slaying. He is looking for the 2. can't quite get it, and maybe a bit of contest on, but I'm already staring at it, man. It is a 60-point lead on a map like this. Toronto, their only path back in is to turn this rotation into a money hill towards B5, and honestly, looking at the minimap, they might be able to do it.
Minimap now is up. Look at number 4. That's where the next hard point's going to be. Coming down to the bottom side of the map now. Here we go. Vance looking to clean up the remaining members of OpTic now on the point. Over to Dashy mid-map. Vance finds himself a second. Can he snap one of the next? And Shotzzy, he does! Another big set of kills for Benjamin Vance.
I mean, this is it. Moment of the game. Toronto can hold on. Yeah. They can make this happen. One more for the glide. You get the back spawns covered in OpTic. They're trying to pinch it. You flood through. Shotzzy gonna fall. Couple players on the flank. Scump again trying to make that play.
Still holding on. Scump's managed to sneak on through.
Gone.
Clean care of. Looking forward streaks now for Vance. Look at the game clock as well. 1 minute 08. This is going to start to get crazy. OpTic, get things going from the top side. You get to one player off the point. The game clock starts running. 30 left here.
All this time getting collected in the point ultra.
Streaks.
This could be one of the largest comebacks on this map all year, but they partially lose those spawns. You get the glide. You can't get Shotzzy out of the hill, at least not for a moment. But it's only 15 seconds left. I got to say from Ultra, it's a massive deficit they're working from. They still got a long way to go, but they're at least trying to keep things mixy.
This is not over yet for either of these teams. 196 in climbing. We can see the 200-point mark crossed over now for OpTic. 49 seconds on that game clock. That is going to be the decider. Back over to P1 we go. Third and final set.
Hey, man, I'm dodging this if I'm OpTic. Any second you get here is a good one. I know they've been super controlled with those left side spawns, but you better at least make sure you keep them off the point. Scump, first man up, first man down. OpTic have now lost those spawns. Still that 50-point game right now between these two teams. Every single second will matter.
Operation keep them off the hill for now. Guns are up. Cammy's going to be the man to dip a toe. Inside, he is tagged up, trying to just get rid of these OpTic players, but they are everywhere. iLLeY, Dashy, 2 to their name. Less than 30 seconds on the game clock. Now Dashy still keeping the kills going. You have streaks, you're running out of time.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, don't actually touch the point. You are playing keep away, and you got the beams all over the map. The AR's running supreme. 15 left on the game clock. OpTic, this is how they love to win.
And this is a disgusting start. It's a last-minute streak from Vance. It's not going to be enough, though. It's 8 seconds on the game clock. You can dive on it all you want, but Scumpy kills all over the place. The hard point will be up now. OpTic going to leave it for the time being. See you later. Map number 1 goes to OpTic Texas.
And that truly is their bread and butter on Bocage. I mean, how many games have they had this year? 8 or 9, where it comes down to the game clock. At a certain point, only a minute left, and they just milk it till kingdom come. I mean, that is almost the perfect game plan right there from OpTic. It was actually P2 where they were making the adjustments time and time again. It is big plays by Scump, locking down rotations over towards P4, and that's what we expect from the King, leading the lobby in slaying the damage on point as well. That is the Scumpit champs that we know.
Yeah, 37 and 27 for the King. Map 1's in the books. We stay on Bocage though. We're going to go with Search and Destroy now. Gavutu after that for map 3 and Chance. This one should be back and forth as well.
This is how every single series has started, right? At least the past 2 they have played. OpTic win the map 1 Bocage, and funnily enough, OpTic actually chose to be Team B. They have the higher seed coming into it, but when they choose Team B, they basically pawn off like the hard point decisions to Toronto. What that means is OpTic get to choose where the S&Ds are going to be. It has always been Berlin for the map 2. Well, they have flipped that one around. And I think if OpTic are choosing the Bocages back-to-back, they want to run the show. They want to push the pace and try to run them over as quickly as possible. So we will be back on the cage, and obviously OpTic did have that hot head.
There is something going on down there. Yeah, we've got sort of the champions of each team. I mean, the fella with the hat, the camo, we've got like Cammy 2.0 on the right-hand side. These guys are just having a great time. The Galen Center has been sensational. It's amazing to be back here. As there is an air of tension. Again, in the winner's bracket, our first matches of the tournament, first matches of the day. Everyone's still in this comp, but a victory here puts you within top 6. That is where things start to get crazy.
Hey, something to look out for. God, I love America.
Oh my
Sometimes.
Your point, sir. You had something to say.
Yeah, Bocage S&D. So obviously these guys have played it twice, and we had the qualifying stages. it's basically been a first blood shootout, right? Toronto Ultra, the first time they played, ran the show, got a nice little 6-4 win, but all the adjustments got made. OpTic coming into the major, got 8 out of the 11 first bloods, and obviously there's 11 first bloods. It still went to that round 11, but OpTic certainly brought out the game plan going in the major. And honestly, it has been a battle of adjustments. It was a defensive shootout for both of those teams, and honestly, aBeZy, I kind of expected to go that same way again. I mean, we'll take a look at the map 1 highlights and see who's got the hot hand on the cage, but at least in my mind, any offensive win either team is able to get is going to go a super long way from map 2.
Yeah, quick look at the highlights here from map number 1. This is, of course, the opening hardpoint, spicy stuff. OpTic with a great lead chance. They managed to hold to that almost the whole way. The game clock certainly coming into effect a little bit later on, but either way, Scump comes to play every single time at champs. Lowest KD we've seen him have, what, 0.99, I believe you said a moment ago.
Yeah, can you imagine?
I mean, can you even imagine? Like, the kid comes up to play when it matters the most, when the chips are on the line, and he's looking for his 2nd ring here in the Call of Duty world. What a way to do it in front of this kind of crowd. They've certainly got the support of the green wall behind them. Again, a great highlight reel from everyone here. Again, everyone on the OpTic Texas side of the board certainly putting in the work. Scumpy big numbers, Dashy 4K damage as well. I think for Ultra Chance it wasn't a bad look whatsoever, just not necessarily the kings of the cage anymore.
No, I mean literally the entire year Ultra where they've like made their money has been on that P2 hill, especially so against OpTic. OpTic game plan for it. They made sure they were locking down the left side of the map, and I mean it paid dividends long term. Man's name is Boozer.
I mean, look. Who's this guy trying to break it up?
Absolute units.
Absolute units. Ultimate fandom. What an event. What time is it? It's just champs is a magical time of year. It truly is. There's something going on stage for Ultra, almost ready to rock and roll into the search and destroy. Staying on Røkkr. Coach, just the final few words for them. And again, a squad like Toronto Ultra Chance, we've seen it all year long. Composed, well in control. They never let the rounds get away from them. They try to execute the game plan. Not an easy thing to do against a team like OpTic, though.
And of course, you got to be able to mix up the game plan, right? Both of these teams on offense and on defense, both sides, they mix up the strats like crazy. It is all about the micro adjustments. It is all about the reads. But again, it has been a defensive shootout between these two teams at the major. And again, the first blood category, OpTic was absolutely dominant. And I know something Ray's talked about, I know something that is deep in the mind of OpTic's fans. It was those fans 1v3s that were really causing problems. That's how some of these rounds were slipping away. So yes, the defense has been good. You cannot afford to make mistakes. Not at champs. Not when these two teams in Search and Destroy have been the very best.
Here we go. Opening round. And it is an explosive affair here on Røkkr. Shotzzy will find that first blood, and wow, Vance's whole head is ringing after those nades. Hello.
Whole body now ringing out with bullets. A 2 versus 4 already. And again, any offensive round win you get is a big one, and OpTic looking to keep things off right. Again, their first blood, they have been on point. They deliver with the nades. Now you can see they are taking their time. They are looking to deliver with the round.
Playing very slow. Clock ticking. And the 2 remaining members of Toronto Ultra on defense now spread so thin, they're going to go overwhelmed, whatever happens.
And before iLLeY was having his hand issues, OpTic got to a point where their S&D was looking nearly perfect. It is about not making mistakes, and it's about getting the trades on the back steps, and there you go. Shotzzy's the bait, iLLeY's the man that knocks it down, and the perfect S&D. Maybe not the timing, but the gameplay should continue. Cleanex working on the 1 versus 4, but bomb down, Shotzzy shreds them. And this is the clinical efforts that OpTic Texas, when they are at their best, that is exactly what you love to see. Nades for the first blood, no mistakes being made. Someone is always there for the trades. Incredibly important first round.
Trust and teamwork in the squad. It's what helped win the Major 1. Good look so far. Man on your screen there, Anthony Cuevas Castro, one of the finest to ever touch the sticks. On the other side of the board, Cleanex. Great day for Toronto Ultra. Any man with a kill for his team so far, as now we will see Ultra on offense. It's the way forward, and everyone's bringing out all the little tricks here at champs.
And again, just these like hard reads, right? A couple players down the back alley. Yep, iLLeY was looking for the snipe. You don't see the boomstick too often on this map, but when you know your opponent so well, you can look for the freebies, but you missed that shot, you got to readjust. OpTic have spread the map in Toronto, taking their time. And if you don't check this corner at this point of the year, well, maybe the army crawl show off just a little bit of that map.
He's moving himself around just enough. Those 3 members now of Ultra making their way through barn. Checking the top side with the stun. Here comes a bit of a hit. Tags are through. Cammy with the first blood. And that is a spot to be in. Doesn't catch a single piece of Dashy with a pre-fire. So now, Ultra making their way across towards B.
I don't know if they're going to check this corner. Flash out, Fancy's making the hard read and now trying to get out of dodge. Now you get the intel, you get the bomb planted, you already have the man advantage. Ultra looking good.
Great move so from Scump. He's making his way directly across the map now, looking to find himself over towards the B site. Tags are in. Insight manages to stay alive. Here comes the pressure. Inside comes Bance. It's a big win. The Scumpy stays alive. Kemi with immediate trades. Now it's a 3v2. As Dashy and iLLeY have got to kill those players and defuse that bomb.
And they're just running out of time at this point. CleanX on bomb, gonna make the easy play, and now Dashy is just gonna get played with, and look at the work from CleanX. The nice little bounce back. I mean, a defensive shootout the last time they played, and already 2 for 2 on the attack. And you can see how close it is, right? Vance gets the intel on Scump, tries to make a play. Scump nearly gets the kill on inside. It is down to the wire, but Ultra responding with a near perfect round of their own.
We have seen some outstanding search and destroy from both of these teams against each other throughout the year. Pressure is on here at Champs. Attacking round now for OpTic, looking to lean towards A for the time being. Ultra with quite a wide spread. The opening salvo fire, not going to come to too much from CleanX. He has rung the dinner bell, but no one on OpTic's hunter.
And Cammy gets the pick as well from that back tank. That is going to shut down the push over towards outer. Stuns don't help anything too much in that situation. The bushes are always tricky, but now OpTic in this 3 versus 4. The River's going to be pushed up. OpTic might be able to catch him.
If iLLeY reaches this, which he may, Dashy's there to get the first. That's a nice bit of a kill to level things up, 3v3. iLLeY now making his way forward as well. Stun check, lands. Straight across the other side of the map we go. Vance with a big read. I think he saw that player, I can't be certain. Over towards the bomb site though. CleanX is going to have to go absolutely huge. Here comes the plant.
And keep in mind, CleanX, he's got the automaton, so he challenges out. Oh! And hey, give him the 2-piece as well. The lone man making the big play, and well, you at least have bomb down. Dashy, not quick enough. Hunted and dropped. Toronto Ultra get that next round, 2-1 lead.
CleanX was the man in the hard point. He was picking up the big kills and now getting the job done in search. What a 2-piece that was. Big round for Ultra as we now go back at it again.
And again, it's so many of those adjustments. We've seen Ultra attack through, on defense, through the river side of the map and be aggressive. OpTic makes that read, but again, the adjustments even towards the middle. Ultra just too clean. Shout out to CleanX for the big play, and now we'll see what Toronto wants to do on their next round of attack.
3 spree from CleanX, 3 Cammy as well. That's going to be Vance rattling out the automaton fire across map shots. He's got himself in that perfect piece of defilade cover. If you cross that threshold, he's going to get you. Not an easy angle. Typically, your gun obscures this one, so if Ultra go for it, they are in trouble. Stun check lands, that is huge.
Hey, he's played here before, though. We have seen this in the VOD review. I think with that stun, Ultra just not going to want to deal with this angle at all. You have Insight taking an interesting approach. He's up by the tree on the top side of the map, and Cammy even making moves towards that old AS&D. Maybe just waiting for Shotzzy, see if you can catch him.
The timing on this is so uncomfortable. Any moment. Coordinated nades there. Scump with a late cook. CleanX tags him up, manages to level the thing. 3v3, now it's a 3v2. Dashy and Shotzzy trying to stay alive. Shotzzy, oh my.
That is always the question. Where is Shotzzy now in a 2 versus 2? 30 seconds, decent chunk of time, and you get this bomb down, and Vance is nowhere to be seen. So you get the bomb plant. They have the intel. I think they're going to go hunt Vance first. And they caught him. Now you get the 2v1.
2v1. CleanX has been truly a difficult man to deal with on the 4 spree now. And here come OpTic, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. Forward they go. The first opening tags come through. Dashy with the easy cleanup. Shotzzy's right onto that bomb. The equalizer from OpTic.
And he is just, again, the most difficult player in the game to keep track of. It is the early stun down towards Røkkr at the start of the round. They know that Shotzzy in that situation. CleanX gets the pick on iLLeY up top. What is he waiting for? Shotzzy to challenge out Røkkr while he's waiting for that chow. Shotzzy's dipped out. He is gone. He is old AS&D, and he is getting trades for his teammates. He is everywhere on the map, and everywhere is where he needs to be.
2-2, all leveled up. Toronto Ultra now on defense. We'll see OpTic Texas now run this bomb. We've had a couple of different looks on offense, and again, Chance, you call it the defensive rounds. That's where the shootouts are taking place. Much slower looks now from OpTic again. No one is giving anything away in these early moments of champs.
And I mean, for Ultra on defense, we've seen these setups in the round 10s and round 11s. We know where Vance likes to play. But the nades don't quite connect, so utility gone. No first bloods through. Neither team trying to overcommit.
So more of a weighted effort towards the B side of the map now for OpTic. Slight reshuffle. See you later. They're just the tiniest tip of Vance's head. Lines it up, cooks it.
Oh my God.
We are really putting every pixel to work here. Cleanex tagged up, finds a bit of damage. He's going to have to do as much as he possibly can now in this 2v4. He and Insight now. Backs against the wall. Straight into the fight. Cleanex can't get away with his life. Now it all comes down to Insight. 1v3.
And bombed out as well, but hey, Scump's already gone to collect, and they know Insight plays over towards tower. That's why you see the nades from Shotzzy coming through with wall bangs, and Insight can clutch him. That might be the start.
Really shocked after that beam. Scump managed to get himself towards the top side. Insight now do the unthinkable. The man has been the king of clutch all year long. 30 seconds now to play with. He does not have dead silence. He's making a decent amount of noise. Still has to hit the defuse. 25 on the clock.
I mean, how do you break this one down, right? Two players are just up top. They have repositioned the corners. And he is obviously very loud. He gets near the bomb, but Scump checks it. It is hopeless at this point. OpTic, they just delivered.
Oh! That was the gunfight I thought we were going to see one. Scump adds another one to the pile. And OpTic Texas take the lead. Wow! Hey! What? Excuse me. I'd love to say this was a family show, but it ain't. We go again.
And can you imagine how stressful it is for Ultra in those moments? You get first blooded, OpTic's not making moves, they're not making mistakes, they are posted up and looking for picks. And I mean, iLLeY just finding the next one as well on the round. Funnily enough, Bocage S&D is the slowest search and destroy map we actually have, especially in a game like this. Slight advantage, though. About to get the 2 offensive wins. Toronto, they have to respond, and not a bad stun. That connects, and different corner, though. The adjustment is made.
That's so annoying. Dashy, he's in trouble. Or is it Insight that is in serious trouble now? Cleanex may have stayed alive. The 1v3 once again. Man alive. OpTic is certainly having a good time here on the search and destroy. This is the momentum shift for them. Ultra have gone round by round, blow for blow, but it may change here.
They have given up a few 1v3s. They converted last round against Insight. But this is the only sort of situation where OpTic really dropped the ball in any way, shape, or form. They just have to clutch the easy ones.
35 seconds. Next. Damn! Dashy, see you, mate. 1v2.
So much time. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Shotzzy once again finding the final kills of the round.
Not very nice. It really is. I'm telling you, like the devil in the details, right? Scump all year long when he's in kitchen, he plays the corners in the back. The gunfight he had against Vance earlier on in the game, he is sitting in the backside of kitchen. What does he do in that one? He gets stunned. They know the child's going to come through, plays up tight in the close corner, and again, the smallest little things go such a long way. 4-2 advantage, not too shabby.
First to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Vance out it. Wow, what a kill from Shotzzy once again. An unbelievable first blood. OpTic can take the lead here in the life department. Got a lot of presence in mid-map as well.
And now they're just waiting out the nades as well. I mean, Vance is just getting punished on that side of the map. Cam is getting forced to back down, but again, baiting out some of these tacks and nades, making sure no one makes mistakes. The wall bangs coming, dude. Again, they are looking for an Insight. Again, so stressed.
Over to the B-bomb site, now we go. OpTic Texas have overwhelmed Insight. He's had to retreat. Is it enough, though, to get anywhere closer? Yes, onto the bomb site we go. Cammy with the trades. 2v3. OpTic Texas still has a man advantage. Here we go. Bomb planted. Shotzzy's made his way out. And Cammy, he should have this. The shots are good. There it is. Now a 1v2. Map point. OpTic Texas.
Man brought the gunny. That is a bold challenge, and they convert. By the way, in the background, Dashy's making reads over back barn, waiting for these flanks. OpTic, the game plan on point for map 1. They chose Team B. They wanted this Bocage for map 2. And maybe we are seeing why, for the moment, running them over one more round.
Ultra have been silenced here on Røkkr. Bans every opportunity he's had to try to make a play. Snuffed out and destroyed by OpTic Texas. An aggressive look now from Ultra. Forward they go, flying under the cover of the charismatic and courageous CleanX. An opening kill. First blood now to dip on out is Dashy. Up next. Tanks are great though. He gets pushed back. As, oh my goodness, the pressure now on. Vance wins it. Ultra's round now to lose. 3v1.
It's the king. It is the king at Champs for the 1v3. He is completely surrounded. He is getting toyed with. He is tagged up. And he is not going to convert Ultra with the boldest of the game calls, right? You are down 5-2. Nothing has been working. Just fly at him. Hit straight through the middle of the map. Make some sort of aggro play. And, I mean, CleanX, if nothing else, has been a man on a mission. They are down, but the man has 10 kills to his name. I think right now for Toronto, honestly, the biggest problem has been those first bloods. Not in that round, but overall, they have been outclassed. That is what they're looking to fix.
Got to try to somehow disrupt these fantastic setups that OpTic Texas have had here on Røkkr. Any opportunity you can to rustle them jimmies. Let's get it. Once again, OpTic Texas with the opening salvo of nades, lethals, tacticals, the kitchen sink, all thrown. CleanX is gone. The champion of Toronto Ultra, an early exit in the round.
I mean, that is the worst player to lose in a moment like this. And a little bit of map control. Cammy's aggressive as well, but he got spotted. The man on God Tank saw him out this entire time. They know he's in the back, and they are guns up. You let him get aggressive, you set the trap, and you pounce.
It's a firing squad on the back line of Bocage. Now, the two remaining members of Ultra here in the map. And maybe the series. As OpTic Texas forward they go at full strength. The two men hit towards A. Two players now on the other side of the map as well. And it's seemingly perfect. We are back to Major 1 form in the search and destroy department, planting the bomb towards A. Here comes Bans trying to make something happen. Ultra have grouped up. Last chance, Toronto.
Inside has the most clutches in the league. You need him to deliver. Him and Vance working the outer flanks, but you are so loud and the timing does not go your way. Inside finds the first one, but a 2v3. Only 30 seconds. This is so tough.
They've got dead silence to play with as well. Bans is activated, so he's going to start to make some moves. 25 to go. Dashy managed to make it now. All a 1v2. A big win from Bans, staying alive. 20 seconds. The clock's still ticking in favor of OpTic. If they stay here, it's all good. It's a good amount of damage, but it's not enough to get the kill. Bans is soon done. This should be the round. Enough time has been purchased, and iLLeY from atop the tank. It's not shells or bullets. It is simply time. OpTic Texas. It is a slaughter on Bocage. A 2-0 lead in the series.
And look, these are two titans of search and destroy. That is the most dominant game between these two teams that we have actually seen. We've had 2 round 11s, 2 round 10s. Right there, as good as OpTic possibly could have expected. The first bloods they saw on this map at Major 4, they have carried over to Champs. They dominated that category. Mistake-free Call of Duty. That's 3 for Shotzzy, 2 for iLLeY, 1 for Scump, and a fantastic game across the board. Even for Dashy right there, Big Bruce, 6 kills, 5 assists. The teamwork on point.
That's exactly what you wanted to see out of OpTic Texas. A bit of a hiatus the whole team had to take with iLLeY's injury. The practice they managed to garner through the New York Major certainly starting to pay off. Gavutu Control will be the next map in the series. Tuscan Billion, if we have to go any further. If you're an OpTic fan, feet are up. You're enjoying the show from here on out. But there we go. Gavutu Control coming up after this one. But Chance, has to be said, man, this has been OpTic's show so far.
Without question. But I would say for the 2 controls they have, probably the wildest stat between these two teams is that Toronto is actually 2-0 in control against OpTic. They played both the maps. It was the Gav where when Toronto completed the reverse sweep, Gav is where it kicked off, so I know they got the lead, but against Ultra, I assure you, it is not yet safe.
Anything can happen here at Champs, and likely, ladies and gentlemen, it probably will. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break. On the other side of it, we go to Control. 2 zones, 30 lives each, and we will see just what the hell will happen. This is the Call of Duty League Championship Weekend 2022. See you after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to another winner bracket matchup here at CDL Champs 2022. We're almost ready to rock and roll into GVUTU Control, and OpTic are up 2-0. Looking fantastic. The practice is paying off.
And I feel like at every single major, we just witnessed a team like catch the hot hand. At Major 4, both New York and LA Thieves just came out and started looking godlike. And I think OpTic, if you close this one into 3-0 with the number of Game 5s that we have had to establish dominance like that early on, I mean, that's just a way to set the tone for Champs.
I mean, all you want to do now, if you're an OpTic fan, is not get to Game 5 whatsoever, because that's what's happened all day today, and it's been shenanigans and wild things and all sorts of to-dos in the crowd, cosplaying as like, characters from the game. It's nuts. It's insane. Champs is not disappointed yet. Almost ready to go into GVUTU Control. Again, an interesting swing map and mode for a lot of teams here in the league, Chance. It is the beginning of every reverse sweep. Literally a heartbreaker.
Absolutely, and obviously it's the map where Toronto Ultra started to turn things around, but I think when we were looking at the search and destroy for OpTic, that Bocage S&D, as good as it gets, getting the majority of the first bloods, mistake-free Call of Duty, and it's their best S&D they've looked since the start of the year. And at the start of the year, these guys were the most dominant, without question, control team in the game. As of late, though, that has not been the case. 3-7 in their last 10, but so many of these GVUTUs were from the start of the year. A guy like Scump, one of the very few SMGs that when he pulls out the AR, shows utter dominance. I want to see if OpTic can return to that form like we saw in the S&D. Because if these guys are looking scary in control, I mean, hey, they could be a front runner for the whole thing.
Look at iLLeY's cam, man. I mean, that boy is locked in.
Inside of the map.
Over towards A we go now, and his kills either side. Trades come through. Shotzzy might be able to pick up a couple more here. That's a nice opener. A nice set of kills. No more. Over towards A we go. We stop the clock when someone is capturing a point. iLLeY, the man to get the job done for now.
I think Scump might have just missed number 2, by the way. So you got battles on the bottom side of the map. Scump ends up winning it. So you've cleared out the bottom, and you got a little bit of boat control as well, but they're feeling for it. You win one more gunfight up towards ring. He might be a little bit open, but Scump, he's looking for the kills. He's trying to be the roamer. OpTic are trying to force A through.
50 seconds remaining. There's 24 lives remaining for OpTic Texas now to throw at the attack. Clean set of kills now for Toronto Ultras. They're pressuring now in towards the spawn of OpTic. Big kills again from Cleanex. A 4 spree now for him. It's starting to get a little dangerous. OpTic need to find these kills. Good time. Big bit of work from them, but Cleanex is so sneaky. Great work from iLLeY. Opening now to get way across map. That's exactly what OpTic need.
Yo, and look, man, you have 2 back-to-back Bocages where you just end up getting stuck. What better way to get some momentum than starting on defense for GVUTU Control? And maybe you make sure you convert. Ringside now open. Couple players on the cross. They're making the break towards B. The Cleanex, I mean, he's been hit to the flank. How do you not turn around? Where is the support?
Oh, all of OpTic are gone. They're looking towards the A side of the map now. Scump's the man out of spawn, straight to the jaws of Cleanex.
Oh my God.
Chews him up, spits him out. Now OpTic, left-hand side of the minimap. They are trapped. The round is done.
I mean, literally, what better way to get some momentum than to get defense on control on GVUTU for round 1? That is perfection. That is 0 ticks that came through. There is not a moment where OpTic, I mean, they had a solid opening break, but as soon as that falls through, there is absolutely no recovery. And already long-term Ultra, I mean, if they just get what? I mean, the normal thing is to capture A. You have a success rate of at least getting that capture 85-ish% of the time. If Ultra can just do the basic thing, have a decent start, long-term, they are going to be in a very sweet spot.
See what happens now. Ultra attacking. Defense has been the key to many victories here on GVUTU Control. Scumpy Bans. Bans gets that first blood. Now pressure mounting. Looking to take control of as much of the map as possible, Toronto Ultra, while not just capturing A, but also maintaining some form of ring control, because you want to get towards B eventually. For now, it's all good. OpTic is slowly but surely looking to retake the boat. Here they come. Bans should be able to catch at least one more here, and he might get more than that. Ultra now with the advantage.
You play for this guy. You play like this is your life on the line. And well, iLLeY at least is there to shut him down. And funnily enough, No ticks have actually come through. Ultra have kept this boat control, but that doesn't mean they're getting any of this time. They are still fighting tooth and nail.
Well, they've got control, they've got boat control, no time. Now onto the point they go. Let's go for a quick listen in with Toronto Ultra.
With Dashy behind. One more. Shotzzy is in P5 or run back to cages somewhere. I'm going to stitch into you.
Okay, one top ring coming down our ramp. Yep, looks like it's playing. I'm missing. I can play
for a sec. Move you. Give him the map zero now. Nice.
He's on the guard.
Where is he? Guard bro.
Yeah. He might have gone
Give him mid. Okay.
See Dashy, bro.
Yeah, might run down S1 boys.
I don't see S2.
I gave up S2. I'm checking my pinch.
Playing super.
I think they choked this. Okay.
We'll look for Dashy.
Yeah, Dashy's going to be low beach. Okay. I see Shotzzy top red tower.
Okay. All he is is
show me from green. Yeah, show me from top ring. At least top ring.
Actually green.
Top left green. Green.
On back red tower, what are you doing?
Down 2-0 at COD champs, but never a moment of chaos or confusion. As calm as can be, and Vance even in advance calling out Dashy low beach. They know everything that is happening at all times. Now they just have to execute.
Oh, here we go. This is the beginning. Cammy's got ring control. Two members of OpTic now towards that B zone. One towards the back, one's up on spawn. This could get mixy real fast. Here come the shots. And that's a huge kill from iLLeY. Dashy's now going big. 5 spree comes to a close. Vance with ring control for now. So Ultra have still got a shot at this.
And if Vance can hold on to ring, well, maybe that's not going to last. That is the way to set up success on offense. But you see OpTic have taken it over. You get that control and you stabilize. Right now, Ultra are taking their sweet time. They're playing for picks. They're taking heads. They're getting all of them. iLLeY wins a big one to try to keep this ring control, but they are swarming it.
iLLeY has to stay alive. iLLeY has somehow managed to slip the net. And what in the name of all things sacred? Less than 30 seconds. Vance got to hold this ring down himself. Can't get it done. Good nade. Stun connects. 20 seconds now to play with. OpTic, just stay alive. Don't let anyone get close to that B zone. You're all good in the hood. But for now, Ultra on their bikes, flying forward.
I mean, hey, if you can make this last-ditch effort sort of play, if Cammy can try to make those moves and fly, maybe some semblance of success, or maybe you get shut down because of defense on Gavutu. He does get dropped, and maybe a good thing right now for OpTic is Scump ended that round on a 3 spree. He's double negative for the moment, but getting in the swing of things, wipe off the hands, get the sweat off, and try to bounce back. But already, everyone knows the name of the game. It is about the ticks to get the defense for the round 5, and Ultra, they got that 3-tick lead.
3 ticks, or segments as they are called in game. Portions of each zone. Capture them. The team with the most gets defense round 5. We have to get there. Start up 1-1, here we go again. Ultra will be receiving the defensive end this time. Opening nades coming through. Scump's going to get a bit of a haircut now. Still on a 3 spree, looking to find a few more. Cammy dies to a barrel. Been a while since we've seen one of those in Gavutu.
Doesn't matter in the slightest. They still win every single gunfight after the fact, and Shotzzy might be top though, but you have no map control. They are desperate for a single tick, let alone more than 3, let alone some sort of success on offense. Once again, in the blender spawn, no semblance of map control. Outside of falling off the map or dying to a barrel, Ultra have been nearly perfect on defense. This is just looking, I mean, dire.
Not over yet. 27 lives to the 23. Ultra with the life lead. Less than 40 seconds to work with, and OpTic have not been able to find a whole lot here on offense. Dashy's going to get caught throwing the nade. Kleenex still alive and a spawn. Scump wins it. Forward now we go. OpTic might be able to get on the point. Yes, they do. They stop the clock at 29.8, capturing the A zone, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. iLLeY going to be the man to push the front line forward as the tags come out. Not enough to get the kills. His boys are now starting to flood forward. Good timing. Not enough. Insight, what a win that was. And the Dashy will make it 1. Can he find the second? That's awkward as he gets dropped now, but 16 seconds remain, and the capture is still on for Shotzzy. Holy Shotzzy.
You can win gunfights like that, but that doesn't mean you can win a round on offense. They still have not gotten a single tick. Still hasn't come through. Shotzzy dancing with the devil, but still the lone man. He's still only able to get 1. Hey, ripping heads. He right now is trying to be the hero.
Oh my goodness, he's flying out the hill. He's doing it all right now. What an unbelievable string of plays this is. He's got the second segment on his way as well. His boys are on B. iLLeY has somehow made it across map, and this just got real difficult for Ultra.
Shotzzy and iLLeY, that 1-2 punch combo. Can you knock him out, or maybe you're gonna fall. The swarm too quick, the coverage not good enough, and still no one actually on A.
Are we going to let this one go? We're going to move in at the last possible second for Scump. Here we go, 3 seconds. We're waiting for something to happen here. Dives in, the last possible moment. Scump, he may have saved it. If he gets killed, it nearly is done. Stack on up now if you're OpTic Texas. 1.5 on the clock, and the melons on that team to make that kind of play. Another minute to go here in the round.
I mean, good God, talk about coming down to the wire just for an A capture. I mean, that is a Herculean effort out of Shotzzy. Man, and that is still as close as that. Now, you do have a little bit of ring control. You have Kleenex in between you. Hey, it's his teammate that takes him down. Number 2's going to fall to trade to ring. And you get reset, but keep in mind, it's 7 versus 5. OpTic can try to win this 1 of 2 ways.
Clock's ticking. 25. Bit of a fight through boat. Awkward timing. Scump checking every possible corner. 20 seconds. Oh my God, Cammy's made it through. This could get ugly real fast. Cammy, that's a big play. That might be the round indeed. Stays alive, that's one thing. Massive out of Cammy. 10 seconds now. And Ultra have stayed alive firmly. Dashy the last man. Ultra will take the lead. And they still maintain the segment lead as well.
Yeah, in a weird moment of like communication towards the end as well. Like Scump is looking for the man on the flank, but no one actually turns around waiting for it. So Cammy just daggers them towards the end. And I don't know about that lead. I think it's tied up on ticks right now, but it's a situation for Ultra where if they get 1, you're good for the defense for the round 5. So it's an easy job ahead. OpTic, they're going to have to be pretty much dominant on defense, and it's not like the slang has been too great either. So when I talk about dominant, I mean Ultra. Just be conscious, play for the kills, and you should be good to go. Not the best start, but Ultra can afford to take their time.
Slowly but surely, Scump cleaning the boat side of the map.
That's a good start.
Great kills from OpTic. Now pressure's on. Oh no, it's been done as well. This is bad looks for Ultra. They are pinned. They are being held down and taken to task right now by OpTic Texas, who have opened this round up with an explosive fury.
I mean, look, if this is going to come down to slaying, right now OpTic are still down by 7 or 8 kills, and you can see Ultra, they have turtled. They know the situation, but the next one falls. Woo! The next one falls. The next one is gone in the pressure cooker. This could be it.
Go away from the light, Ultra. Stay away from it. You are trapped. You are in trouble. If you can get out, that's one thing. But for now, it's Scump on the cliff face. It's Dashy by ring. Heavy covering fire from inside is going to pin him down, but it's not enough.
And I think it's about a 2-kill difference right now where OpTic are still, 2-kill difference. We are nearly tied up. OpTic were looking for the dominance, and they might be able to do it.
Might be able to get out on defense now. Ultra have got to go big. 15 seconds. Flying forward. Kills help. Segment's being better. Oh no, you're running out of opportunities now. Bounce managed to get himself in towards ring. Another massive kill from Shotzzy. If you get on the point. One thing, no! I think it may be settled. It may be done. OpTic Texas, what a stunning defensive round.
I mean, that is unreal. So many kills in a row. Put him in the blender spawn, and I thought with the turtling, the Ultra would have been able to buy a single trade. But they get obliterated. Into the final round we go.
Oh, they've done it.
And look who got defense.
It was the kills that came through in the end. You slayed them out so heavily in that last round. OpTic Texas set themselves up for greatness. This could be the 3-0 right here, right now.
I mean, this is it, and you got a couple players on streaks. You get a glide on defense, it makes it that much easier. Both teams have gotten bullied. And already on the attack, Scump making moves, able to strike for that first blood, and it looks like maybe OpTic giving up a bit of that control, but hey, the kills have been falling into their laps.
Crowd here in the game has sent a chance on defense with good reason, but right now, Ultra have managed to make him out. Oh dear, okay. Wait a minute, this is an unfortunate situation to be in if you're an OpTic Texas fan. Oh, we're getting a bit of progress done towards A. One segment down. You should be able to stack that bad boy and get things going. Over towards B now still. Pressure is on. Kleenex starting to get in the mix. The kills! Oh my goodness! Insight brings him down, but you still got pressure on both zones.
He should have just stayed alive, maybe wait an extra moment, but OpTic were swarming. All of this though, and A's looking sweet. It has only been one player on the point, but you hop it, you make sure you convert. It'll be 2 minutes for Ultra to try their attack. 2 minutes for OpTic to survive.
Here we go. 2 minutes added to the clock. Let's go for a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
I'm playing super cringe. P1 inside. There's a P1. Both P1.
I just saw 3.
Are you needing them? They could go first. Are you? Yeah, they're dead. One shot P1. I don't see P1. They could go first.
No. There's one in the base.
I have the cross.
There's 3 P1 right now. Okay.
He wants to spot. I don't see him.
Watch our perception now.
Yo, one guy's there. I have the cross. Nice. Yo, cross. Watch out, Kleenex. First go.
Oh my god, here we go! Oh my good god, straight on the listening, straight to the point. Ultra, this is a huge turn. Kills are good. Scumpy trades. Insight looking to go absolutely wild here. Catching the spawners out. Clock's ticking. Pressure is on. The gunfights are there. Can Insight get any more as you're still keeping the play alive for Ultra?
Oh my god! ARs deliver. The nades on point to get the man off the point. And the gunfight's gonna fall. Banks looking for the big two. iLLeY gonna chop him down. But keep in mind, 17 versus 12. It is a massive disparity where Ultra has that advantage. And they got the pressure as well.
It has been some tenacious D from OpTic right now. Here comes Kleenex once again. He has been the breaker of every setup that OpTic have had. Onto the point you now go. A single man. No more to be stacked. You're going to wait for the kills and then potentially hit it if you're Ultra. Time ticking. An unfortunate team kill, and here we go.
Hey, you lose a man, you got a flank coming through, but if the clock is stopped and you are down on lives, OpTic is forced to make the move.
Oh!
They wait for iLLeY, but he gets stuck.
The flank is gone. Now towards the front we go. Insight guns are up. Shotzzy with a trade coming through. Scump now trying to save the day. It's a big win from Insight. It's another gunfight now against Shotzzy as you're looking towards the second. Now the final segment onto the point. Insight flying forward into the fray. We once again go as you clean the point up.
You gotta stop the clock again though. Look, it is about the lives. Ultra, if they can stop this point, they can play TDM, but that way 10 versus 6.
iLLeY looking to make the flank once more again. Ring control firmly in the hands of Ultra. Looking to find an angle through green side as well. For OpTic now, it is stay alive for 25 seconds. If you lose any more of these lives, you're in serious trouble.
This is it. One more attempt. iLLeY's gonna get caught. That is the start. You're looking for the crosses. The nades are rolling through, but it's from both sides. The read is in. Toronto, this is where you go.
Third time's a charm. Here come Ultra. Flying forward. 10 seconds on the clock. Gonna try to get him off. Scumpy, he's down. Dashy, last man alive. What a game of control that was! Try again. Toronto Ultra managed to break the OpTic line. A sensational bit of work from everyone there on Gavutu control. Champs, we're leaving it all on the field.
I mean, dude, that is truly unreal from Toronto. I mean, just that level of composure. You're down 2-0 in the series. You're getting smoked in your first series at Champs. They are in such a good situation in that fourth round. They get obliterated. They stay composed, they keep it calm, and they convert that first offensive win. I mean, that is tried and true. That is, if their comms aren't the way they are, if they haven't worked for years to get this, to this level, to have that composure, very few teams could pull off something like that. That is where Ultra are at their best.
It's like, it comes down to a matter of seconds in the decision-making process for both teams.
The read on iLLeY, that's the entire setup for OpTic. They are waiting for iLLeY to make that flank, but you take too much time. The heads-up gameplay, always gonna be there for Toronto, and it's just the perfect thing. One guy stops the clock, everybody posts up around him. It is perfect coverage, perfect angles, perfect reads. And make no mistake, that is absurdly difficult to pull off in a moment like that, but hey, Toronto, we know what they're capable of. We know they got that fight.
Ultra made 3 breaks of that OpTic setup in this final round. That is so hard to do on a map like this. You're playing the tightest of angles on the approach. Nades, you name it, everything. No trophy systems being used in this game. Those lethals and tacticals from OpTic, they were just as effective as they have been. But Ultra play around them. They play those timing perfectly. A sensational game of control there in map 3.
I mean, well, truly unreal stuff, maybe for an unreal series. I mean, look, it was a game 5, round 11 last time these guys played. when Ultra completed a reverse sweep, this was the exact map set that we have. The Berlin and Bocage did get flipped, but those cards are on the horizon. We go to a Tuscan Hardpoint where these guys have actually traded maps and just about like answering the questions, right? We talked about OpTic. Is their control going to be better? Well, not necessarily the best look in that moment for Ultra. When it's come to majors on the year, they have been the #1 team in Search and Destroy, number 12 in Hardpoint. They have lost every tight game, and obviously they're still down in the series. They got to win another Hardpoint again against a ferocious OpTic Texas.
Truly ferocious OpTic Texas. Dry hands to Scump. Getting his potassium in as well and his game fuel. Tuscan Hardpoint now on its way. This is going to be a very important matchup again for Ultra, trying to force the game 5. Still match point here for OpTic Texas. I mean, look, one more is all you need. You advance in the top 6, and you get to go to bed and enjoy yourselves tomorrow. But it is not going to be an easy run. And now for Ultra, this is really, I mean, one of the more dangerous teams in the league when it comes to composure, when it comes to comebacks. This is far from over.
And look, you know, pick your poison on who you want to watch. Shotzzy and Kleenex, you know we're going to get after it. Scump is champs. We saw what he did in map 1 and map 2. He's looking for the bounce back in map 4. But what I have my eye on, at least in the background, it is Insight versus Dashy. Dashy is a guarantee in respawn, a guarantee on Tuscan, and an Insight can't square up, well, Ultra not gonna have a good time. And I think that has been where, like in the hard points against OpTic, where Ultra have suffered. Insight needs to maintain that level of pace, keep up with the main ARs, and if you can set up Kleenex and Bants, we already know the kind of plays they can make. But it will not be easy. The stats, that slight advantage towards OpTic. Fantastic on the holds, fantastic on the breaks, and I'd say right from the jump, honestly, Ultra will start on the good side, but when it comes to P2, OpTic, one of the best in the game at locking it down. We'll see exactly what Ultra have cooked up, because, well, they know what side they were going to be starting on.
Map 4, here we go. This winner bracket matchup. 12 champs, only round 1. It's dumb lit already. Here we go to P1. And one of the crazier hard points here in Vanguard. OpTic hitting through mid. Shotzzy going to clean up kills. Trade to bound. Wow, absolute pandemonium there on the opener. Insight, last man up.
I mean, that's perfect. That hit through mid map, that is as good as it gets for OpTic Texas. Ultra on the good side, already shut down. And I mean, hey, 30 seconds left on P1, but we already talked about OpTic on P2. That's why you got a guy like Bants already taking routes.
That's a big win. iLLeY trying to hold back now. Great coverage through middle map as well. That's going to be all OpTic all day, baby. They're going to keep this time flowing. Insight, another big win. Bants now getting involved also. Dashy, it's a 3 spree for him for now. We're going to slow things down indeed. Ultra, late breaks. They end the sprees. Now, eyes towards the next hard point. Scump first man up. Bants on an absolute tear.
Well, can he continue to make these plays, right? Maybe push through back, try to flip these spawns, but this is where OpTic have earned their paycheck. They get to the hill first, but the pressure already coming through. Ultra, they are flying.
iLLeY, he is playing so well right now. What a move. Cammy with the final cleanup. As the trades come to a standstill. Slowly, but surely. Towards the next half on we go. P2's up. Call it column. Some people call it a pain in the arse, and that is exactly what it is. Ultra trying to make the breaks from the back.
And Bants again, the guy that is making the plays. That is success. You break through on P2, and for how bad of a start that was, Benjamin Bants has been everywhere to get his team back in it. Still obviously down by a touch, but final 20 seconds. OpTic are going to be taking one more crack and trying to get this scrap time. A big moment as well, but Kleenex is there to secure it. And Ultra, after all that, they will have the lead going into the new hill.
10 seconds remaining on. Oh, towards the left-hand side of the map, we now go to Well. Essentially a fortress here on Tuscan. iLLeY towards the back line. Spots Kleenex. He's going to go toe-to-toe with him in a moment. Big win from iLLeY now. Cammy's up next, trying to flush the players from backside out. Big wins. OpTic in full control.
Big holes, but you got the split spawns coming through. I don't know if OpTic are going to read this. Scump is going to be very late chasing this player over towards Røkkr. And you got the break rate on P3, so OpTic successful there, but the split spawn's coming through. iLLeY, he is cornered. He picks up 2, but the last man in the back Insight trying to get it done, but OpTic's still holding that time.
Insight now holding them down. Here comes the reinforcements from Ultra, trying to get themselves into the point. Shotzzy gets taken care of. 2 members now from Ultra, make it 3. Stay alive, get the next 30 seconds here on this hard point. You're back in the lead.
I mean, again, Vance was making the heroics in the early portion of the game. Every single player on Ultra fell except for Inside, and I mean, he delivers.
I don't even understand.
You're still fighting for the scrap time as well. I mean, hey, you got crazy things all over, including the snakes from Shotzzy. They're on point. They get the scrap, and over towards Church we go.
He's on a 3 spree now, top side of Church. Next hard point is up. We are in control now. OpTic Texas trying to make the breaks towards the backside as well. It's iLLeY, the man with a plan. Finds himself a kill. Cleanix now has to deal with it. iLLeY has been a menace on Tuscan so far. Ooh, Cammy with a big win. OpTic, though, do manage to get the break. The hard point's now theirs.
Ultra trying to hit from all angles as well, but hey, Shotzzy's making the reads. He does finally get shut down, but makes it easy for the king. He knew if that shot came through, it would have been a free 3-piece, and hey, it's free in the end. Things matter here, though, at Chance and OpTic again in hardpoint. They have just been in control.
Yeah, shoulder to shoulder in there. It's a late hit from Shotzzy, not enough to get the job done. Scump front line, taken care of. Holding it down now, Toronto Ultra, 20 seconds remaining on this one. They are not able to truly get the lead back, but OpTic rotations now over towards the dreaded P5, this tiny little room. That will be the site of our next battle.
I mean, Ultra actually get here super far in advance, and they get the first 2 kills. Down low, they get the next. Vance playing the rack corner, and it has been a perfect rotation over towards P5. As good as it gets for Toronto, and hey, maybe able to reclaim that lead. Now, Blanket coming through, but it gets dealt with. Every single kill, every single read. Ultra, when they're on point, it always looks so sweet.
So sweet indeed, as Cleanix has continued his incredible form thus far in this series. Dashy trying to hold him back. Can't quite get it done against the rest of Toronto Ultra. Still locking this one down. Lead now in their hands. Ultra, what a P5.
Dude, and there is nowhere to go. You are getting picked apart along the way. P5 surprise. It can be a money hill in Toronto. Taking full advantage. It was 2 players on the early rotation that set him up. And, well, now Vance will try to be the last man in line to try to chop him. But, hey, 10 seconds to scrap. I think Ultra happy to give that away.
Super happy with that one. The pocket's full of good time there. The lead back in their hands. And OpTic Texas will pick up the scrap. Over towards P1 from south to the north side of the map. We now go next hard points up. Second set is now upon us. And Ultra with the early time. However, OpTic, they're playing the long game. They've got spawns on the right side of the map now.
I mean, hey, the long game is great, but so is this time in the hill, and Dashy wins the first big one, but the trade's not quite quick enough to come through. Funnily enough, it's a battle. The nade on point, and it'll be iLLeY reclaiming the time in the point. Right now, OpTic in a sweet position again. They love the rotation of P2. They got the lockdown on P1, and they are getting all of the kills. A clean 4 down.
OpTic Texas running up here on P1 in the second set. Dashy eyes on mid-map from the top side of the church as he is spitting. Sermon is in process. Oh, man, what a close fight that was. Late break there from Toronto Ultra. Time going their way. Spawns now theirs as well. What a plot twist this is.
I mean, late break, that is Vance again causing the problems. They have flipped the spawns. They have done the hard part. Now it's the easy thing. Try to lock down this P2. You know, if OpTic can hold it, they can break it as well, but you have a nice map spread. I think Ultra might be playing for these kills first, and Sammy left alone on the back. The pressure's here.
Here we go. Good shot, Smilly. Scump draws the fire for now, allows the trade to come through. Still alive in the back line is going to be iLLeY. Now drawing some of the aggression of the defenders. Front line as well, covered. That's going to be Dashy. Tip of the spear, first man in. iLLeY stays alive, and the pressure now mounting. The pincer move is on the hard point, and the Insight trying to stay alive. It's Insight. It's holding it down for a Mo. That's going to be the last man alive, Vance. For Ultra here, and he's alive somehow! Oh my good God! Ultra never died!
Like an angel from heaven, he answers the prayer. Always the hero for the team, and hey, again, the P2. Now you're in a situation for OpTic where you don't want these spawns anymore. This will be a free rotation towards this new hill. We already showed off OpTic the best at breaking towards P3, but they're going to have to do it again, and that is not a good start.
Yeah, left-hand side of the minimap, we go back to Fountain, and oh boy, what an interesting turn of events this is. The game in the center's gone a little quiet.
As they certainly need a bit of the love. As OpTic Texas now, we're going to cross a very dangerous mid-map. Cammy the first man up. iLLeY's going to gun him. That's not a problem whatsoever. 21 and 18 for Cammy. Getting things going. Bounce on a 3, now brought down to a close. And here we go. The battle towards the hard point now hitting. CleanX, he's doing what he can on the back line, taking care of the nade inside up front. Shots are in, not even want to get the kills, and Cammy now lighting up the feed indeed. This is a wild hard point, still chance. Ultra have got it.
I mean, look, the main factor of success is inside. He has been the super soaker. He is kept up in the kills department. And now you go to P3 where you are locking it down. Shotzzy finally flanking to make the play, but this is just for the scrap time. Even if you deliver, I mean, it is bits and pieces that you are just attempting to pick up. But Toronto had just picked them apart, play after play, and on the rotation again, Cammy already deep in their spawn. It is 3 players from Ultra looking to get past.
Ultra. 2 players towards the right-hand side of the minimap, 1 coming through top side, 1 through the front. OpTic Texas have full control of Church. Will they find Sanctuary here inside the hard point? Slowly but surely, every corner checked. Trades now coming through. iLLeY towards the back line. Cammy's going to find the first openers. As now there's 1 member left, that's a clean break. Wow, Ultra, slow and steady wins the race.
It does not get better than that, and they are at least partially reading these spawns. The splits come through, and maybe the splits will play out for OpTic. You see it's actually a freebie towards the field side of the map, and you at least make it 50-50 for these next set of fights.
Tobias Yul Jonsson soaring there through the skies with the speed of Sleipnir and the strength of Thor Odinson. Brought down. Late break there from OpTic Texas. 3 players on the hard point. Cammy! Oh my God! He finds 2! 1 more player on the point. Here comes Bance. Just trying to slow this one down, and again, OpTic Texas, they have lost their legs here on Tuscan. Toronto retain the control, and a foot race now to P5.
And talk about a rotation. OpTic needs to win. They got bullied out last time around, and well, it looks like Ultra here first again. You check down low, you catch Scump throwing a nade, and once again, it's still a 2v2, but it's free. Cammy is out and about. And now you actually got the split bombs coming through, so I think Ultra should be able to swarm.
Numbers now for OpTic. Here comes the swarm though from Toronto Ultra downstairs. CleanX. Oh my good God. Nice shots there. OpTic though win the fight. Retain control. Massive work to push the front line forward. iLLeY on a 2 sprint. Looking to push this that bit deeper into the map now as OpTic Texas sorely need this next 30 seconds.
I mean, hey, still alive. P5 has been the moneymaker. It is a strange experience, but maybe here we are. iLLeY catches number 2. And Dashy wins the next gunfight. OpTic, they stop the push, and Ultra are forced to rotate. No hard fights for this scrap time. And as is tradition, the P5 to P1. Here we go.
Pressure is now on. Here we go. iLLeY, very sneaky play indeed. Bance has let it slip. This could go up to hit them bad. OpTic Texas may have set themselves up for a big win. Now across mid-map they're going to go. OpTic looking to make the play in a brief moment. iLLeY biding his time. Takes his chances. Hits the play. Bance stays alive now, and a close fight at the point. Dashy wins a big one. Oh no, he's not been taken care of yet. Pistol out, not enough. Cammy's on a 3.
P5 to P1, Ultra just did it to perfection. The play does not pay off, and Cammy on its head.
Oh, the kills are all over the place as Ultra now. They're starting to see it. The writing's on the wall. It's now 10 seconds, and we're going to force that game 5. And that is simply the way it goes here at Champs. Last hit from OpTic, trying to make their way forward. It all comes down to insight. The gun is up. The seconds are there. A last-minute contest. And it's not over yet.
1 second, that is all you need. 1 break, the nades coming through, they do not connect.
Here we go. Looking to find the contest through the middle of the map we go, and there's CleanX! CleanX again! Game 5. What can we say other than a team with this level of composure, with the history these 2 squads have? Game 5, it simply feels like destiny.
I mean, could you have it any other way? A game 5 on repeat ad nauseum between these 2 teams. OpTic were looking sweet early on, but I think Ultra, again, they knocked out all 4 of these players in Champs last year, and it might not be a knockout blow, but a knockdown. See if you can get them down and out for the count. The reverse sweep on the cards. We go to Berlin. It is the exact same map set, man. We have seen these teams battle it out. They have traded on Berlin. When Toronto win, it was in a round 10 fashion. OpTic clutched the round 11. They've done the homework. They know the maps. They have played each other time and time again. A battle of the micro adjustments and who is more clutch. And I gotta say, for that question, after that Kavutu, Ultra are looking icy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. You know the deal by now. On the other side of this one, it is Game 5, the Battle of Berlin. Here in the winners bracket, Toronto Ultra, OpTic Texas. What a history they've got. And after this series, we get to add another absolute Game 5 banger to the pile. Who comes out on top? We'll find out after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Game 5, Toronto Ultra, OpTic Texas, and we all knew it was going to happen. We all knew it was going to come down to the final map. It was simply written in the stars. Here we go, though. Multi-chance taking you through this one. This is bound to be absolute D-line. Humdinger, Treat, Slobberknocker, you name it. It's happening today, brother.
And look, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter how we got here, but if it does, we already know Toronto Ultra have the hot hand. And if it's off the back of stuck plays from guys like Cammy, when he's on, he's on.
He's on. The boy was breaking hills seemingly by himself. Sensational run from him. As your man was putting in the work when they needed it the most. Hello, look at this. Cammy, whatever the hard point was, he was the guy to pick up the 2s, pick up the 3s, pick up the time. Essential for Toronto Ultra's victory there.
I mean, look, in that moment, 35 and 24, leading Slayer, doing it with both guns. The man can do it all and on Berlin. Again, both these teams will mix up strats, will be all over the map, and Cammy might be a constant problem. But where we had Bocage, the defensive shootout on Berlin offense. Toronto #1 on the attack in the game. OpTic #3 against each other. It is the same thing. 8 out of 11 rounds on offense for OpTic. They have won. 8 out of 10 for Toronto on offense. They have won. You're looking to clutch up on defense if you can make it happen. And for OpTic Texas, maybe Dashy can be that guy. But Toronto are on the attack first. Something to look out for. Cleanex #4 on the minimap. He will play over towards A. Sometimes by himself. It looks like now he has some help, but he picks OpTic apart. That is the man right here that OpTic have to shut down, and honestly, it looks like they want nothing to do with him. The site has been left empty.
Everyone's done their homework. Coming in the champs, that's for damn sure. aBeZy now in full control of Toronto Ultra. Shotzzy will be the man to get something through those windows at a moment's notice.
And look, aBeZy's been completely given up. Insight has the perfect angle to watch this flank, so there are no avenues to attack. The nades do not connect. Bomb down, perfect setup.
4v4, straight up. It's going to be a good old fight on the retake. Insight's going to get the first blood. Dips on out immediately. Shotzzy now getting his way forward. That's going to be a nice, easy way to level things up 3v3.
And Scump is spending so much time trying to hunt down Insight, but Insight has gotten out, so this is wasted time, wasted effort, so the play is on the other side of the map now. Shotzzy's making moves around the site. He's got Dashy for the help, and they can't find the pick. Cleanex runs the show.
He's the Ubermensch here on Berlin. Finds another big one. Dashy traded out count, and it's going to be Cleanex once again from behind now. Cleanex, no more kills. 1v1, 10 seconds. It's not going to happen. Ultra execute magnificently.
And look at Scump, man. He spent that entire round hunting down Insight, who ends up in the perfect position in the end. I mean, he is chasing Ghost, and that is too clean from Ultra. I'm telling you, man, Cleanex has put the fear in their hearts around A. They didn't want to deal with him, and by the time they get there, he still shuts them down.
Nervous tension across the gaming center. OpTic now on offense. What will Ultra do? Quick check across mid. Didn't see too many shadows in the distance there. It might be a long-range gunfight there, but we'll see what happens.
And Toronto have always been happy to play the retakes at either bomb site. Not to a great deal of success, but they have struggled more at B, so they triple stack it. Looks like the game plan, they are more happy to try to retake A. They will give up that bomb plan. It's the slow approach from Shotzzy, working with iLLeY over towards A.
Inside the mailroom is going to be Scump on this stairwell. Inside, eyes towards A. Stun lands. Here comes the rebuttal. Going to clear away that cover he has to work with. It's going to save him from a bullet or two, but that will help out in a gunfight like this. Over towards A, we now go still. It's going to be Cammy and Vance. Cammy gets the party started, first blood.
I mean, that just makes it so much easier. You already talked about trusting your retakes, and hey, the 4v2.
Oh my
God. 4v1, even better. Shotzzy last alive with no time to work with. I mean, the flanks are through. He's going to get the bomb plan, but what can you do?
No time to work with, no time to waste. Plants the bomb, tags her up. Cleanex now trying to finish it. Damage is in. Shotzzy at a tremendous disadvantage. Now waiting for the pinch. Stays alive though. Gets out for the good. Oh my word. Now you've got a Shotzzy at large and on the loose in Berlin. Is it going to be enough though? As the defuse may start coming through, and he's going to set himself up for greatness here. This could be exactly what you look for. Makes the jump. A little too late. Your boy
always styling here at Champs.
I mean, hey, fancy footwork right there, but it does not matter. You see Toronto, they had the angle covered. I think it was Bance ready for the jumper, maybe make it insight. That is a perfect round, and for two teams where it has been an offensive shootout already, a defensive round won by Ultra. They have not stopped since that Kabuto control.
The tiniest of miscalculations in Shotzzy's position there. If he had made the jump in the first attempt, he may have been able to catch that round, and we would have lost our collective minds. But instead, Ultra take the round, they take a 2-0 lead here in Game 5.
Now it's a stack over towards A. Again, CleanX has run the show by this site. OpTic can put the pressure on, but he is always the man to deal with.
Here comes the man himself. CleanX checks a corner, sends Bance in first. Scump eyes on the bomb site, waiting for anyone to make that move. It is a sneaky play indeed, as this is about to go to blows. Scump peeks the door. Here comes the exchange of gunfire. Shotzzy the man to get the party started there. First blood for him. Did he bring drinks for his friends?
That's good nades, though. That might be good nades to back down Bance and try to open the side, but look who's here on the flank. The trade. You do convert it, and the flank coming through. It is now a 1 versus 3. OpTic have dealt with it all.
And Bance manages to catch one, slips out. Changes position, 20 seconds now, stay alive. Oh my God, he's not dead. He's gonna pick a corner, any corner now, and just hope that no one checks it. Here comes Scump, throws a shoulder, doesn't see a single thing as this is gonna get mixy. Woohoo, just enough time. Dashy plays the insurance, gets across to the bomb site. 2.5 seconds to spare.
It is not easy work, but they get the job done. They respond with a defensive round of their own, but obviously down to the wire. I mean, Scump, if he doesn't check that all the way, that is, I mean, pixel perfect to clear out the spots. And a big one to get for OpTic to bounce back, to stop the bleeding, to get right back in this game. And now their turn to attack, to try to make those plays. It was Cammy that shut him down last go around towards the middle of the map. And I think from OpTic, I mean, going the fast B plans has been their old faithful. And they're leaning that direction.
Fast hit towards B. Might wait. Ooh, insight. Brought a big boy gun to the fight, but he's not going to get to use it just yet. But next to the nade, that should land. All he does is blow the doors off. Look left, look right before crossing that street. Here comes the plant from Shotzzy. This might be time to make the play. Oh, he's going to be getting out. That bomb is down. Here we go.
That's the angle. Oh, that's a hit marker. So 4v4, number 2 on the hunt. You're trying to make
oh my God.
Shotzzy with it in sight. You hit marker, you survive. And a 4v2 is bombed down as easy as it gets.
There we go. Shotzy's going to now run circles around him, the rats in hand, and my word. Could have been something. But hey, thick thighs save lives. Dashy takes the bullet.
Absolutely true. Man's been eating good. Either way, though, I gotta say, no one does it like Shotzzy. They leave him by himself to work that B bomb plan.
Yeah.
He's the lone man. There was like 2 different players watching the cross, and somehow he finds a way, let alone the fact that he wins the gunfight on sight. Shotzzy, Mr. Do-It-All. We are now tied. It is the exact same analysis. Ultra will play spread. They will leave CleanX over towards A. They will take their time to let him make these moves. And he's already cleared out. It's open again. It's the same thing. Play for the clutch spots. The retake last time on point. You got number 3 inside, playing a deep angle, but the nade actually there to shut it down.
This time the nades connect. Man goes down, so does the bomb. Here comes the quick recovery, but Shotzzy's on the flank. This could be huge. He checks the right corner. Wow. Gets a bullet for his troubles, but that might be enough though. Deter Ultra from trying to hit this site. Meanwhile, the rest of OpTic, they've got mid-map covered. If you go to the B-bomb site, Ultra, you are in trouble.
And you're just looking for that next pitch if you're on Toronto. Looking for someone to over-Kismet, make that mistake. And OpTic were mistake-free on Bocage. They're looking to punish and iLLeY towards outer.
Well,
does he check?
I'm going to check it. The bomb's going to go down. That's a big win. Here comes iLLeY. CleanX gets the bomb. Doesn't plant it. Doesn't plant it. OpTic take the lead here in Game 5.
In that round, I mean, I think almost literally gets decided just from the nades. A-bomb plant gets left open. That time the play call is on point. The adjustment is in, and OpTic now with the advantage in S&D.
the difference two frag grenades can make in this game.
And I think if I'm OpTic, I'll be honest, man, that fast B plan has been looking sweet. They were successful, and maybe they're trying to make the hard reads. Maybe they're expecting Toronto to stack, and at least two players are nearby. But it is more of a play for pick situation. Mom leaning towards A.
They're in. Inside. He times this right. He saw him. Here's the cross. Here's the battle. Nades. Everything being thrown. Pressure on towards that side of the map. Doesn't manage to catch him. He's safe and sound. Gets out.
Smooth moves. And Cammy last time through the middle of the map was the guy making plays. Now it's Bansonier's statue, and it is only Shotzzy to watch the flank. I hear the nades ringing out, but that bomb should go down for Vance. He found it.
4v4 retake, just like the very first round. We saw Vance is in from behind. He may shoot his shot a little early. Does get the kill though. Now, man advantage. Dashy's now trying to hit the stairwell. Will he be able to catch a player out here? His insight on the outside. Looking to find something. Good timing. Good gunning. 2v2.
2v2. Outside though. Cleanex around A. Always wins it. And Dashy now last alive.
Last man up, and Dashy's now doing the ring of Rosie around the outside. 20 seconds. You've got to play this perfectly. You have to take care of Dashy. 15 seconds. Onto the bomb you now go. And he's looking at streaks. Is this player going to make the play? Are they going to dive onto this one? Or instead, are they going to try to stick it out? And Dashy clutches up. In a very, very tense situation. And secures not only the round, but the streaks.
And that is now 4 in a row. It doesn't matter how you get to the game 5. Momentum is irrelevant. It is all about how you play on the final map. Advantage towards OpTic. We already know Toronto can be composed. They got to stop the bleeding. They need a round on offense. They've spread the map once again. The bomb leaning towards B, but no commitment just yet.
Oh, man. Stress. Dashy, 7 spree. Nice nades from inside. Starts the proceedings here. The stun check there from Shotzzy will buy him time.
And look at the minimap again. You get the bomb down, you get Cleanex on the fullest of flanks, and unless you do this quick, you will lose this round, but that's the good start.
He's alive. Cammy now doing some damage. Here come reinforcements. Cleanex on the flank as well. The last 2 remaining members of OpTic, they are shoulder to shoulder close enough to the side. Here comes your man. Cleanex straight on in. Last player alive. Can he get the kill? Surely! Shotzzy earned a place in Valhalla there. He went down fighting. We're not out of the woods just yet. 3-4.
And I'm telling you, between these two teams, you can play so many rounds back that look exactly like that for Toronto. Finally able to catch their rhythm. Maybe even catching iLLeY with that first blood. iLLeY for the moment, 1 in 6. That is the player maybe they are looking to attack. They take him down there, they convert the round. Now I'd say for Toronto, they got to find a way to clutch up on defense. OpTic by the looks of it. Shotzzy's got it in hand, leaning towards B. He makes this cross by himself, and Cleanex, he's looking to meet him.
Nades are out. Looking to slow down that fast hit towards B. Here comes Streaks.
Oh, they see him.
Oh, no, no one's wearing cold-blooded. This is going to hurt. Or not. Shotzzy managed to hit the flank, though. Bangs. Oh, my good God, the 1v1. It's a big win from Cleanex. Saves the day for now. Streaks invested. Just over a minute to play with.
And you don't catch him, and that is bomb down in the worst spot possible.
Oh, no.
You see all 4, and you still mess up. Mistake-free no longer. In a 3v4, though, plenty of time to work with, but they got to find a way to play for picks, and good luck. Have fun to even try to collect that bomb.
Oh no, Scump gets taken cover mid-map. Now it's a 4v2 Ultra, looking to level up the search here. What a kill from Vance, his 3rd of the map. Dashy in the 1v4. And we are all even, 4-4.
And Vance, like, almost, what, fakes jumping in the window? Like, he stays exposed, but Dashy, he's making a play call to send Shotzzy in, sends him into his death in a massive swing round in moment. The first mistake that has truly been made in Search and Destroy. OpTic are the first to fall, and now we are back, all tied up, all things equal. Let's see what Toronto can do.
Offensive rounds have been the name of the game for Toronto Ultra now. Looking towards mid.
They're forward. Good shots out of iLLeY, not enough to get the kill. Straight towards the A-bomb site, and once again, Scump though, he's going to be the man in here. Not going to make it happen, iLLeY. Kill number 2 of the game, and what a kill it was.
Dude, and he almost found the route. I think Scump caught him, and well, Shotzzy catches the next one. 4 versus 2, and well, make it 3. Can't quite squirrel away with that one, but still, man advantage.
Ultra not out of the woods yet. Cammy with the bomb recovery. Look at the position there, far spread, top to bottom.
Dashy has the cross. You got Scump locking down the A site. They have everything they want in this moment. And no one is going to be making a mistake, right? Ultra maybe try to burn another 10, 15 seconds, look for a pick, but I mean, Insight's making the play. You have to get this bomb that way.
Dead Silence activate, the man's flying in. We'll be able to catch anyone in these corners. There it is, the shot. Gets out with his life.
And that actually works out. Look at that timing. Dashy, as soon as he gives up on the cross, look at where the bomb is going down. He gives it up for 2 seconds. And Ultra find it. Shades of Moscow S&D.
Very, very sneaky indeed. That's the bomb planted. Now you have to watch out because if you make your way across map towards B, there's an Insight, and he might have eyes on.
And they're leaving him. Now Insight can just go for the pinch. Now the pressure's on Cammy. He has to make this play, but Insight will be there late.
30 seconds. 2v3 situation for Toronto Ultra. Now towards the bomb site we go. Looking to clear this out. Check the corners, every corner from behind. A big win from Dashy. Cammy now last man left alive. How close will he be? It is done! OpTic Texas now put themselves on match point. Man, that could have gone so bad.
That is Toronto Ultra at their absolute finest. The play call perfect, the adjustments made, the timing on the cross, oh so sweet. But I don't know if anyone told Dashy to turn around or if those spidey senses kicked in, but the snapper to catch that flank coming through. A big moment from Big Bruce, and now that oh so not big advantage. They need one more round. That does not mean you are safe. And the play call, what might be their final offensive. 3 players aggressive towards A.
Not sure how much we saw on the cross, but Shotzzy don't care. He's flying forward. Nades are in. Cammy with the opening kills. Looking towards Scump on the outside. About to hit the stairwell. And Insight eats that nade for breakfast. Cammy now from behind. Doesn't lose a single man. Cammy. What is that? Dashing to the last man left alive, and I cannot believe what I've seen. Ultra. They have got round 11 written all over them. What was that?
Square up at A, and you get shut down. Dashy making no play. He is loud, he is gone, and Cammy gets the final stamp. They are smoking.
Here we go. iLLeY's like, yeah, I got him. No, what was that? Cameron McGilligan.
And in this offensive shootout, who's it going to be? OpTic get the attempt to attack again. Fast plants at B. That is where they won the last round 11 that they have played. They made it look easy. That is where they have success, and they're not going for it again. A spread across the map, and Ultra split 2-2 as well.
Final round here on Berlin here in the series. CleanX starts it off with a Kobe from Toby. 4v3. OpTic running out of members now. Pressure towards the B-bomb site, looking for the fast hit. There's nothing fast about it, but they might be able to time this well.
And CleanX has the corner. He's got the cheeky corner. Does Shotzzy check this? Do the nades connect?
They're going to get one over the top. Now, Shotzzy, will he be brave enough to dive in? Will he check the position where Bance is? No. The tags from Cammy, the coverage, the Guardian Angel from up high.
There's the pick, 3v3, and you got Scump, by the way. He's playing the A site. A lot of action all over the map.
Still have no idea, though. The CleanX was the inside of the B-bomb site, and maybe you cut your losses and you go towards A. We will see, though. Cammy with a min-map presence. Shotzzy with a bomb. He's the man with the plan.
I mean, you've cleared nothing out, though. You haven't cleared out B. Scump hasn't cleared out A. And Ultra, they're holding strong. The move is over towards. It'll be Insight, the first man to deal with.
Here we go. Guns up. Tags are in. Here comes Shotzzy. Opening kill. Looking towards the bomb site immediately, but you've got numbers now here. No more things to throw, except for your gunny. iLLeY, last man up, Cammy. Can he get the job done? OpTic close it up in round 11. The Galen Center is on his feet. The play call from Shotzzy, your boy hits it. And when he hits it, nobody does it better.
What an unbelievable series. Here to start, both of these teams run at shots.
And revenge, I think, for a few of these players on OpTic. All 4 across the board, taking Ultra down, making up for Cold War, at least at the start. Everyone is aged 10 years, but OpTic ice up. And guess who it was, by the way? In the round 11, iLLeY was having a tough one all map long. You have a player falling to the nade for the first blood. Who's the guy that finds the pick? It's iLLeY. Who's the guy that makes the late flank reads? It's iLLeY. Dialed in that round 11, where OpTic are now 3 for 3 against Toronto. The ice runs through.
Another iconic series between these two organizations here in the CDL.
I mean, what's the point of playing the first 4 maps in the first 10 rounds? You know what it's going to be.
It's always a true spectacle when these two go at it. What a brilliant, brilliant series. Both teams with their respective champions. Both teams with so much to play for here. And that's only the first round of the tournament. Strap yourself in, kid. This is going to be one hell of a ride. This Champs is not disappointed yet. Man alive, what a fantastic run. OpTic moved away in the top 6. We go to the lower bracket now for Toronto Ultra. The comeback was so close, but just that little further. Ultra needed. OpTic stay alive, keep the run going. Top 6 now theirs. I need a shower.
I need a couple. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to break down after that. Game 5, round 11, ice up in the end. OpTic, what more could you ask?
Can't ask for much more, but the one player we will ask a lot of is Shotzzy. He is on stage right now with Guy Plays.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Los Angeles, give it up for OpTic Texas! Another Game 5 banger. And Shotzzy, my first question for you is because you are an absolute dog out there, okay? It doesn't matter the gunfight, doesn't matter the player in front of you. You go out there and get the kill. How do you make it so easy?
I don't know. I kind of just play the game 24 hours a day, and yeah, I mean, that's the gas.
Yo, right? Yo, and talk to me about the ARs of your team there. You know, Dashy and iLLeY out there supporting you, especially on that Gavutu.
They're just amazing players. Ender and Brandon, they both don't miss. Shout out to you guys. You guys are my heart carriers, and yeah, hopefully we win this round.
All right, now going into this series, you guys were up 2-0, okay? And then on that Gavutu control, that last round, it was defense. You guys let it slip away, and then you go in Game 5 against a squad that's so scary in Game 5 to that round 11. Talk to me about that last map, and how did y'all get through that?
Yeah, we lost 3-2 Gav. We lost the defense. We kind of just fell short in there, and then yeah, that Game 5. We know that they like playing slow for the most part, so we kind of just played our own pace. And, I mean, from there, that last round was insane.
Oh my God, you guys go down one guy there, and you just stayed clinched up.
And I almost died to the guy like top fire or something like that. I barely survived. And then from there, we kind of just 3v4.
You brought out all the tricks that series. Hopping from window to window, had to dig in your bag, but you come out with a W. Anything you want to say to these fans who are supporting you every single round?
Shout out to you guys, man. You guys are crazy. I love you guys, man. Shout out to Green Wall, seriously.
Shout out to the Green Wall. That's going to do it for me and Shotzzy on the stage. Take it away, Maven.
Hello, welcome back. This is your game break presented by Prime Gaming, and wow! All right,
Game 5 again.
Every time, man, these two teams over the last couple of years, it's just gonna be a war.
Just an absolute war. I mean, this entire series, and that Game 5, it really was special, man. Just some wild plays. OpTic Texas not overthinking it in these rounds. I mean, we saw Toronto wrapping it back and forth. OpTic Texas, they just hold A. They just wait the entire time, falls right into the trap, and then, you know, the very end there, in that round 11, I love what we saw at iLLeY, taking the risk to go out there and get that kill, gets the blood, and that's exactly what they need.
What's it like, Standy, like in your career? Did you ever have like that team, like you know you're just gonna battle every time you play? Like, what's it like preparing for that?
Oh yeah, nah, it's not easy. Because like back in the day when me and Nate was a team, and there was one team that we simply could not get past, and it was LG with Slack, Classic, and Octane. Those guys, no matter what we did, whatever homework we did, we simply could not beat those guys. But in this series, believe it or not, OpTic, they've been playing so damn well in Search and Destroy. The only thing that really scares me still is their control. The fact that they allowed Toronto to get back into the series by
by losing a defense on Kabuto. You do not see that happen usually. They need to get that back in prime form.
Well, aLLeY, it's what? It's like they started out 24-4 in control.
Yeah.
Since then, 2-8, I believe it is. Something's just not clicking.
2-8 last 10 from the start of stage 4, but I will say their search and destroys S&D wins championships. They were able to take both in this series against the Toronto Ultra squad, where S&D is usually where they bring the fire.
Yeah.
They have players like Insight, they have players like Bance, and for OpTic Texas to come out on top with both in these series, I think it's a testament to what they will be capable of doing the rest of this tournament. But I will agree with you that the control has to be tightened up. It wasn't just that fact that, oh, it's a defensive battle on Kabuto. It wasn't. It was in an offensive round that they lost, that they had life advantage. So for me, it's just OpTic's making these little mistakes. They're panicking a little bit more, and hopefully, as the days go on, they'll tighten it up.
I mean, there's some terrifying rounds in this game. I mean, you think about the glide bomb round out of Dashy, calls the glide in, and then
Shotzzy was like, here we go!
He calls them out, and I think the play was like Shotzzy just like trapped him in, try to get a kill there, but like those are the rounds where OpTic has like calmed down, group up together, push the site, like right there, you just wrap it to a bomb site. But I mean, overall, like it's a game 5 at COD Champs, and you know, the OpTic team's still trying to find their identity once again, but yeah, they come out and they get this win, and that's impressive, man. Versus Toronto Ultra team that has so much composure. Clint, you were talking about Toronto Ultra, and when you play together for that long, it's easier to stay composed.
Well, I think it stood out to me, like the end of the game 3, the round 5, there's like 40 seconds left, they're up big in lives. I think a lot of teams might have panicked and start pushing with that much time on the clock. They wait down to like 22 seconds, they group up, they make a final push, and they win. And that's why I think there's a little bit of faith that you have for them in this type of like game 5 environment. But Study kind of let a couple slip, right? Maybe a few misplays here and there from Ultra?
Yeah, especially in that map number 1. You just allowed OpTic to control the spawns the entire time, and then when you're always trying to go for that route, you're not going to win those gunfights. You're going to put yourself in a hole. That's where you allowed OpTic just run away with that game. But then you see them turn it around, at least in the control. The fact that, like you said, in that map number 3, with about 25 seconds left, they wait. They wait towards top ring. They know that a player is committing towards the flank. Once they get that first kill, that's when they execute their game plan. They knew exactly where one guy was close towards the rock, and then they hit a beautiful teammate to set it up. That's what Toronto Ultra have been known for the last 2 years. When you talk about them, it's all about their teamwork, and at least it shows a little bit in this series, just not in Search and Destroy.
Well, for everybody watching at home, we're going to pull up a couple of graphics now. You're going to want to make sure to link your account. We have some exciting news coming up for MW2 on Sunday. But here's the first. Watch and earn this weekend on YouTube Gaming. Take a look at some of the stuff you're able to win. Pretty amazing at what we've got going on this weekend. I like some of these kind of fire.
I think it's a trip here. I mean, Toronto Ultra might need to put the first blooded one on, though. I mean, on that bow cage, these guys, they were getting blooded.
And then we've teased it a bit, but coming on Sunday, what's next? No, me either, right? Like, everybody's excited to know more, right?
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what's next on Sunday. You guys will get to see it as well.
Well, today has been, it's been ludicrous so far. Just game 5s all over the place. The action is going to continue on. Coming up for our final match, we've got Subliners, we've got FaZe, another big battle. One of these two teams, you gotta think the chance to make a run. If you look at the recent performances, heavy hitters getting ready to go at it, but it's OpTic that comes out on top here in our last match. Through the grit and glory, they come away with a map 5 victory. But we're not done yet. One more match.
And you're casting it, Clay.
Yeah, time to get fired up, baby. Don't go anywhere.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open and everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you better, take a step back from the edge, and take a deep breath, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, they press to the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you better, take a step back from the edge, and take a deep breath, dance like you'll never, 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 ever be.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Amazon Prime members get free games every month, and a slew of free content for your favorite games like Call of Duty. Claim yours now at gaming.amazon.com.
Howdy, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to CDL Championship Weekend 2022. Miles is trying to recover after a crazy series. Maven's probably somewhere eating tacos, so you are left with me as the host. I'm also joined along part by Chance, aLLeY, and Nameless. Buddy, you just got off of a crazy game. Another Game 5, Round 11.
Dude, and I got to imagine I feel like the crowd, just like a little bit exhausted, a little bit sweaty, and honestly, just ready for another Game 5. Like, yeah, I think that is going to be the story of the event. Who's clutching, like, the Round 11s in the Game 5s? Who's got the S&D covered? Because, I mean, the competition is the closest it has ever been.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about champs, you know, you got to be clutch. And it feels like for this title, this is the ultimate way to close it out. However, we got to jump into our very next match. Our last one of the day, by the way. This has been a grinder of a day, and it feels like this one also has the ability to go the distance. New York versus Atlanta. We take a look at our maps and modes. aLLeY, I know you're a specialist. You're a nerd when it comes down to these vetoes. What are you seeing here?
I mean, it's great, honestly, for both sides. They're kind of just squaring up across the board. The funny thing for me right now when it comes to some of these maps is the amount of reps Atlanta has. They're like 20 plus across the board because we're talking about the team that always goes the distance at majors, where New York is at like 8, 10 max of reps on all of these maps.
And I think it's super interesting that Tuscan Hardpoint gets through as well, because we haven't seen the Subliners play a ton of it, but when they do, one, I think they're 3-0 undefeated, and also Crimsix, statistically, one of the best players on the map with his roster. Literally at the start of the year, he was like a walking 0.8 on Tuscan. Since then, he's like a 1.2, 1.3, completely lights out, so I got my eye on the GOAT.
I mean, I like the Tuscan pick, but also also like for Atlanta FaZe, they might just be compromised a little bit when it comes to Berlin, losing both of those to the LA Thieves. So, you know, an interesting one. But I think Atlanta FaZe, they've been pretty good at GVU2 all year long. So I'm expecting them to come out hot.
Now, one thing that's interesting, right, is that at Major 4, there was a team who started off facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. They took them down in somewhat of an upset. They'd go on to win the entire team. That roster known as the LA Thieves. I don't know. Like, if we're talking about past history repeating itself, it could be here. But I'm also interested as well, Chance. Like, now that they finished third place, Atlanta FaZe, like it was second. Does third place awaken the beast?
I mean, awaken the beast. If they weren't hungry from the start of the year, like, it's never going to hit them. Like, they just had one of the most dominant years of all time in Cold War. And they've been the most dominant team in this year, if you could call it that.
Yes.
It is literally just getting stuffed. And again, they're the team to beat. If you take them down, you know you can win. But I just want to see what they can do, man. I want to watch the S&D from these guys, how on point aBeZy's going to be. Like, it'd be fun to see what they've, like, cooked up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the search and destroy has to be on point. That's how this team gets to that championship. And then for the game field keys to victory, win the rotation battle to the P4 Money Hill on GVU2. Both teams #1 and #2 on GVU2 P4. I feel like FaZe taught the entire league how to play that GVU2 P4. They've been lights out on that one all year long. And then take the control. FaZe 8-3 record in control during stage 4. New York Subliners are 4-6. And it's going to be Tuscan. I mean, it's a map that, as of late, FaZe has not been as dominant on. I mean, dating all the way back to Major 3 when they were losing it to Seattle. Since then, they haven't been able to get their Tuscan dominance back. So, it'll be interesting this one versus New York when we know Kismet is at the top of his game.
Yeah, that's, I feel like one player that we have got to look out for when you're talking about the other side of the stage. We talked about a numerous amount of players, and maybe even coming into the year, Kismet was by no means a player that we thought could even be that guy, even when he joined NYSL. But now talk about the New York Subliners, guys. Like, it still staggers me.
He's a 99.
He's a 99 right now. Right? Give him the Lion Man card. He deserves it.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he was going off at this last tournament, man. Like, and that was just such an impossible task. I mean, but everybody, you got more out of Crimsix. I think it's really just, we're waiting for Paul to wake up once again. Like, Paul was going off in the online portion to get them the wins that they needed, but we know he can be that mega slayer. I'm expecting him to step up.
And just to touch on that as well for Paulehx, like, I know he was talking about it, not to make excuses, but having like hand problems at the major, and he wasn't like the same player he was online. So they got second and he wasn't performing. That is without question the player to watch.
And just like you guys are talking about to the game fuel keys to victory, it's about Paulehx, right? And the fact that New York was able to go so far, Paulehx, when he got plugged into the squad, was a huge slayer, right? He elevated this team, and he had a little bit of an underwhelming showing on Major 4, and they were still able to make it to the grand finals, go up 2-0. LA Thieves, you know, ended up taking in the best of 9, but also we have to talk about Hydra, 0.91 versus FaZe. That's like a very oddly specific stat that a 0.91 isn't necessarily bad, but you got Simp and aBeZy on the other side, and once those players get going, Hydra's gonna have to match that pace and aggression.
Yeah, without question. And one thing too that's also interesting about the New York Subliners is the question of, like, did they peak, right? Did they peak at their own major, given the storylines, given the fact that, you know, they had to make the run, the crowd was behind them? At the same time, we're talking about how Paul wasn't himself. Even in the finals, Hydra wasn't himself either. There is a very interesting situation that we've got on the cards. Now it's our last match of the day, and now it is time for predictions. Best of luck to you guys, because this is going to be a fun one. Who are we starting off with? Any takers here?
Listen, I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, I know a lot of people pick New York. Like, we do our talent pick'ems. I look through and, like, everybody is picking New York. I'm like, did you guys fall asleep, man? Listen, Atlanta FaZe is going to come here to play. They're going to win this one 3-1 fashion.
Okay, aLLeY?
I feel like we've just been waiting too long for Atlanta FaZe to do what they've been saying they're looking to do. And New York, I think they look incredible in Major 4. And even if that was their peak, it was incredible. So I think they're going to come out in the champ swinging. I'm going to go with the New York Subliners.
Wow. Look, I think whoever wins map 1 will win the entire thing. I think GVU2 Hardpoint will actually be sort of that deciding factor, because it's been a great map for both teams, but I got to stay consistent. I wanted to pick New York, Nameless, and I saw the same thing you did. Everybody did that, and I was like, I can't do that to FaZe, bro. I have to go with ATL.
Oh, okay. So we kind of maybe have a divided desk a little bit. I'm going to make it even. I'm going for New York. I don't know. I went for the pick at the start, and I know I mentioned, like, you know, it could be 1 or 2 storylines. I think that New York maybe reached their peak, but I'm expecting Paul and Hydra to play a little bit better. That's the way that I'm thinking about it. But we got to talk about these teams in a little bit more depth before we do eventually get into this game. I've been told that we have a very interesting graphic to take a look at when it comes down to both these teams in Major 4, because it was an interesting run, right? When it comes down to both these rosters, one team's in somewhat of cruise control, the other is trying to make the miracle run. When we take a look at this you know, list of stats team, What kind of points out for you?
What's interesting is the hardpoint for sure, and the fact that in every game mode they've kind of flipped. Like New York is doing incredible in hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe has dropped down a little bit. New York is struggling in control. Atlanta FaZe has succeeded in that game mode, but obviously the S&D is where the edge goes in the hands of the Atlanta FaZe. I mean, S&D wins championships. We've seen it every single match today, and I don't see this one being any different.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, we've listed out everything. We've given our predictions, and all I know is that we're going to see another Game 5. That's really the only prediction that I think will be a guarantee. But that's going to do it from us here at the desk. And now it is time to send it over to Blaze on the main stage to set up our final match of day number 1.
Thank you so much, Lando. Los Angeles, y'all ready for our last game of the day? Let's get it. Coming to the stage is our defending champions of champs. Let's learn a little bit more about Atlanta FaZe.
In comes Arcitys. Cellium gets the entire team. aBeZy going huge off the rotation single-handedly.
It's the guts, it's the glory, it's the championship for FaZe.
Los Angeles, get up on your feet and help me make some noise. It's Atlanta FaZe. Give it up for Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp, Atlanta FaZe.
I already know I'm looking at that guy Cellium here. I mean, a 1.24 overall KD. He has been pulling out for this squad time and time again. But now I'm going to be looking at Simp and aBeZy possibly making their 4th Grand Finals appearance. They have the fire under their belt, Blaze. But first, they got to get through the hot New York Subliners. Bring them on out.
Yeah, it's time to bring them out. We saw them at Major 4 have that Cinderella story to make it to champs. But let's see if they can complete the task. Staying clear. Here comes New York.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Los Angeles, make some noise for the New York Subliners. Give it up for Paulehx, Hydra, Kismet, and Crimsix, the New York Subliners.
There you see the group of 4. Cinderella has made it to the ball, but how is she going to perform now with the stakes at their highest? Crimsix making his 10th Call of Duty champs looks to usher in this new set of fresh faces into what is going to be a wild and crazy series. They've got their wish of being here at champs, and now they have to face off against the Atlanta FaZe. It is time to get into our last match of the day. Blaze, take it away, my man.
Like you said, Lando, it's gonna be a wild and crazy series, and I got 2 wild casters for you. Make some noise. It's Maven and Merc.
I love to get wild. I do. Hello, everybody. All right, Joe, let's just get right into it. This is one of those matchups where
I love you. I do.
Yes,
I love you a lot.
Lovely people. Whoever wins this has got a legitimate chance to win the whole thing. In the sense of, like, you face a very tough
round one. For most teams, it's like you get your round one, you have your normal progression, it gets harder with round two.
Well, we just back-to-back round 11.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
But like either of these teams has a legitimate chance to make a run because you look forward. It's like you see what Thieves, OpTic on the other side. You have Seattle in front of you. You're like, we win that. We're suddenly in a winner's final. Like you've got a real chance to make a run.
No, 100%. I mean, these teams had you know, a couple of weeks to prepare now. Yeah, but as the #1 seed versus FaZe, you're usually thinking I got a bit of an easier match.
No.
But you do not have that versus Subliners. They had made the run. They were able to make the final at Major 4. Atlanta FaZe, they're looking for back-to-back world titles. And I mean, Simp and aBeZy are looking for their 4th world championship final in a row.
That's just ludicrous.
It is.
Ludicrous.
You know, I will say though, these first 3 maps, they look pretty darn good for Atlanta FaZe. This is an NYSL team. We have not seen a lot of Gavudu Hardpoint. But again, I just think preparation is key here. You have an idea of what the vetoes are going to be coming into the matchup, right? There's an extra emphasis on specific maps when you come into these round ones because you know who your opponent is. What do they have up their sleeve? That's the question.
Absolutely prepped for weeks to get to this point. As map 1 getting ready to get underway. Here we go. Gavudu to start off our best of 5. Final match of the night. It's Simp hitting an 8 to get it going. Crim hitting an 8 on his teammate, unfortunately, as things might have fallen apart, but Hydra able to get 3.
You'd love to have one more player, right? I mean, Hydra finds 3 kills. If that nade doesn't hit Kismet, you probably have NYSL in the hill with control. Instead, it is going to be FaZe, but Subliners right back into it. Hydra with the MP40 here at P1. Things are getting a little mixy. Simp though with the flank, and this is where FaZe has been so strong all year long on this map because you have a player like Simp who can run that 3rd auto at such a high level. And NYSL still getting some time, but RC's going to clean things up.
Well, you talk about Simp and his ability here with the auto, but is there like a matchup, kind of 1-for-1 when you look at either team that's crucial here on a map like Gavudu?
I mean, obviously the Dex was talking about one of the keys was, you know, Hydra has a .91 in this matchup. He needs to be a superstar, but I think it's this man on your screen, Paul. You know, talk about the flex player going up against Cellium. Paul had a very bad Major 4, and they still made a final, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know Crim holds him at a very high regard. He feels like he's one of the best players in the game, in the world. We have to see a better Paul here this weekend.
Well, let's see what he's able to do. Trying to get it moving and grooving here, and his snapper is on point. Quickly traded, but lovely shots there out of Paul. But as you take a look at the flip, let's see how this plays out. It's Crim's POV for now. Line of sight is good. On to the second he goes. Probably needs one more bullet there through to get the kill.
Yeah, now FaZe, I mean, they're able to get back. Green spawns.
Let's stop shooting for
Kismet with that MP40, trying to get aggressive now is in front Green, but RC's going to take care of that. And this is going to be the same thing while Atlanta FaZe has been moving around the map. NYSL have just soaked up time. Even at P1, Atlanta FaZe did not get much time, only 21 seconds. And now here you can see FaZe, they're like, well, we're just going to rotate on over. You have Simp in P1, you have aBeZy who's going to get that hill time.
Boy, here with 3 to 4. This sequence could be massive. You're going to rally back, or maybe you're going to put this out of reach if you're Subliners. We'll see if they can get a break, but for now, it's aBeZy. We'll watch to see if he tries to dance here around. Randy does not dance long. Lands on top of the opposition, but it's Cellium, the superstar flex that's able to be in support. And that'll be, I thought, 3, but Paulehx comes bunny hopping around the edge.
Well, there's that one-on-one we were talking about, right? Making those big gunfight plays. Cell was able to make that read, but doesn't win the gunfight. And this is what you were kind of talking about. But now if you're FaZe, this isn't the worst spot. You're still down 30 seconds, but you're going to have spawns for next, and you're still soaking up time.
Now, can you chain these two together? So far, so good. Look at that number 3 in aBeZy. He's already tracked all the way to the opposite side of the tower, getting set up for the next.
First gunfight here.
This will be a big one. Doesn't end up being a gunfight. Kismet looks right. The beams come from the left. Kismet now going to be next up to bat. There he's able to take it. Off to the races we go. That's a lovely snap with the pistol, but just not quite enough. So FaZe will get into position, and they chip away at that lead. Just down 5 now, Joe.
And you see aBeZy. Okay, he's running another auto. I was going to say, you saw him with an MP40. Right, just depending on the hill, you'll have teams running maybe multiple MP40s or all 4 autos, and right now it's pretty much 8 autos on the map.
That's something you want to see more from FaZe sometimes, just more autos, right? It's like
Berlin, yeah, I definitely did.
Just in general sometimes, because they want to make the MP40s work when you don't need to. Like just get the auto out and get the laser beams in, but battling through will be NYSL. They're able to find a crack in the armor to get onto the point for now, but it's still going to be a deep spawn in for aBeZy, so going to be a chance to pinch, but this has been a lovely bit of disruption. You've done enough to make sure you don't get a ton of time, but we're sitting around a tie game.
I mean, it's the same thing we saw the first couple of hills. Like, New York's literally playing for map control, winning the spawn battle, but New York was just soaking up time. This could be a much higher lead for Atlanta FaZe, I think. And I think you take this if you're New York and looking at, you know, Hydra 5-11 right now. We'll see if you can turn things around. But over towards P5. It felt like FaZe were trying to get them set up in that trap, but they saw one player spawn behind them on their team. They're like, all right, we gotta kind of get him out of the hill.
It's one of those maps where FaZe can't really play how they sometimes like to play, where you actually have to like set up early and rotate. You can't just hit trap over and over again, continue to try and break. You have to play a little bit more disciplined. And so far, going all right. They're up 10, but I think you kind of said it. I feel like the lead could be stronger.
No, 100%. I mean, just from the start of the game on P1, but New York have done what they needed to do, just soaking up the time. Paul slaying middle of the map with the pistol. One more bullet, and that's a kill. As Hydra now, it is his turn to just roam the ship with the MP40, but aBeZy's going to match it. As the nades going to deal with the rest of the reinforcements for Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy, though, able to get to the hill with the MP40. He wins the gunfight, now going to find the rest of the hill.
Well, Crim trying to find the angle. It's Cellium that's going to be greeting him on the other side of it. Now we swap out towards ringside. And from behind comes Simp, able to take that 1/6 HP, though, in a dream for the second gunfight, so he will drop. But we get ready for our second set of rotation. Cellium just trying to look over the top, is all the way out. Couldn't be more wide open mid-map.
Yeah, that's something Cell would do, though, right? I mean, just, you know, players go up there, but do they go all the way on top of the gun? Probably not, but Cellium does. As the rotation's over to P1. Gonna go the way of NYSL and then Kismet. The Bulldog able to find a couple of kills, deal with that. And now you have the Atlanta FaZe players do spawn out. The spawn's flipped. RC's trying to play his life. The pinch was gonna be in from FaZe, but they read it. Paul's able to find a multi-kill, and now Kismet there for the cleanup as 4 go down for FaZe.
A beautiful job here again at Ring as you try to regain that lead you saw early in the game. Subliners looking to get rocking and rolling. Let's get right to Elicited with NYSL.
I'm watching the beach. I got naded, guys.
He might go top, he went top, he went top, he went top.
I'm looking.
Could be a top.
Nice. Yo, I'm getting IB right now. That's two.
Nice.
IB one shot, IB one shot.
Take your time,
laying down right there. Laying down right there.
Yeah,
one went right.
I'm on he's top one chief. Deep. Alex, one kill rock. Alex, one kill rock.
I'm top.
I'm watching mid.
Nice, I'm watching S2.
He's sliding. Gonna be top.
Got you. I'm looking top.
I'm going up P1.
Sit on Paul.
He's gonna be
Could be top.
Yeah, he's gonna be top.
Wants
to be
S2.
What's your double?
He's there. Mid tank.
I mean, it's just domination around the point. When you're thinking about the objective, Subliners, they get the lead up to around 55. And through Hardpoints 1 and 2, so far it's solid. It's like a question you can FaZe answer back at 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think they need the scrap time, 20 seconds. They don't have the spawns for next. They would love to find it, but it's just so slow around this hill, just waiting for one another. The timing is not great. It's aBeZy inside of P1, and you're just gonna get the rest of the scrap time. You still have Hydra rotating over to P3. FaZe look a little off here on Gavutu, trying to play a specific way, and I think they've had the opportunity to do so, but NYSL, they're winning all the fights around the hill, all the fights on the hill, and now they're down 80 points. They do not have spawns for next.
I mean, this is certainly a map that you can bring it back. I mean, it's not a boat count. You got
you just gotta do it now.
But you have to. It feels like the pressure is there. Now 40 points away from the victory are NYSL. They are dominating all over the map. Maybe an opening, though, from Cell. It's a lovely snap, and it leads to a team kill. But you still have no forward pressure towards the objective, and by the time you get there, are you going to be able to pick up the spawns of the rotation 2-4? This has just been lights-out gameplay around the points from NYSL. Finally, you're able to burst on through, but Paulehx is here and waiting. 5 in a row, nearly 6.
And again, right, you hit the 3 dead, but now nobody on the time from Atlanta FaZe. A great job by Paul to find a couple of kills. A chance here for Atlanta FaZe. On rotation again is going to be Kismet. He's got a couple of players to deal with. Atlanta FaZe, they're going to lose the last 10 seconds. You're going to be at 228 if you're NYSL. It has to be perfection here. We've seen this before, from P4 to P5, but FaZe, they've been doing it all year long. They're going to need to do it one more time, or NYSL is going to steal map 1.
One of those times where FaZe just a little like, too hesitant, caught between 2 game plans?
Yeah, feels
getting
that
outplayed.
way. I just think it's the fights around the hill. They are not winning. They're just a little bit too slow.
Paulehx, and he has stepped it up. Look at him at 20 and 13, but
This is where FaZe, you're gonna bring it back. It needs to be perfect. You can't have an opening here. You gotta lock it down. Multiple players going to drop, and RC is able to win it on the other side. Same can be said for Cell.
Now, this is key. This is key right here. So Kismet's going on a fight, but now you have the trap set up. FaZe has to find the kills here. If they can lock them in from P4 to P5, this is their chance back in the game. They have to win the gunfights on the hill. The ones they've been losing versus New York, Cell. And MVP's doing it by himself. Almost finds all three. The scrap time gonna go the way of New York again.
That's a big chunk of time, too. It ends up being, what, around 13 seconds. So you're going to get close to sniffing a victory here. Once again, FaZe are going to be on perfect. You're not going to be able to give up that same scrap time at the tail end of this hard point. You need one break if you're in YSL. Let's see if you can find the opening. It is Hydra, now on 4 in a row. Looking to get a crucial break. To Crimsix we go. Trying to find the angle. Can't quite get the gunny up in time. It's Simp that's going to be able to make him pay. Arcitys through on the feed as well. You're holding on right now, but that's number 5 there for Hydra. Paulehx through on the feed too.
Now it's about the kills to the cross. That's going to be on Cellium. Him and aBeZy are doing a great job so far. New York not able to get to the point. As Crimsix is just locking down both, trying to make sure the reinforcements can get pushed up. But FaZe are doing it. So far, so good. They're winning the gunfights. They have map control. This might come down to that P1, but still 20 seconds left. They only need 7 if you're subliners.
Well, it's scary. You've been dominated in P1 and P2. I mean, that's where you have not found any time, really, but the weapon swap gets in, and Simp able to win it before he is stunned. 9 left to go. Now look at the rotation. You'll see it's going to be aBeZy. It's up there. A swarm of 3 players flying forward for NYSL. Here they go. Are you going to have the numbers here to maybe win this fight? aBeZy, Cellium, able to pick up kills. The Bulldog on the loose, but it's Cell that's able to pick up 3, and survival is the name of the game for FaZe. Cell now with 4 in a row. Beast mode on the point.
It comes down to 1 break for NYSL. When do the nades hit? They're dodging them right now. Is FaZe. Simp's going to get picked. 2 players left. It's on Cell again. Him and Arcitys trying to hold on. Trying to do what they can, and it's Kismet shutting it down as he's able to find 2, but aBeZy trying to contest.
Just 3 points needed. 1 big win for NYSL. You are good, but it's just
how is this game still going?
aBeZy able to take down another, but FaZe survive. Is now they contest around the point. Is second by second ticks up high. The pistol still hitting like a haymaker, and they are still on it now. Look at the rotation. The next 5 seconds onto the point is Hydra able to win a big one.
They gotta get in.
Can Cellium go God mode again? The next about to pop. And aBeZy, he wins a massive one. Cell next up.
Gotta get in.
Able to aBeZy. Arcitys and aBeZy are there. I've got no goddamn idea how they are still doing it. But FaZe, they are still alive. 1 second needed for NYSL. Tick by tick, a chance for FaZe. They break on Indo. NYSL. Oh, Lord almighty, they get it done.
How is the game that long?
I don't know.
It just kept going and going. Oh, a wonderful job by FaZe. But a couple of moments with this extra scrap time that New York was able to find, that's the difference towards the end.
It almost feels like it's that sense of desperation was there for FaZe, but earlier they're all right, but like
it wasn't.
Yeah, like they weren't. I don't know if desperate is the right way to play, but like when they were getting some kills, just not turning into time, not getting aggressive enough on the point. And to be fair, I mean NYSL they were lights out, especially on the first couple of hard points, but the first 2 times through.
Yeah, but it was those sort of clutch moments, the 2v3s, the 2v4s. But on the back end of the game, it was aBeZy and Cellium just clutched on up, 32 and 33 from that duo, but it's NYSL with Hydra. What was he at one point, like 5 and 11? He turns around to 31 and 28. It is a balanced effort from the subliners, a crazy game 1.
And that's just one of those things. Usually when a team needs like 10 seconds, when we talk about a team surviving to bring it back, it's usually like you survive 1 hard point and 1 rotation. That was like 3.
It was 3, yeah. P5, then P1, and then even again to P2. You're gonna see the replay here. What, this was the sort of like 2 versus 4 that the Arcitys and Cellium were able to hold on to. Then it comes down to a 1 versus 1. You can see Hydra's rotating. He's trying to control the middle of the map because he knew that P2 was up.
When it goes on that long, there are probably about like 20 gunfights that if it goes the other way, it's over. That's just an insane sequence to bring it to that point if you are FaZe, but you go down 100. I mean, it is what it is. You go down massive, you can't bring it back, but maybe for going forward in this series, you got hot. I mean, that got the blood going.
Yeah, definitely it's the blood going. I mean, this is just sort of the end right here. I think that gunfight's massive out of Hydra with the pistol. That kind of opened things up. Top cliffside. I mean, if Arcitys is locking that down, I don't know if FaZe or NYSL are able to get in. But man, just a crazy game one.
Yeah, it's just one, you know, where I'm sort of doing the play-by-play, waiting to kind of call this. As they get the break and close it out, it's like, okay, no, we're still going.
No, we're still going. We're going.
Just an unbelievable sequence there. But props to NYSL. I mean, you played controlled, you played better around the objective. You were able to get a couple of key breaks on early rotations from FaZe. I think about the first time through, what, to P4 at Tower. Like, they did enough to just disrupt a lot of it, right? Like,
scrappy.
Much scrappier. And that's what, when you think about FaZe, though, like that, on a lot of other maps like that, they are king scrappy. Like, they're going to hit and hit and hit and hit and hit. That's just what they want to do. But it's almost like NYSL gave a taste of their own medicine at times.
Yeah, well, if we get to a game 4, we'll see that, right? Tuscan Hardpoint. We're sticking with Tuscan the next 3 maps. But yeah, we'll see that if that goes the distance where, I mean, FaZe will just hit the scrap time. But yeah, it almost felt like FaZe was trying to play almost like too perfect.
Which just hasn't been their MMO a lot this year when it comes to like Hardpoint. The last couple of years, it's just sort of like they're gonna fly you and outskill you. And yeah, at times just they wanted L trigger and hold, and just it didn't work out. I mean, NYSL punished them absolutely, and it was a beautiful map 1 win. But now, yeah, I guess you got to be frustrated if you are FaZe, but I think the same can be said the other side. Like, you're probably taking a deep breath if you're NYSL. Like, holy hell, boys, we almost threw away a 100-point advantage. And that hasn't happened a lot this year. There's been a couple, but not many.
No, and I mean, you know, just thinking about like what Crim was tweeting earlier, like, I'm trying to do it for these guys. This means so much more to me because of the guys around me. And I think winning that map #1, the way they did it, kind of just solidifies that, gets them going.
Yeah, no, well, that's what we'll wait and see. But out of the search to destroy, and I mean, for FaZe, that's sort of been the question mark all year. I mean, I know there's there's been moments where they have, I don't know, look strong, look like they're getting back to form, and that's like, oh no, they're utterly average again. When it's a team that for years since they formed, pretty much you're looking at 70 to 80% win rate in search and destroy. Like, they were top 1 or 2 teams in search at all times. This year, that has not remotely been the case. And where we've said about, well, I mean, what stands out, it's like, all right, OpTic, if they have a decent control, they have a chance to win this thing. Ultra, they have a decent hardpoint, they have a chance to win this thing. It's like each team has this mode where if they just play all right this weekend, they got a shot. For FaZe, it's search and destroy without question.
It's weird to say that, yeah. I mean, even if you look at the Major 4 records, just the respawns were amazing, right? Control was 5-1 for Atlanta FaZe. You and I were talking about it. It's sort of stats where if you look at the respawns, they might have won the entire event just looking at the records.
They were 1-5 in search or something. Yeah, that search is 50-50. You might have won the whole thing, but that just has not been the case. It has been lackluster. But it is New York Subliners that strike first, trying to stay hot. I mean, since this team is formed, you have a couple stages to work with. The Bulldog, Kismet comes alive at times, looking like the biggest monster on the map. But to search we go. And I don't know, man. I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that Tuscan for stage 4 for both of these teams. I mean, New York going 2, Atlanta 1 and 2. Again, another one of those games where I'm just looking at, like, New York has to have a game plan coming into this, the way to counter Atlanta FaZe. There's so much gameplay. I feel like so many times have we seen FaZe on this map.
Absolutely. Map 2, ready to go underway. NYSL can add on to the lead. Or the FaZe finally start to click in a mode that has plagued them throughout the course of the year. It's a stun on to aBeZy. It'll be a wrap back from him. It's an opening there from Hydra. And Hydra was the guy, if you look at the last major, I mean, it just seemed like he was putting up double digits whenever he wanted sometimes in search. He was taking over. Now trying to do it behind the stun, but Simp just keeps on shooting. He's able to bring us back to 3-3.
Yeah, I think Hydra's hoping he finds that kill. Maybe if he's 1 bullet weaker, he probably finds it, gives them the man advantage. Now you're gonna have a retake. You still have Crim middle of the map, just kind of lurking. The bomb is planted. Now a 2 versus 3 for RC's and aBeZy. RC's got the big boomstick. Trying to find a pick and he hits it. But a fast trade from Hydra.
Maybe gives aBeZy a chance, but he can't quite get around the edge. Able to take that one, but NYSL post-plant will hold on. I think someone's yelled at him a sexy man. Thank you very much. I appreciate the gas. Thank you. I don't get that often at this age, so it's appreciated.
But you saw right there, Hydra was quick, 3 kills in the round, and then even then, just on that trade, he knows he has a bullet on aBeZy, and he just takes the fight right to him. So NYSL, they just go right through B, very quick. Bit of a counter strat, and, well, Hydra makes the plays.
3-0 start.
Kind of the same thing here, right? He's just wide open. You have Paul sniping in the middle of the map, someone ours is the B-bomb's there, so it's going to be a 4-on-4 retake if they decide to plan it. Just trying to get information. While quickly on the flank is going to be Hydra. aBeZy's going to have Paul, and no one's a sniper from Paul. And he takes his head off.
Up close and personal, yeah, aBeZy's head popped open like a watermelon, just ripped right off. Nice shot there from Paulehx, and now we continue on forward. Cellium looking to battle back. Trade on through. It is a mixer around the point. It goes down to a 1 versus 1. It's going to be Hydra. It's going to be Simp. 5-0 start from Hydra, just trying to get out with his life.
Simp's playing this very smart as well. He's just going to reposition 20 seconds and a check bomb, probably get out. He does exactly that. So we know he's got a lot of time. Hydra has yet to die this round, or this map. What is the timing going to be? Hydra's going to get to the bomb now, and he does it so fast. Hydra 6-0, clutches the 1v1 versus Simp.
So what I say, he just goes off for double digits whenever he wants.
Does it again.
Well, he's real close, Joe. He's real close already. Just a beast start. I mean, I think when he first came into the league, he was sort of there popping off in every single mode. Sometimes with this team, Kismet's taking that role in the respawns, taking a back seat at times, but in the search, man, he has just been another breed.
And again, just very fast. I believe him and a teammate just pushed right through P5, and you saw FaZe when they grouped up as 3. They were getting ready to retake, you know, that radio tower, but it's right through P5 where the trades go down, then all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 1.
6-0 start. I mean, he's got as many kills as the entire FaZe side. Just lovely from Hydra.
How many kills? I mean, his teammates have 2 kills. Yeah, this guy's going off now, looking for the glide bomb.
We'll see if he'll be able to earn that. But after to run out some utility, the entire wrap back towards B will come into play. Ready and waiting is going to be aBeZy. He's going to be the one there. Can they set up Hydra? He hasn't been able to get that 7th yet. Next up the bat will be Cell. One lurking map for FaZe. And just shots all over the place, but Cell with the wall bang through, of course. He's able to take that one. Advantage now over to FaZe, and a round you desperately need to get. Hydra's been dominating you all over the map. Can you get one?
Yeah, there's going to be the info. So FaZe is going to see that player inside of church from top platform. Again, just sort of playing the retake if they need it. Hydra just lurking. Trying to find the kill. Number 7, there it is. The re-snap and the trade. But he does find the glide. A big win for NYSL. They don't win this round.
Trying to track back. Pick up this bomb. Just under 20 seconds to go. Krim has had so many crazy clutch scenarios over the course of his historic career. Can he pull off another one? Gets eyes on one. Not the easiest to fight. Some damage in. Running out of time. His position is known and not a whole lot he can do, but you get the glide.
Yeah, you get the glide. I mean, that was close. Simp, I think if he has a better snap, it's a kill. Hydra has to...
It looked awkward for both.
Yeah, just sort of the slides.
He ends up on the banister.
Jump up top. Yeah. But FaZe able to get on the board. Starts with that first blood from aBeZy through Fountain, then Cell. Able to find the shot through the wall. Just gets out with his life, gives them that man advantage.
And we'll see when that glide comes into play, but okay, you get the round out of your FaZe. Kismet still looking for his first in this. Nobody really popping off for FaZe himself, starting to get rolling. But it's heavy pressure over towards B, and you can see now the line of sight from Kismet as he's playing deep. Can he find his first in the game?
Yeah, very similar to what we saw from their first offense, trying to take this over to B. There is presence here, though, from NYSL and Kismet, now the rotation over. But is that going to be Hydra through P5 again? Nope, he's going to jump to the middle of the map, and he is gone. The flash. And he's right back to middle, then just look at the decisions that he is making. Now he can flank if he has to. They have the man advantage.
See, I love that. I mean, some might be looking for another kill there. He gets one, he's out. Gone. Just gone.
We've seen that today. Players going for one more kill. It just bites him in the butt.
Yeah. Just an incredible job. Valuing his life in a mode that he needs to. The nade. Oh, God. Kismet, 17 HP. Just able to get away. Now the reach out's going to come in. It's Paulehx. It's able to take down 2. aBeZy last alive. Little bunny hop to take down 1, but that'll be it. Is NYSL right back in control up 2 rounds.
Yeah, Hydra, I mean, just turns that first blood. They have such, you know, map control. They know where the read is, right? Kismet is able to stay alive in the back, so he has all the information in the world given to his team, and then they just set up the trap. Then it's a 3 versus 4, and I mean, FaZe, they gotta go, right? Just depending on the time. And NYSL, so far so good throughout this match.
I mean, Hydra, yeah. Man on a mission. We'll see what he can do in the early round this time around, but it'll be a first blood and a much needed one for the FaZe side. If he's able to do it, we'll see if a trade ends up coming through. Knows another one here. Nice movement around the edge. Gets Hydra off the map. That's a big one. 3v2 now for FaZe.
That's a prime aBeZy round right there. Right through the middle of the map, finds the first blood, able to connect onto the second as well. It gives his team all the advantage in the world. Is well, still a minute left on the clock. We'll see what NYSL wants to do. It looks like maybe a plan over towards A as Crim and Paul are going to try to work whatever they can. As Cellium just top church trying to find the opening, but Paul goes for the gunfight and loses it. Cell locking down the middle of the map.
It just seems like with the way Hydra's playing in Search, you kind of need prime aBeZy. Like he's going to need to assert his dominance early in some of these rounds. He's going to have to. Because if you're letting Hydra get comfortable on the other side of it, just get picks and kind of find his openings on the map.
Yeah, you're just
not going to work out well.
The first blood is probably him, right? It's more than likely Kismet. Kismet 0-4 right now throughout this map, but his team is still in the lead.
But I guess I just feel like if aBeZy can get those first bloods, it kind of, I don't know, maybe limits the playmaking ability of Hydra a little bit. Like it kind of changes maybe what he wants to do when it's like a 4v4 scenario. Maybe not. Okay, first blood to Crim. Unfortunately, it's onto Hydra, so not quite the man you want to take out. Then a grenade will hit for Cell, so it's a 4v2 as things kind of fall apart for NYSL within this round. Cellium, clean haircut onto Kismet. Crim, last alive, at least able to take down one, but the pressure now coming forward. They're going to swarm, they're going to drop him, and you get to 3-3. And I didn't see exactly what went wrong there with the nade trying to come in.
Well, he just jumps up. Yeah, he just jumps up the window. I think it's just a missed nade by Crim. He's going for the window hot middle of the map, and I mean that just lands on the Hydra's lap. I mean,
yeah.
And we've seen that a lot today. A lot of teammates have come in, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen in this game. Whether you're holding it in your hand, you die, then just blows up.
Or yeah, like you're lining one up. Suddenly shots start coming in, you panic and toss it, or you just miss one. I mean, it happens. Even the best players in the world. But we're all squared out. Arcitys looks at the angle with the snipe, nothing up, but now the teammates are going to come in. aBeZy not quite able to get away, tries to get to the cross and just be a thorn in the side of NYSL. They'd have to worry about him for so long, but they're able to take him out. Yeah.
Hydra's kind of lurking. He was able to find his way through P5. Rest NYSL pushing on through, and Hydra opens the door. I think Simp hears it. Cell doesn't even react. He's weak. Kismet's there for a trade. We're quickly into a 2-on-2. Arcitys and Simp trying to find Paul, but they're like, where? Where is Kismet? When is he going to push us?
He's coming, but it's going to be too late. He's got a chance, though, in the 1 versus 2. 25 seconds to go. Just has to play his life, and if you're FaZe, you're just like, where is he at? If they're trying to locate him, and they're able to do it. Simp will find him. Plenty of time for the defuse. They'll go ahead 4-3. But if you're Kismet, you're just kind of hoping you get to a spot. Maybe they don't check first, right? Because what was it, about 25 seconds left or so when they had to hunt him down?
Yeah, 25 seconds, yeah. Maybe you're hoping Paul at least finds one. If that's a one-on-one, that's just so difficult to win. Maybe you're hoping that Kismet overpeaks, but Simp just through the flank, able to find that final kill. Now 3 rounds in a row for Atlanta FaZe. As they're starting to find those first bloods behind aBeZy, of course. He's got 3 in the game.
It's one of those things, like, do you re-engage and try to help Paul? Do you try to scramble away and clutch up the round? I think you're right, though. You're just kind of praying he gets one. He gets one, that's pretty manageable. But you saw that from Paul's kind of POV. That looked real difficult to deal with.
Yeah, as soon as he is spotted, he gets hunted down. Now aggression from NYSL through B. Through P5, and they get spotted, and behind that, aBeZy tries to get aggressive through the middle of the map, but Crim is going to find a first blood. Look at all that info Cell gets. He sees the wrap back.
I mean, he saw everything. He saw
this is like a 4-man hit. It's like that break off of a hardpoint.
And Arcitys a little bit of flinch there, so the shot's going to go too high. Now they start to wrap it. But yeah, no, look at them just hunting together.
We're back to B, baby.
It's like I'm watching a jetpack round of Surge. They are just soaring on forward, but to 2v2 we go. 45 seconds left to go. Bomb still in Simp's hand.
You still have the glide if you want, if you are Hydra. But yeah, I mean, what, you had the man advantage, now it's a 2 versus 2. Arcity's gonna try to find the pick, you know. Players love to watch the cross from here. You can see Paul in the scope just on the wall. There's the peek. Okay, the timing does not go the way of either player. But the bomb has to get planted if you're FaZe.
There we go.
So you trying to get it down before it blows up? Wait, he's got cold-blooded on. He's got cold-blooded on. He must.
Oh my, he's just able to stay up. Just holds it on the bomb. Unbelievable. Now 4 in a row for Simp. But it's just going to be 1 versus 2 now for him to try and clutch up. He's going to bump into 1. The melee is on by Hydra again. There to get the kill. That looks so insane just from our POV in the glide. He's just on it.
I was just like, maybe he's just trying to hold it, hoping his teammate can, you know, clutch on up, but the glide bomb connects with his teammate. He's got cold-blooded on, was able to get out and play his life.
He had a chance. No, he had a chance 100%.
But NYSL, they've been quick very fast throughout this Tuscan, just not allowing him an opportunity, making sure they're staying together. You saw the punch come in from Simp. He was able to find the first, but no time for the second.
4-4. Hydra to double digits. God, it's been a lock for it in search and destroy. He's already done it here through 8. Arcitys looking to be your local barber.
I don't think he sees that. Yeah, I don't.
Just trying to hold the cross, and you might see it soon. Yeah. Good luck hitting that, though.
And this is what Hydra's been doing, just sort of lurking in this area. You had the 2-2 split from NYSL. They're going to go back to A. It's only Hydra. Just bringing so much attention from FaZe over to B by himself. Bombs into the planet. You have a great setup here. If you're NYSL, FaZe going to have to retake.
Arcitys with the peak, and he is just robbed. Paulehx with the beams.
Yeah, that's Champ Sound. We're just going to snake these pillars, baby.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Now, Simp looking for the opening. Kismet, lying pro deep. He's 2-8, but he gets a big one within this round. 2v3 now for FaZe.
Oh, he's gonna see him!
Hits the shots again. Now, just gonna be on Paulehx. 18 seconds to go. Waiting for the peak to come in, trying to hit the shots on through. The jump is there, just looking for the shots.
Uh-oh.
Oh, trying to get both. Not gonna happen. Paulehx able to get both. Time on NYSL side, and Paulehx able to go massive.
aBeZy falls down here. That's the problem. He's got to jump back up through middle of the map, and Paulehx just finds the wall bang onto both.
Unreal.
But you can see what Hydra is doing on this map. He's pulling so much from FaZe over from A to B that opens up the middle of the map, that opens up the A bomb site for his team.
Paulehx now 3 in a row. He's got up to double digits as well. Him and Hydra, the hard carries here in map 2, and it's a first blood. Kismet in a big one late in the last round. Comes alive here, only 3, but coming through at a crucial time. aBeZy, though, bringing it back in. Hydra, the hot hand off the map. Can they get it to around 11? It's the wall bank through from Crim.
He's probably, yeah, I'm learning that from your teammate, Cell.
Shout out, Cell. Thanks, buddy. No, that's a massive one. Now under a minute to go. You try to look for an opening here if you're Arcitys and Cell.
And they're thinking the way NYSL has been playing this, with how fast they've been moving and rotating around the map, they're trying to catch someone on the flank. There's nobody there. I mean, New York's just playing for info. It's almost like the start of a round. They're just going to play a retake over towards one site the way Crim is playing now. Now the other 2 players are going to get active. We're going to might have a 2v2 over towards P5. That's the way it's lining up, and that's what we're looking at. Here we go. Maybe the round right here as Arcitys is able to win the first. Kismet takes down his teammate. Now a 1 versus 2 for Arcitys.
And he's just in trouble. The rotation now come across. No time to work with. And NYSL, they will close it out. The search and destroy woes for FaZe continue. Hydra dominates early in this one. And now, your reigning champs in trouble early in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, just early in the game, it's Hydra, it's the Hydra show, and the presence that he was putting on the map just really affected Atlanta FaZe, and then, you know, those first bloods didn't always go their way. That's when they started getting back into the game. That's when they ripped off 3 rounds in a row when they were But when they weren't finding that early success on the map, they were just slow, and New York was able to find all the information.
Yeah, it's just even the hardpoint at times, like where a team is known for being so quick and decisive, even if it's not what you expect at times, even if they've had kind of unorthodox gameplay across the years, like they're usually decisive, and that is not what we've seen.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, just looking at maps 1 and 2, you know, maybe one of your worries as a FaZe fan was aBeZy and his consistency. He's been playing great. You need the other guys now to step up. You need Simp and Arcitys to have a good map here to wake up, because right now, I mean, Paul and co, they're running away with this.
NYSL looking to continue the hot stretch, and they're in command of this one. You just start to look forward to a control, and I think you're thinking, let's just end it here. Like, get the 3-0. Let's move on, continue to dance, try to cruise towards a winner's bracket final.
Yeah, the only problem, I mean, we're staying on Tuscan, and what, I believe FaZe were 5-1 at Major 4 on this map. Their only loss was to LA Thieves. Yeah, right, in the losers final. So, I mean, this has been a go-to for Atlanta FaZe, but I've been saying that. I said the worry was the first 3 maps for NYSL, and they have a game plan, and they are just executing to perfection.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see the matchup at the last major. You were wondering how it's going to play out. 2 teams with a chance, you think, to make a run, but it's been all NYSL so far, a map away from moving on within this winner's bracket. They go up 100 in the hardpoint, barely close it out. They take over in the Surge, avoid that round 11. NYSL have come to play. Hydra and the boys doing their best to keep Crim going. The man just won't go away. The winningest player in the history of Call of Duty Esports continues on. We got a break. When we come back, map 3 up next.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Zenny. Armor your eyes with Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
This is what you missed during the break. You know, the Harmony Crawl contest, I am 100% certain I would have passed out probably halfway like one guy almost did. But that was a battle, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who won. That was the passion.
Yeah, no, I'm already sweating just trying to commentate. I don't think I could have survived that, but it's FaZe now that are trying to survive. You're in an 0-2 hole. Not a position you've really been in a ton this year. I mean, it's based on how the respawn has been. But
now you gotta go to map 5. It's another search.
NYSL,
if you get there,
they seem more prepared, man.
No, they do. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, their teamwork's just on point. They're reacting very quickly. It reminds me a lot of, like, kind of, you know, especially at Tuscan, what we see from OpTic a lot of the time, just how fast that their subs were moving around the map exactly where they needed to be. But now Baxi hits a wall for it, let it FaZe. You know, starts off with one map. But, you know, sticking on Tuscan. We just talked about it before break. They were 5-1 at the major on this map. One of their go-tos. But man, it just feels like New York is just a step ahead.
It does, it does. We're going to take a look at two of the monsters for these teams. Cellium on one side, Hydra on the other, and what they are bringing to the table for their respective squads. So far, through 2 maps, this is where it stands. I mean, statistically, looking pretty similar for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Cellium and Hydra, but you're getting a little bit more on the side of NYSL, whether it's Paul, whether it's Kismet, they are there. I mean, on the side of FaZe, you need to see more from someone like Simp, Arcitys as well, their leader, just to get this team going.
Yeah, someone's got to step it up, and that's one thing I think that's frustrated us with FaZe throughout the course of this year, where they always seem to be prepared, they always seem to improve on certain things. You know, their willingness to play something they sucked at over and over to get better at. These mistakes have lingered. These problems have lingered. Yeah. And they just haven't seemed to be in championship form. I know they've made some runs to lots of finals, but they haven't been able to close one out. And hell, I found myself believing a bit just because of consistency, and you fix the surge, maybe you're okay, but I'd heard they were not looking great kind of in scrims coming into this point. They're getting bodied right now.
Yeah, I mean, now you can see right there, Arcitys struggling, 0.68 throughout this series. You're just going to need a monumental effort from all 4 of them. And I think you just try to simplify the game. Obviously, something's going wrong. Just focus on your gunfights. Try to bring it back. Or NYSL is sending you to losers early on.
I mean, that'd be... I thought this was absolutely a series either team could win. No question, based on how they performed recently.
It's not this way.
But yes, exactly. I'd say maybe getting 3-0'd, but that might be the case. So Arcitys at least maybe able to get going. He's able to take his first gunfight. Got to step it up here massively. He'll take a second as well before he drops. See what Self can do. Just looking from the mid-cross, just trying to find angles of whatever he can. So far, I mean, you kind of have, well, it's Hydra sort of pushed up. Looks like he's going to rally back to the troops. Just trying to make sure they can get pressure, at least on A first and foremost.
Yeah, making sure nothing's going on over towards B now. You kind of fight through the middle of the map. You see Simp. He's going to work all the way through, try to take top rope in control. Paul's getting forward. That's sort of just giving up A, just playing around this B defense. This is what FaZe does. And once this happens, the middle of the map opens up. You start to roam around. This is what Simp is so good at.
Yeah, I mean, he's been terrific. He's been so good. We know what a cerebral player he is, the way he can find openings, read timings, read the map.
He needs it now.
He will start just picking people apart. Yeah, he's got it. Just be that Simp that's been God mode over the course of so many years. It's a great start here. Now going to be 4 in a row, up to 4 and run. Just looking to continue to try and dance, maybe get a little help out to mid-map. But just tucked away in a pocket for now. And it's Cellium, I think it's got his help out her, but he's just biding his time, playing his life. Oh my God, and Hydra puts him on skates as he slides around the corner.
Yeah, it was nice teamwork on Arcitys and Simp. He had his cross. Arcitys was able to find a couple of kills. He's just gonna play his life. It looks like A is going to be done, but you have 4 life advantage. Now we'll see if NYSL could find that opening over towards B. Paul and Kismet a slow start, but yeah, Simp, that's what he does. If he wins that gunfight on Hydra, maybe the round is over. Hydra is able to win that one, and now the first push for NYSL getting shut down is all 4 will be taken care of.
And yeah, he is widening that gap now up to a 7 life advantage. And this is back to what you kind of expect to see from FaZe. We know their defense can be great here. Power Subliners gonna find openings. And now Arcitys, he's the one finding the opening. That'll be 4 down again, and this has been dominant. You're up in a big way, up 10 right now. Cellium still continuing to find picks. Subliners find nothing offensively so far.
Oh yeah, 7 lives remaining. That's the power of sort of that lurking Slayer. What Simp was able to do was just drain so many more lives over towards that point. That makes it what? You've had 1 push. This is now your 2nd. It's gonna be the last one for NYSL. There's gonna be 3 dead.
Can you make some magic happen?
Yeah, and it's gonna be tough to do. Especially with the nades in this game on this point. aBeZy's gonna drop, and well, there was the nade I was talking about. Still, they need a lot more.
It's Simp, of course, that's through on the flank. Trying to pick these lives apart, then Cellium comes soaring on through as well. You just have Crimsix. He'll be last alive at a 1 versus 9.
Nice catch.
But so far, so good defensively there from FaZe. And yeah, they've just been so good. Find that first win. Let Simp kind of get to work. And yeah, there was never really a threat until the final moments, and it wasn't even really that big of a threat just due to the lives.
Yeah, I mean, just a great all-around round from FaZe. I mean, you got 8 kills from 2, 7 from the other 2. Just not allowing any openings for NYSL. Nothing funky off the break. And well, speaking of break-offs, sometimes Atlanta FaZe, they like to do this. Like to go, you know, forward towards B, but you're not going to have it. It's more of a standard round. Really aBeZy through the middle of the map. Okay, forward dead now. Maybe they go over towards B. That might be the play call. Simp has positioning to make sure he can at least bait some nades as his teammates are getting pushed up.
Well, the good thing is if you're NYSL, you win 2 of the big fights through on the cross. And reinforcements not able to really rally in, but aBeZy now on 4 in a row. And you need the fire, you need the passion, you need what has made this team a championship contender to come alive now as they start to pick them apart. Let's go to listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
He's back up there, weak green.
Exact point.
There's 2 top left. There's 2 top church. Chris,
to the side, guys. Go in, guys.
Going fast.
I'm filling in P5 again, okay?
It to be yes.
Careful, you.
I found out. Detonated are you?
I'm looking at
I'm only P5 for a second.
I'm looking at you. Do you have
I got naded on point. I got naded on you.
I think there's 1 2 slap maybe.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, 1 P5.
I didn't nade anything. That's Kismet. That was Kismet.
I spawned fire.
Good call.
All right, Paulehx and Hydra come flying in with a vengeance to get the retake, but you've done a lot of damage, right? You're only up 1 alive, but you've got 2 bits of progress on B. You're nearly done with A, but there's only 45 seconds on the clock, so you're going to have to take something here. And look at the map presence you have if you're NYSL Hydra pushed up deep.
Yeah, I mean, this could be like a full court press here from NYSL. If they can just get pushed forward, just not give up a point, that could be huge. That might be their opportunity to win this round. They were winning a lot of gunfights, but this time, on this push, FaZe are going to open it up with 2. They're going to go over towards A. That should be that point. As Crim is lurking, maybe trying to shut it down one more time.
You got a one-on-one on the other side, too. It's Cellium that's got pushed through. I think Hydra just ends up flying on in, so you're going to be able to get on the point. You can stop the clock for now.
They're just going to go to B.
They're just going to cross it, and this might end up being kind of a dagger here. If they can finish this, you've got 2 on it. Cell able to win the fight. That'll be B secured. Now you got a minute 20 to work with. You have a 2-life advantage, and maybe a misplay there from NYSL, focused in the wrong place, or just kind of everything gets a little scattered there?
I think just it's very scattered, but a heads-up play from Simp to realize, all right, I mean, B is open, Cell's there, he's giving the call out, that player pushed through P5, so he just goes to his teammate, both of them get on it. I love that rotation, but now, can they close the round out? Atlanta FaZe, there's the nade to open things up like you're retaking P1. There's gonna be 3 dead, this should be the round.
Yeah, it's like if you give up A, you've got a solid chance to at least hold it B, but look how fast things fall apart. And that's just, I mean, that's from the opening. That is from the opening. So much damage done at B. They get 2 ticks. You heard how calm they were on the wrap out. Honestly, I like the comms I heard from FaZe. Not too frantic, pretty clear.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that's what FaZe does, right? They get around that B point, but they're able to play their life. It's how they dodge the nades. 1 player stays on the point. They pause the time. The rest get pushed up towards that back elbow, towards top radio, just picking them apart, trying to catch NYSL as they're throwing nades.
Now, what do you do differently, maybe if you're NYSL, to not allow FaZe to get into their comfort zone defensively? can you be a threat this time around? You have to be, obviously, as you're in an 0-2 hole. But it seems like for FaZe, I mean, as many issues it looked like they had through the first 2 maps, this is kind of what we expected to see here.
This is just their standard Tuscan control.
Yeah, right.
Which we saw all last major. Just, okay, you know, we're going to give up towards A. They're going to try to slay. We're going to try to slay them back. They're going to keep one player on it. And we're just going to have to force them to beat us at B.
And for the most part, I mean,
we're able to do besides Thieves.
And they just haven't given teams many chances at B, but Paulehx, he's slippery there as he's slithering. He's able to take the shots. Now, we focus on the rotation across. Lives all square, except for key gunfights in transition. Hydra able to take that one out to 15 and 13. But you still have the position defensively right now for FaZe, just waiting for the onslaught to come, and aBeZy, he's just gonna send it.
Yeah, I mean, with what we've seen from Paul this match, I mean, if he put the sortie hat on, he'd definitely be in house arrest.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. I feel like any team that plays Cell, they're like, yeah, let's
absolutely. For the past couple of years, it's like whatever against FaZe, I imagine at this point. Now Cell. Trying to find the gunfight around the edge. He's able to do that after his teammate drops in front of him. As he said, it +5. I think it was, 4 in a row there for Arcitys before he fell. I mean, the good thing here, if you're Subliners, you've at least been a threat and got some map control, right? Like, you've not... You're going to have some chances here with a minute left that you did not have the first time around, but you have to make them count if you're going to continue on in this. But Cellium, he's tucked away in a pocket. He is able to shut down 2 of the players. Arcitys now to follow it up. Crimsix tries for the trade, but it's 2 for Cell. It's 2 for aLLeY, and that push shut down.
And that's what FaZe is so good at in these situations. Like, is a 3-for-2 trade good for NYSL? Of course. But the fact that they get 2, that's going to slow down NYSL. The nades then come in, but Arcitys having a much better game here, 19 and 13. Everyone from FaZe playing a little bit better. Their backs against the wall.
Simp just goes to slide in. I think Slide's right into it. That team's they just couldn't quite get out of it. But back to the hold. Cell once again beaming near a double positive. Now the crosses, Arcitys, their autos have been hitting and they have been electric. You've got 20 for 3 players that have kind of been posted up, and Simp's been the guy roaming for the most part when he can.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously been tough. They've had 2 offenses, but you can see, besides Hydra, nobody playing really well on the side of NYSL.
Now the Bulldog has not been loose whatsoever. He's 9 and 22. He's just been shut down on this map. There's 1 player that's really a threat. You've got sub 10 seconds to go. This has been the map you have needed. Last player cleared out, seconds tick away. It's a dominant map 3 win on Tuscan, and he needed that one bad if you were FaZe. There's still a lot of work to do, but you get on the board, you give yourself a shot to continue on.
Well, that's why we talked a lot coming into this tournament about vetoes, right? Especially control. We saw it in the last match with Toronto and OpTic. When you have a team like OpTic, who's so good at Tuscan, there's a chance of throwing Gabutu in there. And I thought maybe we were going to see that here from New York, but we don't. They stick with Tuscan, but Atlanta FaZe, they've just been too good on that map.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was surprised when Thieves played him, honestly, last event, but then I was like, okay, never mind. Yeah. Kenny's going like triple positive, just absolutely world star. No, they weren't. They were absolutely on point, but if you watch the rest of it, and you and I casted a lot of FaZe, like they were so good here. Whether it was an offensive round win in the span of 30 seconds where they found a point of attack on the B, or it was just incredible defensive holds, they get it done.
Yeah, Kismet pieced out of that lobby. I think it was like 8 and 20.
Yeah, no. I don't think he was having a whole lot of fun. They just were not finding any openings to make his job easy, that's for sure. It looked to be a frustrating one. Now they can kind of look forward to the Hardpoint. As we continue on it, we'll see if NYSL can close this out or if it's going to be just a day of magical map 5s that we just continue on.
I mean, I would be happy because you and I have been waiting. Right?
Yeah, right.
Waiting to cast. I'm like, hopefully we don't get a 3-0. I'll throw someone through a wall.
Yeah,
like, if I want to cast a champs, I want to cast a map 5.
Yeah, exactly. We've been sitting right. I think I got here a little bit later because I knew it was until the 3rd match. So I showed up like noon, like match start. And it's just been, it's chomping at the bit, just waiting to get rolling. The crowd's been amazing. The matches have been godlike. Just looking to get our part in it.
That it's been a long day 1, but here's some highlights from that match just right from the get-go. But I think the key is the round number 2. Whenever you're able to win an offense in that fashion, go up 2-0, you basically know you have a round 5 defense, secured if it goes the distance, but FaZe, they didn't win it in a clean 3-0.
Yeah, it feels like in that round, I mean, you said, it kind of got a little bit messy. People were kind of all over the place. But if you were NYSL and let them get A first, and maybe you had a chance for a B hold, but just didn't play out like that. Heads up play from FaZe. They take the harder point first, and that's easy from there.
Yeah, Cellium was just able to sneak on through. Just gives the call to Simp. And, you know, we've seen that from times. Like, hey, if they want to try to defend this, we'll just piece on out to B.
Yeah. No, they did it quickly. And they were, I don't know, it varies by mode, I get that, but just far more decisive. Like the plays you want to see FaZe making if you're a FaZe fan, they were doing there in the map 3. Not a lot of it through the first 2, but maybe now we have ourselves a series. We're going to stay on Tuscan. A map 5 for Lynn will be looming if we will get there, but talk to me a bit about map 4.
I mean, Tuscan Hardpoint, strong map for both of these squads. You know, I think for NYSL, this is one of their ways to the Major 4 final, was through this Tuscan Hardpoint. They're able to beat LA Thieves, you know, in the winners final in a pretty decisive fashion. That's when Kismet was going off. For Atlanta FaZe, I mean, it's a solid map for them. You know, it's when they've been playing all year, but we talked about it. They like to play scrappy. It feels like it always comes down to sort of a final P1 rotation. Do they get their nades? Do they not?
Yes, they just... I sound like a broken record, but I talk about it every time we go here. It's just that like P5 to P1 rotation. Sometimes they make it look easy. Sometimes they make it look like the hardest thing in the world. And they've thrown away massive leads. They've been, they've had like a 50 to 100 point advantage so many times, and they've let it slip away. We saw it cleaned up at times at the last major. I mean, the respawns for the most part over the course of the year have been above average. I mean, you're sitting around like a 70%, but this is the one that I just swear they find new ways to lose sometimes.
Sometimes. We'll see if they find a new way to win. I mean, you know, I think the one good thing, you got all your guns hot throughout that map 3. Sort of Simp and Arcitys, who were struggling throughout the match, a much better performance from them. And now can they bring it in this map 4?
Yeah, just don't go in a 100-point hole, maybe, would be a key to success.
Usually helps,
after map
win
1,
some gunfights around the hill.
Just get dominated. But this is one where, where some of the frustrations maybe existed for us in the map 1 with, I don't know, the lack of pressure, the lack of a FaZe hardpoint that we've seen for years. We should see it here.
Yeah, it's not going to happen on this map.
Yeah, no, you should see a lot of that. They're going to be hitting it. I don't care if there's 5 seconds left of the hardpoint. They're going to be sending it, fighting for every possible point. But Cell, who has had an MVP caliber year, just trying to lock it in. On the other side of the stage, the winningest player of all time, just trying to make some sort of magical run. A chance to maybe win a championship. I mean, it is absurd what he has done. I mean, he gets another one here. It's like, we're talking, is this guy putting out a reach? Like in the GOAT talk. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we'll see. I think both of these teams knew this was going to be a battle, a test between both of them. You see the hard points right there. Talk about the hold percentage first for NYSL. Gonna rely on some big breaks. Is Atlanta FaZe? We've seen them do that so many times.
Dude, it's insane though. We're talking about Simp and aBeZy maybe going for a 4th final. One of the biggest storylines. Crim going for maybe a 4th win. One of the biggest storylines, and they're facing off round 1. Like, hey. Now we expected probably, but here we are.
That's champs time. I mean, what, winners round 2, we got Thieves versus OpTic. I mean, all of the storylines are lining up, but I just saw the game lobby close. I'm sorry.
Hey, listen. If we're gonna have any kind of issues, we already, I mean, we had like a 50-minute delay early. It's day 1. Get it out of the way, day 1.
Like, yeah, it was not a good time.
Let's just get it
we get to spend more time together.
Any kind of issues, yes, we can. A little more. Spend a little bit more time together, but. I don't know what that was. It got the better of me. I was getting very hot and excited up here. But this is just, it's magical. It is champs time. But yeah, I know, issues aside, like, I guess I'm just glad, like, even the issues we've had, like, it didn't happen in the middle of a series, it happened before one. You know, it's not happening on Championship Sunday. Like, yeah, let's get all of it out. Because you can think, we've been around a long time. You've worked on League Offside. You played as a player. It always feels like whenever it's like this massive event, if something's going to go haywire, it does day 1, by the end of the weekend, we're cruising.
Yeah, hopefully we get everything going right back into this match, hopefully quickly. Or he's gonna keep dancing. It's already hot. I mean, I don't know if you should be doing that.
No, I should not be. And my producer yelling at me to get to the Scump play of the game because no one wants to see those moves anymore. As we'll take a look, it's going to be Paulehx. He gets the clutch within this round as the wall bangs through from top broken. Makes the play in a huge one, tied 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, aBeZy had the angle, but he's going to fall off. You're going to see it right here. aBeZy is there. The shots come in. Things get messy. We've been seeing this since day 1 of this game. The plant for top broken. Paul with the wall bangs. He knows the angle where he's got to go. That puts him up 5-4. Then they secure map 2 to go up 2-0. The FaZe fighting back.
It just seems like, I mean, this is usually the case, especially if we look back at Major 4. And day one today, when you have these game 5s all over the place, it's just so 50-50 in the sense that there are so many little moments. It's got to be so tough as a player, like, oh, if we just made that play differently. Sure. If we just won that gunfight, like we're winning the series, it's got to be heartbreaking.
I mean, it'll haunt, you know, for a lot of these players. Just a point they have to talk about. But I mean, you win, you're going to be feeling great moving forward. You lose, you just got to forget about it. I know it's hard to do in the moment. You'll probably think about it all night long. Hey. But the fact is we have a double in bracket.
Your chest muscles were feeling good. You've been working out.
Yeah, man.
New York Subliners, you see the KDs there. Hydra has been a beast.
Yeah, those got a lot worse in that last map, let's just be honest.
Absolutely, absolutely.
A lot worse, and those got a lot better.
Well, you just kind of thought, like, Kismet was going to come down to earth a little bit, like, based on the last major he had.
You said he was.
I thought he still had a chance to be the Bulldog and let loose. This is one series, Joe. He's still a star.
He does. I just knew Paul was going to be better.
You would think, yes, that there'd be some evening across the board there. But the map 4, here we go. Subliners trying to close it out, move on to winners round 2. FaZe trying to survive, maybe get this to a map 5. We'll see if they can do it in this hard point, but spinning in circles and dancing. It's Kismet around the point, but his teammates that are able to pick up all the kills. And Hydra locked and loaded. He's already 4-0. Nearly picks up a 5th, but what an opening there from Hydra.
It just feels like when he is in a rhythm, he is just able to read the map so well. Usually feel like we're saying that about like someone like Simp or aBeZy, but they will get shut down, and well, guess who? It's Simp and aBeZy who find 3 kills, able to get the break. Nice time for Atlanta FaZe.
Hey, you get right back into it. Now look at the mini-map bottom left. You'll see the rotation coming in from Subliners with just under 10 left to go. They'll get set up for the next hard point. And this will be the push and collapse, preparing for Atlanta FaZe.
First corner.
You go 1 for 1. So you still have numbers advantage for a second, but Arcitys, the last guy in the hard point, starting to rally across and trying to get in position. It's a nutty gunfight there for Cellium, not quite able to take it. The rest of his teammates are going to drop, so it's really just going to be him, and he's just kind of sitting it forward. He's going to get stunned. There's not a whole lot he can do. Nice hold from Subliners so far.
You even saw there from Cell, just sort of the player mechanics. He's thinking a player's going to slide him. He's already like double melee in case the slide is fast to try to find that melee kill, at least get a melee off for a trade. Just something small that these players, they always are going to try to find the advantage. But you had, what, 20 seconds go your way of NYSL, and then this is what we talked about, FaZe. They're going to try to lock you in. They're going to fight for the scrap time. They're doing it right here. And a darn good job of it, may I say, is, I mean, they just find 6, 7, 8 kills in a row.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. I mean, they're battling for, what, the 10 or so seconds, but they do a terrific job of it. Now we get the rotation across, and they're going to be in position, and that's why you trust your teammates to be in the right spot. It's 5 in a row, though, for aBeZy. He's working on a bit of streaks, and yeah, he's just, the tactical is just soaring into his eyeballs, it feels like, in these last couple of gunfights for him. But it's a nice play from Arcitys 4 before he drops. The streak will end on aBeZy as well, as he's up to 8 and 5. And now to Fountain. The dance begins, and it's Crim just ADS and holding. I think you're pre-aim there if your Simp kind of gets pulled between both players, but it's a frenzy here around the point, and Crim is still battling.
And while Cell's able to find 2 kills, he re-pinched the push through P5 as they were getting spawns NYSL, but now it is just such a back and forth battle, similar to what we saw just a hard point ago, trapping them in the back corner, finding the scrap time is Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, it's like Michael Bay's been directing this latest sequence, trucks blowing up, nades exploding, double kill after double kill, and now, yeah, we get ready for P5 as the madness will ensue there, but not quite there yet. We go to church. Inside early, it's FaZe.
Just much better from Atlanta FaZe. Just they have a much better idea on Tuscan, the respawn so far, where they need to be, how they're executing. You can see it in the scoreboard. Everyone playing at a high level. On the other side, you're looking at everyone besides Hydra to try to step it up, get the man some help.
Well, the help for Hydra, unfortunately, becomes in the way of aBeZy bullets, and he's able to drop a second around the edge. Cellium there for the third, so still numbers inside here for a moment at least, if you are Atlanta FaZe. But back to Hydra we go, and good luck with that one. Just Cameron out of his mind as Cellium comes soaring around the corner. 6 streak now, 11 and 5. The flex superstar. What a year it has been for him. So much pressure now for him to go beast mode to bring them back in this series. But to aBeZy, we go. The song and dance on the stairs. It'll be his 15 and 8. It's been a map to double positive as a snap out. aBeZy finally falls.
Yeah, we were on board with aBeZy, but Crim actually takes down Cell and Arcitys. They were going for the 1-2 trade to get number 7 and the glide bomb, which they would have used in rotation over to P1. Maybe breaks the game wide open in a blowout for Atlanta FaZe, but instead Crim goes big, and then on the hill they're able to shut down aBeZy. So a huge moment from Crim.
I mean, he got like 4 or 5 in a row.
Yeah, he goes from 3 and 7 to 11 and 9.
Yep.
Now up to 12.
You said Hydra needed some help. Crim doing his best to get back into it, and Hydra doing the work himself. 3 in a row for the young man. Crim back at top, broken, making the plays. Hydra and Paulehx still soaking it up inside, but it's double negative for Paulehx. Trying to find the gunny within this one.
Crim. Now you can see the rotations in. Crim's like, hey, I have rotation right now. They are late, but there's the nades. But Paul and Kismet are here. It's a 2-on-2. There's 2 players from FaZe still over towards P5. And I mean, they just give up that rotation.
Yeah, no, that's pretty standard for them on this map a lot of times. Now, where will come the break? This transition is the one that's been a question mark at times. They like to break from mid, and this is what they're going for. The break from mid is where they will find their openings. Are they able to do it here? And it looks like they have found it. They get several in through you. They're able to pinch and trap, and they will get in. They feel very confident in their ability to do it, but you'd love to maybe not give up 15 to 20 seconds first.
Yeah, just very late in that rotation over, and then they just had to wait for those players to rotate through the middle of the map. But hey, they find the break. They have the lead. Still a very close game, and it reminds me a little bit of map 1, where it's just like kind of messy, and then New York is keeping it close. When do they open it up?
When they're disciplined there and at least go for the breakthrough mid, it usually works out. It's just when they get into that like hit either side, we have this 50-50 battle, that they just sort of get in this blender. But there, they do it well after you had some question marks for them. But they're only up 20. It's going to be a tight one still. Over to Simp we will go. He's carrying over 3 in a row. Bullets, fires, and flame from everywhere. That's number 4. Crim with a chow from the back. The read towards the window. Hop. He's just trying to find a gunfight, and he'll find it. 21 HP, the dream, the chow out. And it's Crimsix back up that's able to find it. aBeZy looking for the angle gel.
And it's what I mean. When New York start to find the kills, when they're having the spawns time and time again, that's when it's going to be tough. That's when New York is going to take the lead, and that's what's going to happen. It felt like this game was just so one-sided, but it's been close the entire time.
Lead change right there, or about to be. They were just in it for another second. But nobody will get in it for now. 150 to 150 is where we will stand. Now to Hydra's position. You can see where he's tucked away. What do you see, Joe?
Yeah, Kismet, I think, finds the opening. Okay, now he's going to push on through. He should block this spawner. It'll be close on Arcitys. Arcitys going to spawn behind him, of course. Why not? So he's going to have a free flank on to 1 player as the rest of FaZe are going to get pushed up.
Kismet, though, able to read it. I mean, Arcitys doesn't really get to the angle in time. And now Kismet keeps going forward. So Kismet able to get 2, despite what on the minimap you look to be a question mark, and maybe he's going to be in trouble. He's able to find the opening. And now you are back in. You're set up at Fountain. You're accruing some time.
Yeah, I mean, Arcitys wins that one-on-one. It's an early setup. It's a big setup for Atlanta FaZe. But Kismet turns it into, well, more. He's on 5 in a row now as he starts to get into to his zone. Can he find a streak as they have the lead? There's 7.
That's the glide. Kismet, he is heating up. He was out of the last map early. He was in the blender, but he's trying to bring it back. The Bulldog is loose.
That might be the streak that closes out this series, right? We're going to have a P4 here. It's going to be that rotation from P5 to P1, which we have talked about time and time again.
So you get a good glide, but it's Hydra lurking. Hydra not finishing the kill, unfortunately, but he'll stay alive and well. Backside for just a moment, but Simp there with the push through. 15-point advantage just about for NYSL. As the fights continue to go on inside a church. Nobody really racking up a ton of time, and maybe a chance here for FaZe. You've got the numbers in. Or wrapping deep, you've got Simp. You bring it back and look for a lead change.
Yeah, the rest of this and P5 needs to be good for FaZe. Right?
Because of the bomb?
Yeah, because of that glide. I mean, I don't know if they know he has it. They should. Just depending on how they were counting kills. The rest of the scrap time seems to be going their way. New York's going to go for it. 10 seconds left. Over towards P5 will be Cellium just getting set up. Or we're gonna have a tie game. Oh, right around it.
Yeah, real close. Just a couple points between these two teams. Cellium's just laying there. He doesn't see him, just tucked away. Cell's actually able to get both, so maybe a chance to give them some position. It sets up aBeZy, then a fly forward on the stairs. Cell is just waiting and lurking, and the nade comes in. Unfortunately, aBeZy's like, screw your streak, Cell, you're done for now, but he's at least able to take out one enemy player at the same time. You're just about to approach the 220 mark, but how big does this lead need to be, Joe, because the streak?
I mean, I think you're trying to put the game away, honestly, but that's not going to happen. Kismet goes on a big pinch. He's able to flip the spawns. That gives NYSL an opportunity to get onto the point. It's getting messy as it always does through P5. Kill after kill coming in.
Simp wins a nice one-on-one mid-map, and he might be able to get away.
You're trying to force this early, I think, if you are Atlanta FaZe. If you can win the rotation, force out an early glide bomb, and then you have a chance to break. I think that's the best scenario for Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be the play. Or will it?
Okay, here we go. They're actually able to rotate this time, but just sort of trades all over the place.
All right, now you're waiting for it.
Here it comes. How many can he take down? Looking to connect, it's gonna hit nothing. Lands middle of the point, nobody gonna drop. Now 10 points needed for FaZe. So close to getting this to a map 5. Hydra gets trying to cut him down, but Hydra is popping off on the point. Simp looking to answer as quick as he can. Nobody in the point for now, but rallying back in will be FaZe. They're here, they're inside. The contest is nigh. 40 points needed for Subliners. Just a matter of seconds out for FaZe. Nobody close enough to get in. They push it to the map 5. And what do you know? Yes! They rotate A5. They rotate to B1.
We love G5.
Yes, we do. What a day it has been. And this streak just kind of hits midpoint, and you know, it was probably about to drill somebody and die to a gunfight right before it, but I think you kind of nailed it. You know, you get a good amount of time at P5. You're good on the rotation. You force it out pretty early, right? I mean, I thought it was going to be maybe a little bit earlier, to be honest with you, but what do you see there on the go
Easy, man. 39 and 26, 4,300 damage throughout that map. Just taking over. Such a good series out of aBeZy. It feels like the last couple events he has found his groove. Well, he puts them into a map 5.
He just makes that playstyle so much easier for this team when he's just waltzing in and taking one or two down with him. No, it still seems stressful, but yeah, when he's having a map like that, they're able to get it done. They'll take it by 40. They don't allow that high stress situation late in the P1. They're able to kind of close it out with a little bit of comfort, at least for FaZe standards, what we've seen on that map. But now you get it to a final map. We're getting ready to go to Berlin. And it's just been I mean, it's been a fun one. It's been a long one. This is champs time, and it reminds you of what? Major 4, day 1, just map 5, map 5,
right.
The
winners round 1 matchups are always crazy. They don't slow down here. We'll see if the weekend stays that way. We thought it would be something like this, maybe not to this extent, but for FaZe, I mean, we talked about their search. These game 5s, these pivotal moments, they have not been able to win them this year.
Where they have for quite some time, they have fallen short. Are you able to do it here? What a massive map 5 this is. NYSL, FaZe, one final map. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official communication partner of the Call of Duty League. And AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential.
Here we go, one final Map 5 here at the 2022 CDL Championship. It's been a magnificent and insane day as Vanguard continues to provide Map 5 after Map 5, but again, this is one where whoever wins it has such a good chance to make a run. This is such a huge map when you just think about the bracket.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, obviously both of these teams, they want to be in winners, don't want to be in losers. I think they have the potential to go to, they go through the losers bracket. We saw it with FaZe. They were able to do it just last major. New York, they've been so, well, clutch in those pressure situations. But yeah, winning this one, yeah, that's what you would love to do. And it goes to a game 5. FaZe, they started off really slow, did not look great. I mean, they looked sloppy the first 2 maps, but on the Tuscan respawns, they got back in form.
They absolutely did. Now to Search, I mean, getting Hydra, gonna have eyes on him with the impact he has had in Search and Destroy. Who are you looking to make plays on the other side of this? When you're thinking about FaZe, who's gonna go big on a map like Berlin?
aBeZy is having such a good series here. We just saw it, and it can be tough. With the situations, the areas that he plays on the map, where if he's turning 1 kill into 2, that changes the game. Over there towards that B site, being that island player, fighting those openers middle of the map, my eyes are on aBeZy.
Okay, here we go. FaZe, NYSL to close out the night with a massive Map 5, and the pressure mounting to Arcitys very, very quickly, and he is out. As he's gonna need help. Looking like a very quick plan through for NYSL, but Cell from top fire, he's able to find the shots. There's the first blood.
Did he wallbang him? I think he wallbanged that. Finds the...
It's Cell. What do you expect?
Yeah, no, he finds the first blood out of the bomb, and now you can just use your numbers to try to retake this. These are the rounds they need to convert. As it looks like Crimson is trying to get aggressive through the middle of the map. Maybe try to find something, make something happen. He's gonna get spotted. Now aBeZy, there we go, able to find it. Now 2 versus 4 for Hydra and Kismet.
It falls apart. They find the kills. The retake is on. FaZe. Plenty of time. Cell is on it. Yeah, Cell with just some nutty shots.
Yeah, we didn't see it. It looked like a wallbang on the bomb.
Yeah, we kind of hopped to it right at the tail end of it. Yeah, look, he is cheesing, dude. He's smiling. He doesn't.
Which I wanted to see. I mean, it's Champs time. I know he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Boys, he smiles out for the FaZe boys. They feel good about the round 1. It's Cell that's able to pick up 2. Is now we'll see what they're going to do offensively and where the plan of attack will be. But usually it's what? Just Cell kind of spotting for information. And then they're going to attack, but it looks like it's just going to be less of a spot and more of a hit. So it's going to be actually Simp watching the cross.
I mean, you see nothing over towards A, though, but it's just right down the middle of the map. Just very decisive from Hydra and Kismet. Just kind of roaming. Arcitys is going to have no idea. This is so fast. From NYSL, talk about a hard counter. It's like they knew what they were going to do in that round 1 right away. The sort of default offensive strat for Atlanta FaZe.
They're like, okay, you look for information. We'll give you the information. We're just going to soar at you. aBeZy, though, he is making plays and he's bringing it back. Now you've got numbers, and those are the type of moments you were talking about.
Yeah, Paul and Kismet didn't get taken down, but I'm just wondering for FaZe, like, I don't know what the comms were, but if you're not seeing anything across A, you got to know something weird is going to be going on. But Arcitys does get caught, but aBeZy up to 3-0 as they're going to work towards this B site. Bomb going to get planted. It's going to be down in Crim and Hydra. And they just weren't too sure if they were going to get to that site. That's why Hydra's sort of lurching over towards A. Nice.
Beautiful.
Even pros do it.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lovely couple of kills. The stun, maybe you desire a little bit more, but that utility directly to his own face. Now Crimsix just lurking around the edge. Give aBeZy another one as he just takes over.
Yeah, I'll stun myself, but I'm also going to get an ace in the round.
It might be one of the first times we've seen an ace where the player also stunned himself.
That's what I mean. When he is in those positions, he can take over the game. Having a series, keeping it going here in this map number 5. 5-0 start.
That's just, I mean, I guess that's just been aBeZy this year. All within one round. Unreal. 5-0. Nice advantage here early for FaZe. Can they close out this reverse sweep? But once again, pressure towards Arcitys. Once again, he's able to get out. Can Cell find the shots through in the cross?
I was going to say, I want to see if Cell goes for that wall bang again. Okay, yeah, so he was lining something up.
Yep.
There you see that wall bang come through, but they find the first blood a little bit of a different way.
Well, this time
the bomb is planted.
They just try to hunt. The last time they let Arcitys get away, this time they try to chase it down, but he's able to reposition and find the kill. Cell, as an 8 connects, I believe he gets hit down to 15. aBeZy just comes jumping out. Simp with the trade. 2 versus 2 now. 20 seconds to go. 2 versus 1. Cell trying to dance, dip, dive, use every bit of the environment to his advantage. Good luck.
Time.
I'm not a fun kill to find, and he's not able to do it. He dances till the help comes in. 3-0 edge for FaZe. What do you say? No free kills. That's been his motto all year?
Yeah, I mean, we've been hearing that since, like, Scrim started. Like, Cell's just on a different level. Like, just so difficult to kill. And there you saw it. I mean, just so evasive, buying time, allowing his teammate to get in a position. Because Crim has to freak out here, right? Crim's thinking, he could be on the bomb. Right? I have to check to defuse. Yeah. But he just gets pushed up. Arcitys able to find the kill. And now you can see Crim. They have to make these adjustments now. Offensively, they've gone A twice. Didn't work out. Defensively, they found an opening, then aBeZy shuts the door.
When you're on the brink of getting reverse swept and you're down 0-3, I mean, this is where Crim has to be invaluable to this team, right? Like, keep their heads in the game.
Yeah, no, 100%. And making those calls, maybe getting a little bit aggressive, what we like to see from Crim, right? He could take those one-on-one gunfights, but they're just running at him. But there we go. He's gonna find the first blood, quickly traded on both sides of the map. It's a 2 versus 3 now for Atlanta FaZe.
I mean, finally, you have numbers of your subliners.
Well, they did in their first defensive round, again playing aggressive. It's just that was when aBeZy took over.
But that was really the only moment, I feel like. I mean, outside of that, you've kind of been on the back foot since the onset, whether it's a wall bang from Cell or an opener from aBeZy. Now this is when you've got to close out. You have to get around. Don't go into an 0-4 hole. Paul, Hydra, and Kismet. Got to get to work. But it'll be the pressure on FaZe to get this plant down. There's so much time to work with, and these are those situations where maybe you start overthinking things, and Simp gets a kill, Arcitys gets a kill. Oh God, the brink of a 2-3 and a 4-0 edge. It's just on Paul, and he's getting beamed. Things are collapsing right now for NYSL.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, they're playing sort of like what we would say smart, right? Just playing around the numbers. But you can't peek. You cannot peek it. Like, if you're going to play a 3-on-2 retake, play a 3-on-2 retake. Allow them to play the bomb. Like, if you're going to back up and give up the map, the goal is to retake the bomb site. Not to give away kills, to be out in the open, and that's what happens that round. They just lose 2. It's a 1-on-2 for Paul, where he's just trying to find anything.
And this is when FaZe gets scared, when you go to a shot of the team and Cell and aBeZy are just giggling.
Just laughing.
That's when you get a little bit worried.
Who knows what they're saying? I'm sure you won't hear it on
it's
the
probably
check.
Very inappropriate.
Yeah.
But it just seems like that's when they're at their best, when they're comfortable like that and having fun. It's been a frustrating year, but a chance to make a run, a chance for an incredible comeback here in winners round 1. aBeZy ready to go through the window. Hello, is anybody home? Yes, Kismet is. Hydra and Kismet able to find kills. The plank gonna go down. Surely you close this one out. Now gonna be Cell last alive. Still tucked away, looking for nerdy spots inside of fire.
Well, that was like what we saw on Tuscan. You pretty much had 3 players from NYSL work over towards B, and Hydra's just lurking towards A. He finds the opening, was able to find a timing on Arcitys. That gives them full map control. They needed a round to get back into it. They're still being decisive, right? Which I think you want to see. Even in that round, they're taking gunfights, trying to find whatever they can from FaZe, and they found it. It's just the mid-round plays that have collapsed 2 times defensively for the Subliners.
Yeah, I guess, are you thinking right now, like, all right, boys, like, we threw away a few runs. Like, let's just clean that up, and we're okay. It's just, is it too late?
Well, it's just like maybe, I don't know, cleaning it up is just playing a little bit differently. Instead of grouping up and just sort of staying, just being active on the map. That's when they seem to be at their best.
Can they get numbers again? They do, but just for a moment. Insta trade there from aBeZy. Another one-on-one on the other side of it, and Kismet, the pistol is a-poppin'. Arcee's head just ripped clean off. Numbers, again, go away.
There's another 3-on-2. In the mid-round, we still have a minute left in the round. Well, aBeZy, Cell, able to turn this into a 2-on-2. And now Kismet's just gonna get picked apart. I mean, this is the same exact round we have seen 2 times. Numbers advantage thrown away.
It's just frustrating at this point. But Hydra, who has been terrific in Surge, does he have something he can pull off? When you look at the minimap, it's not looking great. Cell tucked away deep. Couple tags in. I mean, he takes him down to like 30 HP. Then he's going to get stunned. aBeZy soars forward.
Props to Hydra. I mean, he 1 bullet on both players. He finds both of those skills, but yeah, 2-on-3.
I mean, he's been terrific. Look at that. 1.32 on the series. They're going to need him to play like that if they're going to make a run to another championship final. 5-1 now, a round away, and what has been an insane series. Just a battle really across the other maps, right, for the most part. It's not been close, and that's just due to the rounds they're bringing back when they're down in numbers. 9-3 from aBeZy, just incredible.
Well, he's going to be
incredible
tested again,
series.
it looks like. He's going to be tested in this position.
I don't know if he's the guy you want to test right now.
Yeah, maybe that's why Kismet's going this way. Yeah. Where's aBeZy play B? Maybe we just should have. Cell just staying alive top fire. Hydra trying to find the angle onto him. Simp looking over his duo and it's just sort of, we'll play the retake over at A. We have no problem doing that. And maybe at times, this is where FaZe could get caught out, but they've been very disciplined in this moment. Not overpeaking. Just allowing New York to try to work the map.
30 seconds left on the clock. The bomb just start to work forward.
Across.
And now, see if they can get the retake. Cell pretty close to catching one. Trying to get some wall bangs through as well. Looking for tags into everybody. Now the 4-on-4 retake. Here we go. FaZe can close this out and move on to the winner's side of things. If they can clutch up, and it's Crimsix from deep, who's able to rip aBeZy. That's a massive kill. Just get him out of that as he's trying to rally to the troops.
Well, because Kismet's going on a lap around the map. I mean, that's who he saw wrapping over towards B2. If Kismet's in the defensive spawn, like, I'm making sure we don't lose this round.
It's gonna work out. Now, step by step, you got to rip off 5 straight.
And again, you're going to get to this defense where, yeah, they've had numbers, three defenses throughout this game. I mean, think about that. If they win 2 of those, it's a 4-3 lead for New York.
Yeah, 100%. This is where you need Crim. Like, all right, boys. It's been one hell of a year. We've gotten to this point. Believe in each other, play for each other. Look to get it done. But it seems insurmountable at the moment. Crim eyes on one deep. Cell just toying with him. It's aBeZy with another opener.
And I like that. That's with an auto, right? That's what I want to see from him. What I think they should have, you know, especially on this map where they struggled last major. Pull out 4. I mean, Thieves does it all the time. Respawn, search and destroy, just makes your life a little bit easier, working these different angles, working top broken, top fire. Now they have a, what,
A minute to work with, man advantage, just taking their time, seeing what else they can find.
Cell just looking for any crack where he can find an elbow to shoot at. Nothing going yet. When do they opt to pounce? The pressure's starting to build. They're starting to move forward. They're looking to put the dagger firmly in the back here and close out this map 5 with the reverse sweep. Here we go. Onward we go. Simp now trying to get in position. He's got bomb in hand. Working forward. It's aBeZy now with his second in the round. And snap! Simp just puts the pistol directly into the backside of Kismet's brain. And that'll do it. The reverse sweep from FaZe. Didn't look good early, but looked great late.
Might be the best search we've seen from them in a long time, honestly. But I know Crowder, their coaching staff is like, hallelujah. I mean, there's still some things that they can fix, but props to aBeZy and the rest of the guys for just getting it together after going down 0-2.
I mean, aBeZy has had a heroic series. He was an absolute animal throughout the course of this one. Can you get him like that for the whole weekend?
I don't know if you're going to need him like that for the whole weekend, but it's like, I think you bought another series where maybe you get a better Simp, better Arcitys, because that's key.
Is that like one of those series, though? Like, you know this was the toughest round 1 matchup. You go down 0-2, you bring it back. Like, is that one of those wins that can propel a team? Despite the struggles this year, despite the sloppy plays, and the fact that FaZe seems off this year, is that type of win that can send you to a final?
I want to say yes, but you never know. Honestly, you never know. I don't think that was, I think they still have a lot to work on for what we saw, especially in map 2. Like, honestly, I'm just worried about map pool. Like, if they're going to go the distance to a best of 9 versus an OpTic or a LA Thieves, like, that's kind of where the question marks start to come into play. Like, they look good on a Tuscan respawn. But elsewhere, it felt like they still had some more to do.
That's just the story of like every team, though. It's just like good at some stuff, okay at others. I mean, I guess I feel like that's why we've had so many map 5s. It's just,
true. It's just they looked,
yeah. No, yeah. I hear you. I hear you.
Not on the same page.
True.
It's different when you're getting smoked, but they weren't.
The fact is, they got the win. Yep. Despite, I mean, the frustrations early, despite how bad it looked when they're in an 0-2 hole, they dig their way out of it. And part of the reason why is aBeZy is a freaking monster.
What a series.
He had a series. We got him on stage.
Every map, you feel like you played 5 maps. Yeah,
hey, I was
right?
playing 5 maps.
All right, yo, on the main stage, give it up for aBeZy as we were chatting up about the series as Atlanta FaZe sent us to another game 5 for the day. It looked like you guys were out of it after map number 2, but tell me how you fought back in maps 3, 4, and 5 to come out victorious right here, because it looked difficult.
No, yeah, well, first 2 maps, I feel like first map, we just came out a little slow, and we started bringing it back and playing a lot better, but, you know, and then the S&D, they just kind of, like, took over, and then when Hydra got the streaks, it was just kind of chalked, and then, you know, the rest of the series, we knew we could still bring it back. I feel like we're all still playing pretty well. Yeah. And then, you know, we were just frying on all cylinders, and we just started frying at the end. So.
Yeah, and that's the one thing about you guys. You know, no matter what situation you're in, you can come out on top. Now, throughout the rest of the season, it's been, you know, second places, and you guys had your worst placing in third last event. What's going to be different here coming into Champs for you guys to hoist another Champs trophy?
I think it's going to be, you know, the experience and the fact that we've been putting in the super hard work to, you know, get here and, you know, hopefully, you know,
get it
pull
done.
through, get done, So, and I mean, we've been, like I said, we've been putting in so much work for this, and I mean, we have like the experience behind us. We've all been to Champs like 3 years in a row. We got in finals of the last like 3 Champs. So, I mean, I think we got it in the bag. I do.
Hey, they said they got it in the bag. aBeZy, anything you want to say to this crowd one last time?
You guys are amazing. Seriously, you guys are amazing.
Absolutely amazing. That's going to do it for aBeZy and myself on the stage. Des, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our game break presented by Prime Gaming. What a day. Like, I don't even know how we're here right now, Chan.
Dude, we don't got to play the first 4 maps anymore. Like, it has been decided straight to game 5s, like a best of 1, like for the rest of the tournament. But I don't know. aBeZy's twisted, by the way, just to get that out there. Like the most cracked interview I've seen in quite some time, and well deserved, dropping bombs in like the map 5, like the kick and do it all.
Yeah, man, he absolutely can. We got to take a look at aBeZy's stats, by the way, throughout this series. I know Joe and Clint were obviously talking about it a lot. The man was on fire in this series. I mean, take a look at those
numbers. It just kept getting better. Like, it just kept taking leaps and bounds to the 2.75 to close out the series.
he was going crazy on that Tuscan Hardpoint, man. And, you know, FaZe, they made some mistakes throughout that map. We saw him trying to hit P2 from the front a couple times, but every time they needed a big two-piece out of aBeZy, he got it. Like, on that P1 rotation at the very end, when you need aBeZy to pop off, he does it every single time. He hits through mid, even if he's by himself, he's getting the kills. And, you know, it might not be the correct way to do it sometimes, but he gets it done.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And I'll tell you what, man, a 1.39 overall in the series. I think Cellium somehow managed to edge him out with like a 1.4. Just wild stuff. But you did have that 1-2 punch that Atlanta FaZe fans were waiting to see. One of the many Game 5s that we saw today. But hey, we got to recap all of the insane matches that went down here on day number 1 here at Champs. The Galen Center has been unbelievable. We got started things off where the day began, which was London versus Seattle. Again, it feels like this was like
so long ago.
Last week, but I don't know, man. It's wild stuff to say the least. But hey, a very intense game. Ant, what'd you make of this one?
I mean, it just kind of doesn't go as expected. Like, London Ravens take the control, and we're like, okay, they're in a good spot. But then Seattle surge, man. When we get to that Berlin hardpoint at the very end, I thought London were going to win it.
Yeah.
Somehow they get inside and they clutch up, man. It's got to sting for London. And Seattle, it's just like getting that first big W on the board. It's been such a tough, like, month and a half for these guys from the online portion into Major 4. This is a huge win for confidence purposes for them. And then also for a player like Simp, he had a tremendous series.
Yeah.
Like a guy who, you know, Rookie of the Year candidate and at Major 4, like, didn't have the best performance. That's what you need from him.
Yeah, absolutely. But what, Sid and Fred go plus 30 in this series. Just a phenomenal performance out of your rookies, which, again, we talk about so often how you want to see the rookies play well. And it's a shame, aLLeY. Like, you know, London Royal Ravens, they win at control, but again, they lose the series.
But they're looking better. Like, I think at the end of the day, we have to talk about, like, our top 8 teams heading into Champs. Like, we were saying, like, this is going to be some of the toughest competition. I mean, obviously it's Champs, but, like, nobody really has a for sure line of sight on the W, and obviously all of our Game 5s today showed it. And when we went into LA Thieves versus Boston Breach, we joked about how LA Thieves has Boston's number. You know, they've had some of the fastest series all year, but Boston Breach end up pulling it to that Game 5. But once again, it's been the search and destroys, which were the game modes LA Thieves were struggling in all year, but they did the work, they put the time in, and it has really been showing these past 2 events.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And I know we were talking, I know Jay and I had the cast for this one. It was like the first time that they played Berlin Control, they were able to take it. We're talking about the Tuscan Hardpoint. Like, they've really not been playing that one all that often. They were able to take it versus the Thieves. Like, I don't know, Chance, like, it's similar to the London point, where it's like they didn't win this series, but they still played very well.
I mean, they played well enough that I'm just having throws like, I can't believe Vivid got dropped. Like, he has been unreal. Like, even for that Berlin Control, like, I was convinced easy dub for LA Thieves, like, almost without question, but, like, they started putting in work, started making just ridiculous play. And look at Vivid, like, 41 and 29. It genuinely blows my mind. Of course, it wasn't enough in the end, but, like, for the guys that literally just came off of a major win, it's a little bit impressive.
I mean, impressive performance for Vivid. And it's still, like, we don't even know his true ceiling yet, because he still had some pretty glaring errors. So excited to see his development throughout this tournament. And then going into this match, I mean, a storied history between OpTic Texas and Toronto Ultra. Another Game 5 that results in an OpTic Texas W, man. Like, these guys just put on a show for us each and every time they play.
And, like, obviously it's great for OpTic, but also heartbreaking for Toronto Ultra. Like, dude, and, like, I know it's an NA org, but, like, the EU COD players, so many moments where you are just so close, and it's just, I mean, again, we talk about how many, like, different players and teams and fans have been, like, aging. These Ultra players, like, they just have to be through the roof.
For me, it has to be CleanX. I feel like this game has been really rough for him because he's such a high engagement, aggressive SMG that when he's in rhythm the entire series, and he is popping off. Well, he was on rhythm in this series, and unfortunately, Toronto Ultra still weren't able to pull it out. So I think that's what scares me about this Toronto Ultra squad, is I was like, when Toby's frying, like, there's just no way. But for them to be struggling in S&D, the Toronto Ultra squad, who that was their bread and butter, that worries me.
They were still playing well, though, right? Like, it's not really, it's like OpTic was just there making plays. Like, OpTic, I think, has been the #1 S&D over the course of the entire year. Ultra's just been a little bit better on the major, but I don't know. I still think Ultra have a lot of potential to make a run. It's not like there's any easy matchups, but if there was one team that has, like, that kind of clutch factor, I think Ultra from losers could get it done.
For sure.
That's fair to say, man. That is fair to say. You see the elimination round 1 side of things. games, loser of those games, they're done. As we said, we got some amazing games, by the way, and winners run too also. By the way, all these are going to game 5s, just so we're clear on all of that. But, you know, the Atlanta FaZe versus Surge, we talked about that rivalry. OpTic versus Thieves, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of chirping between those two teams about being overrated, etc.
That's an epic game because, I mean, when we're looking at LA Thieves, we're looking at OpTic Texas, we might be looking at the 2 best search and destroy teams in the game. Like, think about that for a second. I did not think I would be saying that about champs if you rewind time.
Dude, and even for FaZe versus Surge, like, FaZe are trying to break the curse of the number of second places they've had this year and trying to break the curse of Nicky D and get revenge on Seattle. 2 for 2.
Goodness sake. Goodness sake. It's just a tease of what to expect when it comes down to our matches tomorrow. Also, we're not just going to have matches. We're also going to be having a very interesting reveal going down as well. Tomorrow, you will find out who is going to be our 2022 regular season MVP along with the Rookie of the Year. That's going to be going down in our pre-show headquarters as well to kick off day number 2. Guys, what a wild one. Game 5s all the way around. And I'll tell you what, I'm expecting the exact same thing to happen. It is champs, it is Vanguard, and I cannot wait to see how day number 2 will treat us. Galen Center, LA, you have been absolutely phenomenal. We'll see you here at the same time, same place for the entire production and crew. This is Landon Lano Center signing off for the final time saying, hello Vanguard, hello champs, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shot. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right. I'm a brick by brick, never stick by stick. We gon' build it so strong, baby, grit by grit. Let's go. You thought I wouldn't make it, it was inch by inch. Moving step by step, quicksand so thick. Pain bite like a pit. But I got a fire in me, it just lit like a bomb tick tick. I move like the champs do, microphone spit. Lyrics in the mix, make you smile and take a pic. Finna hit another level, turning up the bass and the treble. Fighting opposition like a rebel. Gotta make you feel it, never settle. It's getting real, boy, like Geppetto. Hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a great. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock. I'm a champ. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too. Never can be stopped, yeah, the chains loose. Ready for the fight, do it right, I'm a champion. Building up muscle mass week to week. Let's go. The heart of a champion, beat to beat. Swing with the best of them, cheek to cheek. And focus on the mission, man, until it's complete. Battle through the heat, no defeat. Moving through the valley, no retreat. The team stay elite, they can't compete. We earn what we get and don't cheat. We burn through your squad, no cease. We're entering a new phase. About to see some brand new days. Coming out the blaze. Pushing through with no delays. Geared up, this is the way. It's hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power.